have a
or
5/5.
Bounce a monument. Might actually just take combustion technique. Oh, but if you do this, by the way, the monument will trigger. Right, the one monument in play will trigger because you make them discard, which is actually not necessarily a great thing here.
No, because you're not actually solving the monument problem with this.
Right, you kind of want to, but the thing is, every land in your deck taps for black mana, so you can't not cast Deceit for just all blue, can you?
I mean, if you have 2 swamps, which he does, you're stuck.
My roommate's asleep, so we get ASMR Raven this morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
I don't intend to discard my opponent.
So the question is, do you have that choice?
These last 2 games have been insane, by the way.
Black mana?
I don't know if you watched this or not. They've been insane.
If you pay 6 blue, you could.
Yeah, there's 2 swamps. There's 2 swamps in play.
Yeah.
3 swamps.
Yeah, I think he's just got to do it.
If black was spent, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose. It doesn't say you may. So you have to choose a card.
And this isn't like searching your library where you can say, well, I didn't find what I wanted. So.
Yeah, it's not a fail to find.
Right, there are cards.
This is rough. I mean,
unbelievable.
Yeah, it might have been better to just not even play the Deceit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I watched the last 2 games.
Find artist talent, accumulate wisdom.
I woke up at 7:30.
Will Chris Larson be punished for
also,
this?
stream delay on YouTube should be 5 seconds now.
You can say, well, I didn't find what I wanted.
Yeah,
and it's extra rough because Sanchez
10 seconds?
has a
I cut it down a little bit.
I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah,
so he still has the answer for the Deceit.
Play the Deceit. There is an active Soul Guide Lantern on so he could.
I think it's 10 seconds now.
I guess counter it, and Chris Larson's. Because at this point, Chris Larson has nothing, right?
Right, he's just trying to slam for 5.
His game plan is, I mean, there's a restless.
I cut down the stream delay a little bit, but it's not as low as I wanted it to be.
Try to kill you.
We'll keep playing with it.
3 monuments on the battlefield for Sanchez. He is monument flooded.
It is time to.
And Larson needs to go into beatdown mode with his Dimir deck.
Attack you for 9.
I think I'm milling me.
Oh, sorry.
Might have to restart the stream.
He's decided
if I want to get it even lower.
Reef.
Right, he could target himself because he does have Superior Spider-Man in his deck. If you do hit Doomsday Excruciator and then draw Spider-Man, that would be good.
He's going to target himself, and he'll actually be happy. Too. Yeah, 3 lands and a Requiting Hex at the bin. But that's just luck. All right. Still, what is that, 9 damage?
Francisco needs to find a way to discard a card here. All right, we're going to be cycling Soul Guide Lantern, I believe.
Yeah, it does look like it.
Abandoned Attachments, Agna Kella, Artist Talent.
Something.
Another one. Soul Guide Lantern. Okay.
He's working his way through his library, trying to find a discard outlet.
This combustion technique will not be successful at killing either of these creatures.
He's passed a turn back.
Oh, wow.
Did he? I guess he can play a land.
I mean,
I think he did a little hand motion like, what is going on here?
Yeah, he doesn't have anything here. He just has a bunch of monuments. No way to discard.
He has all 4 monuments on the battlefield.
Christopher's just laughing over there.
Okay, this is an attack for 9.
Larson is kind of smiling like, is this for real right now?
Hey, look, any way to win. Insatiable Avarice, too, by the way, is an out.
Right.
Francisco's at 2.
But Bitter Triumph times 2 in hand here for Larson means he just has to hold his breath.
He needs Abandoned Attachments here. Abandoned Attachments to have a chance.
It's a land! Island, and he loses. Christopher
what a
Larson
way to lose.
Wins the
Take that,
match,
Lessons player.
Attacking with creatures somehow.
That is not the way Chris Larson drew it up here.
Have a hug to his friend.
Incredible way to still find a way to close things out there. You know, and you know this isn't Lessons deck.
It's Lessons.
Monument is extremely powerful, right?
Get
but if you can't pair that with the discard outlet, it just kind of stays on the battlefield. I go back to that one moment in that game where he created that treasure and was looking for a land.
Yeah.
Maybe he should have played the Artist Talent, right? If you played out that artist talent, that is a completely different game. Now, I understand why you want to hit that land drop, but by doing so, Chris Larson getting that artist talent out of his hand, and all of a sudden, Francisco just had nothing he could do over the next 3 or 4 turns.
He tried. He saw as many cards as he possibly could over those turns.
Did not arrive on my flight. My flight was delayed.
I have nothing going. Like, he didn't even have a temptation at another game.
There were no options.
Right. He's just like, well, fire it up and let's go.
Yeah.
And so it actually ended up getting him across the line. Not a typical way to win a game, but then again, none of those were. We had a very exciting match there. And luckily enough, we have Cedric with Christopher Larson right now.
I'm joined with the big winner, Christopher Larson. A 5-game set against Francisco Sanchez. Tell us about the win.
I mean, it's more like a 4-game set. As game 1, I kept the one-liner and get it on. And game 2, I just played a naked demon and hope it got there. Get a little bit lucky. And game 4, thought I was winning. Got lucky. Game 5, he just had 4 monuments and no discard. So we take those sometimes. Get lucky a little bit.
A little luck never hurts.
Yeah,
now, you play the winner
the
of
game
Sadulek and Ciprian Trump.
3.
Who would you rather play against and why?
He
I think both matchup is one.
He played a demon, right? For us. And the second to last card was the land that mills.
My team, who is
and his opponent didn't have combustion technique. Wild. Like, he had no way to win the game. It had to be, like, the second to last card.
What we're trying to do, the Spanish Demon Trap. So, but I have no idea what I'm doing against the Elemental, so I'm going to go now, talk to the team, and see how they feel about my matchup, because they actually played it.
Well, I won't stop you any longer. Get over to that team, and good luck, my friend.
Larson? Yeah, he's like
6'4". Christopher Larson, who advances to the
6'5". He's like the tall. He has the nickname like the Giant Dane.
We'll be at the news desk, and we'll be setting up for our next quarterfinal match. Don't go anywhere.
Look. He doesn't have his height recorded online. No. He's just a big guy. He needs a giant teddy bear. He talks a lot on the matches, but all in good faith. And good happiness, so. You and me both, call me. You and me both. Alright, so that's game 1. We have 6 more games to go. Imagine if the demon deck wins today. It has Cabero in it. What is left? Oh, did you guys see that?
Spotlight eclipse is coming soon.
Yeah, we're just gonna turn you off for a second. Going over the Pro Tour because you guys left stream early yesterday. There's 2 Azorius tempos in the top 25. Zeman Foss to the deck, we already knew that. And then this other guy with Azorius tempo. Isn't that crazy? There was 2 Azorius tempos. That would 11 and 5. Also, there's 1 more deck in the top 25, and I posted on stream on Discord yesterday. Rakdos Monument at 12th place. We got some decks to play, boys. We got some decks to play. I'm whispering because my roommate's asleep.
From Richmond, Virginia, who will be going home
Raven
with a
SMR.
trophy and $50,000.
Superior
We're one step closer
Cavero
to
Man.
figuring it
That's
all
his new
out.
name.
Back to
Superior
Tuesday's
Cavero Man.
Bonnie DeVuti and Cedric Phillips with you here, and we've been following our big teams in the room all weekend long. Let's get a check-in now on how those teams are doing. In fact, after 2 days of play, starting here with Team Cosmos, Monty.
Yeah, Team Cosmos heavy play where they're certainly not going to be sad because they put 2 players into the top 8, Luis Salvato and Christopher
Stack
Larson.
team, dude.
Unfortunately, 10 is what most players would like to hit, and only 2 other players, Jack Potter and Alejandro Mora, hit that number. So not the best weekend for Cosmos heavy play, but you can't complain with 2 people in the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely not. Let's check in on the Italian, Cedric.
We will dive in indeed. A small little upstart team of just players from Italy that have grouped up together. They have put 1 player in the top 8 there, in Marco Balacca, who was our overnight leader at 8-0, our last undefeated player at 10-0 on the weekend. Marco with 12 wins, 9th place. Tiebreaker stings, but requalification, same can be said there at 10-6. But this is a smaller team with maybe a little bit lower expectations. I'd say they put up one heck of a weekend.
Absolutely, they did. Let's check in now on Team Moriyama Japan. They've, of course,
The difference between 8th and 9th place was 0.1%. By the way,
into the top 8.
that's the difference between 8th and 9th place.
Ken Yukihiro coming close at 11-5. Then we
Wow.
have 3 players on 10-6, so they requalify to come back here and do it all again. I would say slightly disappointing for only that many people to have hit that requalification mark. Next up, the Boulder Money.
Boulder
Yeah,
is
so taking a look
conflicted.
at the Boulder, of course, this is a team of mostly Midwestern grinders, but players that have been in the game for a very
look at
long
how many
time,
requalified.
and
Holy
they've
shit.
had a fantastic start to the weekend. We were hyping them up as doing great, and look at
This is incredible.
this. Look at the number of players that were able to hit that requalification purely thanks to just how good their constructed deck was. They had every single player on the team play the same deck as the Spelementals. They all made day 2, and 10 of the 15 players requalified.
Incredible. And there you can see on your screen, how did it all shake out? The Boulder was our #1 team in the room this weekend. Made up a lot of players from the Midwest with a win percentage overall at 60.8%. That is incredible, especially with such a large team. The Italians coming in 2nd place, sent up a lot of all shake.
Their constructed deck was. They had every single player on the team.
They were
play
the
same
team
deck
that
as
played
Spelementals.
the Elementals,
they
right?
all made day 2.
Grace us with his presence and some really interesting Riley math.
Phoning it in remotely.
Nice.
It was a little sketchy. Dr. Frank Karsten wasn't a fan of it. So Riley was like, hold on, I'm going to check my math again. I'm going to go back, do some numbers, and do some more numbers. Let's find out what he has cooked up for us this time.
Hello everyone, it's your good friend Randy Knight joining you once again from across the Pacific, from beautiful Queensland, Australia. I wasn't able to make it to the Pro Tour to be part of the broadcast team this weekend, but it has freed me up to keep a very close eye on the numbers, on the stats that have emerged from this weekend, this Pro Tour. And there are some very interesting trends that I'd like to share with you now as we dial in on the top 8 and attempt perhaps to predict a winner. And if previous form is anything to go by when it comes to some of these players, there are, as I say, some very interesting trends we can examine here. As we look at Francisco Sanchez, who topped the Swiss, did very well indeed, and we're looking at his day 1 win rate at recent Pro Tours. It is 53.8%.
Looking up numbers right now, one second.
Of course, on day 1, but it only gets better from there. On day 2, Francisco's win rate jumps up to 65.2%, and then on day 3, 66.67%. So, Francisco, you would think hot stuff heading into this top 8. He made it all the way to 2nd place at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, of course, and looking to do one better this weekend, and those numbers certainly back up a strong performance from the Spaniard. Tony Portland, on the other hand, well, the numbers aren't doing him any favours when it comes to day 3 performances. On day number 1, Tony has the best win rate in the field, 80.6%. This is not a joke. Tony Portland wins 4 out of 5 matches on day 1. But unfortunately, this is not a trend that is maintained across following days. 54.8% win rate on day 2. Still respectable, of course. By the time we get to day number 3, It's a coin toss for the Croatian. Coming fourth, the Pro Tour Final Fantasy gives him a 50% win rate on day 3. Still a strong contender, and someone we'll keep an eye on, but the player I really want to focus on here is the French one, Cyprien Tron. Now, the numbers for Cyprien are very interesting indeed. On day number 1, Cyprien has a 50% win rate. This is a fine place to be, certainly, you know, you're not losing any more than you're winning at least. But on day 2, Cyprien's win rate skyrockets to 87.5%. Now, Cyprien hasn't played in a day 3 just yet, so we don't have a day 3 win rate here. But if we are to extrapolate from the data available to us, well, once again, the results are very interesting. Going from 50% on day 1 to 87.5% on day 2 represents an increase of 37.5% in absolute terms, right? So if this trend continues, Cyprien adds another
27.5%
to the old win rate here.
Sorry, I was being very picky. So someone in my comments from a week ago on one of my posts, I said Formidable Speaker is the best card in Lorwyn.
Never mind just Magic.
And so I was really petty
because we are, of course, talking about
because I took a screenshot of this, of the most played cards from Lorwyn, and I just said, I'm going to let the photo do the speaking. It's okay to be wrong sometimes, and posted it on Facebook.
75% increase to the old win rate there. If Cyprien manages to increase the win rate by another,
he thinks the best card is that 6-drop and tribal artifact that gives +2/+2.
At the end of today, 153.13%. And isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting that yesterday when I came with all of these numbers, that people were laughing at me, that people were being scornful about my prediction that someone may win 1.4 Pro Tours? Well, look, yes, I'll admit, I was wrong. Someone might win 1.5313 Pro Tours this weekend, and that someone is Cyprien Tron. Best of luck, you know who I'm going for, and I'm looking forward to seeing a hastily cobbled together 1.5 trophies being handed over to Cyprien at the end of the weekend.
Wow, if that's the trophy we gave to somebody, that is a nightmare, whoever made this.
I'll happily take it. I don't mind. I don't mind.
What's it duct tape and Riley's face on
That's
there
right.
looking like that? That's on your mantle?
I only get to see Riley a couple times a year, so being able to see him every day, don't mind if I do ski. Miss you, buddy. Wish you were
I
here.
know, Monty can't handle the math of magic that just went on there.
Two homies.
From Riley. Sorry there,
They were
Monty.
roommates.
Let's try and cleanse his palate by taking a look at our bracket here because we've got more magic to play and 1.5313 trophies to give away. Take a look at what's happened here. Our first quarterfinal, Christopher Larson took this down.
Great quarterfinal. Sorry I didn't stream it, but that was sick.
Over Francisco
I was really
Sanchez.
close with
So
very,
we'll
very
look
close
at that
games
here
until
in our quarters before we
game
find
5.
some more semi-finalists. Let's take a peek at our next quarterfinal that we'll be watching here in
The lessons player died with all monuments on the board.
Will be up against
Best way to go out, right?
This is It Elementals up against Bant.
All right, we are here for Is It Elementals, right?
With us here, set next to me, right where you're sitting, Mr.
We are hating on Badger. Hating on Badger.
2012 at Pro Tour returned to Ravnica, so it's been a long time. He's the limited coach for Team World Lake Council. It's been 6 years since he played on a Pro Tour, so he comes on back and he top 8. Cyprien Tron, on the other hand, his pro play debut was at the Mythic Invitational back in 2020. He played Arena Championship 9 and went 11-5 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Let's take a look at their road here to the top 8, starting with Eduardo. Went 8-1 in Standard, got 1 bye there in the final round, locking up his spot in the top 8, 4-2 overall in draft. Only 1 loss on day 2 of competition. But how do things look when we turn the tables to Cyprien Tron and his journey here to our top 8, Cedric?
We will dive in. A 2-1 start in Limited to kick things off for the tournament. I see a win and mostly wins in day 1 of Constructed.
I didn't know they gave buys in the Pro Tour. I thought it was always they would draw in the top rounds. Because once you get that 12th win and you get it before the final round, you're locked to top 8 just based on record and tiebreakers.
But top 8, so a very nice Constructed record of, it looks like 5-4 is 9-1 in Constructed with banned airbending. Very, very impressive stuff. And now to the top 8, the place to be, and he was thrilled to make it.
Yes, he was indeed. Those are the players. Now talk to me about the decks they brought to this tournament, Mani.
Okay, well, we're going to start with Eduardo's build of Elementals. This deck is very cool, and it is one of the different variations that we saw this weekend. So the base goal for this deck is to just get these Evoke Elementals deck out as soon as possible. Ideally
let's
with
go,
a Roaming
Eduardo.
Drone already on the battlefield to double your triggers, and then you get cheap Sunderflocks, and that allows you to really feast on Badgermole Cub decks. Now, the way you do that is using a card like Ashling Rekindled or Flame Braider to really amp up your clock. One of the biggest issues this deck has is it doesn't have that much interaction, especially at instant speed when you're going up against a combo deck. So I'm going to put some extra emphasis on those 4 copies of Bounce Off that Eduardo specifically chose to bring in his build of Elementals. On the other side, we're going to go over to Cyprian's build of Bant Airbending. Now, Airbending is a Badgermole Cub deck, but not really what we're used to from Badgermole Cub decks. This is more of a combo deck. Your goal is to use Doc Hourlock to reduce the cost of casting spells from exile, which of course works with Airbending and allows you to do some really wonky things. Now, Aang Swift Savior, plus Appa Steadfast Guardian with the Doc Hourlock allows you to start going infinite. Now, the big innovation for this deck has been the inclusion of interdimensional Web Watch. This is something that when Bant Airbending decks started including it, it really took the deck to the next level and brought it back into consideration for Standard. Again, big issue for Cyprian. Not that much interaction, especially in the main deck, only 1 copy of Seam Rip. So when it comes to the matchup, we're going to see a lot of ships passing in the night here.
There's a look at the players and the decks. How are they feeling, though, ahead of this huge matchup here on Top 8 Sunday? Cedric had a chance to talk to the players.
I'm here with Eduardo Sajulik. How are we feeling about our Top 8 matchup this morning?
Honestly, I'm not sure, but I got the advice from the rest of the team on Bant Airbending, who collectively tried the matchup last night and gave me advice, so I'm going to trust what they're telling me and hope that it pans out.
Well, Eduardo, good luck. I'm here with Cyprian Tron. How are we feeling about that Top 8 matchup?
So, the pros and some of our teammates tested the matchup during the night, so I thank them.
Are you guys ready
And
for the
I
next
think
round? Sorry, I'm being quiet because
not great, but it's winnable. So, and I have a plan. So I'm
also
quite
up really early
confident
today.
about it.
Confidence is good. Good luck this morning.
Thank you.
I have a plan. We'll take it. Mani, who do you like in this matchup?
I think Badgermole Cub has just been heavily targeted this weekend, and I do not like their chances. So for Cyprian, being a Badgermole Cub player, I think he's got a tough road ahead of him.
What about you, Cedric?
I have to agree with Monty here. This is a matchup that, Badgermole Cubs have had a very tough time. Eduardo played this deck because he does have a good Cub matchup. This is, I don't want to say the dream pairing, but it's certainly close. Hard to pick against the deck that is going up against a green deck and exactly wants to be going up against green decks.
All right, let's find out who some more semifinalists will be. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey.
Thank you so much, everybody. Welcome on into quarterfinals. 2, 3, and 4 here, everybody.
If any of
alongside
you...
Corey Baumeister, and we cannot wait to jump into the magic here and determine who the rest of our semifinals are going to be. Our semifinalists, I should say. We've got Eduardo Sajulik on Elementals up against Cyprian Tron playing Airbending. And it seems like it's going to be a bit of a tough road for Cyprian.
Definitely seems like it. These elemental strategies, exactly what Monty was saying at the desk. They've been very much taking advantage of these style decks all weekend. So gotta like Eduardo for this one. We will see.
We're going to join this quarterfinals with Cyprian Tron on the back foot here.
There's no superior Cavero man.
This is post-board magic.
There's Badger, our other hated friend.
2 games already, so
let's get it on.
Really needs to rally here and pull the old reverse sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. So already tough going into this, but of course even tougher knowing that we're jumping in with Eduardo 2 games up here. So we do get sideboard now from Cyprian Tron, so things could get a little better. But on the flip side, the first sideboard card I see is from Eduardo, and it is 3 Pyroclasm. So it easily could get worse as well.
Also, mind you, in the first couple rounds, it's best of 5. So the first 2 games are without sideboard, and then there's 3 games to sideboard.
Sideboard cards that the players do have access
Good
to.
morning, Team Painter. Plug in the channel.
Yeah, absolutely.
That being one of them.
Yeah, I would think pyroclasms are going to be probably the most important thing. Like, even if we see a pyroclasm here, you got to think that is just about, the best possible thing that can happen here. If you can just get a clean 2-for-1 on turn 2, Eduardo would have assuredly
No turn
fired that
2
off. It
for
was there,
Eduardo.
so
That's
good news
bad.
for Cyprian Tron.
And in terms
That's
of
really
the
bad for him.
sideboarding, we know that Eduardo took out the Deceits.
Oh, this is game 3. Okay, so they are in sideboard already.
Spell Snares and Spider Sense. And then for Cyprian, took out 2 Cubs, took out 1 Ang, brought in 2 Airbender Ascension, and brought in Seam Rips, Aven Interrupters, and Get Lost.
Wow, didn't even bring in the pyroclasms. That's
right.
That's wild. I mean, it makes a lot more sense against rhythm decks where the Bant Airbring, there is actually 3 toughness on a decent amount of creatures. You're not going to pyroclasm away Doc Orlog, for instance.
Elementals have a chance, dude. There's
So
more than
that
one
does make
elemental
sense.
deck in the
It'll
top
be
8.
good
So.
in a certain
And Is It
subset
Lessons is
of
out.
situations, this one being
So the
one of
deck that
them.
everyone hates is gone.
Yeah, certainly plenty of little idiots
So,
to get off the battlefield.
we will be here
for
all day,
Eduardo,
man. And then
he's
we're
2
playing
events
games
build
afterwards.
Right now, and Bramble Familiar
After
as
the
well
top 8.
as Llanowar Elves.
So today will be a very, very long day.
Souls, and is now holding up a piece of interaction, you have to guess, as Cyprian attempts to resolve a Badgermaul Cub. Eduardo says no thanks. Spell Snares.
Says absolutely not. Yeah, Spell Snare, one of the best cards.
So pretty
here
much the deck we're
from
watching right now
Lorwyn
with
Eclipse
Eduardo.
As far as the impact on standard. And,
Nothing that you can do about Ang, though, who's going to airbend away our friendly familiar.
Yep, and did have the option of, let's say, airbending away the Badgermaul Cub and casting that later, but really prioritizing getting Fetch Quest for 2 mana. That is kind of the combo here in these Bant airbending lists, and the really nice piece of synergy being able to pass the adventure side for just 2 mana.
I mean, if you can find a Doc Orlog, that's a free 7-mana spell.
Yeah.
Big thing about Ang
Good
is he
here.
has 3
that is
toughness, so he gets
one of
around
the combo
Pyroclasm.
pieces in play. Still need a couple more.
I mean, I was going to say, like, could he just have the combo now if Doc Orlog is on the table?
No, you definitely need the last combo piece of Abba.
Yeah. Could possibly
Your
hit the upper here,
enchantment
but
or
no
land,
such
so
luck. Just
both of
2
those
Interdimensional Web Watch and a second copy of Bramble.
dimensional launches go away, so he whiffed pretty hard.
Here it is: creature, enchantment, or land. No interdimensional web watch being able to.
So he just whiffed.
Kind of,
well,
yeah.
This is another Bramble Familiar, I guess.
Or
Bramble
land,
Familiar, that means
sometimes
nothing.
you do just want to be ramping, but that's about as close to a whiff as it gets. And the interdimensional web watch was that new piece of
He
technology.
could get a land
that we
to
saw,
run around counters.
at Spotlight,
It's also an option.
Atlanta here earlier in the month. Just the card that kind of
Do-do-do.
gave it this deck a little bit more of a boost from the World Championship, where we saw the deck have a 35% win rate. One card really was that important. It just gives you some longevity.
One card I do want to point out that I see in Eduardo's hand is Sunderflock, and he chatted to Frank Karsten ahead of this matchup and said that's what he needs here. You know, even then, it's not a silver bullet up against this type of strategy because of the airbending, because of the flash speed interactions. So it's in hand.
Yeah.
It's still very, very expensive right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That is perfectly well said. You do that against the rhythm decks where you are able to bounce all their accelerants, all their Ouroboros, those kind of thing. They have to spend an entire turn redeploying them. Here, if Cyprian Tron has some mana available, you can just, replay an Ang, bounce a Sunderflock, and they can keep sending each other to the skies, essentially.
Becomes an air show at that point, but we will now see Ashling rekindled. Discarding Sunderflock there.
Incredible card here from Edge of Eternities as well. We saw this in a good amount of decks.
Yeah.
Outside of just elemental shells even.
Yeah, pretty good accelerator here. Seer now takes care of one of the problems on board, and it's going to be the Bramble Familiar. So Cyprian took a land off of that fetch quest initially.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you
Water has Cinderflock in his hand, which is going to be really good.
And a land can't get pyroclasmed, where the Bramble Familiar
Never mind.
would be a lot more vulnerable.
Elemental's
If you already
gone.
Had one.
It looks like Edwardo's hand is pretty weak at this
But
point.
now that we did lose Bramble Familiar, maybe that might be something Cyprian Tron would regret.
Mind you, we do this on stream all the time. Ang does not care about Cavernous Souls, and I wonder if Cyprian brought in Aven Interrupter.
And looks like he should be able to do both modes on that?
Yep, blue, blue, green, green. Now you could still Aang Swift Savior to be able to bounce that, but otherwise you are going to be able to get your Ashling back and come down, able to airbend out these 2 permanents.
Yeah, so Appa getting Aang and Seamrip into the airbended zone.
Getting Sunderflunk is really good.
That was excellent.
If this Wistfulness survives.
Out Seamrip to then be able to just kill Ashling again if you want to.
Wistfulness of 6/5, so the blockers on the other side of the battlefield don't have a chance of killing that as it stands. Cyprian's down
Which
to
is
12,
really
so,
funny.
you
I
know,
want to explain
Eduardo's
this out to
doing a
you
good old
because
beatdown.
Absolutely. Can
because
two hit with
Sunderflock
that,
is a
and 12
reduced
is
cost.
actually a
So if
really
you
good
airbend
tutor
Sunderflock,
for,
the
these
reduced
elemental
cost
decks. They
it
kinda hit by
works
6
in
if
the
you can ever
exile
get
zone.
Roaming Throne with
So
Vibrant,
if you
just get to deal 6 straight away. So
Aang
even
Sunderflock, it's
even
going
an
to be
attack
0,
with
not
just
2.
the Wistfulness,
It's really
Cyprian
funny.
has to respect it. But with all these 1/1s that are coming
I've done
out,
that on stream a few
casting
times.
stuff from the airbend zone, you're going to have a good amount of jump blockers here.
Yeah, Eduardo would certainly love to deploy that tactic of having roaming thrown down alongside the Vibrance just to deal, you know, multiple bouts of 3 damage to the face. Wistfulness gets taken care of, courtesy of Get Lost by Cyprian, so he's doing a great job of keeping this battlefield clear. Can he capitalize now? Does he have enough pressure to get this game won? And he needs to. If he loses here, that is his Pro Tour done.
Yeah, I think the Eduardo's version is playing mainboard bounce over the commands because it was pretty sick to bounce your own stuff in response to anything, right? Like a wipe or a fight or interaction, and then just replay the elementals pretty strong.
So incredible from that airbending.
Or it's versatile to bounce the other opponents. Yeah, I agree.
Played this deck a little bit last night before heading to bed, and there's so many different ways and so much value to be gained off of playing this. So the players who brought it this weekend and who have perfected it and know every little
He's playing Winter Knights over command for draw.
They're going to be rewarded.
Which makes sense.
We've seen that a couple times. We saw it in Atlanta. We're seeing it here now with Cyprian. So
yeah, absolutely. And it's a deck that's not very forgiving. You know, if you
count it
don't
out.
know what you have to be prioritizing, if you don't know what
But
kind
I
of
imagine they
matchups you can
tested
keep
both
against
with
certain
Winter Knight
matchups,
and
the deck can
command.
look very unexciting, but if you know exactly what you need
Eduardo,
to prioritize,
no,
and how to
Eduardo
sideboard,
plays
I think how to
bounce
sideboard
and Winter
Shishik
Knight.
is probably one of
His
the
deck is not playing command.
And Eduardo's
We can
hand
even
there,
bring it up right
bunch
now.
of blue cards. And, you know, I wouldn't even be shocked to see taking out a lot more proactive elements from Eduardo and just basically turning into a control deck.
4 Winter Knight stories, 4 bounce off. He doesn't have a single copy of command in his list.
Wistfulness now, just paying the 2 mana for it, so that's not going to stick around.
It's okay.
Yep.
Getting Ashling back, so Eduardo really wants to keep this card on the battlefield. Draw and discard here, off of its enters ability, or should I say discard and draw. And another Ashling.
His hand is kind of weak without any
Flame-Bringer, yes.
elementals. Never mind, he still has that Sunderflock.
And, I mean, anytime you get a creature that can ramp once, great. That's Ashling on the other side. Anytime you get a creature that adds
He
2,
also has Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah. Especially now that, you know, Cyprian is targeting all of the high mana value spells because we know Sunderflock is a thing to be looking out for from Cyprian's side of things.
Can't tell if that
because basically everything
other card was
in-
bounce
on
off
his
or not.
board
He
goes
was licking his hand a
bye-bye.
little too
All those
fast for
lovely
me.
little 1/1s that Appa makes, well, they're going to leave and never come back.
Yep.
If Sunderflock gets to land.
Absolutely, yeah. That is a really great point. You don't need Pyroclasm as much when you can
Don't
just
know when it's right to
Sunderflock
cast
away
Winter
all
Knight.
the
That's fair.
tokens.
It's
And
definitely
Eduardo made
a difficult
conscious
card to think about.
decision here to not
But you're
use
going
the
8 and
map
1.
with
That's
this extra mana,
that's wonderful, dude.
Cyprian Tron should very much
I look
be
forward to
able
playing
to
this
think,
list
all right,
on
there's
stream.
something.
Yeah,
And, as I'm seeing it, looks like we
We'll
have
probably
bounce
play
off.
the
Now,
deck
some
winning.
reason to also not map on
I don't know.
something
This tournament
as,
has a lot of spice, and I'm
airbend
excited to play with all of
Trons,
it on Arena.
Looks like we are now going to flip and in response get bounce off.
That's
That
sweet.
is just the biggest tempo play from here from Eduardo. This is sped up just a little bit, but I bet that was just as fast going on the stack. That was a huge exchange here for Eduardo.
Great interaction there
has
from Eduardo, who now flips Ashling around.
Enough for Sunderflock here.
And gets to play Sunderflock, bouncing all of the creatures on Cyprian's side of things.
Fortunately, the Appa and Aang are 2 parts of the combo.
Devastating turn
But it's
of
a good
events
tempo
now.
play.
Now Cyprian trying to play from behind.
Yeah,
and
good
deal
morning,
with this
America. I
underflock.
started
It's
way
so
early
brutal.
because the Pro Tour started at 7.
A lot of the interaction is you're just
I woke up
playing,
at 7:30, expecting it to be at 8 o'clock, but yeah, we're starting early
Actually,
today.
as I say that, there's one get lost, which was already cast.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of ways to actually remove.
Also,
this
Team Pater,
Thunderflock.
I'm on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, so if you think I'm crazy, I'm talking to multiple chats at once.
Avatar's Wrath, I guess?
Yeah, I do not think that one would be something you want in this matchup. And Aang Swift savoring a
Oh, right, it's
Thunderflock
reset
feels
day.
extremely bad.
Yeah.
Ooh, even better.
So it would make sense that
I think I finished at Mythic 99 when I was looking at it
Bant airbending as it is against the
this morning. I just kind of clicked through it.
He's got flying flash.
I'm usually
breakers, so you
around
could
like
just stick him in the way and hope to kill it.
low
but, you know,
number
Eduardo
values
will
to like
have to have a plan for
95,
that, and I know
96
that
the
is
past 3
probably the only way
resets when I
Cyprian
started
can
streaming
deal with
Magic.
Thunderflock.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of just having the removal spell.
Oh, you see me?
Player
Right on,
removal
right
is
on.
probably the best thing you can be doing here against
I appreciate
Thunderflock,
you
and that
bouncing
just
over.
means Cyprian comboing off.
But yeah,
And
America, we will be
here's the
playing
thing, we don't know the
some
hands, but if
sweet
Cyprian
decks from this tournament.
tapped out last turn
Like that, like the
water
Monument
bend and
deck,
transform
the
Aang,
Rakdos
that's a
Monument deck.
huge sign of
I'm looking
weakness.
forward to play
is
that.
not really, you know, what you're going for most of the time.
I kind of want to try this Demir deck as well and see how it feels. So,
Transforms.
there's a lot of goodies going on.
And Eduardo now. He's going to play this a little slower, just to make sure that he has a response for Cyprian. We know that he's got Appa in hand, he's got Aang Swift Savior in hand, I believe,
as
well. So
both can be played right now.
Yeah.
So
Yep, the highest I think I've ever been is
for the Appa, but we do not.
the highest I've ever been after getting into Mythic has been 4,
but, I mean,
and then the
just
highest I've been
attacking
after being placed
and then
was
just
like
replaying Thunderflock would be perfectly
33.
let's see what happens, basically, is what
30?
Eduardo's going
I
for here, but
bounce
first things
around.
First, Wistfulness, going to draw a couple cards.
Yeah, Reed's Yellow Hats Demir is what Luis Salvato won the first round of top 8 with.
Saw Eduardo do the
Luis Salvato beat Is It Lessons.
You know, hand signals.
It was a
one on top
wild
of the
game.
other.
There were some really close games. It was fun to watch.
You can do with Ashling, where you can actually get the 2 mana and then flip. So that 2 mana floating was able to evoke the Wistfulness, and we got to.
It's sweet. You get the best of both worlds with the transform cards from
It's
Lorwyn.
awesome.
Aang says, "Begone, Thunderflock." So, problem solved, at least temporarily.
Yeah, and I would think Eduardo is going to be very tempted to just recast that.
Yeah.
And then hold up Disdainful Stroke, but looks like with 5 mana you have 1 extra, so you can of course first see, do we have a land on top?
You haven't placed a number.
Now,
Hey, I
from
believe in you,
Eduardo's
man.
side of things,
Sometimes it just comes down to
needs
time.
also be cognizant of his
If you
life.
play enough games and you know
Those
you
are
clean
two
up your
creatures that
gameplay a
can
little
kill
bit,
him in the
you
air.
you just hit numbers. I've come to realize, and because I stream
Just to get
almost every day,
off the board.
it's inevitable that I'm gonna hit Mythic.
Okay, that is an interesting
It's kind of not fair
interaction
because
there.
some people don't really have the time.
So it costs 2 with airbending.
But granted,
it
that's why
still
I
gets the cost
posted the
reduction
list of
because you
the
have-
life gain combo and historic,
So
because
it
if you
is
just want to
free
hit
there.
Mythic, you
Okay,
can hit
okay.
Mythic in like an hour or 2.
Well, Eduardo doesn't have a lethal threat in the skies to
It's
deal
cheesy,
with
but it
here,
works.
Cyprian is looking
Because some
like
people
he
never hit
might
Mythic
be able to
before,
pull this off here
and
if
it means
he's
a lot
able
to
to
people,
keep
and I
that
get it.
Thunderflock under control.
Yeah, and we do have the ability, if we have a land, to just flip over Aang and then attack for 6.
It's definitely a grind.
At 5/5, and then it gets a counter.
Lately,
on
we've
it.
been doing it in like 1 to 2 days.
So if we have
Well,
land
let's see.
8, we can attack for 6 trample. That
Like
does
2 to 3
mean
days
at
usually
least
we
one
hit
chump
Mythic.
blocker has to go in front. But the thing is, you just tried this, and you kind of got wrecked by bounce off. Do you want to try it again?
Kind of sucks though hitting Mythic so soon because some of our brews just don't work well in Mythic because a lot of people are playing like the tier 1 decks, right? And then here we are playing
Just
this
going
like
for
a
the
D rank
safe 2
brew that
damage.
just
Currently, he's
doesn't
winning
work.
the damage race.
Imagine if
able
we
to
were like
recast Appa
gold
and
or silver,
Aang
we would be
the
running
next
into
time
more like
Thunderflock comes
jank
back.
decks
And
and
even if you had the mana to transform,
have fun
here,
jank versus drank.
attacking, trading Ashling, going down to 2, and then Eduardo just Thunderflocks it back, and Cyprian is tapped out. And
I am
can't
really
redeploy
jealous, Painter. I
everything.
mean,
That's a pretty bad
thank you
exchange as
for
well, so,
thank you
this
for
is
your
still a nice
service.
play from
It's
Cyprian.
also
So
very
from
unfortunate
Cyprian's
that
side
you
of
are
things,
disabled.
like,
I
he's looking
can
to
imagine life
instep
is rough
Aang
with
and
memory loss.
Appa.
But you
Hope
get to play
there's no
Magic all
reach,
the
no
time,
other flyers
so
on the board other than the Thunderflock, and he should pick up the win here.
And then go for it. Yeah, like we might see
a lot harder at
Aang Swift
50. Oh, I can
Savior
imagine.
transformed if it's just lethal. If it's not lethal, it's not going
Especially
to
with how complicated Magic is. Magic has so many loops. Right.
Double Sunderflock now. So now it is a lot tougher to get through in the skies, especially because Eduardo also has.
I'm glad it does. My roommate is
throne as well.
Definitely
Eduardo
is an Afghanistan vet, and they do not take care of her at all. She has to fight tooth and nail just to get some of her injury assistance for her back. So I'm glad the VA is helping it. That's wonderful.
Have a response.
Yeah, and even if you
I almost said Middle East, but I was like, pretty sure she was in Afghanistan.
Probably don't really need to recast it or don't want to recast it as you want to have that disdainful stroke for.
What if there's 2 Angs? Because there's no. Well, maybe it works. 2 Angs and then transform it. That's not enough to get through, huh?
Yeah, just the legend rule, if anything.
Well, yeah, Ang, bounce the one, keep the other. Transform it, try and get through.
If you get that works. If you get the 2 flocks out of the way, it's just still 7, 8, 9 toughness on the ground.
Yeah.
There's an Ang. Resolves.
I guess the one thing that's really nice is you can always attack with
airbending Sunderflock feels really bad.
If there are no blocks, aka no flyers, then transform and get 5 through in the air.
Disdainful Stroke was his last card.
Yeah, that actually is a solid thing that you can do if we had the mana available. So getting Sunderflock out of the way somehow and then attack, no blocks, transform, that would be lethal, but we have 7 lands right now. It doesn't seem like that is a feasible plan.
Yeah, and also the second flock that is just going to jump in the way, irrespective.
Exactly. Now, it's just one short here because you could attack with Aang, force the block with Sunderflock if you have an 8th land, and then transform, but that would be a solid play.
Just trades, right?
Exactly. That would be a solid play if it was 6/6 against 5/5. You trample over for 1, you get to keep your Aang, but paying your whole turn to lose everything.
Okay. All right. Now we're cooking.
Yeah. Aang at the crossroads here is nice. So
you can add me and we can talk.
Fine.
Show us, Cyprian.
I can't take direct messages from non-friends. Sorry, I get spammed way too often.
Is that it?
Dang. Where are the Doc Orlogs? Where
Oh my
are the big
gosh.
hits? I mean, that's
What a
so
whiff.
far 2 times that we have seen.
See, 5,
the
6, 7,
very
8, 9,
deck, like the
10,
Fetch
11.
Quest.
Yes, Sunderblock. You're just dead.
And at the crossroad, both have very minimal hits.
Yeah.
And now it is just the case of Eduardo has to have this just completely locked up right now, Sunderflock everything away, and that should just be it.
Yeah, the raccoon is an elemental, right?
Yeah, I guess it is. So yeah, that is the
10, 11,
that is a
12.
chump block here to stay alive on the roaming throne.
6,
You should have cracked them out.
8. Block the roaming throne.
Yeah, a card that I feel like we're all just learning together is an elemental raccoon.
There's plenty of elementals, even some crabs.
Yeah, so that would be the trade. I mean,
okay.
Sure. I think if you're at 1 or you're at 3, it's exactly the same.
Yeah. Doesn't make all that much of a difference
I
here.
can't find you,
Vibrant
sorry.
still closes the game by a mile if that's something that we can find. And
Especially
if
if
you'd
this
like
roaming throne sticks
talk in
around.
general chat or something, I can see your name.
And now at this point, you got to think like, what's the catch-up mechanism? And
Go
once
and
again, it's the
punt, look
same
him
as
up. I'll
before.
get the
You
number
need
to
Doc
take
into Aang Swift Savior.
Yeah, you need to combo off and just not give Eduardo another chance.
Exactly, and there's just
wonderful,
no
wonderful.
mana to do it. So looks like next turn is probably going to be Cyprian Tron's last turn of the tournament, but an incredible run. And so awesome to see.
Oh, yeah.
Huge reaction making it into the
Let
top
her know.
8.
Thank you so much.
Such a passionate Magic player. Like, you just see he loves the
I
game
found it.
so much.
Looks
His
like they
reaction
are
is instantly
PA.
afterwards. If you missed it, like, really go and give it a watch. Like, I really hope we'll see Cyprian make it up to the top tables in future events.
And even before we got the interview with Cyprian Tron, it was a solid 3-4 minutes of
mean, that's
tearing
general.
up, kind of behind stage. Just the moment meant so much
That's
to him.
general chat.
It's
That's general
incredible
chat
to
talk,
see, and,
not magic chat talk,
It
my
was
friend.
really a special moment late into yesterday's competition.
That's what we live for in the booth, man.
100%. or
See
when
what it means to these players.
Or when I was playing these Pro Tours, it's what I live for, watching from the rails. I was never in these moments, of course, but watching from the rails, that still gave me goosebumps back then.
Last card was 5%.
Yo,
Elemental Dex did it.
Up
It's
against
insane.
Cyprian Tron, who had an excellent run here this weekend. But these Elementals, they are doing
It looked like a
the work
cleaning.
here.
Not a good matchup at all for
His
Badger.
teammates gave him the ideas, the information that he needed. He said, "Okay, I'm going to trust him, and let's get it done." 3-0.
Hey, that's
What more
why you
could
have
want?
that's why you have a team, you know, because right after you just played Magic for 8 days and you just made it into the top 8, the last thing you want to do is test your top 8 match. You need to get some sleep, you need to get some dinner, but if you get a team that gives you those great ideas, you know, that's a huge benefit there, and big congratulations to Eduardo.
Yeah, shout out to Team Worldly Council there as well.
Why did
Backing
they
up
have a
their
black
boy.
band on their
we
arm?
have an interview with Eduardo
you guys know why?
after his win, so let's go hear from him now.
I just noticed that both of them have a black band on their arm.
I'm joined by the winner, Eduardo Sadжилek, coming off of a huge win over Bant Airbending.
All right, Team
Eduardo,
Painter,
tell me about
thank
that
you so
matchup.
much for the number.
Well, I think the matchup's closer than it looked. Probably on camera. Cyprien got honestly really unlucky in the games. Like a lot
I
of the
will
time.
pass that on to my roommate. I appreciate
get a
you.
mill
I'm going to delete
7
your
or
stuff,
the
though, if that's
5
okay.
Right, and just air.
I have the
bunch of times.
information.
For me, game 1 was probably the highlight because I'm like, Winter Night, draw free. Winter Night, Harmonize, draw free. Wistfulness, and Thunderflock's like exactly the right card
Yeah,
at
your
the,
personal
the 8th
information.
card, just as he has missed on everything. To like give me game 1, and then yeah, I take over as a result. Honestly, I think the matchup's closer, and just poor fortunes on Cyprien's part.
Well, as you move on to the semifinals,
And maybe she'll
you
get
play
something
the
from
winner
it.
of Christopher Larson and Francisco Sanchez. If you had to pick
Appreciate
one, who would you prefer to play against?
I like playing against Lessons. It's a cool deck. I think it's also very classic Magic, right? Like kind of value mid-range
just
against
working.
spell combo. So that's kind of a cool matchup. Historically, it's good for value
No,
mid-range.
I got
by
it
the
now.
way. That's
Thank you
why.
so much.
But whereas value mid-range against control varies. So probably, but you know, Larson's also a grand time.
Big
to
heart
play
to you.
against, so that'd be an entertaining matchup.
Thank you so much.
We're looking forward to watching you play.
Hopefully that can help my roommate out.
We're going to take a short break, friends, but when we come back, we've got 2 more quarterfinals to get through. Tony
So,
Portland versus
right now,
Guillermo
Lessons is
Lupi
out
up
and
next.
Badger is out. Slow claps in the chat for that. Slow claps. She fights all the time for the VA to give her disability assistance. She's been fighting it for years. And it's not full disability, but she definitely has like back spasms sometimes, or has difficulty and a lot of back pain. Especially if she's like sitting in a chair for a long time. It's not like breaking issues where she's fully disabled, but it definitely affects her life, right? Well, absolutely it is. But, you know, the government likes to not give our veterans what they deserve for sacrificing themselves. Yep, I agree with you. She served her country, she deserves it. Yep. Not to get political, and not, it's one thing I find frustration that my father served in Vietnam and he has PTSD and a lot of issues, and he never got help from the VA. And I know directly family wise how it's like of the VA always fighting you when there's, it affects your daily life every day. It's unfortunate that we, you know, praise people who serve in the military, but once they get out, they get no assistance. It's a frustrating cycle. It's a very frustrating and disappointing cycle. Anyways, I'm looking forward to the next round. Which is going to
Welcome back to
be
a chilly Richmond, Virginia to Pro
Teamer
Tour
Harmonizer
Lorwyn Eclipsed.
versus
We are into our quarterfinals. If you're just joining us, hello, hi, welcome. It's great
I've
to
got a
have
rhythm,
you.
the other Badger
Thank
deck.
you for joining us as we look to crown another champion here this weekend. We've been through 2 quarterfinals. Let's take a look at our
definitely.
bracket
Thank you so
here,
much.
Corey. and let the players know, let the people know at home how things have shaken out thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Christopher Larson and Eduardo Sajgalik into the semifinals to battle. That will assuredly be an entertaining match here a little bit later, but of course, we're going to see who is going to be in the bottom half of the semis.
The Marco versus Luis Lovato, they've already played, and Luis won 2-0 in the normal rounds.
Finals, friends. So up next, it is Guglielmo Lupi.
He'll be back. It sounds good. I will be here all day. Literally be here all day.
Harmonizer, or boring harmonizer, as Team Sanctum all like to call it.
Oh yeah, okay.
Let's take a look here first at Guglielmo's list. This archetype has undergone several transformations. Tell us about this latest concoction.
Absolutely. So this is the deck of the tournament. This was a deck that was about 45% going in, different iterations, of course, and didn't necessarily have the greatest showing, but this deck is really teched out.
It's really interesting. The champion of the weird.
Toolboxes here to get
you can get champion with the weird off nature's rhythm, and you don't have to behold a goblin. Because it's pay 1 life, blight 2, target opponent blights 2, activate only as a sorcery. Interesting against the other Badgerball decks, right?
And here we have Team Sanctum of All's latest brew, Teamer Harmonizer. It's a combo deck, of course, because why wouldn't they?
You know what we do on this channel? We hate against Badger, so we're hoping Tony wins this matchup.
Warp a Harmonizer, then you can play a Fabled Passage, couple triggers on the stack to double the power. You go full bore, and all of a sudden you go up to 7 power, double that to 14, double that to 28, and attack and can win as early as turn 4. So a combo deck through and through, and it's looked really, really powerful, especially in the hands of Tony. Tony kind of makes everything look good, though, so far.
He's having one hell of a run.
So close to being Player of the Year. Last year was a couple matches away, and now with just continues his dominance, making the top 8 here at yet another Pro Tour.
Well, let's see what these players are feeling just ahead of this matchup. They both chatted to Cedric earlier.
I'm here with Guglielmo Lupi. How you feeling about your top 8 matchup?
I actually never played the matchup, but I got to do some research like yesterday and tonight, and I think I have good chances. I'm gonna play towards like what I think I should be doing, and hopefully it works.
Good luck. Okay. I'm joined by Tony Portalon. Tony, how you feeling about your top 8 matchup?
I feel pretty confident. I think we went like 10-1 against Cub in the Swiss part, so, and I'm on the play, so I should be good, but I'm playing against a great player, so I'm a bit worried about that, but hopefully it will pan out my way.
Tony, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, you know, it helps that Tony's
good
also
to know.
a great player, so this should be
Good to know.
one
Thank you.
hell of a quarterfinals, friends, so buckle up. Let's get into it.
Tyler, thank you for the sub over on YouTube. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Unkindness crew.
Teamer Harmonizer. We are joining this
thank you.
quarterfinals. Both players
We're
are
almost
up
to
a
1,000
game
on YouTube.
apiece.
Holy
so
shit.
they have access to their sideboards. Now we're going into game 3.
966 today.
Going to be an exciting match between these two.
So cool.
And Tony and the rest of Tony's team.
You guys must really like me for some reason.
Extremely well in this matchup. So you gotta like the chances there up top, but just like Tony was saying, Guillermo, aka Zampa, extremely talented players, just on an absolute heater. Tough to compare Tony's hot streak as well, but both players have been just dominating here in the later stages of last year and the early start of this year.
Well, as both players get set up here, we have our Llanowar Elves down.
Yeah. 966 subs. I started streaming Magic only in November.
Brought in an Essence Scatter,
and Magic only on YouTube in November, so it's kind of a crazy ride.
Yeah, no,
do not look at my first few videos of Magic. They were trash. I've definitely gotten a lot better.
So I would think that is a huge
not with just editing, but you know, a lot of goodies.
For Lupi, also known as Zampa online, he took out the Keynote Curator, 2 Gene Pollinators, 1
Also, if you guys are bored, the Azorius Flash deck comes out today at 10 a.m. So in an hour, that video comes out.
Arboroid, 2 Okos, and 2 Spider Sense.
Yep, makes a lot of sense to me. Get at some of those silver bullets.
I think I've gotten better at explaining my plays and why, because definitely in the beginning I was just playing cards and yapping poorly.
Are very much for different things, being able to.
You watched them all? Wow. Thank you so much.
Stuff like that, so.
Yeah. Sweet little tool
He's
added to
bouncing his own land with Spider Sense.
Going to counter that stock up. So
no, it's 2 mana. That's sick though.
With a Badgermole Cub. And let's see where he can go from here.
We haven't seen it much this weekend, to be honest. On the feature match area, untapping with Badger Mole Cub, or just seeing Badger Mole Cub here in the feature match area. So
Here's the man of the hour.
But it did look like we had a mulligan here from both players.
Yeah,
as
both on 6, I think.
Zampa is very low on cards, but getting
YouTube every night, right on.
Ouroboros down and being
Well,
able
hopefully
to
I can make
crank up
more
the
content
power
you
here
enjoy
is
watching,
excellent.
you guys. Really wish I could do paper magic. We talked about this a few times.
These decks started as an
Just play like
Ouroboros deck.
Popper with,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
like
what
a
it
camera
was called.
overhead and camera looking
It
at
had
people. I think it'd
Jackal,
be a
it
lot
would
of fun.
try and make copies of it. There was a whole bunch of convoluted stuff going on, but players eventually said, you know what? We can do way more on turn 4. Why don't we just kill our opponents with a Crater Hoof Behemoth, you know? Turn 3, possible even.
Yeah, I think the first time I saw it was Spotlight Spider-Man, where we saw Kellen Pastor top 8 with that Simic deck in the field of Vivi, and then it really transformed after
Hopefully
having
I can make
pretty
this a
poor
career. Wouldn't that be
results at
cool?
the World Championship, and
Unkindness Crew.
a much different deck now.
Making videos.
So targeted then. Players
No one
came
will hire
prepared
me
for
as
this
engineer,
weekend
so
as
why
well,
not,
you
right?
know, lessons.
Trying
didn't
to
have a
survive
great
somehow
time.
in this world.
The top decks that everyone expected, well, you know, they weren't a secret anymore, so.
Yeah, it just really shows that, you know, over the last couple weeks here since the World Championship, every time the big deck has been targeted, it has fallen, you know, and that is just the pure sign of an incredibly healthy standard metagame.
I don't know if I would call it
just shows that there's so
fallen
many
because they
tools
still
to answer decks and standards right now.
all the
that,
hate that was on
this
Badger.
deck that's dominating
It
and
still
you
made
very
top
much
8.
want to beat it, you can.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, how I wouldn't say how long, but it took a while for, like, the airbending deck, for example, to find interdimensional web watch.
Yeah.
That was there. It was face up.
Absolutely.
But there's still tools to be found. You know, perhaps other archetypes to unlock. It just takes a little bit of work.
Yeah, Kai Nelson taking down Spotlight, the Avatar in Atlanta with an Avatar
deck.
with an Avatar themed deck. Well, being a huge Avatar fan was extremely special. But that was where the tech really came out at the first, you know, the first place that I saw it. And
The camera
since then,
moving?
that very
Am I
much
losing my
changed the
mind? Like,
texture
is
of the
someone
deck because,
bouncing
well,
the camera?
It was just a creature deck.
It looks like
all you
it's
had to do was
shaking. You
just,
can like look at the
you know,
red
pack
line right
as
below
much
me and it
removal
looks
as
like it's
possible.
moving.
But now when you bring in a 4-mana artifact that gives you
Kind of
card
driving me
advantage,
crazy.
you know, there's not a lot of cards that both deal with creatures and interact with that. Abrade is basically the only thing, and Abrade numbers were very low. And man, Tony is doing some serious math here.
Yeah, well, speaking of interacting with creatures and dealing damage, etc., are we not lining up for combo kill just yet?
So I think what Tony was doing is not math on, oh, can I kill you with Harmonizer type thing? It is a classic, can I take 2 with Steam Vents to probably just chart the course with Kicker here? And will I die to this attack here with Ouroboros giving 2 counters to everything? Looks like we have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage. Well, Tony ran the numbers. That's why you run it a couple times because, well, there's no wiggle room whatsoever here, so.
Goodness me. I mean, he's lucky there wasn't like another land into play with a cub, you know, because that would have just been lights out.
Yeah, you don't even need another land. You could just, you know, do the very rare
Oh, yeah,
thing
yeah.
of earth bending onto your
the land already there.
Yeah, the already bent land. But as it stands, Zampa was just like, okay, I just picked up second counterspell. Looks like I saw Disdainful Stroke and Spider Sense. I could attack Tony down to 1, or I could attack Tony down to close enough, you're dead next turn, in air quotes, and then hold up 2 counterspells. So I would think this is very likely going the way of Zampa here.
I do too. So a very reserved attack there, understanding that the way he loses is by being tapped out of blue mana.
Yeah.
And that Spider Sense can, you know, prevent the triggers from either the landfall or from the creature.
Interesting that he didn't just like throw out the kicked consultant unless he just wants to go deeper in the deck.
20, so
interesting
he would be
choice.
able to
I guess he
survive.
realizes that this is the turn that matters.
Last 4 tournaments here for Zampa. I mean, we know Tony.
Yes, Eddie and the Elementals won 3-0.
A lot of Tony's results over the last years, but Zampa's last
He's
4
on to the
tournaments,
semis.
won the Mox, top 8 at Narcy, took second at Spotlight Leon, and now top 8 of the Pro Tour here in Richmond, Virginia. Is that good?
He's cooking.
All right, here we go.
An incredible player.
You love to see it, man.
It's nice to see those players you know are extremely good start to have their results. So,
Disdainful Stroke says, no, thank you.
Yep.
Well, this is game 3,
the
so they
warp
have
is
sideboard.
3, but it is the mana value of
the
4.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that'll counter the Harmonizer, and that is going to be game number 3 going to Zampa.
That was a big game.
Like
and
Badger Cub,
honestly,
Ouroboros,
Zampa's
2
draw
counter
there
spells. That's all you need to
pretty
do.
average, you know, I would say. You know, just got the Cub here on turn 3. You were able to protect it with a spell, and then just one powerful creature, Ouroboros, go in the distance.
Let's take a look at what the players sideboarded in and out. Tony took out for game number 4. Wistfulness, Earthbender Ascension, Spider Sense, brought in an Essence Scatter, Seer, and 3 Pyroclasms.
Yep, so looks to be no changes, essentially. Yeah, both players seem to have very much stayed the same.
Yeah.
Felt like a not a very big play draw difference between this. Whenever you just have these type of decks, this kind of all-in combo deck versus this all-in kind of ramp deck, you don't see a lot of play draw differences, you know?
Gene Pollinator kicking things off.
No, how much is Thunderflock now? I just thought about this.
Things.
How much does Thunderflock spike yesterday? Now it made top 8.
He hits his land drops and can interact with what Guglielmo is going to be putting down on the board.
Thunderflock has tripled in price. It is now $16 at medium.
Saw that this was Team Sanctum going 15-1 against Rhythm deck, something
Oh, even more than
gigantic.
that. Oh shit.
But I mean, so far being up.
People
2
were selling it for
games,
$3 a couple days ago.
last
Now
game, as
it's
far as the
selling
first one that
for
we
up to
watched,
20.
didn't look fantastic for Tony by any
Feels
means.
bad, man.
I know the Izzet Elementals.
I hope you
deck
bought your
kind of were the
Thunderflocks.
winning team.
Buff,
Yeah,
I hope
But,
you bought your
know, I
Thunderflocks
can't
already.
imagine that Team Sanctum weren't far behind them.
Yeah, I would tend to agree as well. But yeah, the Spelementals team of the Boulder.
They're saying that they're now playing
so many players requalified.
Shimmer
for a
Wild
lot
Growth
of their
because
goals.
they are
Love this piece of
5 color.
interaction here. Being able to put that enchantment on your land and then tap it with Gene Pollinator to get a little extra
Sweet.
land.
Yeah.
You can do that kind of with like unable to scream on
Yeah,
your
Meld
opponent's
Strider's
creature.
Resolve as
Yeah,
well.
exactly. It's like Gene Pollinator, you know, trying its best to be Llanowar Elf.
You make
but
mana out of anything.
exactly.
Right?
But when you have these kind of enchantments and these ways to, you know, add any mana of any color, you're able to utilize it, and it's close enough to Llanowar. But right now,
Better than Llanowar. It's got 2 toughness.
that is very, very good point. Zompa's hand is quite bad, though. It is 2 lands, Llanowar Elf, and Spider Sense. So,
I think he needs some rhythm in his life, huh?
yeah, Rhythm is just really the card. This deck looks so different with just 1 Rhythm because, well, the 1 card, it's a 1-card combo in a sense because the first Rhythm always gets Badger Mole Cub,
Yep.
and then the second one, you know, you're faced with 2 options, and both are usually great. Oh, I can count to 12, and I can put Behemoth into play and win the game, or dang it, I can't get quite that high. I get a Riddler, I get to refuel, and you get to go from there. Or, of course, the alternative is you get one of these Silver Bullet style of effects. You get a Bright Glass Gear Hulk. You can get a Lantern with that. Like, the utility of that card is just through the roof.
One of my favorite fetches with it is the Mockingbird, which, you know, can just copy whatever your opponent's got on the other side of things, too.
Yeah.
I don't think this is
My
looking good
my
for
favorite
Tony.
is very similar to that. It's Gear Hulk to go get the Mockingbird.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes.
Ooh,
yes,
what if you put Badger on that equipped land?
He's not playing
It
any
dies.
Mockingbirds in this list, though. Oh, no, there they are. 3.
Yeah.
They're hiding. They were being imposters somewhere else.
Looks like they are double checking some interaction here.
I wonder what the question could be. If we find out, we'll be able to let you know.
Yeah, looks like we were looking at the enchantment to be able to see if it can be strapped up to a starting town, which, yeah, I don't think
Why
that
not?
seems like a problem to me.
It's any land, right?
Yeah, maybe just the
Sure.
interaction with Gene Pollinator. Tony
Oh,
was
okay.
making sure that you can tap that.
Sure.
Lightning
And the
bolt.
Oh,
Pyroclasm
no.
here
Oh, it's
is
Pyroclasm.
Gigantic.
G-Genes, no.
The G-Genes are gone,
Oh,
and right
boy.
now, the one thing we're missing is any kind of pressure, and that looks like we just top-decked another Shimmer Wild Growth, so not bad. Do some ramping, and then you can hold up your Spider Sense.
It's a Llanowar Elves in the hand there, yeah?
That was the 4 cards that we had before. I thought we top-decked another Growth here, but maybe not. Might have just been another land.
Yeah, I think maybe he's just got the 2 multiversal passages, the Llanowar Elves and the Spider Sense. So, yeah, Loopy needs some action quickly because, sure, having Spider Sense is great and all, but Tony's getting close to being able to combo off.
Yep. Absolutely.
Well, we assume. We can't see the hands. We're not sure what he's got to work with here, but, you know, multiple parts of the combo.
Yeah.
Probably available for him.
Just to take 2 damage if he wants to tap that land.
A couple spell snares here. I still do think that is the enchantment there I see in that third card. And if that is the case, with the starting town and the enchantment on blue, yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Multiversal Passage naming island instead of forest, because if you were to play that enchantment, it gets spell snared and you have no access to blue and you don't have Spider Sense. That feels a lot worse, so yeah.
There you go. Okay, you were right. I just didn't see it the second time he threw his hand out. Shimawild's Growth now.
Now we can drop a Llanowar Elf as well, have Spider Sense, all fine and good, but once again, absolutely no pressure. Tony, we have been seeing it all weekend when this deck doesn't have the combo on the turn. It's like, well, you know what I'm going to be doing. It's going to be stock up. It's going to be consult the star charts. And I'm going to do that over and over and over until I have the I win button, Harmonizer, and go and full bore.
Yep. Here's step 1, stock up. Spider Sense is no thank you because, as you mentioned, Tony's not really doing much else beyond that if he doesn't have...
Under no pressure now, so I think
draw step. Do we
not
have
at the end of the
any
world.
kind of proactivity here? Quantum Riddler would be excellent. A Rhythm.
That's Riddler mana.
Top deck, Riddler.
Lovely.
Must be nice.
Huge. That could have been a multi-$1,000 Quantum Riddler here for Zampa, and that was Riddler into Riddler.
No way.
Yes.
Up decks.
Oh, so much
Dumb.
power.
That is huge. So much cards. So if we're able, you play a land. That would have been 3 cards. Now the Riddler goes down to 2. How's 2 mana draw 3 going? But wow, it looks like we just
tapping out for it. I love it. Slam it. Let's
3
go.
cards.
So 5 mana, 4/6 flyer, draw 3.
Busted.
Holy moly,
There's a rhythm.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
And now this is the classic. Am I dead?
Yep.
Give me the rhythm, give me the rhyme.
I would think Tony is probably in a lot of trouble here.
Because what's it like?
Come on, man,
base,
it's Bob Sets
28
time.
power, right? So yeah, that's enough to kill him if Tony has it right now with a fetch land.
Yeah, and technically Tony's best possible draw would be Harmonizer.
I don't know how many times we saw Tony on camera on stream where his opponent finally taps out and he just doesn't have a combo base.
Math to be able to get the exact numbers on how big that creature would be.
I'll just say I'm glad Riley's a history teacher.
That's well said. That is well said.
Missed you, buddy. All right. Can Tony kill Guglielmo Lupi right now? He is tapped out just a 4/6 body in the air, so at an effective 19, needs to get 20 points of damage over the finish line here to tie things up here at 2 games apiece.
So Harmonizer, full bore, and just 1 land. The math there is just 14. That would force the chump block with a Riddler. That just would not feel like enough. It's very clear with the pause, Tony does not have Harmonizer, full bore, as well as a Fabled Passage style land. Otherwise, the game would be over.
Yeah.
So now it's the what else can Tony do type of game. And I also see a certain 8-drop in Zombie's hand there as well.
Oh, Hoof is early, huh?
Yep.
Technically late, but early. We don't ever want to see it in hand. We would love to just have it in the...
So that's 7. That's 7 mana with the Llanowar Elf. Untap land makes 8. Crater Hoof Behemoth with Quantum Riddler, both of those getting +3/+3. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Not quite enough anyways, so we'll need a little bit more than that.
Bit more time.
Well.
No, Bossing Say, the only thing here from Tony, activating this land.
That's really bad for Tony.
Excuse me, earthbanding
Not doing
it,
anything.
So, yeah, that is a yikes. We've seen that a couple times this weekend, and it's
Champion of
hasn't
the
gone
Weird
well.
is for the Badger matchup.
and I mean, that land
You
is
pay 1
incredible.
life,
It's
you
a
blight 1
solid
thing, and then
thing
you
for
blight
Plan B,
-2 on your
and,
opponent's board.
you know,
It's
you
really
can
good against Badger.
always Earthbend onto Escape Tunnels, Fabled Passage. That kind of interaction is awesome.
Pretty much for the mirror match.
But for here, it's a classic, I have nothing else I can do type moment.
Like I can pay 3 life and wipe your entire board. If you just have like a mana dork, a Badger, and a land out.
What's in hand here of Zampa? We have the Quantum Riddler number 2 off to the side. Warped
Yeah,
away.
pretty much. Like they don't want to play Hex, where Champion of the Weird has multiple Hex effects. Pretty strong.
Now all of a sudden Zampa has 5
And you
cards
can
in
find
hand.
it off
A
rhythm.
Riddler in the Warp Zone just shows that mulliganing, you know, dumping your hand on the table, that card is just so good at restocking you. So even just 1 can really reshape a game.
Certainly catches you up to where your opponent's at in the current state of things. Badger
There we go. There's Badger.
Okay.
Oh.
The map definitely changed.
Yes.
With Badger Mole Cub. If we now Crater Hoof. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we go untap land, that's Hoof. You have to tap everything. You're still only attacking with Riddler and Behemoth, but now it's +5. So that's 10, 15, 19 damage. That would be an attack for 19, but also with the -2 from the land, it would only be 17. So still would have to do more than this. But one other thing we know that we saw in hand is a Rhythm. So what does Rhythm on Cub look like? You get another Fabled Passage, Temple Garden, and Multiversal Passage that adds 6. A land would make 7, and you would not be able to cast Crater Hoof. So I think that's the math that Zampa was just doing there as he pushed the Multiversal Passage forward, signifying that this is about to be airbent.
It's so funny how these two decks are basically like dancing around each other, being like, no, you go. No, no, you go.
Yes.
Please, after you. Who gets dead the quickest?
Yep.
Boy, I will say, though, it does look like Loopy's setting up for an explosive turn next turn, and Tony has got to have an answer for it somehow.
Yeah, this is... Everything feels like 1 mana short, 1 creature short from winning this turn, and I think that is the math that Zampa is double-checking. So much easier for us to do the math in the booth when we don't have the lights, the stress.
Also find Ouroboros
match area. So now that is saying, okay, from Zampa's perspective, what do I do to make sure that you can't kill me when all I have is green cards in hand? And that's what it looked like there from Zampa. So this likely is going to pick a creature that has some utility to disrupt
So
Tony.
what I would have done here, he did incorrectly. You can...
The Gearhulk. Gearhulk down to the bottom of the library. What's he going to go and fetch?
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I don't know if Bright Glass Gearhulk really interacts with the combo in any way. Like a Soul Guide Lantern,
I mean, it's more toughness on the board.
Getting a Seam Rip. Nope, that's not.
What he could have done is he could have Badger Mold and then brought Rhythm back from the graveyard.
So got a couple of those in there. Goes for the Gearhulk.
You can get Melstrider's Resolve as one of the 1-drops. Insidious Fungus is a 1-drop. That also does. Yeah, every single one of these 1-drops that you can search up just seem like they have no utility. It looks like Zampa agrees because that's just 2 proactive elements.
Would you like
another way he can get Badger Mold down?
Riddlers? Now it's just dealer's choice, right?
Yeah, could be 2 more islands too. You could even just kind of ramp with them.
You can.
But either way you slice it, from what we've seen in hand from Zampa, this is him saying, I cannot win this turn, and it looks like I can't interact either. So it's like, Tony, you got 1 more chance. Otherwise, Zampa's for sure Crater Hoofing next turn, or at least trying to. And as long as
he
there's
has
not a Disdainful Stroke or something like
Rhythm
that,
in the graveyard, Riddler out of the board. That's Crater Hoof next turn.
Tense moments here for both of these players. You can see Zampa's hands shaking a little bit just as he, excuse me, maneuvers all the pieces on the board. I don't think Tony is sitting all
disappointing,
too
or not
calmly
disappointing.
either.
I don't know if I've ever seen Tony not be calm, though, for what it's worth.
He is very chill.
Very, very composed, that's for sure. And looks like that is 2 blue floating. Looks like that is now a flying island.
Nice. Here comes Gene Pollinator. That is so many creatures on the board now. Does he have blue interaction as well in hand?
I don't think I saw Spider Sense. That would be the only thing, is turn a creature sideways.
So that's 14 toughness. He still dies to combo.
That is a blue card.
Yeah. He's got a piece of interaction in hand. It might be a Disdainful Stroke.
Wow.
That can counter the Harmonizer.
It could if we left up 2 blue. If that was Disdainful Stroke and we didn't leave up
No, I'm talking about like the screen. If you look closely, the camera is shaking minorly. You can tell when you look at the orange line, and it's annoying me.
Yeah, and Gene's new.
I can't tell if Loopy is shaking or not.
Well, let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
The camera itself is shaking, and it's annoying.
The card that we saw in hand.
True. If you make a mistake now, the entire world is gonna be really rude on the internet about it.
Tony just pointing out. Yes.
I would be nervous too. This is the difference of thousands of thousands of dollars, right?
Right.
Yeah, he had 1
Yeah, so that was the other blue card, not a Disdainful Stroke.
Okay.
So there is no interaction. This is Tony knowing it is time to go all in. And wow, okay, the Bright Glass Gearhulk was actually great interaction. First strike prevents... Oh, I guess when it goes full bore anyways, it has 6 toughness.
Yeah,
but Yeah, there it is.
Going
Here is
for
the
it.
combo from Tony.
Yeah, and no way to stop it from Loopy's side of things. So Tony is going to pull this out of the bag here. Loopy was one turn away from hoofing him to death, but it looks like we're going to get tied up here, 2 games apiece.
Absolutely. We wouldn't have it any other way than a game 5 between these two absolutely phenomenal players.
Yeah, and not enough toughness to prevent what we... 14 to 28,
14.
yeah.
Yep.
Cracks the shock, makes it 28.
The triggers are on the stack. So it's going to be exactly 28. You're going to attack, only 4 toughness to block, going to take 24 damage. You've heard of Pestermite and Splinter Twin? Well, let me introduce you to Harmonizer and Full Bore, the new Splinter Twin.
It is not the new Splinter Twin. You need 3 cards.
Man, Tony must have just been sitting there the whole time. Being like,
It's not Splinter Twin. You need 3 cards for the combo.
Don't keep up any interaction for me, otherwise I'm super dead next turn. And now we get a game 5.
And you gotta think, I mean, there was one other option that Zampa could have done, and well, there was a warped Riddler. At least you can knock the top of the deck and just hope that maybe there was a disdainful stroke, something to interact, and instead you lose the game, and now you pick up a hand of 5 cards for game 5 for your Pro Tour life.
Ooh.
You know, but you know what? There are.
I mean, Badger's
Riddlers
one of the
in
better
deck,
decks in the
so
formats with
you don't
Riddlers.
hate mulliganing as much with
When you
this
mulligan
4-color
down.
rhythm deck.
I mean,
You
it's
know,
not the
something else,
worst,
so-
right?
Absolutely, it does
It's
help
not the worst.
a little bit, but just attacking with Gene Pollinator.
Oh, no, that's not a good sign.
We've seen a couple one-landers from Zampa throughout the tournament. All
Okay,
right, this
all
one's not one of them.
Phew. Preserving the life total, nothing to do on turn 2 there, so just attacking in for 1. Tony goes down to 19 to Guglielmo's 18.
Yeah, and down to 5 cards, always brutal, but like you were saying, Riddler can definitely help out.
Let's
And
see.
Tony playing the Mountain first leads me to believe that there is some interaction here, but there's just absolutely no reason to kill Gene Pollinator yet. The 1 damage, chip shot damage, that is not really what it's all about. But right here, if we see a creature, this might be the time where Tony kills a Gene Pollinator so you don't get the mana.
Nice. Gene Pollinator taken care of, courtesy of Burst Lightning. Quantum Riddler will draw a couple cards here for Guglielmo Lupi, or just the one if his hand is still stocked up.
Stocked up is used loosely.
Well,
there
yeah,
for
sure. If he has more than 1 card
Exactly,
in hand, he will draw 1 card from Quantum Riddler.
I would assume it's probably still 2, based on not playing a lot of stuff, but yeah, up to 3 cards. So it did only draw 1 card, and it looks like we have 2 lands, Break Glass, Gear Hulk.
Speaking of stock up, look at that, 2 Harmonizers.
Yeah, that was Harmonizers, Pyroclasm, stock up, 4th land. I mean, that stock up kind of had everything, so that looks like the type of stock up that is going to fill any kind of hole that Tony's hands needs.
Man, are we going to see a combo deck win this Pro Tour?
I mean, it's been a while since we've seen a combo deck in Standard Takedown. We've definitely seen some combo decks, you know, even our last Pro
I guess
Tour.
airbending kind of counts.
Yeah, even our last Pro Tour won by Mono Blue Belcher, but that's modern. You know, there's combo of aplenty in that format, but...
That's your format of choice, yeah.
I love them all. I love them all.
Good answer. See a formidable speaker in hand now for Guglielmo Lupi. Does he go to it straight away? Nope, it's going to be Bright Glass Gear Hulk first and foremost while Tony's tapped out. Let's go get 2 1-mana options out of the deck. Looks like Mockingbird's going to be one of them.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is just as far as the deck, there's no way that Zampa and the rest of Team Handshake were preparing against Teamer Harmonizer because it didn't exist. You know, so the silver bullets that they picked out and they were prepared for was Soul Guide Lantern, Seam Rip, Melstrider's Resolve, and Insidious Fungus. None of those interact with the combo in really any way, shape, or form. So, you know, you just have to get the proactive elements of Mockingbird, which is good. You know,
Mike
no
1,
matter
2.
what, now you have 4 mana, 4/4 first strikers.
Sorry, the mic came off
basically until
the
the end of the
stand.
game, but that is just not going to be enough most of the time against the power
Harmonizer,
of Tony's deck. And I mean,
Boar,
the game
and a
could
fetch land is the
literally be
combo.
over right now with Harmonizer
For
Full
28
Bore
damage.
and Fabled Passage.
Sounds good, Pamer.
If Tony has the absolute dream start, which does not look like
I'm
he do.
back. Sorry about that.
Harmonizer doubles the power. It doesn't affect the toughness, but Full Bore affects the toughness. So it
Exactly.
becomes 6 toughness.
So, yeah,
if he
you
has
Appreciate the
multiple
lurk.
first strikers, then yes, he can prevent himself from being dead.
Bingo. But
they need to survive.
Then you are just holding back your 8 power as well.
Yeah.
And then at any point, if Tony just goes like, all right, end step sear one of them, untap combo,
yeah.
then it's time.
Alrighty. Icetail Explorer hits the board. We're going to mill some cards, get some extra land drops. Just a nice little...
nice little value play.
Yeah, a little value play. Another piece of the engine.
And this is a card that we've seen a lot in the landfall decks, you know, trying to combo there with Harmonizer as well.
Yeah.
So Icetail and Harmonizer finding their way into another shell is really cool because this card is just incredible.
Yeah.
Making splashes in other formats as well as standard.
Making some birds get enormous as well in the mono green decks.
Yeah.
Little chocobos. Alrighty, Multiversal Passage now from Zampa. Takes 2. 19 to 18 are the live totals for those of you keeping track.
A swamp. Interesting. There is 2 cards that utilize black mana here, and is the Champion of the Weird, which we know was sided out. Superior Spider-Man, which was not.
Yeah, so that can go and get some things back from the yard if it is killed. Looks like we're just checking land and damage taken from those lands.
Yep.
He took 2 off of the first land he played. The second shot came in tapped. So yeah, would be down to 16 then if he played that untapped. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not 100%, but that would make sense to me.
Yeah, he didn't have anything else to do on turn 2, so it was just a tap Temple Garden.
Yep, that's right.
Sorry, it's the first. I had to make sure I paid
just
rent.
Getting some accelerants here. Mockingbird for another Gear Hulk, and now we do have that first strike wall completely blocked up here for the combo itself, but now we'll see if Zampa wants to just play that game, right? Of just saying, all right, I'm not going to, try to get aggressive or proactive and just hold back these Gear Hulks. And it looks like Melstrider's Resolve is not in the deck because this is the one time when this Mockingbird to get a fight spell here for Icetail Explorer would have looked great.
Yeah.
So not searching that up and playing a Llanowar Elf instead is 100% saying, I don't have that in my deck.
Yeah, he didn't bring that in. There's one in the sideboard, but not sided in.
Would have been great here, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But in most other situations, not good. Because Tony doesn't really play a creature until he wins the game.
Another mill trigger here.
Okay.
Spell Snare in the yard. Draw. Is it go time? Can we remove one of these blockers and combo off?
Oh my, so we need Seer plus full bore here to get through.
I have it into the first strike wall.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Tony has a way to remove one of the Bright Glass Gear Hulks to be able to push through the damage necessary to get Guglielmo Lupi dead. Congratulations, Tony Portolan, Teamer Harmonizer. 3-2 in the quarterfinals.
Wow, what an incredible match there. Even the last game, which looked very, very close for Zampa to be able to pick that one up, just needed one more piece of interaction, and Zampa was on his way to the semifinals.
I go to
Tony was able to
fix my microphone, and the match ends just like that. So
to put himself
there's the combo deck for you.
Incredible.
Whew. Congratulations, Tony. You are
Good job,
on
Tony.
a streak, my friend. We got to chat to him after his match, so let's go and hear what he had to say.
Tony Portolan, a huge win in the quarterfinals. 5-game match. Tell us about what was a pretty lengthy and fun back and forth.
Yeah, so we split pre-cyber games. It went as anticipated.
Etchermo's Burners and Teamer
in game 1, so they won. And then in the post-board games, they have some counter spells, some interactions. And basically game 3, they drew 2 of the 3 interaction spells, and they got me. And then game 4 and 5, I managed to squeeze a win. They were a bit unfortunate. Game 5, they mulliganed the 5, but I think they weren't prepared for the matchup. So yeah, they were goldfishing a good hand.
And that seems kind of true about most people that you've played against with your deck. Your deck is really taking people by surprise this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really happy about it. However, my next matchup has some interactions, so it will be a much tougher.
He's going to have a bad matchup next round. The Mir deck is looking really good.
Watching you play in the semifinals. Good luck, Tony.
Thank you.
Big congratulations to Tony Portolan picking up the win there. Let's take a look
What does
at
that
our
black
breakout
armband
Corey,
mean?
and
Do you guys
see
know?
how the cards have fallen thus far in our quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed.
These are how the cards have fallen and how the Cubs have fallen. There are no more Cubs here into the top 4, which is a very big dramatic story.
Get out of here, Cub. No one likes you.
Facing the winner of Marco and Luis Salvato, which we're going to figure out here very
Don't get me wrong, I like playing with Cub. I think Cub is great. I can't wait till we have more wild cards so we can play with Cub and like Pioneer and stuff to play some dumb combo decks.
Salvato. We're playing Demir Excruciator.
Yeah, imagine Cub with like Noble Hierarch.
Heavy play up against Marco Balaka, who brought a
Both
sweet
Hierarchs.
Jeskai control deck here this weekend. Representing
Gross, like
Italians,
real
Luis
mana dorks.
Salvato. Tell us about this list here, Corey.
Absolutely. I mean, this deck is the coolest. We saw it in the hands of Christopher Larson as well. This is the only deck that had 2 copies in the top 8 of this Pro Tour. Nobody would have guessed that going into that. I don't care who you are, except maybe the players that played this deck. We are trying to play Doomsday Excruciator, flip over the deck and leave only 6 cards, and then attack with the Restless Reefs to be able to mill out your opponent, or of course, just play some value creatures as well. So.
On the other side of things, Marco Balaka, our overnight leader on day number 1, undefeated player, playing Jeskai Control, another very, underrepresented list, but a good call here for the weekend thus far. Tell us about this one.
Jeskai Control, Azorius Control both had great weekends as well, and this is the classic definition of control. Trying to kill all your opponent's creatures with Day of Judgments, Ultimas, as well as have a plethora of counter spells to be able to interact. It's a draw go deck that plays Jeskai Revelation
I wonder
as
if
the win con.
we saw
those
this.
are the decks. These are the players. We're gonna jump
Oh,
to
the black
Magic,
band
but
is
not
for
before we hear
remembrance
from
for
both
like
of
someone
them.
who dies.
Spoke to Cedric.
I didn't know that. Could
I'm
be.
joined by Luis Salvato. Luis, how you feeling about your top 8 matchup this morning?
Well, I'm feeling great. I think it's a good matchup for me. Also, more games post-cyber means more duress to cast.
And he already beat this person in.
Watching you play. Good luck.
We've already watched this
I'm here
matchup with
Marco
Lewis,
Balaka.
and
Marco,
he won in
feel about your
2
top
games.
matchup?
So
It's not easy. The pre-sideboard game it's fine, and post-sideboard is much more difficult. So to win, I need to win pre-sideboard, and still 1 game post-sideboard.
Good luck this morning.
Well, he said it. He has to win both of the pre-sideboarded games to stand a chance against this deck, because post-sideboard, Luis gets hold of plenty of hand disruption spells, duresses, whatever he wants. He's got a couple of deceits as well in this list. So let's jump into this quarterfinals. Let's see how things stand as we join and see who our final semi-finalist is gonna be. Both players locked in, ready to rock and roll. We join in game 3, and would you know it, Marco Balaka has done what he needed to do and is up 2-0.
We saw Luis Salvato against Marco in the round that Salvato clinched the
I'm
top
still
8.
I'm still rooting for Lewis here. I know we like the Jeskai control, but this Demir deck is fantastic.
Essentially has to win 3
Yeah, he
games
does
now
look
instead of
defeated
winning
already,
both
and it's not. Well, he's already lost to
but the
Lewis before,
plethora of duresses and a bunch of hand
but he definitely. I don't think he has the right
Mountain
mindset
River,
coming
all
in
that
this
stuff
match.
makes it so much
I would be
better
so
for
stoked.
2017,
Bad matchup, good matchup, brother. You made the top 8.
Luis
I
was
would be so excited.
stoked when he made the top
I would
8.
woke.
You could
I would
just
be like
tell.
woken up, and I'd be
Deceit
all
now getting to
fucking
take a look
jazzed
at
and
the
stuff.
hand here. What is the biggest threat in this hand, Corey?
Yeah, so we've seen Salvato prioritize taking the Jeskai Revelations at most stages of the game, but this early on, where it is the first removal spell, you usually want to take the card that is unique, the card that kind of presents the first problem, and that would really be stock up here. So that would make a lot of sense to me. Sure, you can cast Consult the Star Charts for 2 and just have that little look at the top 2, put 1 into your hand, but not something Salvato's going to be worried about right away. So I'm definitely taking the stock up here.
There's certainly, little windows of opportunity for Luis, to find other answers for what's in hand there. So Deceit taking the immediate problem in stock up, which gets you the most value. Consult the Star Charts is a later problem, but that right there is a big, big problem.
Oh, wow. Torpor Orb off the top is huge. The one thing Demir is not great at is removing artifacts, and, Salvato's every single creature has a come into play ability in some regard. Deceit, Doomsday Excruciator, Harvester, Superior Spider-Man can put something into play, but here is the counter to that. You can just evoke out Deceit. Sure, you don't get any of the abilities anymore, but it is a 2-mana 5/5 that stays.
Thank you for the 5/5.
Torpor Orb giveth and Torpor Orb taketh, for sure.
That is such a funny interaction.
It is, yeah.
But now Marco, okay, sure, fine. There's a massive creature on the board. But now, stock up. Gets
Marco
to resolve.
does have
also
a
found
board
it off the
wipe
top of the
that we
library,
know of.
right?
So.
Yeah.
There weren't two in hand,
That
so
was the 2 draws. So,
Yeah, one more. Yeah,
you know, I mean, you can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck is kind of what they say, and those 2 draws from Marco are going really, really good. And when we saw these 2 play in the Swiss, the one thing that didn't happen, I mean, Salvato had the same kind of starts, rip apart your hand, rip apart your hand. The one big difference there is Marco kind of drew what
The
in
board
air
was to
quotes
see,
be
what is that
expected,
one
just a
card
bunch
that
of lands or something at the
you
moment.
got to play with champion? You can
Let's
only
take a
play
look
with even
again.
number spells in your deck.
Number 2 here, and
Kind of reminds me of that card.
During the first bit of hand disruption, so take a look at the options for Luis. There's a Day of Judgment, there's Jeskai Revelation, and Get Lost, as
I
well as
saw
Consensus.
in Salvato's hand a Superior Spider-Man, so there's one option to be able to take the Day of Judgment, play Superior Spider-Man, have 2 5/5s, and just hope that's good enough.
Swing for the fences, yeah.
Exactly. You know, not the absolute greatest plan. The other plan is you could just like Get Lost and hope that Marco doesn't find a 4th land, or of course you could go long-term plan and take the Revelation.
I do think he's got Elegant Parlor.
Oh,
in
yep,
his
that
hand.
is just
yeah,
pulled
he just
down,
pulled
yep.
it down, as it's not an option.
Still a tap land, so
Still
at
tapped,
least,
yeah.
you know, that is one extra turn.
Yeah, it's a turn to pressure some damage in, so Get Lost, keep the creature that's on board in action for one more turn at the very least.
So what this is really telling me is Salvato is never going to overextend here, aka play that Superior Spider-Man next turn on 2nd to seat.
Found an untapped land.
It's just going to be the classic attack with this, you deal with it, play another. You deal with that, play another. Because we do see the Doomsday Excruciator, which will not have the come into play ability, which is unlike any come into play ability here in Standard of removing libraries from the game, but the ability to draw 2 cards.
By the way, this is
still
game
remains
3. Marco won
Intimidation Tactics
game
is
1 and
Luis's
2.
hand. That's a dead card.
I
in
want
this-
to.
in
We
this
need to
matchup
point
for the
that
most
out.
part, right? Unless you have it on turn 1 and you hit a Torpor Orb.
In case you guys
Yeah,
messed up.
and I think
That's
that
why we
is
see
the
Torpor Orb
respect
and
to
see
Torpor.
Duress because they're both sideboard cards.
I mean, there's Kyoshi, the
Unagi of
Unagi
Kyoshi
Island,
Island, yeah.
that's another hit. But yeah, totally agree. Whenever we saw that from Luis Salvato pre-board in the Swiss, we cycled it. So that's kind of telling.
Yeah, yeah. At least it has a cycle ability.
Yeah.
So we can tell you for game 3, taken out for Luis was 3 Harvest of Misery, 1 Superior Spider-Man, Arch Enemy's Charm, Requiting Hex, all of them, and 2 Deadly Cover-Up. He brought in 4 Duresses, a Cruel Claws Heist, Shoot the Sheriff, 3 Quantum Riddler, and a Negate.
Absolutely, and we did just see the cycle there of the Intimidation Tactics. So Torpor Orb doesn't shut down the ability to be able to make one of your creatures, but there's really no point because it would just be a 4/4 Deceit.
Yeah.
So
Superior Spider-Man
Salvato's
says
just
you
like,
may,
it's a 4/4
so.
Superior Spider-Man now. But let's say we saw a Quantum
Or
Riddler
4
in
for
the
4.
yard.
Yeah, that would actually have a
could-
static effect.
Exactly. You could exile that and have that going, but Salvato doesn't want to remove his own creatures from the graveyard.
For Marco's side of things, he wasn't super jazzed about the post-sideboard games. He took out an Abrade, 4 Lightning Helix, and 2 Ultima. Brought in 2 Tishana's Tidebinders, 2 Torpor Orbs, an Exorcise, the Unagi of Kyoshi Island, and a River Churn Monument.
Makes sense to me. The River Churn Monument is
Could
huge
be big, could be
when you
big,
lose
yeah.
the library. So
Doomsday Excruciator hits the board and does nothing.
that middle section of text, remove that. That no longer exists with Torpor Orb, but now you have a 6/6 flyer that says at the beginning of your upkeep, you draw a card.
Yeah.
Which is very strong now. So this is it. I think this is going to be a classic moment for Marco. Can I consult the star charts and just flip over Day of Judgment and probably lock up a semifinals berth with that big of an exchange? And if not, probably heading to game number 4. And of course, for anyone that didn't remember, Luis Salvato ended up taking down Seth Manfield, our reigning world champion, in the Player of the Year the tie when they tied to play off to see who actually gets it in 2017 and 2018. One of only 2 players to ever tie and win Player of the Year in that way, which is really, really cool.
That's sweet. You gotta figure it out some way, huh? You can't share the prize. Consult the star charts. Taking a look, there's Shauna's Tidebinder and a whole lot of land.
I think we saw this last time against Salvato where Marco made this judgment call of, should I just kick Consult the Star Charts, get 2 cards, or just cast it and try to find No More Lies?
Yeah.
And that time it backfired as he didn't find it. And this time, it's kind of the same story as no More Lies, no Day of Judgment. Doomsday Excruciator is going to resolve. We just picked up a land. And now we got 5 more looks at Day of Judgment for Marco to be a huge in the driver's seat here.
Like he didn't find removal or Day of Judgment.
Likely just over because, well, we're going to have Doomsday Excruciator, a 4/4 Superior Spider-Man, and then the land to be able to get animated, the Restless Reef there to attack.
Yeah, certainly enough. You need to deal with both these creatures on the board, and that hand is not going to cut it.
One thing we very much might see is there is a Tishana's Tidebinder in hand from Marco, so...
Stop the land?
Stops the land and chumps the Superior Spider-Man and goes to 1.
Sure. I guess that is a thing that could happen.
I mean, if any deck comes back when you go to 1 life, it's a control.
Yes, for sure.
So here's
the only life
up.
that matters is the last life, so...
Without any game.
It is. Salvato just utters nothing again, and that looked to be nothing again. So that
he used his one time, Corey.
It sure did, but that is the one thing that those selections didn't look great. But the play I was mentioning earlier, play land 6. I don't believe we played
he brought
a land
in.
this turn.
No, he brought in the artifact that mills.
The land.
You just threw that at the bottom. That's funny.
As Marco doesn't Tidebinder the Doomsday Excruciator.
Just like if Doomsday's trigger, you can play that card and
that would shut off. That would
your
shut off
opponent
the
off.
flying.
I mean, Restless Reef was the first thing on the board, so I imagine that's his target here.
And Marco has to Tidebinder that.
Okay.
Huh.
Opted not to go for it, so Luis picks up a win here. Can he reverse sweep here in the quarterfinals?
Oh yeah, of course. Torpor Orb shuts down the Tidebinder, so that was not an option.
Sure does.
Of course, of course, of course. Okay.
Torpor Orb giveth and Torpor Orb taketh away, as you mentioned.
Torpor Orb is a universal effect. There's just usually not a lot of come into play abilities from the Jeskai side. So, yep, Salvato, of course, had that locked up.
Nice. All right, Luis. Here we go. Restless Reef to start things off once again. Marco Balaka. 2 lands in play. Interaction plenty from what we could quickly glean there. Deceit wants to take a look, and Normalize says, no thank you. Get out of here.
Now Marco gets to be on the play for 2 turns in a row, which is nice.
Tapped.
He gets to have turn 2 interaction with no more lives, and that's really important.
Resolve. Stock up is allowed, so let's go and sculpt the hand a bit more here for Luis.
And the No More Lies was big. You know, normally Deceit, if you're just, you know, having a duress style of effect. And
Like
you
Marco
get a
has a really bad hand, though.
Or it gets countered, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
But No More Lies exiling it is a big deal for the interaction with Superior Spider-Man.
You know, it's great against all of the graveyard decks this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the stock up wasn't that good. Like there's lands and Superior
Monastery.
Spider-Man.
We've got the Get Out.
And that's about it.
And another land, I think I saw Plains too.
Yep, still a solid hand.
Like took some lands and the Superior Spider-Man. Yep.
But Marco looks like we might have been on the mulligan a little bit. Only 4 cards in hand there. Spell Snare, Get Lost, 2 lands. Not a very strong hand at all. And
Yeah, but 1 draw spell gets him into it.
6. And, well,
how
many 4-mana 4/4 do-nothing creatures are we going to see from Luis Salvato? This is not a deceit. This is just what the card says. And makes a lot of sense. Salvato just has another Superior Spider-Man in hand. So just trying to play to the board. Now, that was a Torpor Orb off the top as well, I think. And Salvato's deck is not this Dimir control deck. You know, it is a Dimir tap-out deck. More closely resembles that than actual Dimir control like we saw from Nassif Reduke this weekend.
See Luis Salvato deciding what he wants to do with this turn. Has Insatiable Avarice in hand. Has another Spider-Man, so he says, you know what, I might as well. Let's get this out there. Restless Reef for land for turn, and the turn passes back.
Marco prioritizing Quarry Mountain Monastery instead of playing...
We need Drew Jeskai Rev.
And that was good.
I kind of wish he'd drawn that, though, yeah.
That was good kind of luck, in air quotes there from Marco, not having it the other way around. Drew the Jeskai Revelation and Quarry Mountain Monastery, the Day of Judgment. That was the other order. You don't, of course, play that. And Day of Judgment into Torpor Orb at least prevents not having libraries right now. So that was a huge hit.
He also drew land number 7.
Oh my goodness. Doomsday Excruciator
Marco's
now,
on
presenting a clock
a
here
roll.
for Luis Salvato. We did see one more piece of removal in the form of Jeskai Revelation, so bouncing that back to hand.
And
Gain
now
some life, make
looking
some
really
critters,
good.
draw some cards.
Yeah, and the type of game that Marco was talking with Cedric here before, I need to steal, I think is the word that Marco said, steal a game in the post board, and this feels like the start of how you do it. I mean, that was a huge tempo loss for Salvato, playing
And
a
he drew
6
another
drop
Jeskai
that
Rev out the
does
Jeskai Rev.
nothing until you draw your
Oh,
extra
baby.
card or get some damage in, and then Marco playing a spell that gets to draw him 2 cards, bounces it, all this kind of stuff is a huge tempo play for Marco.
3 reefs now on board here for Luis.
Yep.
Marco does have a normalize in hand, so...
And another Jeskai Revelation, though. That's the main thing.
Nice.
Marco can just go bounce Excruciator, 4 more damage to the face, 2 more monks, attack for 4, put Salvato down to 6, and that might be insurmountable. That really might be too much for our 2017-2018 Player of the Year to come back from here.
You don't really think you need to deal with the creature attack here for Luis Salvato, but he's going to have to find a way to answer these monks now. Goes down to 6, like you mentioned,
Whatever he has
Corey,
board wipes
and
or not.
Marco is firmly in the driver's seat here. What can Luis pull out?
Deadly cover-up, that's really the thing that needs to happen.
Yeah.
Deadly cover-up and then exile the cards in your graveyard, get rid of the remaining Jeskai Revelations. It might be cover-up or bust here. There can be a Harvester as well.
I think he took all those out.
Oh, no!
No, that's not it.
Shoot the Sheriff on one of the monks. All Marco has to do is cast 2 spells here, and that is going to be
Jeskai
enough.
Revelation again. Marco
Damn.
Balaka picking up the win here in the quarterfinals.
He
Luis
got his
Salvato
revenge.
Putting up an excellent fight, but
Good job,
Marco
Marco.
Balaka playing Jeskai control, able to pull it out there.
I mean, what an incredible result there from Marco. Also, you just really got a
Jeskai
feel for
believers.
Marco. Went
Jeskai
11-1
believers.
at one point, lost 3 win-and-ins in a row, had 1 last win-and-in, got there, now makes it into the top 4. What an incredible performance. And now in the top 4 for anyone keeping track. 4 different decks.
Absolutely. You love to see it. Congratulations to Marco. We now have our semifinalists decided, friends. We're going to take a short break, and Maria and the desk are going to set us up for those. Don't go anywhere.
We are now down to 4. We have the Demir deck, we have the Harmonizer combo deck, we have the Jeskai control deck, and we have Elemental, right? We have Demir Excruciator, we have Harmonizer, we have Elementals, and Jeskai control. What a crazy top 4. Not a Badger in sight. Let's go. Now Badger's not going to get banned. On it now. Yeah, I do too. We'll see. We'll see how it looks 7 days from now.
Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is happening March 6th through 8th
Yay.
in Richmond, Virginia. There's a Super Shredder with art by Chris Seaman for all participants, and a foil version for the top 128. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on Magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026.
Wonder how that card's going to be abused. Super Shredder, because it's any permanent. Even your opponents.
We're getting ready for our semifinals here
I bet
at
you right now.
Pro Tour Lorwyn
I bet you right now
Sephiroth
Sephiroth deck with that card is going to exist.
Richmond, Virginia, $50,000 to our first place finisher. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bertholdi, Monty Devuti, and Cedric Phillips hanging out with you here on Top 8 Sunday. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we are, in fact, through our Top 8 this morning. Take a peek here. You can see all the results from our quarterfinals, setting up our semifinals, which we'll head to momentarily. Christopher Larson will be up against Eduardo Sajgalik, and Todi Pornalon will be playing Marco Valaka there in our semifinals. Who will the finalists be? We will find out over the next couple of hours. Well, Lorwyn has certainly made a splash here in Standard. We're going to walk you through our top 10 most impactful cards for the weekend. So drum roll, please, as we get ready for our first card that we are taking a look at here in Lorwyn Eclipse. We've got some really fun ones that have been added to the bunch and have been making an impact in a bunch of Standard decks. First one I want to turn to is this gentleman, Cedric.
Well, thankfully not as good as the Simic Oko, but still good all the same. This 3-mana Transforming Planeswalker is a really fun one to play with here in Oko Lorwyn.
It is.
It goes up and down, it goes all around. Doesn't dominate a game like its former self, but is still good nonetheless, and I'm glad it is back in Magic.
Next up, we are going to be looking at Seer. Pretty simple card, just 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. And you know what? That's just the type of card that you sometimes need in Standard, as we see all of these Izzet decks considering it as an option when it comes to their sideboard specifically.
Up next, we've got Spell Snare. Ooh, I have to talk about a counter spell, but this one is
Spell
great.
Snare had a lot of play this week.
If you need it, mostly a main deck here at this tournament, by the way. Best when in Teamer Harmonizer.
We are going to move on to card number 7. Requiting Hex is another answer to Badgermole Cub, and that is kind of a reoccurring theme among some of these cards. Badgermole Cub was looming very heavy over this tournament, and a lot of players built decks to beat it. If you were playing black, you had at least 3 main deck copies of this card in your deck. Very powerful removal spell.
And next, some very familiar faces. It is a Shockland cycle. Not all 10, but they have made quite an impact, just fixing a lot of the mana issues that some of the decks we have seen in the past have. Temple Garden and Hallowfound is specifically a massive boon for decks like Banter Bending.
All right, and coming in at number 5, who do we get? It's Ashling Rekindled and Ashling Rhymebound here. This is an absolutely fantastic turn 2 setup piece for these elemental decks and lets you ramp into super powerful elementals later in the game. Love this card. Also,
As I just want to show you Magic on Arena right now.
Number 4.
It's bronze to mythic, but the second highest win rate deck right now is Azorius Flash. We're back, boys. We're back.
Priced to move as far as
let's go to actual white plat.
They're all going to show up in the same strategies. While a lot of
Azorius Flash falls to 3rd, but still. Flash is here to stay, boys.
And then some. These Evoke Elemental incarnations are really taking Standard by storm.
Love to see it. It's so funny how different the Pro Tour is meta compared to Magic Arena meta. Like as it lessens is not there.
To have a massive answer no matter
Rakdos
how
Monument.
wide the Cub decks are able
shit.
to go. This deck has single-handedly formed multiple archetypes this weekend, and its impact has just been absolutely massive on the format.
Coming in at number 2,
Buff, did you buy your Thunder blocks? Because they went up by 3,000%.
I just love seeing this card
this
in
morning.
the decks, especially ones
I hope
that
you
are
bought
running
some.
Superior Spider-Man, because if you tap your mana correctly, you can get both effects of Deceit when that card comes into play, which is
Are
very
you ready for that elemental deck to hit 1,000?
So is this one. Number 1, Formidable Speaker, JED, that's the way to be. This 2/4 Elf Druid allows these green decks to kind of homogenize themselves, make sure that their game plan is very consistent. The untap another target permanent, that one comes up the least as far as what's important on this card, but make no mistake about it, all the pieces of this puzzle are very powerful, just like Jean-Emmanuel Duprat himself.
Well, we recently lost a Magic Titan of the game, and that is, of course, none
here we
other
go.
than Kai Buda. We're all feeling that loss very deeply, I would say, at the tournament this weekend. We actually got a chance to sit down with Kai last year in Amsterdam when he knew what was coming to ask him about his Magic life.
Magic the Gathering actually found me. So when I was in school, I had a bunch of friends, and with these friends, I played Dungeons and Dragons. One of these guys was playing Magic, so we started to play some multiplayer Magic. I got hooked, started to go to a shop. Then there were like pretty good people playing locally, like going to German nationals and that stuff. So I started to play, get friends with these guys, and then I kind of moved up the ladder from playing shop tournaments to playing PTQs. And back then, regionals was a big thing. So regionals, nationals, yeah, and that's how I got into tournament play. I won a PTQ, and then we went to a GP in Switzerland, and Dirk top 8 at that, qualified for Proto Chicago, which was the same Proto that I was qualified for. Going to Proto Chicago, we had no idea how good we were, because suddenly we were playing against these Americans, which we didn't really have contact with before. And then Dirk won the Pro Tour, and I finished top 16. And at that point, we were like, okay, we are pretty good at this stuff. Like, we are on their level, we can play with them. And then in the same season, I played 5 GPs and won 3 of them. And at that point, we were kind of like, this is a thing, this is something we could be doing for a living for a couple of years. We are clearly good at this. We know we're good at this. We can hang out with the best. And that's how we got there, yeah.
Kai Buda, where to start? He is a true legend of this game. Like, I don't think there will ever be anyone that comes close to Kai.
The World Championship 1999 was the first World Championship I qualified for, and it happened to be in Japan. I've never been to Japan before. I mean, back then I was 18, so yeah, I didn't travel that much. I did top 8 that tournament, which obviously felt great. It was my first Pro Tour top 8. Back then we counted Worlds as a Pro Tour. And then when we saw the top 8, my mediocre standard deck lined up perfectly against everyone else. The final against Mark Lepine was still the fastest finals ever, I believe. It was best of 5, and I think it was finished in 15 minutes. So yeah, that felt really good, and I ended up snatching the Player of the Year title from John Finkel in the last minute, basically. So yeah, that was a great tournament. So my second Pro Tour top 8 was Chicago in 2000. That was a standard-only Pro Tour, so it was 14 rounds of standard, no other format involved. The top 8 was very
bent
strong.
those
That
cards
was one
are.
of the stronger top 8s in the history of the game, probably.
My God, look at those
in
chairs.
The semifinal, I played against Brian Kibler and his trademark Dragon deck. I think he's still salty that he lost that match. I think it was a good matchup for him, but I got kind of lucky when everything played out.
Look at those chairs.
And yeah, then I beat Kamil Cornelissen, which is another of the very great Magic players of all time in the final.
Bent his cards are.
2 Pro Tour top 8s, 2 wins. It was a nice life back then.
My most enduring memory of Kai is actually from my first Pro Tour San Diego 2004. I walk into the tournament hall and I see Kai, Dirk, and Marco, the Phoenix Foundation, and I've read so much about these guys. I've followed Pro Tour coverage for years. It would have just blown my mind to learn that many years later, Kai would actually be on my team. I would play test with him. I would eat meals cooked by him. I'd listen to him to complain about things and then complain about different things. And it's just incredible, kind of the Magic journey that took Kai from being this guy I read about in coverage to someone who picked me up from the train station when I got to Amsterdam.
So the probably best city for me to play Magic in is Barcelona in Spain. I played 2 Pro Tours and the GP there. I top 8 at the Pro Tour, I won the GP, and then in 2001, I won the Pro Tour in Barcelona, which was all booster draft. At first, it was super smooth for me, but then I lost 2 rounds in a row, and I had to win the last rounds against a very good friend of mine, Markus Jöbstel. I did win, made top 8. From there, it was smooth sailing again. I had a great draft deck in the top 8. I beat a close friend in Patrick Mello in the semifinals, and then I played one of the really great players in the game, in Alan Comer, in the finals. But the matchups were so good for me, and yeah, I mean, that was third Pro Tour top 8, third win. So a special place for me are always team events. 2 of the closest friends in my life were Dirk Barbarowski and Marco Blume. I played a lot of team events with them. We did super well. One of them was the Pro Tour in New York in 2001. Again, teams, we played so much Magic together. We prepared so much for this stuff. We were really good at Team Rochester draft.
Yeah, Kai, he's obviously an incredible player, arguably the best to ever play the game. And when I started playing the Pro Tour, he won, the very first Pro Tour I played, he won. He beat me in my first GP and PT finals. And, even the first time I beat him, I was like kind of a small miracle. So that's kind of funny. I had a really good matchup, but I barely beat him. Just like, the Juggernaut just incredible player. Just it seemed like he could never lose. He would never lose in the top 8.
So my 5th prototype 8 happened in New Orleans, again in the year 2001. This time we actually had a great deck, and this was one of the events where Dirk thought we don't have a good deck, and he didn't actually travel. We ended up doing super well in the tournament. Our deck matched up against pretty much anything that other people brought. Yeah, it was super smooth sailing. Benedict Klauser and me made top 8 with it. The top 8 matches. The
think we'll ever find anyone as good as Kai Bude.
The final was
at least with wins.
Game against another good friend of mine, Tomi Walamith. It was super close. In the end, I had to draw a Morphling at the correct time. I did, and I won that one. So now we're at 5 top 8s and 5 wins.
If Magic had to have a best player, we're so lucky that it turned out to be someone like Kai. Kai shows how we can use competition to bring out the best in ourselves. So for me, Kai stands for hard work, integrity, respect, honesty, fair play. Kai is one of my heroes.
So 1 year later, Boston 2002, another team Pro Tour. Everyone kind of saw that Dirk Bobrowski, Marco, and me were favorite to win. Obviously, we weren't 50% to win, but we were the most likely team to win. Then we lost the first 2 rounds. At that stage, we had to win every round to win the tournament, which we ended up doing. So 6 Pro Tours, 6 Prototype 8s, 6.
So Kai and I have a long history. He used to beat me a lot, as in 8 or 9 times in a row, until I finally stopped the losing streak. One day, I think it was after a GP Biarritz, he came to my house when I was living with my parents. And my mom asked him, are you Kai? Are you the German guy that beats my son all the time? He's like, yes. Please stop it.
Proto Chicago 2003 was a limited Proto, and it was Rochester Draft. Rochester Draft, most people probably don't know about it. You put a pack on the table and everyone picks a card. I was really good at Rochester Draft. Team Protos are all done in Rochester Draft, so that was probably my strongest format. The Swiss, like the pre-eliminary rounds of the tournament went super well. I think I was sitting at 11-1. And then the top 8 draft, I got very lucky, had an insane deck, and yeah, now we are at the 7 Proto win.
You know, it's funny, like I said, like there's always that question, John or Kai, John or Kai. As if we got to know each other for a little bit. You know, I went to him like, dude, Kai, they always said, I have no clue. And he's like, yeah, I have no clue either. Like, you know, we both have no idea whatsoever. You know, however, I will definitely say that when you're looking at the GOATs, there is no doubt the Kai Bude is the Michael Jordan of Magic, because nobody's peak sustained
From John Finkel.
dominance will ever be what he had. He won 7 Pro Tours. He won, I mean, it was like 3 in 1 year. You know, the only person I can think of like that is Michael Jordan. Like his peak and his dominance, I don't think will ever be, you know, replicated. You know, I might, you know, end up putting up another top 8 here, another top 8 there. But I'm in second place, I think, with 3 Pro Tour wins. Kai has 7. Kai has 7. It's just 7. He's just incredible. And he's a lot of fun, and we've gotten to know each other really well.
Hello, and kindness.
And you know, and it's just been a real treat to get to know him.
So after my pretty good run of 7 Proto wins, I started to slow down a little bit. People around me left the game. Marco and Dirk both quit playing professionally. I played a couple of more events, but eventually I also picked up a job and started to do other stuff. I was still playing a little bit here and there. Eventually I got voted into the Hall of Fame, which I'm very thankful for, which meant I had 3 Pro Tour invites. So I started to use these and play about 1 event a year because, I mean, I still love Magic, great game. 2010, I went to Pro Tour Amsterdam. I didn't prepare that much, but fortunately my good friend Gabriel Nassif tested with me, and he broke it with a white aggressive deck. Paul Rietzel was also working with us, and Paul actually ended up winning the Pro Tour, and Gabriel's deck carried me to an undefeated extended record, which meant I was in the top 8 of that Pro Tour as well, where I lost to Brett Nelson in the quarterfinal. I played about 1 event a year, didn't do so well for most of them. And then the Mythic Championship in Las Vegas came around, where I did very well. I think I finished 3rd or 4th, so I don't exactly remember how that worked out. But yeah, that was a high-profile event. It felt very good to have another top finish. And then fast forward to 2023, Barcelona, a modern Pro Tour, again working with the same people. We picked up a couple of new faces, but essentially the same group. Everything was great. I picked a great deck. Edgar Mahales built it for me. It was a Cascade Rhino deck. Again, my draft record was okay. My record in Modern was great. I picked up my, I believe, 10th or 11th Pro Tour top 8. It felt incredibly great after such a long time. That's 4 Pro Tour top 8s in 4 decades of playing Magic, which means I'm playing this game for a very long time. And yeah, that was awesome.
Kai just brings that organization to the room. He brings that respect and that knowledge, right? So if you're doing something stupid, right? You make a bad play, or you bring a deck to the table that doesn't really make sense, Kyle will be straight up with you. He will shut that down. He will keep us on track, right? Like he is a no nonsense kind of guy.
Not talking because I don't want to talk over this chat.
You listen.
So I can't even imagine my life without Magic the Gathering. I picked it up when I was 15. I started to find friends, played Magic with them, found more friends. My entire circle of friends is essentially Magic players at this point. I got my job through Magic players. I'm still working with a lot of Magic players. I'm 44 years old. I'm playing the game since I was 15. I mean, I assume my life would have been completely different if I never got introduced to Magic. It's just incredibly important for me.
I think one of the things about Kai that really follows his career is how serious and how intense he is, and so no nonsense, and so intimidating. And one of the things I love most about Kai is when you get him to laugh. It is so unexpected, but it is so joyous, and it is so heartfelt.
A German guy to
and you
laugh.
feel like
That's
you
a
just
feat.
got a gold star. And I haven't done it nearly enough, and I hope I get to do it, again in the future. But it's those are the laughs you remember.
In life, everyone gets 15 minutes of fame. That's what people are saying. Obviously, for me, that's Magic. That's the only thing I'm well known for. There's 7 PT wins, there's 7 GP wins, there's 4 Player of the Year titles. One of the PT wins is a World Championship title, so these numbers might not be beaten. Right now, it looks like people are just so good at this game. There's so many great players, so that someone goes on a streak like that seems somewhat unlikely. I did get diagnosed with very likely lethal cancer a year ago, and that kind of makes you think about what you did in your life and what your accomplishments are. And in my case, that's clearly Magic, and I'm a tournament player. I'm very competitive, and these titles, these results, that's my legacy, and I'm incredibly proud of that.
Was what, in his 40s? 18.
Well, they say Kai
2009.
Buddha doesn't lose on a Sunday, and here we are on Pro Tour
Yeah,
Sunday,
he was
and
pretty
we
young.
have certainly lost something without him in our game anymore. I'm a little bit teary-eyed after watching that, but we've got a tournament to play here, so we're going to turn our attention to the predictor. Nothing like cold, hard numbers to get you back into playing some Magic. How does it look, Monty?
Okay, well, little reset here as we have 4 players eliminated, and that means 25% is our new average. So let's take a look at of our 4 remaining players. Eduardo Sajgalik doesn't really have many good matchups remaining in the top 4. So for him, 18%. He's a pretty big dog at this point. Next up, Tony Portolan. Tony does actually have pretty decent matchups, except for here in his semifinals match. So 23%.
So is it Elementals has the lowest win percentage
Marco Balaca.
on paper? That's
This
funny.
is primarily inflated by the fact that he has a great matchup, or a decent matchup here against Tony Portolan. So 28% for him. But the new favorite, according to the predictor, is Christopher Larson. I think he's pretty happy
Can
with the remaining decks in the top
Demir
4.
Excruciator win
As
it
of
out?
Now,
Because they
since one Demir Excruciator deck has fallen, it is Larson the Dane who is the new favorite to win the tournament.
Okay, thank you so much for those numbers, Monty. Let's set up our first semi-final here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. We'll be watching Christopher Larson on Demir Excruciator, who we just talked about has great odds in his favor, up against Eduardo Sajgalik, who's on Is It Elementals. Christopher Larson top 8'd at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, where he came in 3rd. He has 10 Grand Prix top 8s, including 1 win back in 2017. Eduardo Sajgalik, for him, he hasn't been on the Pro Tour for a hot minute. It's been 6 years since he played a Pro Tour, but he does have a Pro Tour top 8 back in 2012 for Return to Ravnica. Let's take a look at Christopher Larson's here past path to the top 8. It was a bumpy one for him. He was our last player in, coming in as our 8th seed into our top 8 here today. Did go 6-0 in draft, 6-4 in standard. What about Eduardo's road to the top 8 here? Cedric.
Gonna take a dive in here. You'll see a 2-1 start in limited for the limited coach of his team, and then picking up 4 straight wins before closing out day number 1 with a loss to Luis Salvato on Demir Excruciator. Then we transition over to another 2-1 in draft, and then just a handful of wins with that Elementals deck that he is playing this weekend to lock up his spot a little bit early. Didn't even need to worry about round 16.
And there's a look at the players and their road to here on the Sunday stage. Talk to me about this matchup, though, Monty.
Okay, we're going to start with Demir Excruciator in the hands of Larson. The only deck to put 2 copies in our top 8, and Larson is the lone remaining.
I'm still hoping for the Demir deck, guys.
Deck with a bit of a combo finish. And as we take a look over to the sideboard to see what tools Larson has available to him, the name of the game is going to be all of this removal in order to just stop Eduardo from being able to ramp up early and have those explosive elementals, because Larson just has the better late game. On the other side, as we take a look at Eduardo's Is It Elementals deck. Now, the primary game plan here is to use ramp in the form of Flame Braider as well as Ashling Rekindled. So the fact that Larson's deck is full of removal to ensure these creatures don't live, that is a massive problem for Eduardo. As we go over to his sideboard to see if he gets much help, the answer is not really. Ultimately, when it comes to the matchup, this is an inherent matchup between mid-range in the hands of Eduardo and control in the hands of Larson, which has historically been control favored. But Larson's deck also goes over top with that Excruciator combo, so this is going to be a tough matchup for Eduardo.
Okay, so Monty, if we're taking a look at both these decks, everything equal on paper, you think it's just going to be too difficult for Eduardo to overcome?
I'm rooting
not
for
saying
Demir
he
here.
doesn't have a
I mean,
chance,
both
he
decks are the
absolutely
breakout
does.
decks of
But I
the
think
tournament for
just
sure.
Given the nature of the
I kind of
matchup,
want
given
Demir to win.
Familiarity
At this
that
point.
Larson has with his deck, given the past experience that they have from Luis Salvato playing Eduardo on day 1, I just think there is a very uphill battle in front of him.
How about you, Cedric? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Monty on this one. This is a very difficult matchup here for Eduardo. I think that this is a pretty good spot here for Chris. As mentioned, Eduardo's already lost to this matchup against Luis Salvato to close out day number 1. Teams are, of course, working on the side, getting players prepared, but I think Chris feels pretty comfortable in this spot, so I'm going to go with the Big Dane.
All right, well, it's time to find our first finalist. I'm going to pass that on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here. We are just about set for semifinal number 1. That's Paul Ciano. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us for coverage of Top 8 Sunday here from Richmond. And we've got an interesting matchup this time around, Paul. It's funny, you know, when we were doing our pre-show, we were looking at the meta game.
It'd be a great matchup, though.
There's all these kind of onboard
Big
creature
giant
decks,
elementals
stuff
versus
like that.
a
But
Demir.
things have changed quite a bit here in our top 8. We've got Demir Excruciator in the hands of Christopher Larson against Is It Elementals in the hands of Eduardo Sechgalik. So, what do you make of the matchup as we see our players join the feature match area here?
Yeah, I think Monty did a really good job of kind of breaking down the matchup here. The way that Eduardo kind of gets ahead is, you know, you're relying really heavily on those 2-mana elemental cards to really kind of turbocharge your starts, get a bunch of mana going, and then get a roaming throne in play, and then a bunch of elementals and get a bunch of value. But I feel like a lot of what Eduardo does,
I love how much
Larson doesn't really care about too much. As long as
Larson is just like, he's just happy to be there and having a good time.
Eduardo can't get up to the most explosive starts, and then kind of gets his Doomsday Excruciator combo kill going. It just feels like
That was what we've got.
from an approach to the format, I just feel like Christopher Larson kind of has a fundamental edge here.
All right. Give me a second to
Hugs and
make sure I play
handshakes
the right.
all around.
Eduardo, you
Great
got all the Black Bolt.
sportsmanship from both of our players. They're friends. They've known each other for a long time.
What are you hiding
They're also 2 of the most popular
That's a very good one.
and nice people out on the
Oh,
Pro
his hand is
Tour.
terrible.
They're just really friendly.
Wow, you like to have really annoying names, right?
That's pretty funny, too.
Yeah. And as you can see here, Christopher Larson with the turn 1 intimidation tactics, an incredible card in this matchup, as Eduardo's deck is almost entirely creatures. So you're going to be able to exile one of these cards. Let's see, and Christopher Larson also has the Requiting Hex in hand, so likely going to take here the Roaming Throne, as if Eduardo goes with the Ashling Rekindled in the hand, Christopher Larson can clean it up with the Requiting Hex.
You saw Christopher Larson pause on Pit of Offerings and a little chuckle from Eduardo, because that's a pretty good one here, actually.
And then it's roaming, right?
A land that exiles up to 3 target cards from graveyards when it enters the battlefield.
Let's see what
Actually
Eduardo
choosing
draws.
to go with the
His
Ashling
hand is
there,
very
the
weak
Ashling
now.
does allow Eduardo to rummage. And because Chris Larson does have a Deceit in hand, you can feel happy about being able to get that roaming throne before Eduardo can play it on turn number 4.
Eduardo places land, passes the turn back. It was starting town, though. And are we just going to see Deceit here?
Yeah, and it would actually be pretty good here because it would just take the Winter Night Stories possibly, because Eduardo did draw that, which would be a really good turn 3 play.
It's not.
And Eduardo says it's not a bad draw.
Pretty good one.
Yeah, that would leave the roaming throne in hand, but it can't come down next turn, so that might just be a problem for a later version of Christopher Larson. Let's see what he decides to do here.
It's really annoying, George.
Right.
I would probably still take the Winter Night Stories.
Right.
So he doesn't have anything to do on the next turn.
Why Christopher Larson did what he did, but now you're thinking, well, this Requiting Hex isn't doing anything. Did I want to just hold this to kill the Ashling, and then he would have been able to basically deal with all the threats that Eduardo has? Once Roaming Throne's in play,
hard choice.
that War 2 makes it really, really tricky.
Like, do we take the card that is going to do something,
Larson would need to
or
find
see if he's going to do anything on the top of his deck?
He's going to think long-term here and take the roaming throne. That does give Eduardo something to do this turn, and he drew another roaming throne right away.
A backup one here, so hand disruption not proving itself to be very effective here against Eduardo.
He just drew 3 elementals there.
Exactly what he
looks
needs.
like.
Wow, into Vibrance and Wistfulness. Look at
more
this
spells.
curve.
Here we go.
Yeah. Likely going to be discarding one of these elementals. Now, Vibrance would be able to kill a Doomsday Excruciator if Eduardo first plays out that Roaming Throne. Could be something you're interested in. Meanwhile, Wistfulness is just a way to kind of get some card advantage. Yeah, big decision point here for Eduardo. But we do know next turn he is going to run out that Roaming Throne and then follow it up. I wonder if he's considering discarding 2 cards. Nope, just gets rid of the Wistfulness here.
Is that fair? Wistfulness doesn't really do much here.
Okay, and that is an answer to a Roaming Throne, but Christopher Larson, of course, doesn't know Eduardo has one in hand, as he did take the one that he saw out of Eduardo's hand, but I imagine Eduardo's gonna run it out here.
Elemental again. The Sing Elemental, go ahead.
Yep.
Larson kind of smirks at it. Yeah, well, I tried.
Drew land for Superior Spider-Man at least.
Now,
at
Larson did draw the Archenemy's Charm. However, needs to wait till he gets to land number 5 to be able to deal with the Roaming Throne, as it's a 3-mana removal effect.
Ward 2.
Ward 2. Got to deal with the Ward 2. Yes, absolutely. Now, there is, what is it? We see a Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah, there's Deceit in the yard.
There is Deceit in the yard. And Christopher Larson does have Watery Grave, but Deceit won't be able to pick up the Roaming Throne. As again, it does have the Ward 2 here, but you could get something out of Eduardo's hand by doing so. You could also copy Wistfulness if you just want to draw 2 and discard 1. But I think he's interested in, basically, it's like you probably have 1 good elemental in your hand. I want to take that out of your hand.
Yeah,
so I
sure.
think oh, never mind.
Well,
okay.
Oh, was it Wistfulness?
Yeah,
Oh.
he took the Wistfulness here, actually.
And he did play blue for it, so he's going to get through his library a little bit.
Right, so now Eduardo will be able to run out a Vibrance.
Vibrance is going to be sick here.
Wow, he has Doomsday Excruciator in hand.
He does, but will Eduardo have a little too much pressure? Oh, because he's possibly looking to just cast it here.
He is two land drops away from doing exactly that.
So Eduardo now does have the ability to play Vibrance. get 2 lands, kill the Deceit on the other side and attack, and just put a lot of pressure, forcing Christopher Larson to really try to go for his combo. Now, Arch Enemy's Charm also has the ability to return creatures from your graveyard to your hand. Perhaps if the game goes a little bit longer, you can get back Spider-Man, possibly also the Deceit for a little bit of hand disruption. But I imagine there's a really good shot Chris Larson wants to go and use that as a removal effect for the Roaming Throne.
Yeah, which would mean that right now is the time for Eduardo to get his value going.
Yeah, I think the other consideration here might, if you're Eduardo, might just be, what if I evoke Vibrance? That's 6 damage. Then I can cast Bounce Off to pick up the Vibrance once again. Is the burn route something that I would be interested in? Although casting the Vibrance...
You could 12 damage in one turn with Vibrance, bounce Vibrance, play Vibrance again? That's sick.
Save your Roaming Throne potentially.
It's a great way to finish a game if you're not paying attention to that.
On it next turn.
This has been a long tank session here for Eduardo, and the judge, in fact, said, you know, going to need you to make a play. And Eduardo said, I don't know, but he recognizes this is an absolutely critical juncture in this game.
I'll go to 22.
So 6 to that.
Get 2 lands.
I'll attack for 4 as well. 14 and getting 2 lands.
Yeah, he's just trying to
speed things
the
up.
rest of the turn. Eduardo knows what's up.
Yeah.
The reason, you know, there's a reason he took that long. He actually plays very quickly normally.
Yeah, but we are now into top 4, and this is one of the most pivotal turns of this game.
Getting Quarry Mountain. Nice.
And you just don't want to
knowing that his opponent doesn't really have
finding value
counter spells.
Getting Quarry Mountain Monastery and a Thundering Falls. Don't really need Cavern of Souls or anything like that in this matchup, just because there really isn't counter magic that Chris Larson's playing, so you just want to get the value lands in this case.
There's only 2 on your deck. Does feel like that's what you have. Yeah.
Eduardo's predicting something there. I didn't hear what he said.
Although it doesn't matter as he's completely tapped out here. Could be I think he's considering Deadly Cover-Up, right?
Cover-up,
yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah.
He said there's only 2 of those.
So Deadly Cover-Up, do you take Vibrance here, or do you take the Roaming Throne?
Here, so just going to kill the Roaming Throne.
Exiles, right?
Yeah, gets exiled, and he'll be taking 4 from the Vibrance. Eduardo might just run out of Sunderflock here just to put a little more pressure here on Chris Larson. There's also Winter Night Stories in hand, so you can go Sunderflock. It doesn't pick up your Vibrance. Then tap down to Sunderflock to play Winter Night Stories.
Larson did hit a swamp, by the way, so he can Excruciator next turn.
Yeah, but it might not be enough here. I mean, this is a 4-mana 5/5. You draw a bunch of cards. Larson's down to 10, right? And then if you have a way to get that Excruciator off the battlefield, you can just swing in for 9, get you down to 1.
Do you have another Sunderflock? This looks pretty good for him.
He's got to bounce off at least.
Away, you're at 10.
Right. I only think of bounce off on his own creatures.
Right.
Turns out it has another mode.
Yeah, you can interact here.
That would not be lethal, though. Like, would Larson have the ability to, like, he has a reef, right?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but I might not do your Harvester.
It still wouldn't be enough, though.
No, sorry, well, this one doesn't really matter. You can't get it back. Let's see. No, yeah, cover up is correct.
This is that pit that we talked about before.
Taking expensive cards out of Chris Larson's
There's
graveyard,
this one here,
just in case of collect evidence on Deadly Cover-Up. Chris Larson does want a sweeper. Okay, finds a Bitter Triumph. Okay, so that is a way to get Sunderflock off the battlefield.
Is it better to stock up and Bitter Triumph here, or is it better just to windmill that Excruciator on the battlefield?
Right. I mean, if you stock up and find another Bitter Triumph, right, you can certainly pitch the Requiting Hex and then maybe cast both, and then just Eduardo would have no board here. And if you look at his hand, I mean, he doesn't actually have any pressure, right? It's
Not at all.
It's 4 lands and a bounce off.
Gosh, and he's completely tapped out right now, too, so the bounce off would not be available. This would be the window, but if you miss...
yeah, it feels like the riskiest line here.
Alive.
Yeah, it feels like the riskiest line might be to just play the Excruciator. I think stock up is something Chris Larson might be interested in.
He would need to hit stock up land.
Land Bitter Triumph.
Sorry, Bitter Triumph land, I meant to say.
To kill both, yes.
But if he kills the Sunderflock, that is a 3-turn clock. Like,
right?
That would buy him a lot of time.
Okay, he did find a deadly cover-up.
Ooh, okay, that gets even more interesting.
And was that a Superior Spider-Man, maybe?
Yeah.
And to play around Bounce Off, if you have a removal spell, you might want to cast it right away.
Yes, though he didn't.
He didn't, okay. I guess getting the Sunderflock Bounce Off is
How does Christopher Larson get out of this?
Yo,
Yo, Chris, what up?
Yeah.
Right, so attack.
You went 0-2? That was fast. I'm sorry. Were you playing the elemental deck?
Winning line, yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to go to 1 against a deck with 4 copies of Vibrance.
So since he drew the Spider-Man, is he just going to discard the Demon now?
He can, or the Requiting Hex.
Oh,
That's
he has
the
a
other option, because if
Requiting Hex with
Eduardo
no
just plays a
target.
2-mana play this turn, you can still get it with the deadly cover. But actually does go for the discard of the Excruciator.
Oh, the one you're 8-1?
And with Eduardo drawing another land here, he's
Bounce
just like,
off
I need
on
to
stock
just keep putting pressure
or
on
on
the life total. It's pretty clear you didn't have cover up
Thunder
last
Flock.
turn.
That's really
I
sick.
really hope you didn't find it with this stock up, but we know that he did.
And he does replay it, so...
All right, so Chris Larson will stabilize here at 6 life.
By the way, Eduardo's on all lands.
He is on all lands, so Chris Larson gonna fire off this deadly cover-up.
Kind of hold his breath here and let it rip. There it goes.
Absolutely.
Oh, and he has enough in there.
Eduardo not happy about this, and now you can use this to exile all the Vibrances most likely, so you don't get burned out.
That's right. He's at 6.
I'm gonna guess you're not getting these. So.
This is a hard choice.
Now, deadly cover-up,
Vibrance
yes,
is a
does
good
have the
choice.
option. You can choose a
Thunderflock
card
is
in the
also a good
graveyard.
choice if you plan on
Look through the
playing
graveyard,
Spider-Man
look through the library,
on
get all
the
copies of that card and remove it from
Excruciator next turn.
the game.
What does Eduardo have going on his side?
A bunch of lands.
Vibrance?
Does he have any value lands?
He does have a Quarry Mountain Monastery in play. That's what he fetched previously, and he's going to have to use it now, unless he can draw something great here.
was not going to be accepted. What? Did you just, if you draw them, take them out?
All right, there are all the Vibrances.
There's the last one.
I was like, pretty sure it's playing 4.
Yeah.
Sounds like a pretty important card.
That is not a good sign for you. We have 2 kids.
So what does Eduardo need to find?
That's reasonable if the household responsibility.
I guess wistfulness would be a lethal threat.
Yeah, Wistfulness would certainly be fine here.
But his other creatures aren't.
Here you go.
Yeah.
At least
Oh,
not
we
on
knew
their
Boros
own.
Dragons. Boros Dragons has been around for a couple weeks now. It's made to
any
beat
creature-
Badger.
any creature
And once Badger goes away,
At
Boros
least
Dragons,
a
I believe, will go away as well.
outside of
It's just
his
literally a hate deck on Badger.
Draw.
Need something big here.
Find a threat.
The 2 surprise decks are definitely
Oh, right off the top.
the
it's
Demir
Wistfulness.
Excruciator deck
Okay.
and the
Perfect
Teamer
draw.
That is
And this is going to
Warp
let him
deck.
get some of these lands out of his
Right,
hands.
absolutely.
and Elementals, of course. But I think the Demir deck no one was ready for.
Holy smokes,
Wow.
Eduardo. That's the one.
I mean, that's probably the best draw here. So now
Has-
That card was definitely not on my radar. I've never
Draw
seen
2,
it played
discard
before,
1.
but granted, I've been playing
You find
Magic
something like
that long
Overnight
lately.
Stories? Oh,
Wow.
4 lands.
Wow.
Okay. But that is a lethal threat. Now, Chris Larson does have a Restless Reef that he can use to activate and block if he can't find anything. He also has a Superior Spider-Man, right, in
Plus,
his hand.
and the Excruciator
Yeah,
managed to stay in the
and
yard.
the
Same.
Excruciator.
I've never seen someone play it. I've never seen one
Trade.
play it against
Oh,
me.
and he actually just top-decked one here as well, so he can just hard-cast it if he wants. And then save, perhaps, the Spider-Man to copy something else in the graveyard.
Holy smokes.
So if he plays
So now
Excruciator
he's
here,
it's interesting because he went from
if
thinking,
Eduardo
how can I
draws
not
a bounce
die?
spell in
I
his
think he's
last 6
actually thinking
cards,
about, if I
Christopher loses.
Excruciator and I can get a
If he
reef hit in,
doesn't,
like, could
I
close
think
this
Christopher
game
wins.
out?
Right? Oh, absolutely. I mean, that is absolutely something that can happen here. And the nice thing, actually, the fact that Chris Larson has the Requiting Hex is pretty big. if Eduardo plays a 2-drop or something, that would give you a way to gain life.
Yeah, it's true.
Right, but if Eduardo here finds bounce off
it's
to get the Excruciator, it would be game.
Why would bounce win it? Because Christopher is at 6 life.
Find it.
Yeah, or he
and he has wistfulness on board.
Thunderflock as well, of course.
Thunderflock off the top. That would return.
Wow.
The Excruciator to hand, and he attacks for lethal. The perfect amount.
Wow.
Holy smokes.
Wow, top deck. Thunderflock.
The rest of his hand was just all land.
Insane draw.
That's the thing too, right?
Dude, Eduardo.
You know, Eduardo did have a very timely draw there,
crap.
but he also drew a ton of cards and whiffed and had a bunch of lands as well. So, you know, it's kind of those things where, yeah, he was likely to draw some action there, but of course, extremely well timed there.
Wow. His draw steps were wistfulness into Thunderflock. Now there was some other stuff.
There's some lands in
Yeah.
between.
So I don't want to.
Just like Jessica
I
Rib.
don't want to downplay it too much, but if you're sitting in Larson's seat, you got to be like, you got to be kidding me.
Right.
When you're in the top 8, you want to do your best, right?
Ah, forgot. Oh no.
They're having fun.
Oh God.
Well, at least
I
they're
have
still
no
having
remorse.
fun.
That's yeah, I would guess. Elemental, please. Go ahead.
At least they're having banter. They're
Chris Larson
friends.
on the play this time has the nice, cheap interactive spell here for the Ashling that Eduardo has in hand. Can also lead out with a Deceit here, but actually chooses not to.
Oh, interesting.
Thinking, what's the worst thing Eduardo can do on turn 2? It's play an Elemental, and you do have the removal effect for that this turn. Now, Eduardo has Deceit in hand, but doesn't actually have the black mana to actually use the kind of the Thoughtseize effect on the card. Yeah, actually, Eduardo choosing to go for the Evoke on Wistfulness instead of playing a 2-mana Elemental there, which is kind of the typical play pattern. But when you play against a deck with 4 copies of Requiting Hex in the main, you have to think it's very likely that they have it.
He discarded a Thunderflock there as well. Now the Deceit comes in.
Oh, wow, and does not find a land off
Whoa.
the
card?
Yeah.
All spells?
All spells, no double green here to
What
get
do
a
you
land
take?
with the Vibrance either. You might want to be interested in actually just taking the Ashling to prevent Eduardo from drawing lands.
I think this is probably not the worst.
Because he doesn't loot.
The sense is fine. Just the deck. What do you expect?
It's not even all elementals.
Yeah, this one will get there.
Chris says, really? And Eduardo says, well, I am playing Elementals. Like, if you're going to deceit me, what did you
Usually
think you were
I
gonna see?
stream
It's
Monday through
Elemental.
Thursday at the minimum, unless something comes up. And then if I have nothing to do on the weekends, then I stream every day.
For blue, blue, black, black next turn if he likes. And yeah, it's like you have so
Welcome
much
to the
action.
channel.
I'm just going to take whatever it is you can actually play next turn, and that's just the Ashling.
That's right. Now, we know that Eduardo can start using the Evoke ability here to at least do some things.
Yeah, Winter Night Stories did not find a land, so man, found all the lands in the previous game, played a Wistfulness and drew for turn and failed to find a land.
And he can't actually evoke?
No.
That is a hell of a compliment, dude. Thank you.
This is going to be a fully kicked Deceit here.
I don't think I'm good as the 2-time world champion.
Oh, Wistfulness.
Because a lot of the people you just said are really good content creators, and I have so many mistakes, but thank you. That's really kind of you to say.
I think I'm going to take that, yeah.
Okay. He's thinking.
Yeah, because you can choose that or the Deceit.
But he wants the cards here.
He has another one here.
No, he might get that Deceit after all.
Right. All right, Eduardo needs a land. Oh, it's a Thundering Falls.
Surveil one.
Surveil one.
That is
he
brutal.
Kept it on top, so there's going to be a land there too.
Yeah, so Chris Larson's plan B coming into effect here.
In time.
The
I'm
Superior
still going to try to make a lot of
Spider-Man
content
Elemental
and try to make a
package.
thing out of this, so thank you so much for your kind words.
What he drew up.
I mean, Chris Larson has
really
already
appreciate it.
found some ridiculous ways to win in this top 8, so.
It's funny.
This
When
one
David,
seems a little more normal.
Jim Davis first started streaming on Twitch, right when he got a sub button, I was one of his first subs
And
back
that
in the day.
Spider-Man
That's back when I used to play Magic.
Doesn't get Thunderflock now, right?
I'm still a mod for Jim Davis.
Right, yeah, they're elemental.
And to be compared to Jim Davis is kind of cool because I think he's a really good player.
He's gonna chip
I don't know about his
All right,
soundboard
here
though.
we go.
The soundboard gets to be 2 times,
Take
but
your best card.
I can't really watch it
Basically,
anymore.
Just take
But
any type of
he's
interactive
really
spell
nice.
you might have in hand. And right now,
Thunderflock there.
Vibrance doesn't deal with these cards.
You can still make
Roaming
good content
Throne is
without the
the only thing
accolades.
that can even
True.
block.
I'm just responding
So
to,
yeah, so
to
you
Twitch
take a
chat
roaming
right now,
Throne
Buff.
as it is a 4/4. Anything else Eduardo plays can't actually block these 4/4s quite well.
Surprise. Elemental.
Okay.
I'm trying. I'm trying to get better.
Vibrance.
At least.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Land.
So you could go double Vibrance if you
I
really
do like
wanted to
playing
kill one
jank.
of the
That will be my
4/4s.
downfall. Playing jank.
There's Deceit, but I don't think you're at,
Yeah, I
at
really
that
like Jim
point
Davis.
right
He's
now.
nice.
So yeah, he might be interested in just kind of playing some defense here.
Wow.
Killing one of these. Oh no, he's bouncing. Excuse me.
Balancing Superior Spider-Man. All right.
Exiled.
There's too much soundboard lately in Jim. Every time I pop into stream, it's a little too much for me. But, you know, that's he found something that works for him. Can't hate on it.
Both.
No, you were right, though, Paul. He is playing defense, but
playing tempo, but Larson.
Yeah, but you just gave him 2 deceits and...
You want this one?
He's asking if he wants the roaming throne.
Have 4.
Could take Ashling or a deceit.
Yeah, this is.
Don't get me wrong, there's
just
going to be more
delaying the
janks.
issue, but Eduardo just wanting to do anything
There's going to
he
be more
can
janks and
just
even
to
worse
continue
janks.
try to hit his land
How
drops.
does it work if I take this and
just get
play
this.
this and play this?
You get both.
As I say, you love my janks, but I just posted an Azorius flash deck that went live at 10 o'clock.
Going for the roaming throne.
And then on the following turn, copying the Deceit to turn himself into a Dimir Excruciator Elementals deck.
Yeah, the problem, I mean, there are already 2 deceits in the yard, so, like,
right.
But it doesn't really solve a problem, but...
Yeah, but getting a 4/4 Ward 2 creature is quite nice.
That is better.
I think I'm just going to stick to the simple solution.
He's going to keep it simple and go
Just
for
going to
deceit.
take one of the cards in your hand.
I'll take the Wind and Ice Stories. You got it.
Okay.
I go.
All right, so if Eduardo draws a land, I mean, that does give him a 4/4 in play and some life to gain. That is an untapped land. All right, so he has one play.
Jank is spawn everyone's heart.
Just play out the Vibrance. I mean,
True.
alternatively, you
True.
could just kill the Superior Spider-Man, but then all you would have is a
I've been
Summerflock in your hand.
I just recently encountered Black Mana Madness. What's his name? Hold on, let me look. Mono Black Magic.
Yeah, really tough spot here for Eduardo.
He plays only jank, which I appreciate, but it's so hard. I don't understand what he's saying half the time. But here, let me show you this. This is funny.
I don't know why I got it there.
I don't know.
Like,
it looks very bad out of context, yeah.
That was a little
if I
weird.
can get a
Larson
deck list
found
here.
his Superior Spider-Man over in
Yeah,
the
look at this
graveyard,
deck list.
but it was
It's
supposed to be
playing
downstairs.
Palagon, Jody, Public Servant, Mondrak, and Kaldra complete
Oh, he's just getting a land
with
here.
Stoneforge Mystic. What happens is Stoneforge gets Kadala, and then he copies Kadala's. So he has multiple indestructible 5/5 tramples.
Because he knows about the
It's really
second
dumb.
Spider-Man.
And this is all because of Badgermole. Look how many lands he plays.
But there's a
He's playing 16 lands. And some of the decks he's been playing lately has 12 lands.
Yeah.
As like
But
jank
if
Pioneer
Larson
combo
just
decks.
succeeds
And
in
he's
getting
winning. It's funny.
some power and toughness going, he can still do it.
Badger Mole's broken. But yeah, like look at that. Like think of Badger Mole with Hierarchs and Bird of Paradise, like real mana dorks.
So not quite dead just
Disgusting.
yet here. But Chris Larson has Winter Night Stories, has a lot of
I'm down
action
for
in hand
jank
as
like
well.
that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a really, really tough fight here. Chris Larson
He
might
also
be
was
looking
playing
to
a, like,
cast the
Vivid
stock
combo
up
in
he just drew.
Pioneer.
Maybe he finds another Intimidation Tactics, perhaps another copy of this.
Badger Mole's too good.
It's a good one.
That goes for Winter Night Stories here instead.
It's like you're playing my deck.
Likely discarding.
Eduardo said it's like you're
Harvester
playing my deck.
Emissaries,
That's funny.
Or a couple of copies of the Requiting Hex that he has in hand.
I don't know what's worse. Deep down, my inner child wants to play mono green stompies. Just big, dumb dinosaurs. And I know it never works anymore. So the backup is jank.
Not find a land here, possibly.
Harvester of Misery in the yard.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Right.
So he's got 7 spells in hand now?
That's what it seems like. And now he's, all right, loading up a stock up here. So
yeah,
wants a land for sure. Oh, and there's a Deceit there as well, but can't fire that off. So it might be Deceit land as the cards that Christopher Larson chooses to keep.
I think I would take Deceit. He knows Christopher Larson. He knows Eduardo's hand, right? Except like one card.
Right.
14? Yeah.
Attack for 4.
Oh, okay.
7 cards go.
Room T? You have to remind me of that card, sorry.
Okay.
He got and he played the Restless Reef out of his hand. So 6 cards, or 7 cards in hand, all spells.
I'm going to go back up to 14.
Okay.
The life's not gonna matter.
Running out Vibrance, 3 to the
17,
face.
I don't know if your life matters.
Yeah.
It's a more matterable aspect at least.
Oh yeah, the Thundering Falls is already in play. What a great land to have.
Fake Dragonland.
I know.
Yeah.
It is embarrassing. All right, here you go.
This is just looking so tough for here for
I don't know
Eduardo.
who
Just
Room
can't
T
get
is.
much going.
No.
Chris Larson's just up on so many cards, right?
So many deceits.
Yeah, I've never heard of that name before,
All
sorry.
the deceits, and you know, Eduardo's Elemental's kind of betraying him here.
All he played was Green Stompy at Pro Tour level? That's kind of cool. Sweet. I mean, if you have an archetype you like, right? And turning out my archetype is Hate Bears and Tempo decks.
It does, but now, I mean, we're at the point. Chris Larson's at
My most
17
viewed videos
life.
are
He's got
still
a
of the
ton
Flash
mana
deck,
available.
so
it's not going to take much for Chris Larson to actually go for the combo at some point here.
Oh yeah, that's much better. Yeah.
Yeah, do this. Perhaps discard the Excruciator. Play
found 2
Spider-Man,
Averses.
That does seem to be
Copy
what
the
he's doing.
Excruciator.
So he has the combo.
And it's like, how can you actually kill me from this spot?
So we got 6 cards left.
6 cards left on both sides, and Chris Larson does have an insatiable avarice in hand.
I mean, this deck would have been.
He doesn't have a land drop to give here, though, does he?
He has a multiversal passage in hand. But
He can
6
play the land
cards
drop.
left. Remember, there's also a Restless Reef, and just going, I don't want you to Sunderflock me. I just want to keep the board as clear as possible. And Eduardo, you need to have bounce off to deal with the Restless Reef.
Yo, Perix,
That
thank
is
you for the
only
14 months. I really
interaction
appreciate
that
you, brother.
Eduardo has.
Thank you so much.
And that doesn't deal with either.
Tier 3, holy crap. Gotta get some hearts in the chat for you. Thank you so much, brother. I hope you're doing okay.
And I'm at 16.
Thank you. There's some hearts. Yes, sir.
Bounce off.
Hope the kid's doing okay. Last time you were in stream, your kid took a tumble. I hope he's doing okay.
All right, alert to my library. Wow.
Not great. And
All
I've
lands
seen
this
enough.
time.
That is game number 2 going to
All lands this time. He
Larson
couldn't
as
top deck
picks
the
that one up.
Sunderflock.
He really just overwhelmed Eduardo with value there. The deceit after deceit.
So that's what
after
we
deceit
expected
really
the
Yeah,
game
and
to look like
superior
the first game,
Spider-Man's
but
just doing so much work in this matchup. You know, Eduardo has to be kind of careful with when he kind of evokes out his elementals.
One Surgery and
because
Blood
at any
Thinners for your
given
kid?
point,
Whoa.
Chris Larson can just play the Spider-Man and just kind of take the cards out of Eduardo's
you're out of the
hand.
loop
So
with Twitch
again,
Discord stuff.
this
Subbing
matchup
for
just
1 month.
seems
So
kind
I
of
started
rough just from a
streaming last year in
strategic
September, but I was a
standpoint,
variety
but it's still 1-1,
streamer.
so it can go any direction.
right,
And I wasn't
we're gonna
really
come
that
back
good
right
at
after
editing
a
my
short break
videos.
and find
So
out
subbing for X months, that means
exactly
Perix
what
has been
direction it
in my
goes
stream
our
for
first
14
semifinal
months
match.
now.
We'll be back with more right after this.
So he is subscribed to my Twitch channel the past 14 months. He's like one of my oldest subs. Holy shit. Speaking of, Perix, thank you for your 100th gifted sub to the channel. Love you, dude. Thank you for your continued support. Also, Team Painter, enjoy your gifty sub. Welcome to Unkindness Crew. Yes, that's how you make money. The best way to... Sorry, my mic is hot because I'm getting too loud. Turn it down just a hair. The way that content creators make money on Twitch is by subscribers. And usually by donations, but I don't want to ask for donations. Subscribing is the better tool because you can get stuff like... you don't have to like watch ads, and then you can have emotes and things like that. Gifted sub, that means someone paid their money to give you a sub, so now you're subscribed. That means you can use all the emotes, and you don't see ads on Twitch when you're on this channel. Because Twitch is really bad about ads, like really, really bad about ads. So like if other new people come to the stream, you can gift them subs as well, things like that. Yeah, you pay a certain, it's like subscribing to like, you know, a newsletter or something like that. Same idea. It's a way to support a content creator. That Lotus Trophy is gorgeous. I agree. I think that's one of the cooler ideas that they've had in a while. It looks 3D printed at the top. Or maybe that's just the shading of the waves right there. Maybe that's a shading of the waves right there. Sweet trophy. Yeah, and because we hit 500 subs, there's also membership. It's like a membership option. And then on YouTube, for members, sometimes, like in the future, I'll release a video and members can see it a day early or something like that. Or like maybe there'll be a member-only video that I post just for the members, so they have unique perk contents over on YouTube. And it's kind of like a subscription on Twitch.
Top 8 here on Sunday.
You already have a sub. You don't have to.
First semifinal
Eric's gave you a sub.
This is between Eduardo Sajgalik and Christopher Larson. They have split the first
Also,
two
why
games.
is this?
Of course, we're playing best 3 out of 5 here in the top 8, and that means that the players have now got a chance to consult their sideboards, and they're going to be playing post-board games for the rest of the way out. Very difficult to predict this.
Definitely,
matchup,
like the best way to
Paul.
support a
These
content
games have
creator
played
is
out.
with,
The first two were
subscribing
very
to your
different from
content
one
creator,
another,
especially if you watch
and
them a
it's
lot,
kinda hard
then
to
you don't have to
say.
watch ads.
Anything to grab onto for our
Or
viewers
you
about how it
do
may
Twitch
go
Nitro, so you
for
don't
the
have ads on any
subsequent games
channel.
here?
And it kind of gives some of that Twitch. I think Twitch Nitro is like $10 a month now. Same thing with YouTube. If you do YouTube Nitro, whatever it's called, YouTube Premium, then you don't watch ads either. It's kind of annoying,
the ability
but
to kind of shut down the cost reduction because he has so much removal in his deck. So
Yo, yet
I
another
imagine
player.
those
Thank
are-
you for the follow.
those get
Welcome to
boarded
Titan's
out.
crew.
Soul Guide Lantern is a card that gets brought in by Eduardo Sajgalik, which is going to be very good at breaking up any superior Spider-Man nonsense. So if Christopher Larson wants to win with the Excruciators, he's going to be mindful.
Well, you found me
of Soul
through
Guide
YouTube. Maybe
Lantern
you can do the
and be
same
looking
process
to
on
maybe
YouTube
just
if you
hard
feel
cast the
very generous to
Excruciators
support me
instead.
that way.
By the way, he's staring at a Soul Guide Lantern right now, as it turns out.
Oh yeah, and Spider Sense can't counter creatures, but you can counter the triggered ability of Deceit. So Deceit gets evoked here, and you don't get to look at my hand.
I see. So you let the triggered ability that says sacrifice this thing. That
I think
one
that's a
gets
good.
to stay around.
What do you think of that
But
Soul
if
Guide
you look at
Lantern?
my
That
hand
old
one,
school Soul
That
Guide
would be
Lantern that's
bad.
foil
If
on the
you
board
misclick there.
from Eduardo. Ooh, that's pretty.
Go ahead.
Flame Braider is the follow-up.
Yeah,
Very powerful ramp spell.
Already see 2 sideboard cards here out of Eduardo, the Spider Sense and the Soul Guide Lantern. There's an
Chris has 2
Unagi
hexes.
Yoshi Island as well in his hand. Very difficult to kill threat, especially against the Dimir deck. Bitter Triumph, well, you better pay Ward 4.
So now it's going to come down to does
does have the cheap
Eduardo
interaction
sack
here,
Soul
does have
Guide
the
Lantern
ability
before
to
turn
use
5 to
Hex
get
on
rid of
the
Deceit from the
Smoke
graveyard?
Raider.
We
Eduardo,
can't deadly
however,
cover up.
really wants land number 4 here to be able
Or
to play out that roaming throne in hand.
We're going to go for an upkeep requiting hex here. Kind of interesting.
Or
for
does he hold
Larson,
on to
his
it, waiting for Superior
post-board
Spider-Man
plan here,
Cabero?
Especially now.
That's a hard choice.
Heavily on the control side. He's got
Also,
2
again, thank you,
removal
Perk, so
spells
much,
and a
much for
sweeper.
14 months. I appreciate
there's
you, buddy.
2 more Shoot the Sheriffs that come in out of the sideboard, and also 2 copies of Duress to help fight through whatever counter magic Eduardo might have.
And
look
at this. He drew both
Yeah, on
requiting hex
Twitch,
and
because
actually
I'm
found
not
targets
partnered,
for
I'm only
both.
affiliate. Twitch
That's a card
takes
that
like
can
a
get awkward
50%
late
cut
in the
of
game.
subs.
It's just so important for those Flame Raiders to stay on the battlefield. But in this
Whereas
field, it's
YouTube,
not
I
easy.
believe I
Everybody was
get like
prepared to deal with Badger
80%.
Mocap,
Hold
so
on.
on the same token, everybody was also prepared for a turn 2 Flame Raider.
Insatiable Avarice is one of the cards that
Where
you
on
get access to
YouTube,
because
I
this
get
deck
70% of the
is
membership
mono
rather than
black
50
in nature. It isn't literally, but it's
after
land
taxes.
All right,
So I
finds
get
the
like
land here, though, gets the
82%,
roaming throne
80%
in
of
play.
the membership
Now,
on
Chris Larson,
YouTube,
however,
which is cool.
does have
And that's
a
how you
deadly
can support
cover-up.
me,
Does
that
he
I can
wanna
keep
just
doing
use
this,
it
right?
here
Because I don't
just
have a
to kill
job.
the
I'm
one
treating this as my
creature?
job.
Also has Bitter Triumph to kill it, but I believe he has the ability to collect evidence and remove all roaming thrones.
He does. Yeah, there's a Deceit in the yard at the least.
Oh yeah. And he's
Sorry,
gonna wanna
YouTube.
get
I'm explaining
rid
to
of
someone
all of
talking,
the ones in
asking questions.
Eduardo's deck.
They're new to Twitch.
Doesn't have any in hand.
So destroys this one. See if I'm putting this. I'm definitely destroying this one, and I'm seeing if I'm collecting this at the others. Yeah, I'm collecting this. I like style.
He says, "Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and collect."
Yeah, killing the throne seems nice. It's one of the more annoying creatures to deal with, and now he
I
gets
like
to take
taking
a look
throne
at the
here
hand here
over the
Still
counterspell.
a solid grip of cards here.
Taking
from
the card that
Eduardo.
impacts the
You
game
have
versus the one
Wistfulness,
that
and you have
slightly
the Unagi.
disrupts you.
But he does not have to worry about double triggers from the roaming throne.
I asked Ken, "Do you mind if I shuffle?" And he was like,
No.
"You shuffle." Shuffle
So
something, and then he took it and shuffled. I was like,
on the live stream, there is a membership.
Not really what I meant.
Show you. Sorry, guys. So on the site here, you see, so if you, on YouTube itself, you can click the support button, and there's a membership gifting, right? Or there's membership. So if you get into this membership, right, then that membership I get 80% of that. Versus Twitch, it's 50-50.
Does find a land, but it is a tapped land
Yo,
here.
yo, Perix, thank you for the
Just
membership
going
over
for
on
the
YouTube.
Witch
I
Knight's
appreciate
always
you,
here
brother. Thank
instead.
you so much. And then there's also like super chat, I think, that you can like it's like tips
another
or donation or something. I think that's how it works. I'm still new to
Knight
YouTube,
stories.
but that's kind of what it is.
And a deceit in some lands.
Right.
I
Deceit
mean,
does look like
however
it
you
would
want to
be pretty
support,
nice,
either
but
way.
doesn't have the can you cast it? Oh,
I
does
get
also
more
have
from
a
YouTube,
of
yes.
offerings in hand.
But it's like if you want to
This is
sub
tough
on both because
every
you want to look
creature
on
is
different
good.
ones, that's very generous of you, and I
So-
thank you so much.
Oh, and it does enter tap though, so you can't play. it
Yeah,
this
I
turn,
just
but
hit when I
every
hit
creature is
500
good,
subs.
so
I have
it's like,
members,
what do you want to discard?
and then
It's like,
1,000
right.
subs
I wanted-
on YouTube. Then there is ads. I'm so
every
sorry,
single
guys.
one just gives you so much
But
value.
I'm more excited
Now, the
at 1,000 than I
wistfulness
can have sponsorship
It's just a 6/5,
opportunities.
and it does draw you a little bit of cards. Maybe
On
you want the
YouTube.
disruption. Okay, this card's a deceit here.
Because only at 500 on YouTube, then I can have like a link to a sponsor, but I can't like actually have a sponsor. It's just a link to another web page is able to be in like a description. And then at 1,000, I can actually have a sponsorship.
Deceit's already blue and black.
Right, and it's still exiled.
So like maybe I can be sponsored by Card Kingdom
All right,
or
a land
TCG
on the
or
top
something,
means that
and you know
Doomsday
then
Excruciator's going to hit the battlefield here.
Is there a Restless
like
Reef in play?
you can use a discount code at checkout to Mox King,
so.
you know, like
believe
to
so.
TCG or
But
something,
there
and
was
then
an
a
insatiable
portion
avarice,
comes
I
to me, right?
Yeah, there is.
There is one in
But you
hand
also
here.
get a donate. You also so like say
Yeah, now the
you get like
pressure's on. That
free
wistfulness
shipping and
not looking so
5%
great anymore.
off when getting from TCG player by
Wow.
using like
Tough
Raven or something.
spot.
I don't know, whatever the sponsorship. If I find one, then I would get like a percentage
I would
of.
like to
So
play
not
a
only you get a
5-mana
discount
6/5.
on buying cards
This is where I'm
physically,
at.
but then you would also get a discount. Right?
Yeah, yeah. If you pay 2 blue, you have to draw the 2. But
Are you Jeff
all
Painter
these
on YouTube?
options- all these lands have the option to tap for colorless as well.
Yo, Jeff Painter, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are number
Right?
5.
You don't
I'm
have
feeling so much love this morning. Thank you so much for the support, guys.
Does have an insatiable
Yes, you did it right.
avarice.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I will.
One step closer to not having to go to the food bank anymore. Let's go.
Stock up no
go.
longer needed.
Think he's going to wait until the final turn to fire off that avarice if he needs.
Right, that's a lot of mana. You just
Right.
don't want to give Eduardo any extra things.
Yeah.
Sorry,
there is
I'm
the
talking
Unagi,
over
but
this
if you
game,
play
guys.
the Unagi, I think you have
I just
to
want to be,
draw
I
extra
want to
That
be
is
open
not-
about
So,
what
it's
you
like,
know the
if you
goals
play
are
it
for the
now,
channel. I'm not going to hide
Excruciator
anything
draws
from you guys.
Christopher Larson an
I think
extra
that's
card,
dumb
then
when
Eduardo
creators
will
hide
draw 2
things.
cards.
So that's kind of dead.
Yeah.
But that's just my
Wow.
personal thing.
There are instances where this card is good, but I think this Excruciator is
But thank
just
you,
gonna
thank you,
get
thank
it
you
done
for
with
the
insatiable
membership.
avarice.
I mean, Eduardo
Over
looked
on
down at
YouTube.
wistfulness and Unagi and is like, what am I doing?
Yeah. I mean, he's playing
I
the
mean,
tactics,
that is
like,
up to
can
you.
Can
Like,
you just
if
play out to
you,
Unagi here?
for example,
I don't think he can afford to even do that.
4
I,
cards? Is this 4 cards
Perix
left?
asked
Yeah,
this
it's 4.
before,
Yeah.
and I'll say it like
It's
if you
two
guys
for
do,
Larson.
So Chris
there's
just
a
wants to
donation
see the
that
hand,
goes to
make sure
like
the
my
coast is clear.
PayPal,
You can target your
and if you
opponent
ever
with
do a
insatiable
donation and be
avarice.
like, I want you to
Eduardo doesn't
buy,
have anything that has haste in his deck.
Exactly.
I want you to
He'll
buy
draw
like
the last
10
card for
booster
the turn,
packs.
and
Like
then
I
he'll bet on
won't,
the
I'll use that
following
money
turn.
exactly how
so
you
he can
guys want
just
it,
fire it off.
kind of thing. If you want to like help with wild cards or something for content.
I guess I'll play the Unagi.
Or like, hey, I'm missing like 1 mythic wild card, but I want you to play this deck. Here's like
know.
$20 to buy 4 mythic wild cards or something. I will absolutely do something like that. If I don't have cards. In the future.
I mean, none of
But
these
that is
cards
definitely
do
a way to
anything.
support
Unagi
the
is-
arena channel.
Is literally going to have him just dead at turn.
Because it'd be really
There is
cool.
no roaming throne. You can even just keep
Unagi
your
is great.
Excruciator
This is a
back to
weird
block
board
what you
state
need.
because
Anything with it.
now the
Chris Larson just
Excruciator
wondering,
draws a
should
card
I
on
wait to
upkeep,
do it on my turn?
but that
Or give you
forces
the
Unagi to
four
draw
group
2
of cards? Is
cards.
there a world where you can somehow play?
Yeah.
Are they all of Vibrances, for example? Is there
Right.
something weird that can happen here?
Perix, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, I guess you just.
Perix, what the
wait,
fuck did you
say
just
go.
do?
But then what if Eduardo draws a counter spell for the insatiable avarice?
Brother,
If he draws.
I
a
wasn't
counter
begging.
spell,
Fuck you.
You draw your 2 cards for the turn.
Thank you. I'm not going to say the
Eduardo
number, but
draws
thank you
Maybe
so
that
much.
gives you time
Just
to do a
that
bunch
little
of
bit
creatures.
helps. Thank you so
Yeah,
much, dude.
I hear you.
I mean, Chris
Love you
Larson's
too.
very, very much ahead, but it actually
No, it
does
Perix,
does the way
donated
really
money
kind of interesting.
to me directly to help with food.
Because yeah, if he okay,
Thank you
he
so
drew
much.
Also, Eduardo's at 5.
That means a lot
so
to me.
He actually just
I'm
did
gonna
attack
fucking
here.
cry. I'm sorry.
It's like, I just have you dead next turn no matter what.
Asshole.
So he can kill him in the air
There's
or not.
multiple
That
routes
makes
to
sense.
victory here.
That's better because he can't draw a counter spell and a removal spell.
Right.
I draw 2, right?
Yeah, you draw 2.
Draw
and
2.
You don't have a choice.
All right, you can run out the deceit here first if you'd like.
Yeah, and
Oh,
this
finds
is
the pounce
but
off.
this is why Christopher played it
Right.
this way. Is he has He has Deceit just to be extra sure because there is one under
right.
the card. He has every single base covered as Christopher Larson.
Yep.
He gets to look at the hand.
Yeah.
And that was Disdainful Stroke. And
I mean, there was a glimmer of hope there for Eduardo, right?
There really
Larson had
actually
no
was.
cards left in his library. He needed
That was
to have
such a close
insatiable
game.
avarice as the
Holy
last
crap.
card.
Holy smokes, that was another close one. I like that.
Excruciator
Once it
makes these
comes
games
out,
so
like,
interesting,
everything
chat.
The game
real
ends,
intense.
right?
It's like,
Wow.
All right, 2-1 now for Christopher Larson. He is 1 game away from a seat in the finals.
Christopher Larson does have a shoot the sheriff here. Eduardo just going, please, can I just have one of my 2-mana creatures
Absolutely
survive
not.
just one time?
Absolutely not. I really undervalue those 2-mana elementals that ramp.
Has both Flamebraider and Ashling as an option.
I'll play Ashling, discard bounce off, draw card.
Yep.
That does need to find land number 3, actually, once again.
Is it a mercenary?
Chris Larson
An elemental
killing it
sure.
immediately.
Is it a mercenary? He said. Shoot the Sheriff is
We both know.
good here.
Does
Well,
Eduardo
get that elemental
find
off the
a
board.
land here?
That's step 1 to get
That's
back into his
question
mulligan to
number
6.
Right. If he does, then you can just play out Flamebraider plus land and try to set up for a turn. Oh,
And
he
he did.
does. Okay. All right.
Eduardo couldn't see it, making us nervous here.
All right, Intimidation Tactics will take the best card out of the hand here. There's a Roaming Throne and 2 copies of Vibrance.
But no land.
Can't play the Roaming Throne next turn,
Exactly.
technically. But the issue is if you take a Vibrance, Eduardo would still be able to play the other one.
I think you still need to take Vibrance, though. Vibrance is still a problem.
So you don't have to worry about that.
Right?
Finally!
I figured the way this played out, but it's nice to have confirmation.
The reason he can say that is because he certainly would use it had he had it. So
100%.
Eduardo would know anyways.
If he had a removal spell, he would kill the Flamebraider and take the Roaming Throne, right? It would be very easy. That's what he would do. The fact that he's tanking, Eduardo can surmise that there is, in fact, no removal spell here from Christopher Larson.
Still
These
take
two
Roaming
players,
Throne, right?
they
It kind of
both
unlocks the
have
hand
a
too
flair
much.
For the dramatic. They're both
Like, sure, you
just
get Vibrance,
really fun to
but
watch.
it's
This is a
better
dream
to get the
matchup.
Roaming
Testing
Throne off
must
the
be really
table.
fun. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I was wrong. Okay.
All good? On these, you can just take it up.
He does have a land to play here and then pass the turn back.
Right, so if he plays a Vibrance here, and did find a land, actually, so you can actually, if you play the land, just play the Roaming Throne first, right? Maybe set up for a double trigger on the following turn off the Vibrance if you'd like.
If he drew a land drop, he can Roaming Throne into Winter Night Stories. That's a really good
We
turn.
are still two
Really
turns
tempting to
away.
go for the
Right.
display.
We are 2 turns away from Deadly
can,
Cover-Up, right? Chris Larson's only on 3 lands. No, but he's just going for the Vibrance, getting the value immediately.
Yeah, he was talking about maybe I could try to string something together here.
I
but
think
boy,
Vibrance just getting the land is still the
gotta
better
be
upside.
tempting, 'cause the
Like if he
Vibrance gets you the
untaps
land,
and
too.
Right.
kills your Roaming Throne, you took a turn off doing
Kind of just
nothing.
solves your problems. It isn't aiming the
But Roaming
absolute
Throne and
highest
Winter
that
Night
you
Stories
could
in one
go,
turn
but
is still pretty strong.
But Eduardo in the tank here.
He really is thinking it over.
Yeah, okay, going for the Vibrance. It's just guaranteed value. Take
So you're at
3,
17, I'm
some
at
pressure,
22.
get whatever value land I might like. You could just get a Surveil land here, right? Because you're not playing anything else this turn anyways. I don't know if we're at Quarry Mountain Monastery territory yet.
I really like Vibrance can get any land. Definitely
There's
in
nothing too relevant
when
in
we
the
were looking
graveyard
at
here, so I don't think he wants to go get the land that
the
removes
spoilers.
cards out of the
I
graveyard.
overlooked that it gets every land. Someone made a comment that you could play
makes
Vibrance
a lot of
now
sense.
with the EDH
Eduardo
changes.
gets
You
the
can play
Thundering
Vibrance in
Falls,
like a mono green elf
tries to
deck, and
smooth out
Vibrance
his
can go
draws
find
here.
like Gaia's
That
Cradle
is going to be his land drop for the turn.
in EDH. That's insane.
And Christopher Larson right now, nothing for next turn, just the Winter Night Stories. That would be a very poorly timed removal spell if he fired it up.
So Chris needs
The
to
very,
get
very
a Wrath.
next level. Oh no, another demon there? Well,
Okay,
I guess
so-
one can go away.
Would love to find a
Spider-Man,
Wrath
a
here.
Hex,
Sounds the
2 Hex.
2 requiring.
Hexes.
Okay.
But not a land drop?
Gonna fire 1 off surely on the Flamebraider.
Funny enough, just a turn late.
Yeah.
Big difference though.
Christopher Larson does have a superior Spider-Man in hand, so he can play that if he wants. Copy that Excruciator if he needs.
13. Elemental.
Oh, is that another Vibrance? Did he just find another Vibrance here?
Does seem to be the case.
Okay, I mean, that's a lot of damage, right?
I would
if
slam
you
the
play
Vibrance,
that,
get another
Larson's
land
down
drop.
to 10 life here. If Larson doesn't have a sweeper,
You can get Quarry Mountain.
puts him down to 2, then any additional Vibrances becomes a lethal Vibrance. Granted, there's 1 exile, so there's only 1 Vibrance left in the deck. But of course, then Bounce Off also becomes an out to victory, as you can just pick up your
Crusader
Vibrance
does not win the
and
game
deal
here.
3 damage.
Yeah, Larson doesn't have a sweeper right now. He does have Superior Spider-Man. But boy, it being a 4/4 makes a big difference here. Even if it copies a Doomsday Excruciator, it would still have to trade for a Vibrance.
Deadly Cover-Up. Deadly Cover-Up would be nice. And that is another land.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
So 6 each.
Okay, 6 each, but this would just trade.
And Larson doesn't have a backup here, right?
No,
Oh,
he has
there's
the Restless Reef.
Oh, Reef
But
in
Larson's
hand.
at 10, so this is going to be a close one.
Thought about that.
Yeah, can't play out the Winter Night Stories anymore. Not with the Restless Reef in play here. The only play
That's a
Eduardo
really
has
good.
is
Wow.
just running
Like
out.
now the
Roaming
game
Throne
is
and
completely
attacking
different.
Both creatures.
Cool, you block. That's good.
And then
You block.
Larson trades.
Goes to 6.
So
There is
pretty
a
much,
lethal attack,
is it
though, with the
elementals
roaming
need
throne. So if Larson just
bounce?
activates with the Restless Reef, Eduardo will still have 1 card left in
He
his
will.
deck.
That will not
So
be
he
enough.
can't do that for the win here.
So Larson still needs to find a way to deal with at least one of these threats.
But he does have the ability to just hard cast Doomsday Excruciator. But it's a watery grave in hand, so if he casts it, he's going to go to 4. Then one of the 4/4 still gets in for the win.
So he needs to find a swamp,
untap land,
or a sweeper,
deadly cover-up,
right,
or a spot removal spell. There's
Crazy
a lot
game.
of good cards here for Christopher Larson.
Untapped land.
I'm excited to play this Crusader deck. It
removal
changes
spell.
the dynamic
Bitter Triumph.
in an instant.
Superior Spider-Man, Deceit.
Spider-Man.
Lots of good cards here for Chris Larson.
This is close.
Another Shockland or a Restless Reef, those would be some pretty bad draws.
But even if he does, Eduardo still could be live to some of those, especially
Right.
if this is just an untapped land.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bounce off for the win.
What can this be?
It's a swamp.
It's an untapped land. Okay, so this gives him hope. He has a blocker.
Okay.
He has a
Doomsday
blocker. Can Eduardo
Excruciator.
find a bounce off
Bounce
here?
off, something, some way to get that thing out of the way.
By the way, you can
So
just
you
cast
Winter Night
Night
Stories to go
and
for
just
it?
go for the win, right?
Oh,
you got
yeah.
3 cards, because the Restless Reef's going to go off anyways. Might as well draw the cards
Yes.
here and find an answer to go for the win here. Do you have a Vibrance left in your deck? Do you have a bounce off?
Deceit good enough?
Don't think there's much else I can do.
Deceit
Bounce
would
it.
also work.
Play it open?
Yeah.
Lots of outs here for Eduardo. He's got
Chris
4
asked if you wanted to see it
cards
open.
left
Let's see it.
in his library.
This
Alright.
is it.
This does Ivory Collar.
What is left?
Thank you for that reminder.
Just being super careful here with the
Here it is.
mana. By keeping up 2 blue, you can play Deceit.
I definitely
It's
need
Superior Cavero,
He
man.
needs red
needs
for Vibrance.
Vibrance for red, because
Yeah,
that would
Deceit,
also be lethal.
Vibrance
Bounce off.
or Bounce Off. Those are the free cards.
That's so
Yep.
we came up with 2, Eduardo.
if I draw now-
It
You
is
could also-
very rare that you cast Winter Night Dreams.
You have to do this
You
or
can
you
also
lose.
draw Ashling, and if the last cards bounce off, that would also work if you played it. All right, here we go.
That's not a good one.
Oh, he's gonna keep him
Face up.
face
Oh,
up.
what else?
Oh, and
Oh,
there's
there's a
Deceit. That is the one he needed.
Okay.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
He found it.
Game 5.
Game 5.
Oh,
and I
man.
told you these guys had a flair for the dramatic. Of course.
This game is great.
Number 5.
The mystery cards.
Unbelievable.
Feels like you started the game, then it's the final.
That
But yeah,
was the
it just
last
like
card,
it comes
too.
at you immediately.
What's the last card? Oh, what a game. I mean, look, when you play the Excruciator, it kind of forces your hand. Eduardo goes, all right, let's go for
I
it.
like
Let's
those
hope I
lines.
have
Like
an
it's,
out. I mean, he had a
it
lot of
turns
draws. He had
into
a lot of
now
outs.
this is the last play of the game instantly.
What a game.
That's so cool.
Then you're getting these free cards.
Oh, I need to change that.
Duress on turn 1 here for Larson.
All right, lots of counter magic here.
Holy smokes.
It takes the spider sense.
Right, bot. You're doing the wrong thing, buddy.
Show here.
They sure do.
Makes
All right.
sense.
Chris Larson was kind of hoping that maybe Eduardo had a 2-mana creature here.
Maybe it
He's got
helps
that
him.
shoot the sheriff.
I can thank him later, maybe.
We might actually just see a turn 3 Insatiable Avarice just to draw some cards here.
It makes me kind of feel good that Azorius Flash. I'm gonna Azorius Flash right now is the second highest win rate deck on Magic Arena in Best of 3 right now,
Okay. It's a little bit slow though.
according to Untap.gg. I'm so sorry, guys.
Okay, keeps up shoot the sheriff.
Whoops.
Yeah, ideally for Larson, Eduardo would find Ashling or something like that, and he
yeah,
did.
Absolutely.
Flame Braider probably would be the best case for Christopher.
And the thing is, there's not really another good play here if you're Eduardo, right? Just looking at his hand. You can't disdainful stroke something next turn anyways. Run out
Right.
the Ashling, rummage something away.
Not this part, this part.
Yeah, alternatively, you can also just get a land with a Vibrance, I suppose.
Oh.
Like, all you have to do is play removal, and then turn 6 Doomsday, and now a different game? That's kind of cool.
9 removal spells that he can cast from this point. So if you want to just strand the 2 mana that Chris Larson has up, maybe just go for a different play here than just running out the 2-drop.
Man, Larson has insatiable avarice here too.
Oh, he has disdainful stroke. That's important to know about.
He can reload.
Go to 22.
Yeah? All right.
Oh, very nice, Eduardo.
21, sorry, 21.
Yeah, takes a pain from the starting
Presuming
count.
this is fine.
Yeah. So now Eduardo will get one of his many utility lands.
So the Is It Elementals deck was almost $800. I wonder how much it's going to be after this weekend.
When I play GPs, I haven't done it because like, I always just look at the top card.
I love it. I like the one a Pit of Offerings. I wonder how much that came up this weekend.
I did it. I asked the judge.
I also do such things, but
That's so cool that you can get that card.
I just gotta see.
All right, Pit of Offerings. Let's see how much stonks go up.
One like whatever.
I should have checked. I should have checked.
Also, this is matter that my library is shuffled. I have nothing on the bottom and stuff like that.
Yep, go ahead.
All right, here Christopher Larson almost certainly going to fire off
Bit
this
of
sensational
Offerings.
Labyrinth here.
Right.
Draw some
Get the
cards.
cards rolling.
This is painful though. You do take 5 damage here.
It
with the
is a
Watery Grave.
quarter card.
But this does gas you up.
Pick it up while it's
Eduardo
still
has no
cheap.
pressure. Ooh, that is a great collection of cards there.
I
Found
love
Superior
Avarice.
Spider-Man and
I really
Great
like that
Deceit.
card.
Back up to the full 7 here for
Way to
Larson.
win the game right away,
And now
or
that
just
he's
find
got
your
that,
win
he
con.
might be interested in playing out a 2-drop. Nope, just drawing more cards here.
Yep.
Yeah, just wants to be mana efficient. So Winter Night Stories.
Oh, because you took one for you and not you were trained to.
Now
Yo,
the coast is
speaking of
clear
one of my
here for
OG
Chris Larson
subs,
to run out
holy
the seat.
shit, Krim. Thank
See
you
what
so much
Eduardo's
for the
working
continued
with here.
support, brother. I appreciate you. It was really nice to see you and your fiance the other
There's
weekend.
also Superior Spider-Man, which you could
Thank you
cast,
so much,
but
my friend.
Copying of Vibrance isn't particularly strong.
Unagi.
Might take one of the counter spells or the Unagi.
I would probably take Disdainful Stroke. Yeah, this is the Pro Tour. This is the top 8. We're watching coverage, and then we're going to play decks this afternoon after the top 8.
Yeah,
Looks a lot better here.
Yeah, but can't play it next turn.
Having an Ketramos is a great idea.
So you, so you could play the Spider.
Maybe
so
like
if
a
you
one
take
of
the
in the
Disdainful
Ketramos burn
Stroke
deck as
now,
well.
Right? And then
It
next
can
turn
help
you
with 3
play the
colors.
Spider-Man copying the seat, then you could get the Unagi. But of course, we also know that Eduardo has the
There's
Pit
been
of
some
Offerings,
crazy
which
games
he
this
can
weekend.
use to
It's
exile
been a
the
pretty good Pro Tour.
graveyard.
And the card we hate is not in the top 4.
And Larson knows that too, right?
Right.
Or the card I hate. I don't. You could like Badger Mole, and you could like Monument. I don't care about that. I just don't like them.
Definitely not straightforward at this point in the game.
Yeah, run out the deceit. Keep up the shoot the sheriff here.
So what is going
Tough
on,
spot.
Grim,
It's like,
is
you have
he
to
has
just
a
kind of
card that looks
imagine-
at his
this is
opponent's
really
hand,
tough because there's 7
and
cards
he
in
gets to take
Eduardo's
one of
hand.
those cards.
How
But
do you
he's
see
writing
this
down the
game playing
information of
out?
the
There's
cards in
lots of
hand,
different directions this
so
could
he
go,
has more information.
right?
Like on
Do
the
you
next
think
turn,
this
he's
is
like
gonna be one of those
has an
games where
idea
that
like what
Unagi
card is
actually
new, what
matters?
card is not. That's what he's doing.
Or is it going to be one of those games where if I enact my
Where
game
on Magic
plan,
Arena,
just
if you
get
get to
that
see your opponent's
excruciating
hand,
play, will
those
I
cards are
win the
just
game
face
in one
up to
spot?
us. So it's kind of the same idea.
He decided to play a tapped Reef, so he is effectively tapped out this turn, but he did end up taking a Disdainful Stroke there, Paul.
Yeah, okay.
So likely to go for Spider-Man on Deceit next turn.
Right.
And try to take away that Unagi at the least.
Okay, so not keeping up shoot the sheriff this turn.
Right, he played a tapped Reef instead.
Yeah, wouldn't it be better for Mardu because
I
every
suppose-
card it
I suppose
exiles,
he
it can now
thinks if
make
he
that
goes for
mana.
it, Eduardo can maybe just save the creature anyways.
It sounds way
with
better
the
in
bounce
Mardu,
off.
like as a one
So
of.
might as well save. Maybe this is a good opportunity to kind of preserve your life total and play a land tapped.
It works really well with the elementals too.
That Deceit for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
And Eduardo knows exactly
Vibrance.
what's up.
Yeah. As Eduardo doesn't really
Yeah,
have any
these two
recursion
left.
here, so
Yeah.
just wants to make sure that he can tap for all the colors.
Probably not copying Flame Braider.
Definitely won't be doing that.
more important that I prevent one.
Take 6 cents
Thinking
out of
about
the graveyard.
collect evidence or something.
Yeah.
So he's taking cards out of Larson's graveyard because he has the collect evidence board wipe, so he wants to cut him off more mana or more collect evidence.
And that is a deadly cover-up, but don't think you want to use it just for an Ashling here. Kind of want that Unagi to hit the battlefield before you fire
Oh,
it off.
I bet this Dimir Excruciator deck eats
So he's just going to
eats the Badger deck alive.
Letting it resolve, but hey, Chris can just play it a little bit slow here. Still no pressure just yet. Now, if you're on Eduardo's side, do you pass and go, hey, well, I know you know I have it, but what are you going to do to stop it, right?
Give it to me. I'll do it for the.
Or do you just run out a Wistfulness here, develop your board, still have a 6/5?
I think your hand is really weak, right? You should probably just throw out Wistfulness.
Now, with this Reef in play, Chris Larson does have the ability here.
I don't know about the bounce off, though.
Play out a Doomsday Excruciator next turn.
What you could also do is you could 2-cost Wistfulness, evoke on the stack, bounce it with bounce off, and then have it for next turn.
And it has the bounce off as
Or
well.
just hold Unagi.
I mean, it gets a little awkward.
But
here
Unagi's
if
going to die,
Eduardo
right?
decides
Because
to
he
go for
has...
Unagi, right? He just goes land, go, and then Chris just goes Doomsday Excruciator.
Right. So
like,
if
do you
you
really want to
feel
play
like
that
is
Unagi?
Like, what do you do?
If you feel like that is likely to happen, then perhaps it's better to draw your cards now and just play the Wistfulness this turn.
It also
and try to
interacts
sculpt a
better
good
with
hand.
the Excruciator.
Right.
Being 6 power.
This is...
Yeah, I feel like if Eduardo could see his hand, that would be clear. He is having to try to figure out what the chances are of these different things happening. There's no Excruciators in the yard.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Eduardo. This is going to be one of the most important turns of this entire match.
2, go to 18.
What 5-drop he chooses to play this
So
turn.
is it go? Oh, and he passed the turn back.
He says go.
Oh, this is not going to work out well for Eduardo. We talked about this in the prior game. Once the demon's on the battlefield, if you do play the Unagi, you are forced to draw the extra
going for
card
it. He
when
took
the demon dies.
Sorry, that was a little loud. I had to cut that out.
Like, right,
Yo,
let's go
thank
for
you
this.
for the gifties. What is wrong with
And he's
chat?
going to play out the Unagi.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Krim. Holy crap. All the months, all the gifties.
15 points of damage.
Does the Pro Tour bring it out in people? Thank you so much for the 5 gifties.
For Larson also, so that
Thank you.
One turn
I feel all the
fewer.
love today.
Right, and you
Holy
can
crap.
bounce off the reef, but if you bounce off the reef, you can't even attack this turn.
Right.
I'm not playing WoW.
That's a Vibrance. That is a way to finish off the Excruciator.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going for the bounce off. Attack for 5, put you to 10. Play Vibrance.
Which does
So
actually
this is
produce
interesting
lethal,
because
right?
when he plays the demon on upkeep, he draws a card.
Then you'd
But now he's just playing Wastefulness.
wait.
Just no blue.
No blue. Okay, I was like, you just
Now you
playing a
get board
6/5.
wiped.
Okay,
Oh, and
deadly
there's the
cover-up.
sweeper with
There it is.
Deadly
cover
cover-up.
up.
So now there's no more pressure here coming in, and there's that Restless Reef that can go off next turn here.
It just needs to get in once
It
after
just
that.
needs to
There's a
go
new
for one
WoW
attack and
expansion
bounce off.
coming
Is
in
the
a
only
month, I
card
think.
that Eduardo
I don't know. I
has.
don't play WoW anymore.
Eduardo possibly come
We
up
did
with
play WoW
10
on stream for a
damage
while, but
from this board
He
state.
needs to draw another bounce off, right?
yeah, you need
Yeah.
bounce
It's
off to get
gotta
rid of the
be another
mainland.
bounce off and then a Vibrance to get some damage in. But even then, I don't know if it's enough. Chris Larson has more threats in hand here.
Soul Guide Lantern, that's a redraw.
What are you guys doing today?
I mean, he
Buff.
has to go for it. There's also Thunder.
Thank you for the 5 gifties.
Surveil, see if you do
members.
have a bounce up, but you're just trying
What?
to survive at that point. At that point, are you
W's
even
for
putting
the
pressure on
support
Chris Larson?
today. What the fuck?
Larson also has the Excruciator that he could replay.
Take
if
some
he just
hearts,
needed a
brother.
blocker.
Take some.
But
All of you take
really,
some
he
hearts.
needs to get that reef in
I'm
there
kind of
to
lost for
come.
words.
Yeah, because if you
Thank
play
you
Soul
so
Guide
much for
Lantern
the
and
support
sack to
today.
draw a
That's
card, you won't have the mana to even cast
that's a
the
lot.
Vibrance this turn.
Wow.
Right,
So there's just no creatures.
And the reef is that like next turn lethal. Like
Right.
if he gets it
So
turned
he's-
sideways, you're just
Welcome
Exactly,
all
and
the
so
new
you need
members.
The mana for the bounce off as well. So that's 3 whole
On
mana.
Twitch and YouTube. Holy crap.
It's really feeling like there's no way out here for Eduardo. This is game 5 of our first semifinal. And as we've seen time and time again, once Doomsday Excruciator hits the battlefield, every single turn has an amplified importance.
Yep.
Okay. And then now
So
you
he surveilled that away.
Crazy,
now,
dude.
Now we're going to cycle away the
Thank
Soul
you so
Guide
much for the
Lantern here.
support. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
What is he doing?
I guess he's just
All the
looking
hearts.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
he's just
I wish I had
testing,
better
right?
words for you
Yeah,
guys.
those
I
are
just,
two
I'm
lands
and a
just,
vibrance.
I feel very gracious right now.
Yeah, if
Thank
there's
you.
no
Very
bounce
thankful.
off, then he's just
Thank you
gonna
so
get
much.
hit by the Restless Reef, and that's going to leave
Some
him
hearts
with
and
no
chats for you guys.
cards left. He's going to pass a turn.
I mean,
but I
certainly,
think he's just posturing at this point.
yes, certainly Chris Larson. I mean, given all the digging, given all the digging, you have to think Eduardo Sajgalik likely doesn't have it here.
He's looking to see if there's a deceit somewhere because he just drew Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah. I mean, Chris Larson is at 7 life. Is there another way to win? That's what Chris Larson's thinking. If he has a bounce off, is there a better option for me this turn? Because you have the ability here to play, I don't know if he played his land drop, but you could even play 2 Superior Spider-Mans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think he's played a land yet. So that would give you 2 different blockers.
Right.
One card in hand.
So this is the big decision. If Chris Larson activates Restless Reef,
then
he will win this match.
So I can bank on you not having a bounce off. Attack.
All right.
And you can top deck a Vibrant.
Right? If his hand was Vibrance and bounce off,
Play it safe.
Chris Larson would die.
Yes, that would be exactly 7. That's how he loses. Now, he doesn't know it, but Eduardo does not have the bounce off. Is he going to go for the Reef?
Nope, he's not.
He's going to go for the double Superior Spider-Man.
Okay,
Can he
6/5?
Can he play not blue for these? Yes, he can.
Yeah,
So
okay,
2
Romeo
4/4s.
Yeah.
I'm a simple man. Dinosaur.
Excellent.
Dinosaur.
Name's Dinosaur. Passes the turn back.
But Eduardo had nothing left, right?
No, he didn't. I saw 2 lands and a Vibrance.
Yeah, so just playing it safe
Can I
works.
get a dinosaur break?
You get a dinosaur?
He wants the label of Dinosaur. And that's going to do it. Christopher Larson
Crazy, dude.
finishes the
Crazy
job
game with Excruciator.
and beats Eduardo Sajgalik to advance to the finals.
What an incredible
What a crazy game.
Back and forth. I mean, we had Eduardo, you know,
Good games.
Doomsday Excruciator also going in both directions, right? Chris Larson
Good games.
played Excruciator in the previous game, and Eduardo still finding a way to win with just a couple of cards left in his deck. So, yeah, I mean, just some incredible back and forth. And I will say, you know, whatever you want to say about this Excruciator deck, it makes for some entertaining matches.
It really does. It just seems to amplify everything once that thing hits. It's like, especially with that Reef, you know, that Reef really does apply maximum pressure because it doesn't even need to get through, right? It just needs to get turned sideways, and all of a sudden your opponent has like a turn maybe to kill you.
I see what you're talking about, Paris. Let me fix that.
Really impressive stuff from Christopher Larson, who advances to the finals and who is with Cedric right now.
The big Dane, Chris Larson, huge win. Another 5-game match against Eduardo. Tell me about that win.
Win is sweet. Eduardo is another friend of mine, and like, it's just, I have never played against the elemental deck, and my team came and gave me some good advice. I took the advice and I
Crazy
threw it out
top
of the
8,
window
though.
and I did something else.
That was a lot of fun.
That's not entirely true, but some of it is. The elemental deck is like rough, man. It does things. Those new cards are really good. But in the end, when they have 6 cards left in the library, it is hard for them to get there. So going 5 games against Eduardo was just for everyone around here getting the full experience. But for me to sit around here and just play Magic is definitely for me. And this is great.
Well, we're loving watching you play. You've got one more in front of you. You win that one. You're a Pro Tour champion. You've made some deep runs before. How are you feeling right now heading to the finals?
I feel ecstatic. I'm excited.
So this guy is called the Big
And I'm
Dane.
just
He's like,
happy.
he would be the perfect heavy fighter.
I just love this thing. Holy, I love this thing.
Well, there are a few people who love Magic more than Chris. Chris, we're looking forward to watching you in the finals. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you very much, Cedric. Give me a hug.
Man, I want one of those Chris Larson hugs. I mean, that's a real hug right there. Chris Larson takes our first final seat. We're going to take a short break. When we come back.
So to explain what happened there.
Seat. Don't go anywhere.
So he's playing a he's playing a card called Demonic Excruciator, right? So that is, I'm gonna pull the card up so we can talk about it real quick. There it is. So this card says when it enters, if it was cast, each player exiles the bottom 6 cards of the library. So in Magic the Gathering, when you run out of a library to draw from, you lose the game. So even if he was behind on board and behind on life, he activates a land, and when that land attacks, you mill. Mill means you take the top card of your library and put it into your graveyard. You mill the top 4 cards. So he would untap, and he has no library to draw from, so he loses the game. That was a great round. So it's kind of like a combo deck. So he's playing control enough until he can win with this card called Excruciator, because it turns the game into you have like 1 to 2 turns to win or lose the game. Good luck. Yep. It's kind of like the break. Both of those players had like the breakout decks at this tournament. So now we have one more semifinals and then the finals to do. So I'm going to grab some water real quick. Again, thank you so much for the support today. It means a lot. Thank you so much, Buff. It helps. Everything helps. I'm not joking. I'm a loss for words, but thank you so much, guys, today for the support. And you like my content and you keep hanging out. I really appreciate you guys. Or girls. Let's go, guys. It's easier to say. I'll have to play some Lort.
Magic
Take it easy,
Spotlight
Grim.
Secrets
Thank you so
is
much for the
coming to
gifties.
London, UK,
Have
May
fun with
8th
Lort.
through
I'm going to get
10th,
more
and
water
Chiba,
because I'm out.
Japan, May
I'm going to be talking a
29th
lot
through the
today, so
31st.
I need to get a little more water.
More
And I'll be
details,
right back.
including how to register, are coming soon. Can't make it to the event? Individual organizers will be live streaming the event on their channels with dedicated broadcast teams and commentary. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on Magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 over on magic.gg/spotlight. It's one of the best days of the year. That is Pro Tour Sunday here in Richmond, Virginia for Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. We are working our way through our top 8. We have one finalist, but we need to find him an opponent. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news. That's Maria Bertholdi, your host for the weekend, alongside Monty DeBooty. How are you liking our top 8 so far, Monty?
It's been a lot of fun. I think the big thing for me is coming into the day, I really had no idea how it was going to play out. I think it's a top 8 full of surprises. The one thing I expected was we had 2 players playing Badger Mole Cub in the top 8.
Right.
I expected them to suffer. They both lost in the quarterfinals. That made sense. After that, it really felt like anyone's game.
Ooh, excellent. Let's take a look at our bracket to remind people where we've been so far today and where we have yet to go on our way towards that trophy match. Check it out. Christopher Larson has made himself our first finalist, but he needs somebody to play, of course, and he'll find that opponent either in Tony Portolon or Marco Balaka. But who will it be? We will find out oh so very shortly. Before we do, though, if you've been watching tournament coverage here all weekend long, we've been seeing a lot of sweet decks, not only, of course, in our top 8, but out in the field, too. And, Monty, you've got some deck lists for us to watch.
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible for Standard to be too diverse, but this format is certainly making a case for itself because we have so many viable decks after this weekend, and there's no consensus on which one is the best. Andy Garcia-Romo is its Spell Elementals. This deck still has the best constructed win rate of the weekend. They absolutely figured out the Badger Mole Cup matchups against all the other anti-Cup decks.
Wait, what are you doing?
But
That's
it's
so
still
confused.
A really powerful deck. Next up, Julien Henry.
It's
now,
from
this
you,
is the
but
Sultai
from
Elementals deck that
Painter?
is
I'm so
almost
confused.
A bit of a scam.
Thank you. Either way,
package
thank you for the donation, Perix. That's really nice of you. Thank you so much.
Full copies of Jean-Emmanuel
Did Excruciator win a tournament in the past?
Cool and quite explosive. Next, Petar Sahurek. Really a throwback build of Dimir midrange. You can see builds like this going all the way back 2.5 years at this point, but they still have the tools to get the job done. Deep Covered Bat, very powerful. Kaido, incredibly powerful. And of course, Endearing Curiosity, ensuring you never run out of cards. And finally, we're going to take a look at Arna Hushim.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the tip.
One of the builds.
Do you want me to buy magic cards with it? What do you want me to do with them? Thank you so much for the support. It really means a lot to me.
Trying to take full
Thank you.
of Quantum Riddler, trying to ramp it out early using a card like Ashling, or just warp it into play and then keep it with Splash Portal. There really is so much you can
I
do
like
in
the idea of this
Standard,
blink
and I
deck, but I don't think
think
Springleaf
even by
Drum
the
is good
end
enough.
of this weekend, we are going to have anywhere close to a
Just
consensus
medium?
answer
Oh, thank you so
on
much.
what is the right thing to be doing.
Hey, that's an exciting place to be, Monty. Next weekend, what are you going to sleeve up, though?
Reanimate.
How did that do this weekend?
I don't like winning, apparently.
It isn't actually my favorite deck, too, so I'm right there. I'll be there losing right alongside you.
I'll see you in the 0-3 bracket.
Okay, I'll
Maria.
see you there. Let's set up our second semifinal. Everybody, Christopher Larson needs an opponent. Who is it going to be? Tony Portolan or Marco Balaka? This is a Teamer Harmonizer Jeskai Control matchup. Tony Portolan has just been blowing the doors off Magic coverage the past year. He's third in our 2025 Player of the Year race, has 2 Pro Tour top
You won't
8s
see
last
another
season
banning,
alone,
immediate
and
bannings?
top
Yeah,
16 at
Badger
World
Mole might
Championship
live.
31. Marco Balaka, on the other hand, has also been no stranger to the Pro Tour. He played all of them last season, made day 2 out of 3 of those events. His best finish was 11-5 at Pro Tour Ether Drift. Made his goal this weekend of 10 match wins to re-qualify. He certainly did that and more. Let's take a look at Tony Portolan's road here to the top 8 on the Sunday stage. He actually beat Marco in round number 13, so this is a bit of a grudge match here for Marco.
Magic World Champion October 2024. Looks like when it did really well.
Marco's journey here because it's a bit of a different one, but it was pretty outstanding on day 1, Monty.
Yeah, it started out absolutely fantastic, and then you could see
Magic
in
World
day
Champion
2
30.
is when the wheels started falling off. After that 10-0 start, it lost in draft right at the ship initially, and then it was lose a winning in, lose a winning in, lose a winning in.
Yeah, it looks like it won Magic World Championship in 30.
The mental is not going with the losses. Unfortunately for
It's
Marco,
back, baby.
was able to get that midnight hour match against Andy Garcia Romo and get himself into the top 8.
Here's a look at the players
It
and their journey
was
here
Javier
to the top
Dominguez.
8. Now tell me about this matchup, Monty.
All right, so we're going to start with Teamer Harmonizer from Tony and Team Sanctum of All. This is a really cool deck that they brought, and it is essentially a combo deck. This is Teamer Twin. You're trying to warp out a Harmonizer.
So Teamer,
and then
the Harmonizer lost to this Jeskai control player in the Swiss.
Ideally, a fetch land and Fabled Passage. Fetch it, put the trigger on the stack, full bore your Harmonizer.
Is not a good
that's
matchup.
28 damage. Take a look at the sideboard. All you're doing is just trying to shore up some of your weaknesses. A card like Surak goes a long way when it comes to these control matchups. On the other side, we have Marco's build of Jeskai Control. The name of the game is keep the board clear. Make sure that your opponent is not able to resolve anything or not able to keep a creature on the battlefield, and then eventually grind them out with Jeskai Revelation. In the sideboard, more high-impact cards, but the biggest weakness coming out of this Jeskai Control build when it comes to this matchup is there isn't that much instant speed removal. Get Lost will have to do a lot of heavy lifting because cards like Lightning Killers just don't deal enough damage to get rid of the Harmonizer.
So which of these players do you like better here? Who's going to be other finalists?
I think it's a really close matchup, but I do think I want to still give the slightest of edges to Tony.
Okay. Well,
I think
wait
Tony
for
has
this,
a
everybody. Here
slight
we go.
matchup
Will Tony
advantage
Portolan
here.
live in harmony, or will Marco Balaka take control? We're about to find out. I'm going to send it on over to Marshall and Paul. Oh,
That
it's
was a
Alien
great,
Corey, actually.
Hi, friends.
joke. I think
I was just reeling from your joke there. Okay, that we'll work on that one.
I think it was supposed to be Marshall and Paul, but they heard that pun from Maria, and they're like, I'm out. Send in the other two. So, yeah.
Welcome, friends. Alien Loading alongside Corey Baumeister to bring you the second semi-final. It is Tony Portolan representing Team Sanctimol up against Marco Balaka, who has had one hell of a Pro Tour thus far. One of them is going to face Christopher Larson. Any predictions, Corey?
You know, I mean, Monty was saying slight advantage to Tony, and Tony did win in the Swiss here, but
Tony did
the
win.
matchup just doesn't seem
I
that
had it wrong.
great to me. I would say slight advantage to Marco, as there is just so much interaction, and then the fact that Marco gets to
Here will
represent
demolish
a threat
Harmonizer?
on
Maybe.
Tony's end step, if Marco doesn't have to, you know, get lost on a Harmonizer, those kind of things, and can just Jeskai Revelation at end
We will
step,
see.
I would think that kind of
I assume Tony is beaten through a lot of Tidebinders to get
Play
here.
out here as play gets underway here in semifinals. Number 2, Chris Larson is waiting to see who of these players he's going to face off against. If you're Chris, who does he want to face?
I would think Christopher would probably want to play against Control
Yo, what up, Snot?
more as, yeah, I don't know. That's close, too, because the 2 pre-board games we saw with Marco and Salvato, that looked pretty brutal, too.
Dude,
so,
these green pea snacks that I got from the food bank, you
I
can't
think
see
it is
them,
pretty
but
close. Probably
they're
still
actually really
Marco,
good.
But you never
I'm
know.
surprised.
All right.
I also think it's very fitting that
I got like a pack of
Christopher
6
goes
of
to the
them. They were
finals
just
of
sitting there on the
Pro
shelf.
Tour waiting for a dinosaur label.
I hope he got it.
I hope he got it,
honestly.
too. And framed it.
Food bank has definitely been saving my butt. I'm thankful to my local food bank.
We'll never know. Maybe we'll find out. Next on Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse, Tony Portland gets a turn back now. He is chucking a bunch of things in the yard. Escape tunnels aplenty, just to get all the colors he needs to pull off his combo. And on the other side of things, Marco just content to wait for Tony to do something of importance and counter it, no doubt.
Exactly. So Tony is going to be doing a lot of setup in this games of stock ups, consult the star charts, those kind of things. And then it's really going to be, it's going to be interesting to see if Marco tries to counter all of those card draw spells or just save as much interaction as possible for the big turns.
Earthbender Ascension on the stack. No more
Yep,
lies.
that's
says
not gonna
no
exist.
thanks. I don't want you getting
So,
benefits off of.
Tony is just gonna, play stock up, stock up, stock up, and hope he has the combo.
Back now, and we're gonna
Rest in peace is really good here.
No land shenanigans from the graveyard.
Main board rest in peace shuts down the Harmonizer deck from a 28-point combo.
Exactly. It's going to shut down Ice Till Explorer, bringing lands from the graveyard back. But that is really it. I would imagine that is probably a card that gets sided out in the post-board games.
I bet that's the first thing he looks at when he goes to sideboard. Just a reminder that this is best 3 out of
There's an
5.
Ascension.
So the first 2 games, the players don't get to sideboard in anything. And then come game 3.
I do like Ascension. I'm glad that it's seeing play.
To Tony, by the way. The 2 pre-board games here, you know, Marco has to leave in some less than ideal cards like Rest in Peace for next game as well. Even Spell Snare, Tony's deck very much goes from 3 and 1 as the dangerous spot. So Spell Snare is not that good except against the card Consult the Star Charts where it's excellent.
Yep.
But outside of that, there's still going to be some cards that Marco just doesn't really want. Like, this is, you're playing up against a, air quote, creature combo deck in this Teamer Harmonizer, but it's not the sense where you play a creature, say go, so the Day of Judgments, the Ultimas, those are also bad.
Yep.
So that's already 6 cards that are just really bad. Day of Judgment, Rest in Peace, Ultima.
Yep. As it stands, Day of Judgment doesn't really affect Tony because he'll just get the Fatal Passage back. He can crack that in response. Ultima, however, will result in another land, not Fatal Passage because it can be cracked.
Touching
will
that
result
now.
in the land not coming back once it's earthbended.
I
Just
like it.
because it says end the turn. No dies effects, no exiles effects, nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we get to see our player's hand this game.
Earthbender Ascension gets a trigger off of the land fetched from Fabled Passage, as well as Fabled Passage returning to the battlefield. So, on to 3 now. Earthbender Ascension.
So doing a great
Like
job
Marco
of
has
ramping here, the Earthbender Ascension.
Consult the
Even
Star
though it's
Charts,
not putting
Lightning
any
Helix.
counters on something right now, just getting that large enough
Can't
that
tell
if you
what
kind
else.
of play any threat, it's going to be impactful.
Oh, yeah. You know, this is kind of like plan B or C from Tony. If he doesn't get the combo going, then, you know, bossing, say, Earthbender land, try and get a large attacker from that avenue.
Stock up playing around. No more
Up on the
lines.
stack. Does Marco allow it? He's got a
Like he has an
Lightning Helix
Ultima in his
also an
hand.
Ultima. Consult the star charts.
And then 2 lands, it looks like, so relatively unexciting here. So this looks like this is just Marco trying to play this so there's less opportunities for Tony to have a Spell Snare, but ooh, already.
Ooh, Spell Snare is hot there.
Oh, it always feels so good when you're able to do that.
I mean, Spell Snaring a 4-drop there essentially is unreal value. So huge exchange, and that may be the one big reason where I know you are a huge fan of that being the best card advantage spell in Standard. That might be the one reason why I give it back to stock up, as so many Spell Snares are around that it's just really brutal when you get
Hungry
this
or a
exchange.
cash grab?
I would agree with you. For
If
sure.
Vagimal Cub ever leaves the format and 2-drops aren't the be-all and end-all, you know, then Consult the Star Charts
Isn't
might be
cash
able to
grab
run it
better?
free again.
Absolutely.
If no, they both have their
Either way, now
options.
Marco's
One only
hand
gets
is
a
just
land.
Helix, couple
Cash grab
lands,
gets a
Ultima.
permanent.
That feels
but
horrible here for
also
this
Town Greeter is
situation,
another
so
body.
Marco very much just wants to
They're
find
both their
more
upsides.
card advantage. And then into
The
counter
new
spells.
version
So
of
Stock up
Cabrero
here would
does
be the
not
best
play
draw,
with
another
Town
consult.
Greeter or Cash Grab. They play with the Elementals, and the Elementals are just
Parlor, does he
straight
want that?
better.
No, get that Dev Judgment out of there. Doesn't need another board wipe.
They play neither. The new Reanimator deck plays neither.
I think I might have saw a get lost as well there from Marco, so the ability to do a little bit more defending. But we've seen Bossing Say be just okay here in the previous matches, but this feels like the type of match that it feels pretty strong. Every single time that Tony just doesn't have anything to do, has an extra 4 mana laying around.
Bossing Say is great.
You know, a couple counters on a land and either start attacking in there or do this Fabled Passage trick.
Yeah, I like targeting the Fabled Passage because if there is a removal spell, then you just sacrifice it in response.
Yeah, they just have
No life
Deceit,
gain from Marco's
Wistfulness,
side of
and
things.
Speaker
And you just
instead
keep
of
playing
Town
this,
Greeter and Cash Grab
pressure
now.
game where eventually Marco will be forced to answer it. Yes, he's happy to go down to 1 life, but, you know, he can't just ignore what it is that Bossing Say and now Earthbender Ascension are doing.
Exactly. It is the classic when you're playing a combo deck, you distract
at.
them with something that is, you know, gaining some
Look over
minor.
here, look over here.
Exactly. And then when they do go to fully deal with it, then you're like, okay, well
Yeah,
now
here's
I have
a
the
here's a
combo,
list
and you're
that
able to
they
go with
this
the
one made
full
15th
Harmonizer
place
combo.
at the Pro Tour.
And now I
And
think Marco
that plays
has, you know,
Hex,
Helix.
Bitter
He's
Triumph.
Yeah, he does.
Do you really want a Helix, a 3/3 Fabled
Wistful Miss,
Passage?
3 Wistful Miss, 4
It's not
Deceit,
gonna end well for
Awaken.
It
ya.
doesn't feel great. Normally
the main
Helixing
board.
a 3 toughness creature, that's, you know, an amazing exchange, but...
So Tony had another consideration there for another land to be Earthbent. Ultimately went for Fabled Passage. Do you think he was trying to, you know, stagger it in such a way that the Fabled Passage left behind would give it 4 power?
It was the classic, do I want to get aggressive or do I want to get value? And Tony was waffling between that of all right, do I actually want to start getting in there for 3 or do I want to have the ability to do this exchange, which we just saw, and, you know, with perfect information, how things worked out here, much better to do it on the Fabled Passage.
Yeah. So Lightning Helix, not gaining any life there for Marco. Earthbender Ascension.
Here's
going
the
to be
version.
Quite a pesky enchantment on the board.
Yep, and of course the Fabled Passage still does get to come back, even through
people
Rest in
are
Peace,
playing
just
with,
because
so
of the
you're pretty close.
templating on Earthbending.
Yep.
As it's when it goes to the graveyard or exile, in case anyone.
I personally
is,
think those two,
wondering.
Town Greeter and Cash, is just worse than the Elementals. I'd rather play more Elementals personally.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like it would be like, all right, that would shut down Earthbending, but they definitely didn't want the feel bads from Earthbending if you lose your creature.
And the limited format
exile
would have
it,
been
something like
You
that.
can go to the old version and play like one of
way
Crater
less
Hoof
fun if the
instead of
legacy
playing
were
with the
using
Dragon.
Your army just all went bye-bye.
Right?
Yeah.
That could be an option to try.
And now just being able to do
Try to go
this
for Crater
Bossing
Hoof kills
Say
to
trick
diversify
every
your win
single
con.
turn on Fabled Passage just seems like a great way to get all these basics.
Yeah,
out of
getting
your
roped is kind of
library.
annoying. I wish people would get punished
Tony does
for that.
play a lot of them, and a lot of different kind of them. As
Yeah.
well.
And also, you know, every draw step where he's not actually deploying anything else to the board besides a land, he just gets to sculpt and have far more resources, card advantage aplenty. There's a Jeskai Revelation in hand for Marco. BT dubs.
Yeah, and the main phase consult the star charts. That felt like it either is Tony wanting that to be perceived as bait, or it was indeed bait. You know, like, okay, you counter that.
Yeah, I
and
might be
maybe
missing
I
your
go
point, sorry.
Harmonizer full bore and win the game, or you think
If I had
it's
to
gonna
choose
be
between those
Harmonizer
two,
full
I would do
bore,
Town Greeter.
So you let it resolve.
If that's
and
your question.
maybe Tony didn't have anything. That's kind of the mind games.
Out of those
and,
two, I
the
would pick Town
questions
Greeter.
that each player has to be asking themselves when you play a sorcery speed instant like this.
Yes. No answers in hand currently from Marco, I should say. In terms of countering any spells, Get Lost, Jeskai Revelation, and the Ultimate in hand.
Yeah, and the Revelation looks great. Top deck a land.
One Awaken and one Harvester. Then if you're looking for either Cash or Town Greeter, then I would play Town Greeter.
Now Tony does have 2 Spider Sense.
If you drop one
in the
Awaken
main that he can
and one
interact
Harvester.
with. But I think this is a spot for Marco where Marco is just like, yep, you have 2 of those in your deck. I can't just be main phasing Jeskai Revelations. I think Marco has to just kind of concede that battle of just saying, yep, if you have it at Tony's end step, it's just going to get countered because if Marco goes for it in the main phase, you open the door for the Harmonizer full bore to just kill you out of nowhere.
Fabled Passage once again. Becomes a 2/2 creature. So Pretty productive turn there for Tony, sculpting his hand, finding all the answers he needs.
That
like
the
you
7th
mentioned,
land
Spider
for
Sense,
Jeskai
because
Rev?
It is
It
getting
is.
into Jeskai Revolution
There we go.
territory now, and Tony will be well aware of that.
Yeah, and Tony, it's face up now that you just took 2.
Mhm.
You know, it is as much as, you know, we can see it and we're aware of it.
You know what?
It's
Tony
just as
has
obvious
Spider
to
Sense in
Tony
his
that,
hand, so
it's in hand.
I don't think he's too worried about it. He can
No
play
real
around it.
reason usually to shock that in, but at the same time, high-level competitive Magic at this level, it easily could be, well, shock it in anyways, because this chip shot damage game doesn't come into play that often.
I mean, either way you slice it, Marco's dead to 28 damage if it were to resolve, so.
That is factual. Wow. Okay, just to pass the turn, I would assume a Spider Sense here, yeah.
No thank you. So, one problem dealt with.
And no activation of Bossing Say or anything from Tony. I think that's kind of alluding to, you know, you're not really wanting to sack too many Fabled Passages because you do still need those when you start to combo off. So there's a point when you don't want to actually search out all the lands in your deck.
For sure, you need those multiple landfall triggers. Thankfully, though, with airbending, you know, you are able to get a landfall trigger off of that when it dies and comes back, even if you fail to find.
True, yep.
But still need 2.
And 8 basics is the count. 3 islands, 3 mountains, 2 forests.
It's got all the islands out, and then a mountain and a forest, so.
And this is pretty much double Demonic Tutor when you have this many lands in hand.
Double
You're
Demonic
just
Tutor, that's
looking
one
at
way to call
so
it.
many
Consult.
cards and getting to pick your best 2. Hey, we do have a Demonic Tutor graphic. Nice.
Nice.
Good job to whoever's
Not quite.
working the cards in hand there. It's what it feels like when you just have 10, when you're looking at the top 10, and we just saw another Consult the Star chart.
I think we saw 2 there, honestly.
That got found, yeah. So, I mean, if you don't like those cards enough, I saw Full Bore in there as well. You just consult again. It's pretty clear. It's 100% sure Margot doesn't have a spell snare. You would have fired that off.
Yeah.
But pretty clear you don't have any other hard counter spell. And Tony just got to this point in the game where the only real counter spells available for Marco are counter unless you pay 3 No More Lies. And it's just not available as long as Tony just never fully taps out. And
So if Tony is able to go for the combo with some counterspell backup, you know, he's free and clear to go on to game number 2 here.
Or even not even counterspell backup, just the fact that if you have 3 lands available, that is kind of like counterspell backup.
Wistfulness.
Destroy this, draw 2. Results.
Tony not wanting to put all his eggs in the one harmonizing basket, so.
Yep. And of course, exiles first. So that rest in peace. Technically exiled. Very minor, of course, and not going to come up. But
Sorry, can I change the...
I think he does keep his graveyard sideways.
yeah, I'm just saying wistfulness exiles rest in peace, not destroys it.
Yes, yeah.
So it should be with the other exile cards. And looks like we're going to discard Burst Lightning instead of the land.
But Corey, my damage to the face.
yeah, not usually exactly what this... this card doesn't go to the face very often. It goes to a Badger Mole Cub quite often.
Sure.
Go. And now there's a little bit of pressure.
I was doing some stuff there.
Nothing that is going to likely just solo the game here, but once again, it's one of those distractions.
Yeah. Also, another thing to put some counters on too, so.
Also another thing to
Attacks
loot
there
through
for
your
Fatal
deck.
Passage. Quite happy just to keep it back there.
That was a Consult the Star charts. That is an excellent draw.
Ooh.
And then as far as Tony's perspective, there is 3 cards that can counter that. The last Spider Sense and then 2 Spell Snares. I guess we saw 1 Spell Snare as well, so there's 2 cards that can counter
Okay,
this.
Consult is a good
Tony's
sign
seen a
for
lot
Tony.
of his deck already,
Yeah, he has.
so wouldn't be too
2 mana?
shocked.
4 mana, 2 cards.
Now Tony asking what he's paid and how many cards are in hand here. Does he want to do anything about this Consult?
Wish we could see players' hands. I know this is not the main channel, but
Decides, nope, I don't want you having access to options.
I'm doing Spider Sense here means he probably has another counter
Once
spell.
again, you can just really look at
You're right.
like what Tony is thinking by the amount of mana efficiency and how many lands are left on tap every time. You'll notice the last couple turns, Tony just conveniently hasn't used that last 3 mana, because at this stage of the game, getting a big spell no more lies is usually leading to I made a mistake. You know, if you have this many lands, you just be patient and never run into that card. Marco doesn't have it, but Tony is doing an excellent job of playing around it if it was there.
Absolutely. Sometimes you forget that it has the unless its controller pays 3 on there, but Tony's certainly not doing that.
You're going to do
We'll see if
more
it's
bossing say
combo
activations
time,
and then just get
consult
frisky
the
with this
star
big board state?
charts, or if it is just, all right, let's start bossing say on Fabled Passage and attack for 11.
That's
you know?
a lot, yeah.
And there's double bossing say, so if you really want to get busy, you can either put all your eggs
His
in
opponent
one
does have
basket
an
on
ultimate in
one
his
Fabled
hand.
Passage, start going
So
wide
Tony
on
probably has that
separate
on his radar.
islands. Really, any avenue that Tony takes all look excellent right now.
And look very painful for Marco.
Exactly.
Land for turn. There's a forest.
Bossing say trigger? Or
Trigger on
Airbender?
Earthbender Ascension.
Definitely should be. For sure something that you can miss.
Yep.
Yeah, and we played the land. No spells are cast, so I would assume should be no problem there.
Oh my goodness. Stuck up, burst lightning.
I wonder if that Airbender Ascension trigger is going to
At this
be
stage of the game,
make or break it.
Consult the star charts makes dig through time look like a cantrip.
Yeah, but Dig
My
Through Time
goodness.
was too blue.
And this is why I like it.
I miss Dig Through
Ooh,
Time.
they got access to all the cards.
Great card.
It is one of the most iconic cards and one of the most powerful cards, and Consult the Star Charts just has extra flexibility, no real drawback of having to actually have cards in the graveyard. Really shows just how powerful this card is.
Yeah.
I played with Dig
when
Through
you
Time a
look at
lot
an
when,
All-Star like that and
when it was in
adapting it
Standard.
on Standard.
I wonder if he'll ever get a reprint. Will Delve come back to Standard?
World is Tony's oyster at this
I
point.
mean, Miracle's coming back in
Got all the
Strixhaven,
pressure on
so
the board.
it's
He's got
we have a
far more
chance.
cards in hand than Marco. Curious if he'll attempt to go for it here or risk these creatures dying. If he's got the counterspell for an Armageddon or a Ultima, then yeah, we're gonna go to game 2 shortly.
Yeah, and at this point, with how many Consult the Star Charts we've had, I mean, Tony's probably seen every card in his deck. You know, the cards on the bottom are probably in random order from Consult and stock-ups. So you got to think, as long as, you know, there weren't any mistakes made in selecting the card,
There we go.
we should be ready to go here.
But he played a land drop, though.
Combo time.
He does have Fabled Passage, so you can crack
And
Fabled
now
Passage.
you can also just, like, sacrifice this, come into play. You can just target Wistfulness.
Tested Talents to be reprinted.
Double that power.
Ooh.
Plus one counter. And I think we still missed putting that counter on it.
Triggers, yeah.
Tony pointed at it.
Didn't do it though. So.
But didn't do it. Okay. And remember, I mean, this is a spot where these players have played a good amount of Magic today, but they've played a ton of Magic here throughout the weekend. And
then the double power.
so now,
8, 16.
so that's creating a lethal attacker there. And then what Tony is almost assuredly going to do is, go full bore on the Harmonizer as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to full bore the
Present maybe
Harmonizer as long as he has
another
counter magic to protect the
lethal
big
attacker,
creature.
Or just back this one up.
All right, get lost. Spell Snare says no thanks. And
That's
that is
lethal.
going to do it. Marco
Tony is so
Balaka,
patient with this deck.
Not able to find an
I love
answer
it.
or multiple answers here. Tony Portolan keeping an excellent control of his card draw.
So smart.
Or limiting the card draw, I should
Tony has
I
played
should
this
say,
weekend pretty
from
well.
Marco's side of things. So game 2, no sideboarding, but now Marco is on the play.
And I got to say, that looked pretty convincing.
That was good.
just Tony surgically picking apart Marco one turn at a time, playing around No More Lies, even though we didn't see it. And probably could have went for it and won a turn earlier, but just made sure. You always ask yourself the question, like, there's no pressure on me. How could I lose? And it's overextending, tapping out, getting your spell No More Lies. Instead, what's the risk is the question you ask yourself in your brain of just waiting to go till the next turn. And Tony had that risk-reward ratio going on in his head, and then took down game number 1.
Paid off for him big time there, so excellently navigated by the Croatian. Marco Balaka on the other side of things has 2 lands available to him. No white just yet. Let's see what Tony goes for on turn 2 here. Nothing. Passes the turn back, ready to counter whatever Marco may attempt, but I think it's just going to be a lot of, oh no, land.
I was going to say, you're pretty much a blue-white deck, so it's a big signal if you only have blue-red lands on your first 2 lands. You know, so I was thinking, like, God, this could easily be.
Oh, and you drew the white source.
Have a white
Must
source,
be nice.
Solid fun off the top.
Drew out of it.
We are playing Magic here.
Yeah, that's relief for Marco.
Yeah, because I at least saw a stock up, so I can do that. Or, yeah, get Rest in Peace down again, but...
Yeah, it's the second match, so or a second game, so we can't do anything about it right now. If you draw it, you might as well play it.
I mean, he has Wistfulness to get rid of it.
But if you have, like, stock up to play or something, like, I think I'd rather do that. Even if you... I mean, Marco almost assuredly would have 8 cards in hand after that. I'd rather stock up and discard Rest in Peace than play it. But it is not completely textless. It, of course, does do some good work against...
Probably cut that hand with Rest in Peace, hoping to draw a white source.
Well, he's going to have an answer or at least some way to interact with.
Just hard cast and Harmonizer. Let's get
here,
it.
So I might form Harmonizer.
Don't mean an answer.
Combo.
I respect it.
Yeah, believe it or not, you can just hard cast that one as well. And now look at the situation that Marco is kind of in.
He could die right
not
here.
Stocking up last turn.
He could
Now
die right
you
here.
have to find your land drops, where if you stock up last turn, maybe you go a land that you found off the stock up, get lost on Harmonizer, say go with a No More Lives or something available.
All right. Playing a dangerous game, control player.
A bit of a risk for sure. Because, yeah, we see Lightning Helix get lost in hand. There's a plethora of interaction, but, you know, Marco's definitely prioritizing making land drops here, which you definitely need to do from the control side.
Yeah, you don't want to be behind in that department, and he did miss a land drop. So he's playing
All right,
catch-up
Tony.
here, Elegant Parlor.
But this game can just be over.
It could just be over right now. Marco's tapped out.
Looked at one card, but this was unfortunate.
Yeah, just a
Okay, so
dexterity
that was the
area.
next
Looks
one.
like we accidentally saw 2.
You didn't Marian, right? They resolved the stock up. Okay. So they know the bottom 3 and everything else is right.
Minor things, you know.
Shuffle
When
and
I've been
then-
playing at the Pro
Yes,
Tour,
so
I've probably done this, you know, 10 times. Had opponents do it about 10 times. It's just the moment your hands are shaking a little bit, you look, you see one extra card, usually easy fix, shuffle any known information. You keep those cards there, randomize the deck, and continue play. But all that being said, all Tony really has to have here is like Fabled Passage plus Full Bore.
We go to game 3.
Yeah.
Another land.
All right, let's see it. Full board fetch land.
Even just Fabled Passage, I think, might be lethal.
Oh,
Another
boy.
Harmonizer?
Well, let's just do that. Double. Jeez Louise.
We're going to need Riley's math on this one.
64.
Woohoo!
Double trigger.
Quick math there from Tony as you get to double 4. So 64. Tony knows his multiplications of 4.
So 16.
Sure.
So I'll present deck.
Wow.
All right. Well, Marco will be
Yeah, that's
relieved
64
here
damage.
that now we get to go to
Yeah, you can't tap
sideboard
out against
here.
that. Come on,
This
guys.
is how the players
I thought
have
you would know
it
better by now.
sorted. So Tony
I guess
took
if his
out
hand is nothing,
Thunder
you
Magic,
just
3 burst
just
lightning
do it.
into
You
the
just
flag
have to
on
do
one
it, right?
zero and 1 full board, brought
And hope your opponent
Surrect
doesn't have
Race
it, but that
Hunter,
doesn't seem good
Essence
enough.
Scatter, 2 Spell Pierce, Quantum Riddler, Sandman, Shifting Scoundrel, so that 10 times fast, and Songcrafter Mage.
So definitely going more blue, taking out red and some removal. So Tony's
All right, so how does the sideboard look, though? Because I know Marco brings in, like, Torpor Orbs.
Changes for him.
Let's see what Marco has leaned on here from the sideboard. Taken out a Rest in Peace, a Braid, 2 Lightning Helix, 2 Day of Judgment, 2 Ultimus, nice, and brought in 2 Tishana's Tidebinders, those will be clutch, 1 Exercise, 1 the Unagi of Kyoshi Island, 2 Beza, Bounding Spring, and 2 Voice of Victory.
Very importantly to note that that is 1 Rest in Peace coming out and 1 staying in. And what that tells me is a large screaming, I do not have enough cards to bring in. I need to leave
I mean,
something
Rest in Peace is still
as
good
we've
because it's an
seen
Ice
how
to
Rest in
Explorer
Peace has
deck, and
looked
it's still
quite
part of like
average,
the
but
shenanigan
that's the
combo
thing
stuff,
is,
right? Like
you
I think
know,
Rest in Peace is still
Tony,
fine to have
you
in.
wanna guess how many times Tony has played against a control deck in testing? Probably a good amount, right?
Yeah.
How many times do you think Marco has played against Teamer Harmonizer, and how prepared is their sideboard guide ready to go for this? None, because this deck did not exist, and that is the big advantage that you gain from playing a brew like this at the Pro Tour. Now, there's risks of playing a brew like this
It
at
is
the Pro
looking
Tour.
very good for
What if you're
Demir.
wrong?
Whoever wins this
And all
matchup,
of a sudden
Demir is
you're playing
looking
a deck that might
pretty
just
good.
be not up to the power level.
I mean,
but
yeah, we've seen a fair amount of extremely good brewers and players bring their pet deck or their creation to the Pro Tour this weekend, and it hasn't worked out for a lot of them.
Surprisingly, though, this is the Pro Tour of the brews.
Yeah,
like a lot of them did well. It's the established deck, the people that played it safe. Those are the people that actually got punished, which is kind of wild. Usually, do not see that. Very often at a
He's
standard
tapping
Pro
out
Tour.
again. Tony can combo him
Stuck up a
right now.
tainted there by Tony Portolan, met with no more lies, and now Marco Balaka.
We've seen
is
this
in main
before. All he
phasing
needs
a
is all three
Consultant
pieces. He
Starshot.
needs a fetch land,
phasing
he needs
Consult,
full board,
and that
and he needs a
is
harmonizer,
because
and
of
he's
Spell
dead.
Snare. You just have to respect it. That exchange is so bad, but I'm going to feel like a broken record saying this again.
Marco's not
Marco
respecting
could
this.
just die next turn.
Sure could.
To the harmonizer full board play, but.
And if that is the case, then Tony is our second finalist.
And that would be in quite dramatic fashion.
Do it, Tony.
Let's see.
Do it.
We have
Please.
a harmonizer.
Yeah, you need a harmonizer, full bore, and fabled passage. So it has to be about as perfect.
Oh,
as
you had the
possible.
Fable passage.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, you're never starting with fabled passage when you do that. But I mean, maybe Tony just goes for the same.
Maybe an
kind of
Ice Tool
play
Explorer now?
harmonizer, or this is the.
I'm
first
making you
game
hungry?
where
Sorry,
a
I'm just
turn
eating
of
snacks
Ice Tool
because it's
Explorer
going to be a
makes
long day of
sense.
stream. And I need to
You
eat
can
something
also
or
get
I'll
back a fabled passage
have
and
problems.
Untap blue in case you have.
Ice Tool, there it is.
Or if you have another, like a spell pierce
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
something.
Love it.
There we go.
Spell Snare. Spider Sense can't be used. There's an Into the Flood more.
Yeah, and
which
then
is
the
a
two
little-
spell pierces
Spell
that we
piercing
brought in. So 2 drops and expensive spells are not safe. And look at, wow,
I'm
looking
gonna
at
eat-
Marco's hand, I saw
Sorry.
2 Jeskai Revelation,
Deal with it.
Lightning Helix, 2 lands, and 1 other card. None of those counter anything.
Nope. And you have to double spell here just to kill this guy.
Looks like an exercise. So that
Already
one
find one?
is
Okay.
able to deal with that straight away, and that's
a clean
great.
answer, yeah.
But Ice Tool Explorer, even if you exercise it now,
Don't like me when I get
it's
Angie?
still kind of
Yeah.
like you're getting 2 for 1 because Tony did get a free land
Angie
drop,
Raven
so.
is scary,
No, no,
right?
it's powerful greater, not toughness.
Oh, okay, absolutely, yeah. So
I do
they're
like
not even
Steam Vents
able,
being
to do that either.
with Quarry Mountain, right? Because Steam Vents comes untapped.
Yeah, there's just no way to kill the Ice Tool
I
Explorer.
know, just Kai mana base is so
With the
solid right now.
2 mana removal spells you have in hand, that feels pretty bad.
ASMR Raven.
And now
My
it
community
looks like
always
Marco
joke
is
that
just
if I
leaning
ever
on
reach
the
a certain
Quarry
amount of
Mountain
subs, I should do a
monster and
mukbang
end
stream.
Or he does have.
I'm in the
the
Pacific
exercise
Northwest,
to be
so
able to
it's
kill
about to be noon.
The creature that does get pumped if Tony
It's
goes for
11:54 right now.
combo here.
Oh, that's a sorcery, right? Exercise.
Is- oh, yeah,
Exercise
it
is a
is.
card that
Yeah,
we
yeah.
haven't seen played a good
Long
chunk
streaming
of
day.
time.
I'm not joking. We're going to be playing some
There's
Magic
the
afterwards.
Helix to the Harmonizer.
And
if you
probably
were
play
to
the
do
deck that wins
and
the
then you
tournament.
can, like, try
Next.
to do some damage.
I think that's
to
the deck
it.
we'll play first.
How though?
Oh yeah, no,
you
that-
can't kill that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't kill anything at the moment.
Yep, that is brutal. You really need just Get Lost to be able to interact. So it's brutal to even have Helix in your deck, but I think that
Yeah,
is just
it's
another
just-
product of Marco does not have enough cards to bring in.
Yeah, this is not a matchup, like you said, that people tested against because this deck was not a known quantity before this weekend.
Exactly. Now Tony just getting 2 free land drops from the graveyard, so in a sense, Ice Tool Explorer kind of already drew 3 cards. The card is really phenomenal. You can go.
Okay, all right. Quarry Mountain Monastery on the end step. Anything Tony wants to
I
do?
still have time to respond, right? After
Yes.
the reveal, right?
Yep, you can reveal
Yeah,
and
I get
then
the priority back.
Yes, you do.
It's only almost 9 p.m. Where are you? So late.
It shows off the top.
Yeah, this is usually
Okay, so I get the
about.
priority
I would
back
start
and
streaming in about
after
5
CI
minutes
can do
normally.
something. Well, after it's exiled? No, it's exiled, it's fine. Okay. I want to do, so the priority passes to me, right? When this
priority now,
resolves?
right?
Yes, on your turn, yes. Okay.
Yep, that's exactly how it is. And now that you see the card and you get a little extra information, you can then choose what to do. I mean, Tony, realistically would be doing this no matter what you see, but of course,
In Denmark?
the
Oh, right on.
tight technical play is just get the most information first. That
With
gives
Arena
you
Vault,
the
you're capped
ability
at how
to
many
make the
wildcards?
best
No.
possible choice you can have.
You
with
can
your
have like thousands of
consult,
wildcards. I think I have like
that looked like a lot of goodies,
500
Ailey.
uncommons right
A
now.
lot of goodies. What are you taking out of that?
There's no
pile?
cap to them.
I mean, it's all contextual to the hand. You know, if you don't have a harmonizer, you take that. If you don't have a full bore, you take that.
Yeah.
And
So
if you
one
need
of the
more
full
cards, you take consult. And there were also counter spells. Either way you slice it, this matchup kind of seems like it's really bad for Marco, where it seemed pretty close.
Yeah.
Kind of looking at the deck list.
I mean, yeah, Tony thought the first time they played yesterday that he got away with it. You know, winning that 2-1, I think.
I don't know the percentage for opening a pack
just seems like
and
the
opening
removal
specific
just
cards. You
doesn't
have to
line
look
up
up the
that
vault
great
percentages
from,
yourself. I'm sorry.
The Jeskai control side.
Yes.
It seems like what you need to beat a deck like Harmonizer is something like a deck that would be good against like Dimir midrange, something where you have good, cheap, efficient removal for the creatures, but you can also present a threat like Kaido. I mean, like Kaido seems like a nightmare for Tony. And, you know, ironically, that is the matchup that got him into the top 8 against Petter.
Surveil on bottom or top.
Meticulous Archives, surveilling there for Marco.
Cards.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lands.
7 cards.
Next turn, we get to go Jeskai.
The percentage, once it's 100%, you can open your vault and you get 4 uncommons, 2 rares, 1 mythic wildcard for
You know,
free.
with 5 mana available, we know the coast is relatively clear. Tony doesn't, and the
When your
one
vault
thing
is at
you don't
100%.
want to do is get hasty and try to just go for it now. But also, if you're like, wow, Jeskai Revelation actually would interact with me next if I went for it on the following turn, then you're like, okay, let's do that before you have Jeskai Revelation mana available. But let's say you have a Spell Pierce in hand, you're plenty fine.
Man. 1 mana to counter 7 mana spell.
Exactly. You'd be plenty fine having a setup turn, and then on the turn where Marco would have 7 mana, then you go for something and have the Spell Pierce available type thing.
Turn passes back here to Tony.
So he has a lot of answers in his hand.
Milling Earthbender Ascension into
Right.
the graveyard. Nice little Explorer.
But Tony could still
lives
combo right
to
now.
fight another turn. Does he get a friend? Ooh.
Okay.
What was that?
That looked like
Earthbender Ascension?
Sandman.
Sandman?
Shifting Scoundrel.
Sandman.
Scoundrel. Also another card great against the Cub decks.
Yeah. This
The Bossing
is
Say,
a,
perfect.
Gigantic creature. We haven't seen a lot of this card making an impact in Standard, and it is just a one-of here in the sideboard for Tony, but a lot of one-of creatures, which is pretty interesting. It's a lot of answers for different things, and then 3 one-of really spicy creatures on the board.
Songcraft Mage being one of them.
3
Surak as
mana. I know what warps in for 3. All right, never mind.
No, he's 3 mana too. But he gets to stay.
What?
One,
Yes,
2, 3.
from Golden Packs give you 6 cards that are either rare or mythic from standard format.
That's pretty good.
And also able to get a land and this card back from your graveyard.
Yeah, so basically, that is a
That's a
card
big
that
boy.
never dies. It has to be exiled, so Exercise is going to actually find a great target here. The best possible target, you would think. So it looks like we almost untapped there. Not... Wow, doing
He
that
looks upstairs.
instead of activating Quarry Mountain Monastery
Okay.
is very interesting when both players are at 20, you know?
Did they shock themselves?
Like, that's essentially, you know,
No,
has
I don't think so.
zero relevance.
I think this is maybe for
So-
the last game. Yeah, you go from last. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you haven't shocked
So
yourself. You're
23,
good.
17.
23 to 17.
Cards.
Untap. Board wipe. Board wipe fails, then exercise. I wonder how many
He's
else
1
is
mana
going
short
on.
of Jeskai Riv, by the way.
Spells here.
It feels like we're starting with Exercise, and man, if there's any spell snare or something. So it looks like we're doing uncounterable here to just deal with
Mistrise Village, allowing exercise to become uncounterable.
More mythic wildcards and rares. No, I don't have that problem. I wish I did.
plan as,
I'm really short
you know,
on
that,
mythic
creature
wildcards right
could
now.
Definitely go the distance if left unchecked.
Yeah, it's not. I
While
agree.
Exercise seemed like a card that maybe doesn't have a lot
I
of
am.
targets. This is a
I
big
am
one.
used to the arena cards, and I wish they printed the arena cards in paper, not the Spider-Man cards. Wizards messed up there.
Shifting Scoundrel, return this card and target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Tap. That can be done at end step if there's nothing
Just when they
else
put
to
it on
do.
the screen.
Just FYI.
Yeah, if it was indeed in the graveyard.
That exercise is a great response to
Yeah, that card's
Scoundrel, though.
incredibly tough to kill if you're just playing
Yeah,
spot
if you're just
removal,
removing,
non-exile removal.
It's exile, right?
Yes. exorcised, so no returning shenanigans to be had there. Land go, all right.
And now Tony has to know the information that, well, the most interaction that Marco could have is a 2-mana counterspell backed up with a spell snare. So you essentially think the best that Marco could do here to interact with what I'm doing is like get lost spell snare.
Maybe have the
or
digital
no
rights
more
before
lies
printing the
spell
set. Yeah.
snare.
Because
Those
apparently
are
they don't have the digital
most
rights to Marvel either.
difficult things to
And they're
play
printing the
around
set
from
anyways.
Tony's deck when Tony has this much mana available. So
But they have the
feels
rights
like
to
this
TMNT,
Job.
at
Yeah,
least.
he's done such a great job, at, navigating around
What I've
these
heard,
counter
so we
spells,
shouldn't
or
have that same issue.
potential counter spells from Marco.
Yeah.
He just hasn't slipped up once.
Yeah, and the one thing that Tony has just had a plethora of is time.
Tony's counting for the combo?
Marco has never put a threat on the table that has put Tony in any kind of, stressful situation. The Inagi at Kyoshi Island is something that seems like it would be very important, or trying to resolve
That's why we call it
Jeskai
Superior
Revelation,
Cavero Man
but
right now.
Man, in these
Superior
post-board
Cavero
games,
Man.
having to play through
7 sets is
now
too much, I agree.
6 counter spells,
We're gonna have
including
set
Spell
fatigue
Pierce,
pretty hard.
Which is a 1-mana way to deal with your 7-mana bomb. That just feels like this is a really difficult matchup.
I need one more, right?
I need one more, yep.
Yeah. One more. Are we bossing saying?
Looks like.
Is TMNT owned by Nickelodeon now? I didn't know that.
Lands for that, basically.
Yep. We'll see if Tony still wants to
I'm
go
glad they have
for
the rights
that.
at least, so we don't have this mistake of paper versus arena.
Big things on this turn.
Yeah.
Usually win. Oh, okay. Instead.
Here we go. It's
wanting
harmonizer
to
time.
Okay, I think I need to see what's happening here. Tony, instead of bossing saying here, is going Harmonizer, leaving 3 mana available to pay for No More Lies, 1 for Full Bore, and 1 for Spell Snare, is what seems like basically checkmate. So we'll see if that's what Tony has.
Tony Portolan seems to be just moments away from clinching a final spot.
Deck is
here
sick, guys.
At Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. And he's done it in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, and just like everybody would be calling going into this Pro Tour.
The question is, do we fetch first with Fable Passage? Probably. No?
Excruciator being the decks in the finals, of course, the staples of Standard.
Targeting Iceland Explorer to double the power there.
Interesting choice. He's spreading out the double trigger damage.
Riddler.
So that is a doubled.
So it says 1 double power.
Yeah. So he's got 4 power. That's got.
Oh, it's double on the Ice Till.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, and Fable Passage,
That
bringing
is
it back.
very much saying my ice or my Harmonizer is not getting in there. But with Ice Till Explorer here, you are able to have 4 landers.
No, that's not
So
true because it's
2 to
Marvel and then
4,
it's Hobbit,
4 to
right?
8,
Or is it
8 to
Marvel
16,
then
16 to 32 without Full Bore. And this is having some mana available for presumably at least one piece of interaction.
It's Strixhaven, then then Marvel, then The Hobbit in August, then Reality Fracture in October,
I
and then
think
Star
he's
Trek
got
in
all
November.
His bases covered here.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him go for it once without
3 times
having a
up power,
backup
right?
plan.
Yeah, at least not in this matchup.
Yeah, so we get TMNT in March, we get Strixhaven at the end of April,
8 to 16.
we get Marvel at the end of June,
And
we
then
get
with
The
Fable
Hobbit
Passage,
in
there's
August,
Airpen. Wow, you can actually get it to
Reality
64.
Fracture, which is an in-universe set in October, and then Star
Fable
Trek
Passage
in
comes
November.
back and you get
That's the
another
7
land, so
sets
you
this
can
year.
technically make 5 land drops on this turn.
My goodness.
I'm really
That
disappointed
is
in Star Trek, honestly.
Enough.
Just a
I would say.
64-4 coming in.
3
Yo,
Jeskai
Marco, thank you for the
Revelations
sub on
in
YouTube.
hand.
Welcome to Unkindness Career. Appreciate you.
Nothing.
And of course, you still got to remember all your triggers.
Yeah. Still keep it clean. I don't think Marco has anything to do about this enormous creature coming through.
This is a double check. Make sure I have enough basics.
Him milling over from the ice still was pretty good.
Not search. So this is just 32.
And that is going to do it. Tony Portolan picks up a clean 3-0 here in our semifinals.
2 breakout
We
decks
have our
making the
second
finals.
finalist.
No
Christopher
Badger,
Larson knows
no
who he's
Lessons,
facing, and it is none other
no
than
Cavero.
Tony Portolan.
Yeah, wow.
Never mind,
what
there is Cavero.
An incredible finals here at the Pro Tour, and we saw Marco just show the hand of 3
How close are you on YouTube to
Revelation.
1K? I don't know.
Tony
Let's
did
look.
have the 1 spider sense as well if there was one piece of interaction. but
Hey,
Marco,
Marco, just to let you know, you're 9 of 69.
mana value
Nice.
worth of spells in hand.
Spells in hand.
Nothing to be
What a
able
great
to
number.
I mean, it's super
960
unfortunate for
now.
Marco. You know, he just didn't have any real way to deal with, instant speed threats like that because
I mean,
by
I
the
was
time
more
he
annoyed
gets
if
to a
like the
prototype, he's
Simic
already
or
dead,
the
so.
4-color,
It
5-color
seemed like
harmonized
what you
deck.
really need against this combo deck in particular, and really every combo deck. to
Just
beat
Badger
them
Mole
is
Harmonizer
pressure
card is
mixed
so
with
good.
Disruption.
Like
You
that's
can't
what that
really have
makes
one
that
or
deck
the
hum.
other, as the deck's too fast and can beat pressure, versus the deck is too resilient
Right.
if you
So-
only have interaction. So I mean, the deck just looks great.
And in this matchup
Deck
as
looks
well,
great.
like his pressure is Jeskai Revelation, and if
Yeah.
he doesn't have a backup spell, if he hasn't got 8 land for it,
Yeah.
then he's just getting countered by Spell Pierce.
And now looking forward, there is a
Also,
lot
it looks
of
like
interaction
the
from Chris,
delay
and
on
there's
YouTube is much
pressure,
less
at
now.
least in the
So
library with
looks like I cut
Excruciator.
it
So this is gonna be
down
a
by
great
10
final.
seconds instead of
Can't
20.
wait for it, friends, but before we
Progress.
get there, let's hear from Tony. He chatted to
Progress.
Cedric after his win.
Tony, last time we spoke, you said that this matchup was going to be more difficult because they had interaction.
Yeah.
You made it look pretty easy, my friend.
Yeah, it went 3-0 pretty easily. I think game 2 and game 3.
I'm sorry, I can't agree with that. I love infinite combos.
I think it's unfortunate with the control deck. And even game 1, I changed my card draw.
It was
spells
part of Magic.
While they
I say that as a
control,
Storm player.
Like the
It's
one
not an
when
infinite
they try to
combo,
resolve
but
it,
I
just
enjoy
have
him.
spell snare.
It's part of
So,
Magic.
Yeah, so
If there wasn't
I
an
think
infinite combo and how vast the
this
rules
version
are
of
in
the
Magic, I'd be
control deck
surprised.
has a poorer matchup than, for example, a blue-white control with counter spells. So yeah, I had a game plan, especially post-cyber games, when I don't need to go for the combo, just kill them with a creature on the board and then play the harmonizer, and it went like that.
I'd say it went quite well. So as you move on to the finals, you could play against Christopher Larson, playing Demir Excruciator, or Eduardo Sajic, who is on Is It Elementals. If you could play against one, who would it want to be?
I played against both of them, Eduardo in Limited and Christopher in Constructed. I won against Christopher, so, but I'm not sure. I think the Elemental decks is a bit easier matchup than the Dimir one, so, but I'm rooting for any of them. It's they're both great player and great people, so whoever is in the finals deserves it.
Well, you're a great player as well.
Tybalt's
We look forward
trickery?
to seeing you in the finals. Congratulations.
That was so dumb. That was so dumb. At least the airbending combo requires like 4 or 5 cards, right?
Indeed, it is Tony Portland up against Christopher Larson.
When Tybalt's
The
trickery was
finals
just
of Pro Tour
mold
Lorwyn
3
Eclipsed are up
combo.
after the break.
Aww. One supporter there. Alright, so we get Demir Executioner versus the Teamer Warp combo. What is your deck? What are we looking for? You want Heir Apparent? You and that rabbit deck, dude. Oh man, wouldn't that be fun? If I just have a Heir Apparent EDH deck and the first EDH stream we ever do, I just play Heir Apparent. Why? Why not? It's not gonna win, but it'd be funny. Like if I ever get invited to like some of those creator clashes, where people play like 4-game commander, I just bring like some dumb white planeswalker and then just like Heir Apparent. And they just look at me like, what are you doing? I like rabbits. No, you just only have to buy 4 copies of Heir Apparent on Arena. That would be silly if you had to buy 50 uncommon. Hey, you can still believe in the heart of the cards. That's still the correct game. I wonder how much Heir Apparent is right now. Let's look it up. Heir Apparent. Heir Apparent is a $5. What? It's a $5 common? Are you fucking kidding me? What? Why is the... Oh, it's in foil. Still. $3 common. Yo, guys. Hold on. The fucking Dark Reader's not working again. Hold on, guys. What if you just had a full foiled Heir Apparent deck and lands?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to coverage of
Troll.
Pro Tour.
You just
Lorwyn
buy a
Eclipse
bunch of
live
foiled
here
hair
from
parents.
Richmond, Virginia.
And then you have
we started off
the
the weekend with
foundation
305
art.
players. Now only 2 remain left in the tournament. It is finals time.
What are we
Welcome to
watching?
News
We're watching the Pro
Maria
Tour.
Bartholdi and Monty DeVuti here with
KXB,
you for a
and then
very
we're playing
exciting
some more games
finals
of Standard.
indeed. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out how
Mirdo's
we
gonna
wound
buy
up
these?
here
I mean,
on
it's definitely a
top 8
meme.
Sunday here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse.
It's definitely a
Take a look
meme.
at all of the action that has already happened here in our top 8 today,
So.
leading us to this finals over on the right
in the
side of your
finals.
screen. Christopher Larson up against Tony Portolan, 2 players who have a very storied history here in Magic the Gathering, and it will become even more storied for one of these players by the end of today. Let's
Who's on the
set
play
up
first?
our finals match here in the building. Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. It all comes down
I already
to this.
have a
The
brawl
winner
deck
goes
with the
home
hair.
with
That was the
trophy
one. That was
and
the second brawl deck I ever
$50,000
made.
as well, of course, as the title of champion. And a beautiful trophy it is indeed. Take a
For a
look at the
while,
two
the
players
hair
who have
parent
made our
deck was like the
finals.
winningest
Christopher Larson
brawl deck on
Demir
Arena.
Excruciator
Did you guys know
up
that?
against Tony Portolan on
I wonder what
Teamer
it's at right now. Hold on,
Harmonizer.
let's look.
Christopher Larson has top 8s at every single kind of Magic
Brawl.
event you could imagine, including a top 8 at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, where he came in 3rd.
Oh, it looks
He
like
has
it's
10
dropped down a lot.
Grand Prix top 8s, including 1 win for an incredible run throughout his
Nope,
storied
it's number
career.
2.
Tony Portolan
Second most
as
winning
well has
deck.
an incredible
Hair
career.
apparent.
He was 3rd in our
Oh.
2025 Player of the
Actually
Year race,
still
had
close.
2 Pro Tour top 8s last
Yeah, the most
season
winningest deck is
alone.
a
Starting
Johnny.
off this
This
season
deck is just
with
cracked.
another great
Really
start
good deck,
for
even after
Tony
the bannings.
Portolan. Let's
But yeah,
take a look to
69%
at
win rate.
Christopher Larson's road here
50
to
hair
the top
apparents,
8.
1 Elspeth.
He had the most difficult path of any of our
You want to get in a
contenders
brawl,
coming
this
in
is
our
how you do it.
8th seed. He did manage to 6-0 draft, went 6-4
That's how you do it.
standard, and yes, played against Tony Portolan in round number
make that a Johnny
12,
deck.
where he lost. So a bit
We're
of a
gonna be-
grudge match here for
It's just a
Christopher
good deck.
Larson in our finals. Let's take a look on the
I
other
don't know
side
how
of
many
things.
times
Tony
I've gone
Portolan,
like
how
a
did you
Johnny
get here,
into
Okay,
gut.
well, he had a pretty
So
smooth
good.
day 1, a 6-2 record, and then for day 2, he said, I don't really want to do much losing. So he started off with 5 straight wins, picked up a loss to Francisco
Lost to
Sanchez,
Archdoda,
who was our
okay.
first player in the top 8, but then got it done in round
Brawl will
15.
never be ranked.
There's a look at the players and their road here to the top.
You're new,
8.
you don't know anything
But what
about
the
Magic?
decks
Where do you
they've
know
chosen
to
for
get
this
started?
tournament? How does
Do you
it
want to
shake
play
out in our
paper or do you want
finals
to play
here live?
online?
Okay, well, this is
'Cause I do have an
2 as
online,
different decks as you
YouTube
can get.
video.
They are both
Um,
delightfully weird, just
Another good
different.
way is
Let's
there
take a look
is
by starting
the
with Christopher
Magic.
Larson's build of Demir Excruciator. This is a
So
control
there's a
deck
thing
with a
on
combo
Steam
finish.
which
It
is
has a
free,
lot of
which called Magic
removal.
Duels.
It's trying to get Doomsday
It's a great way to
Excruciator
start
onto
Magic.
the
Also,
battlefield
if you
by
start up
casting it, of
Arena,
course, whether that
which
involves
is the
casting
client
it
that everyone
outright
plays on,
or getting it onto
it
the
has a very
battlefield
good
in a
tutorial
cheaty
how
way
to
with
start playing
Superior
Magic the Gathering.
Spider-Man. But the name of the game is to
Both
doomsday
Magic
both
Duels and
players
Magic
then
Arena
blow your
are
opponent
on
out with a
Mac.
card like Insatiable Avarice or Restless Reef. The matchup should be
And that's
really
and
good
it
for
has a very
Christopher.
good tutorial that you can go
A lot
step
of
by step through.
interactive.
If you're
On
looking
the other side,
for
we have
some help
Teamer Harmonizer.
how to get
This
into
is
Magic
the
Arena,
sanctum of
I
all decks
do
I've ever seen one. This is Teamer
I do
Twin.
have a video
This is a deck that is trying to combo
that can
kill
help
your
with that.
opponent. You have Might Form Harmonizer. That is the key centerpiece of this deck. The play pattern you'd like to do is warp the Harmonizer, put a landfall trigger on the stack.
It is hit
to
my
ideal with
own.
Fatal
Yeah, it's on
Passage,
Steam. And then
and
here's
it
a YouTube
responds
video
full
how
bore
to
it
get
hit
into
your
Arena.
opponent for 28. The deck
That
has
shows
a
like in
lot
and
of
outs
tools
and like
around this
UI
to
entering,
interact and find and assemble
UI
combo,
interactions and
but
such.
can be weak to instant speed removal.
Hopefully
so
that helps you.
That definitely gives
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
edge to Chris
Welcome
Larson.
to Magic.
All right, thank you for that deck overview there, Monty. But what do the numbers
It's a lot
say?
of fun,
time to
but
turn to the
there's a
predictor
lot of
one
history.
last
So just
time.
have patience with
All right,
yourself
well,
because there's a lot of cards and
surprisingly, or
mechanics.
maybe not,
It is a
depending
very
on how you look at
complicated
it,
game,
the
just to give you a
predictors
warning.
are
But
doing
it's a lot of
pretty
fun.
great this weekend. And we see 6
Especially,
players
like-
are now
like
out.
we're
We are
la-
down
like,
to 2
playing with
players,
friends
and it's
casually
close,
is a lot of fun.
But it's not that close as we bring up the last 2 numbers. Christopher Christopher Larson, 56%. Tony Portalon, 44%.
But yeah, Brawl will never
I
be
am
ranked.
going
They
to be
already
really
announced that a
honest.
long time ago.
It can go either way.
Granted,
so
you
easily.
have Brawl.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. It's time to crown a champion. I'm going to
Apparently, a couple years ago, Brawl had documents released, and it shows, depending on what commander you have and what cards in your commander deck, you actually get in a specific pool. So if you play a certain commander and you have a specific power level in your deck, you'll always be get paired against someone in that same pool. Some people are upset about it. I kind of like it. It's similar to kind of like right now in Commander in paper, where you have Commander Pod 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? for power
has
levels.
decided to sleeve this one up. He's from Croatia, playing for Team Sanctum of all.
The trademark hug.
I don't need to tell you that Larson is one of the most popular players on the Pro Tour.
Yep.
Everybody loves him. He's gotten hugs from like every player he's played against.
Yeah. At this point,
All right,
it's
do
not
we
even
want
clear
do we
if
want
he
Demir
knows.
or do we want
He just
Teamer?
starts things off with the
Harmonizer combo or
Handshakes and
Excruciator.
hugs all
Look at
around
this.
from Christopher Larson.
Hey, you made it to the
Dude,
finals.
Larson's
of the
just
Pro
happy to
Tour.
be there. I love it.
Great reason to be ecstatic right now. But of course, one key match left to determine the champion.
Yeah,
Kinda
both
want
of
the
these
Demir
gentlemen
deck
seem
to
have
win.
Really,
Is that weird?
Enjoyed their run as well. You know, it can be one of those things.
I guess because it has Superior
comes at you
Spider-Man.
kinda
Superior
fast, you
Cavero
know,
Man. I don't know if I wanted to win,
You're a
though.
little nervous, and that kind of takes over. And then
Hard
you can
choice.
look back on it, but in this case, they both seem to be really having a good
I've
time.
been there before.
And yeah, we've actually seen this on camera before. It's a little bit of a weird interaction, Paul. The deceit there and the spider sense.
Yeah, Tony Portland keeping a hand with double Earthbender Ascension.
All right,
no
here we
green
go.
source. So can't play this out turn 3, so he doesn't have a whole lot going on here. And so if you're on Christopher Larson's side, he's like, no green source for Tony right now, so Tony can't
Put that on
actually
black,
go
right?
for the combo next turn. The way that the combo works is you need to be
With
able
Doomsday
to
in your
warp
hand?
in the Mindform Harmonizer with the green mana, then you play Fabled Passage into the full bore. So as is, I think this could be an opportunity for Christopher Larson to fire off a card draw spell here.
The question is, do you tap out knowing that you could die? I think the answer is yes.
He gets a thumbs up from Tony.
Yeah, almost certainly going to put that Excruciator into the graveyard.
Okay,
here.
XP, thank you for the
I
follow
think it's
over
gonna
on
be really
Kick. I
tough in
appreciate
this
you.
matchup for
Welcome to
Christopher
Unkindness Crew.
to actually spend the full 6 mana to get Doomsday Excruciator in play without having any sort of disruption. Once you get to that phase in the game, it's
Wait,
so
he just
likely that Tony's going to
plays
have
nothing?
the combo pieces in hand. I think Christopher wants to get that cost
So
reduction.
all he has
get
to do is
Superior
play
Spider-Man
Superior
going.
Spider-Man?
I mean, is that happening right here, Paul?
On
He's going for it.
And he says
On
it
the demon?
resolves, so we have a Doomsday Excruciator Spider-Man on the battlefield. That means that both players
Turn 4,
only have
slam it.
6-card
I
libraries
mean,
now.
Christopher
love
Larson
it.
senses weakness. No green mana at all from Tony Portland. No card draw spells here. We have an Excruciator in play. And now both players with only 6
He has
cards
Avarice
left
in his
their
hand,
deck.
he can
And
just
look
win
at
the game.
Tony's
Looks
hand.
like he does.
He is not close to the combo.
I mean, is that game? Like, I know it doesn't. I know it's
Yeah,
not
he gets to
literally,
untap
but
and
like,
then
from what we can see
Insatiable
here,
Avarice
how
target
the
his opponent.
world- And remember, Tony can put together absolutely absurd turns where he does huge amounts of damage in one turn, and that's also starting from nothing. But he doesn't
has
have
Bitter Triance,
resources for
Intimidation
that right now,
Tactics,
and
yeah.
still no green mana.
Right. Christopher Larson will be drawing a couple of cards, but he does have the Insatiable Avarice. Actually drew the second copy here.
Of Avarice?
Yeah, and look, Intimidation Tactics, I believe it's going to miss here. No actual targets. Like, wow, this hand I am not scared of at all. So Insatiable Avarice, as you can see,
I
you
really
can pay
like,
3 black mana to have
I like
target player
Larson's
draw
spot
3
here.
cards. Tony on 6.
I mean, that's how we do it.
That's nice. Tony said, you don't need to write it down. I'll just keep them face up for you for now.
Right, but it is really dangerous here to just run it out this turn, right? Give your opponent 3 cards. They can potentially kill you.
Right,
But Chris is drawing 2 cards every turn, and Tony is sitting at 20 life. You can use the Insatiable Avarice also as a burn spell, right? If it doesn't deck your opponent, 3 hits from the Excruciator.
No, it's only a 4/4 though.
No, he's fine.
Oh, excuse me, you're right. It is
So-
only a 4/4, so that's
So Chris is
done.
so Tony's going to draw a card.
That is a normal game plan,
Right.
though. 6, 12, 18 plus the 3. Starting town. Go.
Chris,
But I mean,
You gonna
Larson
fire it off?
kind of not going to have
Yeah.
a choice at some point here, right?
Right, because he only has 2 more turns left here. Can attack for 4. Can wait till the next turn, actually. and go-
Yeah, he
and
doesn't
go
have to do anything. He
double
just holds up all
Avarice
his
here
counter
for
magic.
low, right?
Okay, that would just
Yeah,
end
as
the
long
game
as
on
he
the
has the
spot.
lands. Does he have another land?
No.
Does he have another?
I like to go down.
Okay.
He wants to go to end step here.
Yeah.
He's got 8 cards in hand, it looks like.
And this card here, probably just pitching stock up. Oh. He's just firing it off now.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood then.
1, 2.
So this is his way of saying, in case I don't draw the land.
Right.
But
And
he is saying, Tony, you must kill me here.
Right, but Chris Larson also has
He found full bore.
the bitter triumph here to break apart the combo too.
Okay,
so he
so-
needs to fire
But the
this
last
off
card
now
has to
so
be
he can
Harmonizer.
guarantee the kill next turn.
Yeah, and he didn't even. Tony wasn't even able to put together the combo. Even if he had
Cruciator
it.
makes games really fun.
Then Christopher Larson
Holy
had the
crap.
answer, and that is game number 1. Very quickly, a combo kill. Really, turn 4. That was it. Christopher Larson got to use Superior Spider-Man.
I love it. Turn 4, good
Yeah,
luck.
Just went for it off of a stumbling mana start there from Tony.
Yeah, I think again that was such a kind of heads-up maneuver there from Christopher Larson, recognizing that there wasn't a green source in play, so he didn't have to be scared of the combo, so he could just go for it there, right? You know, it's easy to just kind of play that control game, sculpt the perfect hand, but sometimes you have to pick your spots. You have to know when you can go for it. That was the perfect time.
Wow. It has to feel so good for Larson to, I mean, you feel like you just got spotted a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, but you know what? This is why we have best of 5. We saw just to start the entire tournament, Christopher Larson lost in approximately 5 seconds in game 1. And here we are in the finals with him being up a game. So it can go any direction here. Tony Portolan with a bit of a rough hand there the first time around.
You can see the players are just shuffling. They're not sideboarding yet. We're going to play best 3 out of 5 games here. In fact, we do that for all of Top 8 Sunday and certainly for the final. And that means that this game is not going to include sideboards. Now, any games that we play after this one will.
Right.
Oh, look at that trophy too, Paul.
Yeah,
Man.
we saw one at the World Championship.
Yeah, that one was a little taller with like the gold, and this one's still.
It is nice though.
It is gorgeous. Can you imagine having one of those things at your house? Like
I can't, Marshall. I can't. I've dreamed about it, but at this point, I'm going to keep it real.
You're here with me now.
Yeah,
I'm your second place prize.
We can watch a lot of people win these trophies.
That's right. Yeah, both of our players really interesting.
Do you mind if I?
They have different personality types. Tony is a little more chill, and Chris is pretty out there, but they're very similar people.
It's driving me crazy every time the card's alive.
Both all about their family. They talked about that in interviews over the course of the weekend. And Christopher Larson pulled the ultimate move and said, you know, I think I'm going to put my Magic career on hold after this one. One last ride, and now he finds himself in the final.
You know, if
He's got a couple of young kids at home.
If you want to give yourself a good shot to do well, you just go, this might be my last tournament. I mean, like I told you before, I said the same thing. I was talking to Eduardo the other day, and he said, you know what, I'm just here to have some fun. Fun all the way into the top 4 of Pro Tour Richmond.
Yeah, we'll see you at all the other PTs, Eduardo. And it looks like a mulligan here from Chris.
Yeah, I don't care.
I always have.
Yeah, I always look, but
I like a good sweat.
no.
We're talking about.
I love the banter going on here.
Mulligan, and it was like, oh, the lands were there. I'm like, it's fine. It's
Team
fine.
Cavero, I can't believe we're saying Team Cavero. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, most people approach it the opposite way.
I think it's. I've done polls on this before, Marshall. It is
At a team
basically
tournament
50-50.
Years ago, old.
People that look.
People that look and people who don't look.
Mulligan to 5 with the
And
old rule.
most of the people who
Well,
look
and my
also know
teammate,
that it
one of
doesn't
them
matter.
was
It's just
also-
kind of.
And we just
You
look at
just
it, and
get to
my hand
see.
is perfect for
I don't
the
trust
other guy's like a
my
reasonable guy.
Oh, like
primal
your
brain.
emotional state
Yeah,
after?
like
I love how
I
everyone's
can tell
watching
you it doesn't
Larson
matter,
tell
and,
this
like,
story
I
at the
believe
table.
Chris when he
Without
says he's
looking,
like,
just
I'm
slam the
good.
first 4 cards I
I
draw,
don't trust
like this. All lands. My opponent's just like,
Especially in a spot like this, right? We're in the finals here.
there was no looking.
But I feel like for Tony Portolan, I feel like this was just kind of a long time coming, right? He has been absolutely crushing the Pro Tour, nearly the Player of the Year in 2025, and here he finally is in the finals. The shot at becoming a PT champ.
Yeah, it's funny because, you know, we say you're.
You
players
thank
like
Jay
knocking
Slayer
at
for
the
that.
Door, right there. They're gonna. He's just been kicking
Stella,
down the door.
It was
for
very,
over a
very
year.
kind
me
to
in.
gift out some memberships, buddy. Thank you again, Buff.
Tony's one of the best limited
Buff Slayer.
players on the Pro Tour, and that has helped.
I would call you
propel
Billy.
him
That's the joke, right?
To the success
Because I called you
had.
Billy in a
It's
video.
actually unbelievable what his limited record is. It's nearly 80% with a fairly large sample size. So he has a deep understanding of limited, which gives you a huge edge in this event.
Larson has kept. He's just on the decision about what he wants to put on the bottom.
Oh, he is going to 5 here.
Oh, sorry. I thought he said I'm keeping this. Oh,
and he did look.
I had 4 lands, 2 demons.
Ah, that's mulligan.
And
I think we all.
a draw spell.
That's mulligan.
Yeah, it's a mulligan. We did ask our players before the tournament started about if they had any advice for trying to qualify for the first Pro Tour, and Tony said, "Learn limited."
Yeah,
Learn limited.
That is where you can probably get one of the biggest edges here. It's a lot more.
I probably need to
difficult
learn limited.
Just truly.
Maybe we should spend a
come up
week
with
just
a
playing
deck
limited
that
and
really keeps
losing
revealed. It can happen,
a lot.
and when you do, it feels great. You know, Is It Lessons was fantastic at the World Championship. These elemental decks have been doing very well, but oftentimes, you know,
I'm so bad at draft. Yeah,
there's
me too.
2 or 3 well-known decks.
I need to work on it.
Everybody kind
Like
of knows how to
I've been
pilot
getting.
them.
I do
And so it's
draft
harder to get a bigger
offline.
edge
I
there,
don't
whereas
stream
in
my
limited,
drafts, and I
there are
play a couple,
oftentimes
and
even
then I
these
usually
top
hit
pros,
like
sometimes they
platinum
focus a little
because
too
it's
much
really.
on constructed. Maybe get a little rundown from their teammates. Do like 10 drafts.
But
and that's
I've never
basically
been
all they
higher than
have.
platinum in limited on arena yet.
Larson said, "Don't forget to drink water when we ask."
Well,
Limited is drafting, so or sealed. So draft
Tony's the one who
format
brought his
is
water
you
bottle, so I guess he
you have
took
3
the
packs. You open one, you take one card, you pass it to the left
two down there,
or the
2
right,
bottles.
depending if it's pack 1, 2, or
there-
3,
so he's
and
taking
you make a
his own
deck out of
cards,
that.
too.
Or
It's also
sealed
very
is you
good limited
open
player.
6
All right,
booster
so he has
packs and you
kept
make a
5.
40 card deck from that. It's definitely a skill, and it's part of the Pro Tour.
Important what
Funny
you
enough,
serve
what
the
you
bottom.
put and where.
Hey, you're basically tutoring. I mean,
That is funny. If he ends up getting an excruciator down, those are cards that are very relevant.
What is
Is
it?
he allowed to take notes on what they are?
So out of 16 rounds, you need to go. You have to have 12 wins to make the top 8, right? Usually 12 and 4 makes the top 8,
One lander
roughly.
here. Uh-oh.
Um,
Can Chris Larson
Looks like this
go
Pro Tour, 3
back-to-back
people at
lands
12
here
and
to
4 did not
fire
make
up
the
the
top
seed
8
into
because they probably had
stock up?
bad tiebreakers.
Or
But
we're
usually
gonna
12
have-
and 4 makes the top 8.
Oh.
Hex,
That
this
being
happens
said,
when you mulligan
um,
5, sometimes you have to be willing to take some extra risk, and Larson's certainly willing to
What is
do
it?
that here.
So
This is
6
a
of those
stock
rounds
up
are
here. This
limited.
is gonna resolve in-
You got to be good at
Yeah,
limited.
I mean,
you have to win some limited
these
games
first
to make
2
top
games,
8, pretty much. So
fairly
it's part of our
one-sided
game,
affairs here
and
at
I
this
need to get
point,
better at it
even
if I decide to
Christopher Larson has to
try
draw
competitive
one
Magic
here.
again.
Fire off that deceit. Find a blue source. Cast
You've
out
done
that.
it just to get the cards, yeah. That's I
You can see
believe
why he
being
kept
good at
that
drafting and
5.
going
It
infinite
has the
is a great
tools.
way to expand your arena
You
collection.
know, and interestingly, it has the tools to win. Right. Like that is a 5 that you're going to want to keep, but you do recognize that a good percentage of the
Like
time
I see
you
one of the
just don't
older
draw
formats
lands,
pop
and
up. I usually play that to try to get
Card
some
like stock up is exactly what you
rare
want.
drafting cards.
Flips it straight up, and that is land number 2 for Larson. Easy game.
I mean, it's basically do or die there, right? If you don't find a land there, it's going to be so tough here. But Tony Portland does have 2 card draw effects here in Consult the Star Charts and Stock Up. Chris Larson will be taking one of these.
You think if Larson flipped like a demon there?
What if Larson flips an untapped blue source? We have a game.
Right. All right, got to be looking for more card
Yes,
draw.
theoretically,
Nice
yes. Every Pro
floors,
Tour, sometimes there's
doesn't
always
need
an
more
undefeated
lands.
deck that doesn't make top 8
Ooh, this
because
is
they
strong,
sucked at limited
strong. Okay, there is a stock up there at the very end.
or had a bad limited.
but like
and get it going.
We could
kinda
look that up
just
after this game too.
Not doing anything.
Sure. Well, you know, he's just trying to kind of put together
for
the combo pieces
example-
here. He does have the full bore already, and he does have the escape tunnel in hand. So really just looking for Might Form Harmonizer if he can find it.
Larson at a cool 20.
And the nice thing, too, is he does have Spell Snare in his hand, and most of the ways to kill Might Form Harmonizer in all of Standard all are 2 mana effects. We're looking at Bitter Triumph, Get Lost, cards of that nature. So, you know, now that Tony is able to kind of build out more of his
There's a
mana
website
base,
we can look
he
that up
can
to
go
see what
Might
decks
Form
went undefeated
Harmonizer, He
or
can
not.
go full bore and keep up Spell Snare.
But yeah,
and
you
get the
could
fetch
go.
land to protect the Harmonizer, at least
You can go
against
10
a
and 6,
singular copy
win every
of
single
Bitter
standard
Triumph.
game and lose every limited game and requalify for the Pro Tour.
Right.
Like
Oh, the sock up
at
the top.
the
Chris
World
Larson did
Championship,
play out
I think it
deceit.
was.
That was his draw, but
Ben Stark
the action
played
continues
the
here
Golgari
for Tony
Dragons
Portland.
deck,
Finds an
and he was
Iceland
undefeated, but he
Explorer
lost
here that
every
will get him
limited
sub
round.
value if you can
So
get
we
some
didn't see
lands from the
anything about it. It was a
graveyard.
fun deck.
Still needs to find Mightform Harmonizer to end this game as quickly as he can.
That is an incredibly
Video I was
stocked
watching
up
earlier.
graveyard
Oh, I
there
just
for
was scrolling on
Portland. Look
Facebook,
at
and
that.
Kibler
All 4 of them in there.
was
Is that
complaining
all
that
4?
he
And the
lost
Consult
his
the Star
first
Chart?
round
Yeah.
because
Card selection city
the
for
airline,
Portland. He hasn't done
when he
anything
flew in,
to,
didn't have his
on
baggage,
board
so he
yet,
didn't have his
but
baggage until
like you
round
said,
2,
he can win out of nowhere
is what he was saying. I didn't listen to the whole thing.
with this deck. It plays
It was,
out.
it was on his personal
in fact,
Facebook page.
In some ways, these decks are similar in the sense that they both have a game plan that could win with a big combo available.
So I think with this amount of mana available, Tony can possibly just cast Consult the Star Charts, not for the kicked value, which is something
He
that
found
you'd be interested in doing. 'cause all he's
untapped
looking
blue
for is
source.
Mightform Harmonizer here.
Right.
All right, and
That's
now
how
he's
you
tapped
win
out,
a
so
tournament
he
right
is
there.
definitely
Mold of
gonna run
5,
out this
land drop,
Consult.
land
If
drop.
he finds a Mightform Harmonizer, he will have
I don't
the
know
win next turn.
what was wrong about his first
You
round.
warp
Maybe
the
he
Harmonizer,
was
cast
distracted,
full
or he
board
got
at
a round
7
loss
power,
because he didn't have
play
his
Escape
deck. I don't
Tunnel,
know
sack
what he
Escape
said.
Tunnel, get a land, 20
Again, I didn't watch the whole video.
coming in.
And you can see
There it is.
Larson.
Can he find it?
He's looking for Harmonizer, Burst Lightning.
There it is.
And that's the Harmonizer right
I've
there.
got it.
And I think he's just going to show it to him
Yeah.
here because you can see the rest of his hand over on the side with the full board there. And as long as
there's
he
the
has
combo.
escape tunnel, that's
And
going to be
on to
GG.
sideboard.
So 2 quick games to start things off here in the finals. Really not a lot of interaction so far. Hopefully we'll get something a little bit better there as they've split the first 2 games and are going to now consult their sideboards.
Yeah, I mean, this is just part of the game, right? Sometimes you're going to have to mulligan. You're going to have to keep some subpar hands, especially when you go to 5. So you're just going to have games like this. But the nice thing is we are playing best of 5. We have sideboarded games. There's going to be a lot more interaction from both sides.
What did Kibler say? Hold on.
Here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. I am here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse in Richmond, Virginia. It is Sunday, the top 8 is underway, and I did not make the top 8 because I was sabotaged, and I could not use a key piece of my tech for this tournament. No, it wasn't my standard deck. My standard deck was great. I played Elementals and went 8-2. No, it wasn't draft. I went 1-5, but that was just kind of the basic variance of Magic. What it was is that my bag did not arrive on my flight. My flight was delayed, my bag got stuck in Dallas, and didn't get here until last night after day 2 was over, and I was unable to wear this outfit I'm wearing right now. What's important about this outfit, you might ask? Well, this is the exact outfit that was recommended by Dye Workwear, the menswear guy, when he was asked last year by Phil Wynn what he would recommend to wear to a Magic tournament. The top, the pants, the boots, every part of it. So every single piece of this is exactly what the greatest expert and the greatest poster of our generation, not just in menswear, but in basically every single issue, recommended to wear to a Magic tournament. And I was unable to wear this for this tournament, which clearly took away a huge part.
So he's like complaining that he didn't get to net dress. He's not net decking, he's net dressing. He's just complaining about his clothes.
It is Sunday.
All right, get out of here. Okay, Kibler. That was a pretty lame video. Kind of, yeah. It kind of feels like a hashtag ad that he should put on that. You guys wanted to know what Kibler is complaining about, so I showed you. That's your fault. That's your fault for wasting our life on that fucking video. It's obviously a joke. But it feels like an ad that he was complaining about because he was net dressing. Fucking Kiblerman. Ugh. I think, you know, the best thing about Brian Kibler lately is his EH games. His wife definitely, like, makes him look better. She is a badass. I think they're married, right? I have no idea. I never noticed that before. The thing that gets me is some creators that had their mic way too high. And I have this issue too that I'm working on. That sometimes you can hear me like breathe afterwards because the mic doesn't cut off the audio fast enough. I can hear it in my video editing. However, some people have their gain mic so high that like they scratch their beard and you can hear the beard scratch.
I'm Marshall Cycliffe. I'm with Paul
Or anytime they
Cheon.
smack their lips.
And if you're just
Or
joining
like
us, you have very good time.
sound.
We are in the
There's some
finals.
content
We had
creators out there that do that.
quick
And it
games,
drives me
very
nuts.
one-sided games, if we're honest.
It
Out of the
drives
first,
me
but
nuts.
They split them, so that means
I don't know
they're
why.
gonna play a best 2 out of 3
Maybe I'm
to
like
finish off here. And
on the
yes,
spectrum and I didn't know it.
also have their sideboards available to them. We've got
But like,
Christopher Larson.
he's trying to explain his
on
play
versus
and you just hear his
Portalon
beard
on
scratching
the right.
the entire time he's explaining it.
Two experienced, accomplished players.
I don't know. It's just. I guess I don't hate it. It's just distracting. I think distracting is the better term. I'm very distracted when they do that.
Yeah, probably go to the restroom.
I'm guessing it's a little bit of a rest and break here.
Okay.
Now we get to see Mason Clark. And
Oh, they get to
Brandon
hold
Grace
hands to go
battle
pee
here.
together.
Yeah, if you take a look at those two gentlemen there, they are cards in hand spotters. They have a very difficult job. I've done it before.
All right, you heard it. Piss break.
They've got an
All right,
iPad,
piss
and
break.
they
I'll be right
actually
back.
have to stand behind the
If
players.
the pros
and
are
as they
do it, I
draw
get
their
to do
cards,
it.
They punch
Right.
them in so that we
Right.
can see them on the screen. They do excellent work for us, and it is a very tough job. You're on your feet, and your brain's going the whole time. Especially, there's some decks. Like, don't even get me started on is it lessons. I have no. They're discarding draw. You have, and remember when they discard a card, you have to signal
Right.
that too. So it's always up to date. It's a very difficult job.
It is a tough job for sure. And I mean, imagine even looking at modern decks, right, where you're just or even older formats where you're just constantly cycling through your deck, casting brainstorms, all kinds of stuff like that. So it is not an easy job. You have to know all the cards, but hey, at the end of the day, you can just play, hey, just show me your hand because you've done too many things here. So let me know.
Right. Yeah, they're just a small portion of our production team here that does an excellent job out at these Pro Tours. We thank them for their hard work. It's a big crew behind the scenes here. If you've ever make it out to a MagicCon where we have one of these, you can come kind of swing through and you'll see what a big crew we've got going here. But yeah, the players, they're going to take a short break here. And when they come back, we'll be back into the action. Paul, we've gotten a chance to look at Dimir Excruciator. I got to say, when you look at the deck, it looks a little bit like a meme. You're kind of like, yeah, that's cool. It does some neat things, but really? And it's been like, yeah, but really, every single time that Excruciator hits, whether it's natural or with Superior Spider-Man, the entire dynamic of the game changes almost immediately. And there's many decks that just go, I do not have the ability to get that amount of damage through in that amount of time, and it just needs one little bump.
About a
Maybe
gallon of
draw
gin?
3
Dude,
or
share.
run you for 4 and
I'll take
it's
some
over.
gin.
Yeah, I think it was an incredible kind of metagame choice for this event. You just have all these people
Will it be
that,
long? There's a maximum of 3 more
it seems
games,
like one
and
of
then
best
the Pro
decks that
Tour is
are
over.
actually good at attacking the decks that are
Who knows how
also
long these
trying
games
to
will be?
attack the
And
decks.
then it's our turn to play Magic.
A lot of decks are playing a bunch of cheap removal.
I got a
This
soda.
deck doesn't care if you're playing against
I'm
a deck
joking,
that
it's a
has
beer.
a bunch of cheap removal. So all of those cards are kind of dead early on. But not
It's the
only
last
that,
beer
I
in
just
my
think
house.
the
Gifted me by my
introduction
mod
of the
last
Evoke
weekend. So shout out to my mod if he ever
from
comes back to stream.
Lorwyn Eclipse have just completely shaken
don't
up
drink?
the metagame.
Ah,
And we didn't
it's
think
alright.
that was necessarily possible because
Okay, but there might
we're
be
in a
something
much
with
more
net
powerful
dressing.
standard environment, right? We are in a,
I mean, that's a hell of a
we're in
way
an
to talk
environment
about
where there's
Ned.
Kind of
It's kinda
3
smart.
years of sets coming out here. And so, we didn't think there was going to be a huge shakeup, but I mean, we've seen brand new decks.
Yes.
I mean, both of these decks, but even the decks that we've seen previously, so many new archetypes because of what you can do with the Evoke Elementals, particularly with
Nikias.
Superior Spider-Man.
I saw him in
Yeah,
person
it's
last
funny
weekend.
'cause, what we were talking about coming into
Then
the
he gave me a
was
few beers.
The Cub decks, that made up the majority of the field. There's a few different versions of it, but that made up. I'm pushing half of the metagame. But it looks like the decks that decided that they didn't want to lose to that deck did really well. And then we got to day 2 and even furthermore here in the top 8. And it's a bunch of decks that are
I'll
built
let you
to
know.
beat that one.
I
And
thought
now we have
about
to
it,
figure out
but
how
I'll
they
let them
match
stay
up
where
with
they
each
help,
other.
where they
Right,
help.
absolutely.
They were really good at one match, but you're just not Japanese enough for them to work, as Ken was.
That's fair. I know a lot of people,
So it looks
especially
like
like my father, who
sideboard
abused
turn.
stuff throughout his life,
Tony
and I
has
can
mostly
I understand.
sideboarded here. boarding out, like I mentioned, a lot of that dead removal that would have been.
Yeah, Nikias, my mod, is working to be. I forgot what the turn is.
2 copies of Seer. None
Tax.
of those cards particularly great.
You have to pass a
dealing with
test.
6/6
You
demon
don't need a
in the
degree
battlefield.
to be. Not the someone you talk at HR block. It's like the next step higher, and he's been studying really hard for his test.
I'm looking at your sideboard.
And I think he just passed it, but because it's tax season, he's super busy. We won't really see him that often.
You know,
After tax season, we
Chris
might see him back in
Larson's
stream.
gonna
I don't
have
know.
Lots of removal, lots of hand disruption. So with the Sirach, it puts pressure, but if you do kill it, it still draws you that card, right? So just you want more threats like that because you want to be able to potentially play a fair game of Magic. Look, Earthbender Ascension, just a solid card to play, right? It ramps you, gets you that 2/2, and then you get this. You have the
Alright.
Sirach, and then you have the Quantum.
So now
River.
it's all sideboarded
I'm taking
games
a
from
look
here
at-
on out.
I mean, Tony is bringing in something like 10 cards in this matchup, so it should get a lot better for him after sideboard.
Players just taking one last look.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Their
I know what
libraries
OH7 is.
randomized appropriately.
Be careful with that.
Tony from Croatia.
Here in the Pacific
Mentioned before,
Northwest,
he
we
plays
have.
the team Sanctum of all.
I forgot what the drug is going on right now.
Harmonizer seems to be the most sanctum of
That's
all
where the
decks.
term "fet zombies" came from. So we have a lot of people that have.
They always have a flair.
Yeah, no, they do, and it's just awesome to see. Every time there's a Pro
It is.
Tour, I go, what is Sanctum playing? Because it's usually some kind of 2 or 3 card combo that has some card filtering.
Yeah, so
Bi-
this is called the
just enough
fentanyl
interaction
zombie
to survive
pose.
whatever's happening
It's
in the
really
middle
common
game,
here in the
right?
Pacific
Then a
Northwest because
combo
this
that
is
just
what
kinda
it
kills you out of
does to
nowhere.
people.
And it's really great at kind
And
of surprising people, especially when you're
it's
kind
like
of playing
fentanyl,
in the Swiss
xylazine,
part
and
of the
horse
tournament where
tranquilizer.
A lot of players just won't
The
have
version up here in
a
the
lot of
Pacific
time
Northwest,
to-
and it's very
despite
addictive.
it being open decklist, you're
But
just
like
not gonna
here
have
in
the
the
time to
Pacific
really
Northwest, you'll
react
see people
and
like
really game
lay,
plan for
like
this
they
matchup.
can't control their bodies and they're just flopped over like that, or even standing.
Deck looked a little bit like
And
a
they got the
meme, like,
nickname
you're like,
fentanyl
"Is that
zombies.
actually going to work? Teamer Harmonizers, like,
Because
fully in
their
that
brain
game
is just
too,
gone.
right? It's like
They can't
Paul,
really speak.
You know, if I came to you and I was like, "Hey, Paul, in standard,
Super
full
dangerous.
bore plus," you're just like, "Yeah, dude, okay," but that doesn't really come together, right?
Right.
Like that's not. You don't want to be putting all your eggs in one basket like that. But it turns out this shell around this deck enables it, makes sure that you have the ability to protect it, and it also has that added
Yeah, you don't even
benefit
know.
of keeping your
I'm glad the
opponents
VA was there to help
in
for you.
that defensive stance. They never want to tap
But sometimes
out.
you
They
just
always
don't
wanna
know, right?
represent something 'cause
Crazy.
they're worried you might kill them out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's precisely why they kind of
Also, shout out to everyone on YouTube and Twitch today. Thank you guys for hanging out today. I appreciate you.
Combo,
If you have any
so
more
it's
questions, I'm
really
happy to
hard.
help
Even if you
answer.
have a stock up on the draw, can you even play it turn 3?
Right.
But Chris Larson, however, does have the benefit here of having all that hand disruption, right? We're talking about double intimidation tactics, 4 duress.
Can I go on a
4
tangent for a
deceit.
second,
So
chat?
for
Is that
him,
okay?
It's going to be a lot easier to
that okay?
try to disrupt this combo.
And I never want to be
and
this
resolve
person.
spells safely.
But there are a few people that there's a few people in the space
Larson here with
that are very
duress.
gatekeeping, and I think it's not fair.
All right, and we are underway. We're
Not
gonna
only
see that duress
gatekeeping of
straight away
like
here from Larson and see
making
Portalon's
people feel
working.
bad if they can't afford like commander cards. Like if you can't afford Teferi's protection, you can't be playing commander. There's few creators out there that are like that.
Tony just facing up. That is a hand on the right side.
But on the next step, though, I feel like there's a few Magic creators out there that are very gatekeeping, and it really inhibits the game, right? Gatekeeping is a term that we withhold information
Then on Tony's side,
or
just thinking,
give
"Alright,
you wrong
which land do I wanna
information
lead with?" You can lead with the bossing
to
save
like
because
actually have a
you
good
need a
experience or a
basic
good
land
time,
in play
right?
for that thing to
I think the
come
definition
back.
is
Land go here from Larson.
the term is you actively of controlling access to something.
Hand disruption here.
So
turn 3 Winter Night Stories, perhaps
like you
discarding
discourage or
deceit,
criticize someone's
and then playing a superior Spider-Man
participation or enjoyment of a shared activity or
He
interest.
had the option. Did he have the
There's
option?
a lot
Yeah,
of
he
people
did have
that
Swamp. He
gatekeep
could
not
have
only with like price
done
as a
deceit
card because
this turn,
Magic
but
can
boy,
be
that
very
would've set
expensive.
off
As we
a
joke,
pretty
your
inefficient following
best
turn,
credit,
so
your
he's gonna
best
get that
Magic the Gathering card is your credit card, right?
Move on with his life.
Tony
Yeah,
get
yep, exactly like that,
tapped.
Painter.
Or a basic land here.
Magic the Gathering is also addicted, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Wait, where so his
There
draw
is a
was-
universal feeling that I definitely get
So-
when
so
I
his
crack
two
open a
draws
pack
there
and
for
you have that
Harmonizer,
new
Consult
pack
for
smell or
Turkey.
new card smell,
Wow.
right? That
Okay.
people always comment about,
Okay,
yeah.
Tony.
I know some people that just rip packs like mad because it's
So, I mean,
a form
Tony
of
technically does
loot
have
box
the combo
gambling, right?
here, right? I mean, turn 4, you First play the steam vents, then turn 4 you can.
It feels
warp out
fun
the
to open
Harmonizer,
a box, though. I haven't
play
opened a
the
box in
Verbal
8
Cast,
years.
and have the full bore
That would be
ready to
really
go with
cool
the triggers
to
on
like
his
open a
back.
collector's box
Now, so Chris
for a
Larson,
video. Not gonna lie, but
here's the thing too. I mean, if you're Chris Larson, I suppose
you have over
you can't
$4
combo
grand
off next
invested.
turn, so
Damn,
Chris
I have
Larson's
about
probably just going to
450 right now
going for the hand
invested.
disruption.
Yeah, he's
like,
scared.
no,
He
I
knows.
probably
He knows
will
about
have
the
to
full
invest
bore,
like
too,
100 to
so.
100 plus for
and
every
there's the
set this year.
Harmonizer.
I'm trying to figure out how to get that money. Black Lotus, more in your
maybe.
Larson says, "You can't kill me this turn." Right into.
I don't know. That's just one small thing as I start to make more content. It's really unfortunate, and it's one of my gripes. Like, that people just like gatekeep Magic,
and
or they
Chris
shit
Larson
on
just
people
do the
because
same
they
for
can't
Blue
afford
Land.
like
Now
the
we can just
$80
copy
card,
the
right?
seat here and look at this. I mean, this is that interaction. This is what put this Dimir Excruciator deck over the top, right? This is that new inclusion.
here's
this
the
is such
thing.
a powerful combination. You can disrupt your opponent.
Superior Spider-Man on the seat
and
is
also
very,
just,
very
I mean,
powerful. I
doubly
like this a
disrupt your
lot.
Opponent. It kind of has remnants of back
So,
when you can play Reef.
Yeah.
And activate it twice.
I was thinking of
Right,
making
kind
a video
doing
of
similar
like
thing here
alternate
with
but
the
very
seat.
powerful cards. Because it's really funny. Some people make budget videos and they're like, instead of the $60 card, how about this 8-cost $10 card that you'll never be able to play because it's 8 mana? No. I'm talking about like, instead of Teferi's Protection, Dawn's Truce is a $4 card.
Backup plan,
right?
Close. It's close to doing the same thing.
Now, if you're Chris Larson, do
Something
you
like
take
that.
Full bore?
I was thinking of making a video
What if
that, you
Tony
know,
top decks might for
realistic
Harmonizer?
replacements, or just at, in the end of the day, if you're in a casual friend group, just use proxies, right?
Oh, but that is a
I
nice
think it's weird that some people are very gatekeeping about
right?
proxies
Because
for a
that does-
casual friend group
You know,
setting.
you go ahead and fetch that forest. You,
If you can't afford it,
play
you
out
want to
the
play Magic
Explorer,
casual with your
at
friends,
least
do it.
hit some land drops
For
here.
for actual competitive, like professional play, you should have the
This
real
is kind
cards.
of Tony's version
Absolutely.
of what Christopher did. It's not the.
But
full
mostly pros
combo,
borrow these decks
but it's a
anyways.
very nice.
Did you? I
addition to
posted
the
this
deck.
on Discord. I don't know if you guys saw this.
Chris
Day
Larson,
one,
copy
in one of the
Harmonizer,
feature matches, someone
start playing
played
some
the
lands,
card
start beating
Day of
down.
Black Sun.
I mean, that is a path.
However,
to
it's
make
really
cards.
common that pros get
hilarious.
decks borrowed to them.
More likely to fire off Winter Night stories.
And
under duress.
so here's what I was talking about.
By taking the
So
full board, there
here's
is
the
no
promo
chance
Day
the
of Black
opponent
Sun.
completely combo off next.
And then in the exact same set, here's the promo Black Sun
I
Zenith.
mean, the Seer
They're
also
the
just
exact
kills
same
the
card.
creatures Too, right? It kills his forward,
So in the
might be
feature,
interesting
in one of
that.
the side feature matches, he
certainly
played
lead
this
things
card
off
Day
with
of the Black
stories
Sun.
here.
He thought was Day of the Black Sun, which is a standard legal card. This is it. Here's the promo.
Three lands, so
The deck he's borrowing had
just gonna
Black
be
Sun
pitching
Zenith.
2 lands here.
It is his fault that he's in a pro. He should look over his deck rather than just trust it and go through. The day of a pro tour, right? However,
Doesn't necessarily need the
this is a
second
problem.
copy of Restless Reef.
I griped about Black Sun Zenith being printed
imagine-
and has the exact same art
Or
as
rather,
the
I
promo
suppose
Day
you
of Black
can
Sun.
also
I've
pitch
talked
the
about that
swamp and the
before.
Restless Reef
But it
if you
happened at
wanted
the
to
Pro
go
Tour.
double duress and give yourself the
Crazy,
ability
right?
to have the second blue mana to be able to activate the Reef and attack.
That's really nice of you.
potentially next turn. Yeah, so Reef, Swamp.
I know
Untapped water.
the Throne is a really important card right now. It's like $50 a piece.
Here, and he is going to
take everything away.
But there has to be an alternative to
So Tony
Throne
Portland is
for
just
double
on the
triggers,
card
right?
advantage engine from the Ice Till Explorer.
Just make something, just small videos
Plus
like that. Like,
bossing
hey,
set.
Magic is, be truthful about it. Hey, Magic's a little expensive, but there are options that make it a little more affordable if you don't want to print proxies.
Yeah, Chris Larson
Like
decided whether or
Teferi
not he
or
wants to attack. Tony
playing
Portland
Dawn's
can
Truce over
attack back
Teferi is a
next
great
turn
example.
For 4 damage.
First one that comes to mind.
Is this the path that you want to take to win?
Because I love this game. I like it a lot.
He's going to attack.
16.
Other people should
Tony
play it too.
Portland able to play 2 lands a turn here.
But he can't combo off from this position, right? So
Yeah, there's the new Elemental
Then you
Flyer,
have to
but
attack.
it only works on
Utilizing that
Elementals,
favorite
not everything
passage.
else, right?
Maybe you can hit another bossing say. That's a nice thing about the Ice Till Explorer. Even if you're just completely out of gas, you can just make sure that you just have tons and tons of mana in play. And, you know, those bossing say can end up mattering, especially because Chris Larson is playing a control deck.
What is
And
a good
Bossing Say
Roaming
is
Throne
one of the best
alternative?
cards for against the control
Like you
matchups.
play
You'll often see it
Monicon.
as a one of in the Badge Mold Cup sideboards.
Stroic Resonator. Copy target trigger ability you control. Like it's
Sandman Shifting Scoundrel. This creature is
That's not bad. bad. It's
gigantic.
cheap.
It's going to be what, an 8-8 this turn? right?
But I didn't know that card existed until I just looked it up.
7, maybe?
There's 6 lands in play right now, but then you can
There's
just
5, right?
Oh, is that Mountain in hand?
I think so.
Okay, excuse me. That was the
Only
review.
a 7/7.
How much is Panorama nowadays?
7/7. Bigger than the Excruciator, right?
Yeah, like
bigger than
way bigger.
and something that you can consistently
smoke.
get back over and over
Playing
again.
it and responding to the trigger.
Yeah.
I know what's happening. Kind of offended he had to do it like that.
Panorama is
Not my first
376.
rodeo.
Yeah, been here before.
Great alternative to Roaming Throne and Commander. It's the exact same thing, it's just not a body.
So 2 Ice Tail Explorer triggers on the stack here.
I bet you, like my girlfriend who's never heard of it. Sunderblock has gone up 3,000% overnight, by the way.
Copy an Ice Tail Explorer also seems pretty nice.
Yeah,
If you're
sure.
Chris
You
Larson,
can
right?
have Cavernous Souls. I'm talking about Commander, but yeah,
what
Commander
blue
Souls
black deck wouldn't want the
into
ability
that
to
Golem.
Get a bunch more
Play extra lands every
play,
turn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See what
I mean, even
Sunderblock is up to
Mill's
now.
relevant in this deck.
Hits a Soul Guide Lantern.
It's up to
off the
15
land.
bucks.
Yeah.
All right, so now
12
does
bucks.
He doesn't have access to.
Yesterday they were
5
selling for
green
$2. Today they're
Oh, no,
selling
no, never
for
mind.
up
This
to
is
20.
just enough here. So you can activate with Bossing Say.
Huge.
And still play Sandman this
Yeah,
turn.
grab your Sunderblock now.
Jeez.
Or it's too late. Wouldn't play Trailers, yeah.
And that's kind of the only thing he can do based on his.
Or
hand here.
Elementals, yeah. It's not as good because, of course, it doesn't have Ward 2. That's a big deal.
Yeah, for the
But
Bossing Say.
it is an alternative.
Just figuring out which land he would like to earthbend.
Okay. That
Gonna be a
forest.
forest.
Now we have a 7/7 Sandman. I mean, this Sandman is huge.
Can't be blocked by small creatures, and you can recur it.
Right. So
it's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, look, Tony does have kind of this
Ooh, that
fair
was a
game plan
demon.
here. Okay, but he doesn't have the mana to play it just
No,
yet,
so he's
right?
going to do Winter Night Stories.
Yeah. Okay,
Fine.
but okay, with the Winter Night Stories, you
Sorry,
can
I'm
discard the
talking over
demon,
this
of
game.
course,
Right.
and then Superior Spider-Man it into play and try to close out the game.
Oh, I
with
mean,
that
we knew
Restless Reef.
Sunderflock was a great, like we streamed a couple days ago with the Elemental deck, and
Discard-
Sunderflock
yeah,
was
and
great.
He's got the Restless Reef in play.
But
Tony
we
doesn't
definitely
have
did
any
not
air
expect it to be
here.
this great, right?
Okay, 6
All right, here we
cards
go.
left.
So
It's
once
combo
again,
time,
we see
baby.
Excruciator Demon hit the battlefield in the form of Superior Spider-Man.
He has the man land.
So it is a 4/4, and Christopher Larson at a comfortable 16 life. So Tony Portolan draws, goes to 5. If you attack, that puts you down to 1. So Tony does get 2 attacks here, I believe.
Drew a Spider Sense. That's fantastic.
Oh, and he drew Spider Sense.
That can turn off the man land from activating.
That is big because
Can
you
he counter the trigger on
right.
the reef?
You can counter a triggered ability here. So will that give Tony Portolan enough time to try to pressure Chris Larson enough
Kind
and
of
kill him with the
feels
sign
like
man,
it.
right? Because that's just a full extra turn you get.
It is. Is there a double block for Larson? Right now, the Deceit is tabbed.
The issue now is Tony also just can't play any more lands.
Right, 'cause it'll just mill.
It'll just mill because of the Ice Tail Explorer. But so can this 7/7 and Bossing Say get it done? Because you can Bossing Say, turn that forest into a 4/4 and attack with both. Chris Larson could block the 4/4. If you block the 4/4, the 4/4 comes back into play and then forces a trigger off of the Ice Tail Explorer.
You're right. I think he can get away with one trigger, though, because of the Spider Sense, right? Like 1 mill.
Right.
It is not going to, like, the game's going to end for Tony before 1 mill matters.
Yeah, attack, trigger, mill. But if you're on Chris Larson's side, at that point, then you can just keep your creatures back, right?
Yes,
You just don't attack. I just want to make sure I have enough 4-power creatures in play to block the Sandman.
Right. You need at least 3 power just to be able to block it.
And there's 2 in play.
Are the cards good?
Are your cards good?
Your card's good? What a question.
Not a solitude.
Solitude white card, gotcha.
Yeah, that would be good.
And the answer is
I like
no,
Larson's banter.
Those cards are not good.
Solitude
But I
has
think
Flash,
Larson's thinking more in terms of,
evoke,
do I need these
exile white
cards?
card, and you
'Cause I
exile
kind of have it on the
a
battlefield.
creature on the
don't I?
battlefield,
What can
and
you
you're
have here?
and that player
Now,
gains
Tony
life
does
equal
have
to its
Spider
power.
Sense, a Seer,
It's cute,
or two
cute
left in
joke.
his deck after sideboard.
And once again, we see once the libraries are only 6 cards deep.
The turns take a little longer.
Right. And let's not forget, Larson does get to draw 2 cards a turn, and he may be able to just find a removal spell here.
Absolutely. You could also just attack with Icetail Explorer and hope Chris blocks it.
Yes.
Or just get some extra damage through if you think attacking is not going to be Chris Larson's route to victory. He wants Chris Larson to attack with all his creatures as he's at 16 life here. So that's just 2 free damage coming in. If you block the 4/4, Chris Larson takes 9, goes to 7.
Oh, and Tony's just going to pass the turn back.
Right, 2 cards here off the Excruciator.
Riddler is not the draw.
Riddler.
Nope, and a land.
Okay.
Okay, so he hit Watery Grave, Quantum Riddler.
Okay, yeah, so Quantum Riddler, I mean, probably don't want
unless
that
it's lethal somehow.
I mean, I think if you're Chris, you just go, hey, activate my Reef. What do you have? And it's just Spider Sense. It's not Seer, right? But you can block the Restless Reef, right? Because you attack, it triggers, you Spider Sense. I mean, what a top deck, by the way. That was such a big draw.
Seriously, that Spider Sense is probably going to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely is. So now you can eat the Restless Reef.
And that's why we saw that Sandman stay home.
It does have Death Touch.
4/4 Death Touch, right? Yep.
Okay, but whatever.
Right, of course. It's just, you don't get to activate that again.
You need to block. You need to block Reef.
Portalon wants to not see Larson go Reef go, and instead it's Watery Grave go.
Okay. I mean,
so now are we down to
Insatiable Avarice?
Avarice is kind of the out.
He could also draw a Reef for the turn. He still has 3 cards left. So if he draws a Reef, he can still play the Reef and then attack on. No, he'll deck himself. He only has 3 cards left.
It has to be Insatiable
It
Avarice.
has to be Insatiable Avarice.
Or a removal spell on his own demon with land. That's also an
How
out.
many cards does Tony have right now? 4?
Yeah.
What a crazy game.
So if you cast Insatiable Avarice, Tony still has...
His Crusader really changes Magic. I'm here for it.
Is that even enough? You cast it, Tony draws, he has no cards left, and then Chris Larson dies to the Excruciator.
Can he force him to block?
Oh, that's a Reef!
That was a
Is
Reef,
that enough?
but it's
Oh, he's
too
got
late.
And he has a way to kill his demon.
He did draw Bitter Triumph.
Oh, really? He has 2 cards left. Okay, well then he's good.
It looked like 1, but it
Oh
looks
my
like
God!
he has 2 cards
And
left.
one of those was a Reef. Are you kidding me,
So he
Christopher Larson?
I mean, he's done this before. And remember, you can use Bitter Triumph to kill the land to mill Tony an extra card here if you want.
Yeah, that's right. So it could have been Avarice plus Triumph,
right?
Also for the win. But I think that Reef, unless Tony finds, like, how many Spider Senses does he have?
I don't know. Any.
Or did he bring in, I should say.
Right. If he has any, he would have brought all of them in.
Right. Because I'm only aware of the one there.
Right.
So
Christopher Larson, if he's going for the win here, will have 0 cards left in his deck. Needs this Restless Reef.
There's 2 cards left in his library.
So Tony plays 2 in the main.
He doesn't have to kill the demon.
Which we assume
1.
he left them in.
All right, here we go. Here's the draw.
Is the other one the top card of that library?
Wistfulness.
Wistfulness.
Ooh. That's not it.
Does not get it done here.
That's not it.
Although, are we now at a point?
Wait, if he Wistfulness, he draws 2. If Spider senses one of them, he passes. Christopher Larson draws 2 cards, tries to hit him with the Reef. He Spider senses, then Tony draws 1 card, but then he would lose.
But yeah,
he would lose to Bitter Triumph
right,
on
Bitter
the Forest.
Bitter Triumph on the Lamb is still something that exists here.
But Tony doesn't know about
But
that.
Heritage Reclamation can also draw you a card.
Just
2
one
mana.
card.
Just one card.
That would.
Which might be relevant here. No, he's going for draw 2.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Okay.
He doesn't know about the Bitter Triumph. This is going to open that door.
He's looking for an answer for the Restless Reef. Doesn't find it. They've all been
Turok
exiled.
and Starting Town.
Or it's the last card, in which case it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Larson is actually going to win this.
My gosh, this is the second time he's done this.
This is unbelievable that he found that reef.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes you just got to be lucky and have reef in the last 6 cards.
Totally.
That was the third reef.
Totally. If he hadn't have found that reef, Portalon wouldn't have had to do any of this.
No. Portaland was just going, hey, I just hope you don't have another reef. Oh, you drew it? Okay, well, I guess now it's on me.
How does Larson always find that reef? I think he's going to go for the bitter triumph here.
Sure.
Yes, he is.
The land.
Force him to mill his last card.
That'll put Tony on 0 cards left.
And Larson will also be on 0
right?
cards left.
There will be no libraries when this game is decided.
That's got to be a cool Pro Tour achievement, right?
Okay.
And now it comes back.
Is he casting Reclamation in response because he's going to mill anyways? Okay. Last
Exile
card.
the cards from his graveyard.
Can it? Is it a?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Christopher Larson wins game number 3, and he does it in his
what a
typical
finals, man.
dramatic fashion.
This is sweet.
With both players on 0 cards effectively.
So
How many of these decks are we going to see is the question.
Yes.
How many of these decks are we going to see if
Yes.
Demir
But then he
wins?
still would have
Is
gotten
like the
up.
meta
Loses,
all
yeah,
going to be
as far as
Demir?
it goes, draw 2, go.
All right.
Wait,
I was
if the
thinking
meta
about
is all
that
Demir,
if
does that mean
Larson
Mono
was
Red
thinking
comes
about
back?
Suter there.
All right, I guess we need to print a new card where you can shuffle all exile.
Can
cards
Mono
back
Red
if
beat
you
this
want.
deck?
We need an answer for this Excruciator deck. Especially if you play against Chris Larson. He's just always going to have the reef, either in play or on top.
Any exiled cards become your library.
Yeah, I had a window of the decking harmonizer that.
You should have. More than one, actually.
No, I think that was the only.
Those turn afterwards as well, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I see.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right.
They're talking about the turn before Larson did the double duress to
I
take
just
away
have
the
like,
war.
you harmonize, I'm probably dead.
Right. Just
Not the
Larson's
reality
deck
of
just
how it
has
works.
so much hand disruption. And,
All right.
You know, when
Will
you have,
Larson
when you're
win
packing-
his
when you're
first
playing
Pro
a deck
Tour?
and you're packing what 10
Or a
hand
second?
spells against a deck that relies on a kind of a 3-card combination, it is tough.
Larson has a brand new baby in the world, too. That
really like that
$50
Larson
prize
is
pool for
willing
winning this
to
would
take
be a
some risk
big
here,
deal
right?
for his
There's some
newborn,
players
right?
that would play
Anything
around
helps
the
when you have a newborn.
possibility of losing to that combo to their detriment, right? Where they're just unwilling to lose to it, but they give their opponent so much extra time that, you know, they lose to Sandman or something like that.
I think he's just done a really great job of picking his spots.
Definitely.
Right? In that previous game 1, right, he went for it. He smelled blood in the water, went for it here. This time, he went for that turn 1 duress. He saw Tony not having a whole lot of action going on. Turn 3, he could have played Winter Night Stories, but he was like, you know what? You draw a couple cards. You could still maybe go back to back and combo me out. I'm going to use that.
Taking out a
I'm
Riddler?
going to play that deceit, and
Is
that
a
did
choice.
break apart the combo.
Christopher Larson.
Maybe thinks Riddler on the
one
draw
game
is not as
away
good.
From being a Pro Tour champion. This is one of the most well-liked guys on the entire Pro Tour.
I mean, and he's also just been around. I mean, he's been playing the game for so long at an extremely high level.
Should probably check what my sideboard guys say. Spanish?
He doesn't listen to his teammates anyways, but I guess you might as well look.
So do you speak Spanish?
I think that's a good. Smaller.
Yeah, that's close to.
Funny part is Larson said that
Sideboard guides in Spanish. That's funny.
Translating my deck, my sideboard guide. Okay, round 15. Javier was like, "Why haven't you asked before?" I'm like,
just wing it. You know.
Well, he did say he
I like the
went against
banter.
his team's instructions on play.
Right.
well, for round 16, it was important. I knew the Spanish words.
You just needed it for the 1 round.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Cedric asked Christopher how he was feeling after his win, and it's funny because I don't know. I think a lot of us think, well, obviously you're happy, right? You won. It feels really good, but I don't know. You can also sense the urgency that these players feel. They know that this is an extraordinarily difficult place to get to, but you just can't wipe that smile off his face.
That's a Michael is happy now.
Yeah, I mean, you heard he is somebody who just truly loves the game. Of course, everybody loves the game, but he just does such a great job of kind of expressing that joy, and it's infectious.
You can feel it.
He needs the stability. Well, he just got a job and stuff like that, so I guess that helps.
All right, game number 4 incoming here. Tony's got to win this one to keep the dream alive. He's had so much success of late, and I mean the last couple of years.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised to see him here at all. He crushes limited every single time. And Sanctum of All always seems to find some interesting take on the format that's good enough. And you combine that with an impressive limited win rate.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just guaranteed to start every day 5-1 in limited, it's a pretty good buffer.
Which, by the way, has been his average.
Yes. Okay, this is Forest, Island, Bossing Sea, and
All right.
Sirach. So that is a turn 3 Sirach, which is pretty nice. And there
Yeah,
is an
Soul Guide
Explorer
Lantern,
and
Soul
a
Guide Lantern. Is that worth
So I
it though?
imagine this is going to be a keep here. Just enough interaction.
You can Wistfulness to draw.
Wistfulness in there too.
Yeah.
You need double blue though. I don't think he had double blue in his hand. Oh, speaking of, there's those iPads we talked about earlier. People were wondering how I think that was Stella. You see those guys right here, right below me, that iPad? That's how the guys are just behind you the whole game. It's typing in the numbers and typing in the cards.
That's the first relevant play here.
It's a nice target here.
Intimidation tactics from Larson.
Cruel Claw Heist here as well.
Like you said, Larson just has access to so much hand disruption, and of course, the information that comes from it. You get that as well.
Yeah, so just being able to, I mean, Larson's just, I feel it almost looks like he's kind of playing an anti-combo deck.
Yeah.
Just by having access to all of this interaction. Tony taking a more proactive approach here with some.
Soul Guide Lantern makes sense because he has Superior Spider-Man in his hand.
Larson just happy, he's just like, my combo is just my demon. I just need to cast I don't have to search it up or do
Doesn't have
anything.
double blue for
Just
Wistfulness.
At some point, I'm gonna find a demon. I'm gonna find the Restless Reef, and then that's all I need.
And we see Cruel Claw's Heist here, and I think he said no gift.
Yeah, no gift. Just get that Sirach most likely out of the hand. Ice-Tail Explorer, of course, also a reasonable option here.
He gets to exile a non-land card. A little more mana than you'd like to pay, but
Take Sirach to get rid of it, or do you get Ice-Tail because it's the long game? Granted, he does not have a fetch.
Yeah, that's a path that Tony.
And you gonna stream unboxing item? What the fuck did you send me, Perix? I mean, thank you, but I'm kind of concerned. What?
Both exiled.
Okay.
What?
So maybe we'll do a little bit of digging here with Wistfulness. Stock up off the top would be nice. It's turn 3, so probably want to get that starting town in play. And it's just a land, it seems. No. A Seer. So yeah, Tony just deciding whether or not he wants to evoke the Wistfulness. Dig a little bit deeper. Decides against it.
Duress off the top.
I think it's time to stock up, though.
Yep.
And this is rough. I mean, there's a Duress, stock up.
There's no way you did that.
Can continue taking cards away.
There's no way you
Tony
sent me
will
no.
Be able to cast.
I don't believe it until I see it. No, no, no.
If you can find a
Fucking cool, but no.
passage off the
I don't
top,
believe you.
that would be really nice because right now, if
Playing
you
with my
just play
heartstrings.
the Forest and slam the Ice-Tail Explorer, I mean, you're not going to be able to get any value, at least this turn. Right, Insatiable Avarice, stock up, and Duress already in hand as well here. Or is that what he's looking through?
Yeah, his hand's on the right.
Okay, yeah. All right, so he's deciding between those cards. All right, that's a lot more action, right? That's just 2 more card draw spells here if you need. And, you know, Tony's deck's not really putting a whole lot of pressure. So we've seen Chris Larson just fire off Insatiable Avarice. And, you know, cards like Seer, yeah, sure, they have their spot, their moments. But right now, it is just not the card that you want here.
Does he want to, like, Superior Spider-Man take Serok? Be a choice.
Do is it just run out, explore, and hope you don't have removal? And fortunately, I mean, Chris Larson doesn't have a removal spell here, but no value from the Ice-Tail Explorer just yet.
You found Excruciator? Sweet.
There's a Doomsday Excruciator here for Chris Larson. No way to discard it just yet. Superior Spider-Man could copy.
Putting up more
Serok.
Essence Scatter, Disdainful Stroke. The mono blue tempo deck might be really good
Feels like there's
into
better
this
I think
deck.
it's exiled too.
Is it? Oh, excuse me.
Yeah,
It looks
so
like it's in the graveyard, but
he's
it is
just gonna
exiled.
play a 4/4.
A 4/4 to
Spider-Man?
get in the way. Okay.
Why
And
not
Tony
take
Borderland does have the Seer, so he's
Serok?
probably happy
He's
that he has a
thrilled.
target.
You just turn into a
for the
Serok.
Seer.
He has 2 of them, so
Yeah.
he's like absolutely thrilled. Those are mainly for the Reef, but I mean,
Okay.
oh,
Is
and
he
the
just going
Harmonizer.
Harmonizer go? All right.
Whoa.
Well,
All right.
Tony needs a land here.
There's
Okay,
the
there's the
seat.
seat.
Where was that last turn?
Right.
So he's going to stock up first.
It seems that way. Because you could go Deceit first to see what they have.
Yeah, but that's
and
not
then go
proactive.
land stock up, or decide to duress if you need to take 2 things out of their hand.
Stock up first here for Larson.
And I believe that was a Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah, but he doesn't want it unless he had 2 of them in that pile.
Oh, shoot the Sheriff.
He went land, shoot the Sheriff, and that's going
Okay.
to keep
Yeah,
this
that's smart.
board state much more manageable here
Right.
for Larson.
Okay, Tony, can you get a land going? Can you find a fetch land? Okay, well, that's a land. Does he hit a land? No.
No, he does not.
So no extra lands. Now
Ooh,
you
a
can
little bit of a
run
whiff.
out Wistfulness with the blue from the starting town and draw 2 and maybe discard a land and put that into your graveyard, get the chain going that way. The 4/4 Superior Spider-Man isn't really much of a threat right now. So that is something to consider.
Cards.
5 cards in hand.
But Chris Larson's hand is completely loaded here. If he
got
gets to
stacked
untap, I mean, he can just kind of rip apart Tony's hand here with more card draw spells to back things up here. Okay, keeping it patient here.
He just wants to cast Wistfulness next turn, I guess.
Right.
Land off the top, though Chris did already have one.
And this could be a good time to just run out Duress.
Okay.
See what Tony's working with. Tony,
I mean,
like,
this
okay.
demon is looming, is it?
Double
not?
Seer?
It is, and Chris Larson just playing it as safe as he possibly can in case it's a full bore. Now you don't. Now you can play out the Deceit to get the Wistfulness if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, that is Tony's plan for next turn.
Right, just hard casting that for a little bit of value. Yeah.
Yep.
He's like, please take my Seer. It's like, nope,
No,
nope. Sorry,
he's not gonna
I'm
take
be
Seer.
Doing that.
Right.
He doesn't
and
care.
the Land go.
So
Is
Tony is
Larson
on kind
all
of
set
nothing
up
here.
He is set up for an
Excruciator Avarice here. Does he have a
Reef?
A Reef as
I
well?
don't
No.
believe he has one in play right now.
No, he doesn't. That's the but he does have Insatiable Avarice, which is a
Yeah.
that's the other way to do it.
Absolutely it is. Oh, this is something. Okay, that's
Sort of.
big. I mean,
That's a
that,
good
that
top
does
deck.
draw you some cards. Now, Chris Larson does have, I believe, the rest still in hand here.
You didn't pay, right?
And
Thank
he
you,
can
Ben.
cast that and the demon next turn.
Yeah.
I'm in no pain.
5.
All right.
2,
Fable Passage.
4,
Another
5.
land.
That's 2 of them.
That's a Spell
Pierce.
not great here. A backup Ice-Tail Explorer.
Kind of a whiff, don't you think?
I mean, is Larson like? Does he just go Duress, Demon, Avarice? You. I hope you had fun. Like he's at 20. Like
I mean, he is at
Borderline
he
has
is,
nothing going.
He is at a high life total here. So, and I mean, Tony didn't even. This was not a great consult the star charts here, right? I
No,
mean,
it was
Fabled
not.
Passage plus Earthbender Ascension far away from comboing here. So, yeah, perhaps Chris, and especially with that Icetail Explorer in play, if Icetail Explorer is in play and is giving Tony all these advantages, if you just slam the Excruciator, you just can't play any more lands.
Exactly. We saw that in the prior game where
Found a land,
Christopher
gets a
Larson
trigger.
was able to kill an Earthbent land with Icetail Explorer on the battlefield. That Earthbent land comes back into play through no choice of Tony, and with Icetail Explorer out, it mills you for one, and that was the difference.
Oh, there's another
Two mills,
Harmonizer.
That's another Harmonizer in the graveyard.
It's good.
Did 3 triggers.
Okay. Is that a Fabled Passage?
Yes.
All right. Still has access to the Seer.
He can Earthbender Ascension here.
He can. Just get all the lands in play before Christopher can run out in Excruciator.
But Larson would
Still
have
going to need a sequence of draws to figure this out, right? Because what happens? I mean, you play a land, you get an Ascension in play, then you have a 2/2 and a 2/4. That's just not nearly enough pressure.
I mean, he's facing down a 4/4 and a
I mean,
6/6.
he can't wait. He can't
And he's
sandbag
gonna get
this.
Avarice the next
Yeah,
turn.
and Christopher Larson go, yeah, this is completely fine.
No, I need to resolve it.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to resolve the.
You're first?
Yeah. No, I cannot attack it, right?
No, because you need to find the land. before
Yeah.
And then you'll know one.
Really fast.
Yeah.
Really fast.
Larson is really close here.
That was
Oh, look
not
at that.
finished,
Helped him
that's
out, too.
You sure?
First, 2/2.
But going back to what you were saying, Paul, this is all just very fair.
Right.
It happens at the same
Absolutely.
And if you're in
Sure.
Larson's
This
seat,
is a downside
the
to
only thing
Harmonizer.
you're
So I wonder how
really
many times the
worried about at
Harmonizer
this
deck
point is,
comboed
like,
his opponent,
oops, I win.
just like out of nowhere on turn 4. TCG player
Yeah,
is probably the best place to buy. That's cheap.
Just enough pressure here. Mightform Harmonizer is a card that I can think
Cheapest
of
you
here.
can do. That I know of. You can also do. There's some like Facebook pages still around that I'm a part of that have like Magic traders where people sell cards for
a turn.
He'll have a turn. Perhaps he can find
like 60 to 70% of TCG mid.
Insatiable Avarice.
And usually those are like
That
card
perhaps
collectors or people who have like a side
make it
shop.
so that the Doomsday
It's another
Excruciator
option,
ends
but
up
it takes a long
killing
time to get all the
Tony.
cards
And there
right.
it is. Doomsday Excruciator is going to hit the battlefield
Safeway is
here
just
for
TCG
Larson.
player.
That means that our libraries are only going to be 6 cards now.
All right, there it is.
And Chris Larson found a deceit.
It's pressure
as
time.
well
Here
so
comes
he
a
can
demon.
actually make sure the coast is clear before firing off that insatiable avarice.
He has Deceit and Avarice still in hand.
And Spell Pierce is just not going to be nearly enough here. I just don't think Tony has too many outs here to win this game.
Christopher Larson on the verge of Pro Tour victory if he can just close this one out.
Counting the library. You got Deceit. You have
Larson
the
shaking.
Avarice.
Too hard on the other way.
Okay, bossing say. Tony just trying to get something going here.
This is the best he can do.
Okay.
And he passes, back. So 2 cards go into hand here for Larson.
That's a reef,
And
by the
he
way.
Another
force
reef?
fires
Are you
a
kidding
reef
me?
And a duress.
And a duress. This is about as safe as
my
you could
gosh.
possibly get. So can he avarice him and then duress/deceit him?
TCG
he
can
finds anything?
bulk
Right,
order,
and presumably
and you can
you
get it
wanna
like
lead
all
with-
shipped in
oh,
one
I
order.
see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
They have that
Well,
option.
you're just going to go for the deceit kill. So I think next turn,
Okay.
it's just duress.
You just put it in the cart and
make
they
sure
deal
the
with it for
coast is
you.
Clear, attack you with my reef, win the Pro Tour.
He drew a
Christopher
Harmonizer.
Larson is so close. There was Mightform Harmonizer.
Yeah, all one payment.
For Portalon.
Too little, too late here.
He just can't get through for 20 at this point.
Right, there is no full bore.
Right.
And Christopher Larson has 2 blockers in play right now.
And he doesn't need either of them to win the game at this
Exactly.
Cards.
You can sear the 4/4, but are there enough landfall triggers here where you can somehow get the Harmonizer in play and pump everything to an amount where somehow one unblocked... You have to... There's just too many doubling triggers that need to happen, particularly on the Ice Tilt Explorer.
Exactly. It starts at 2, so
It's
needs an
amazing.
extra double. And you
I
have
keep
to
saying
get
it,
for
but it's
all-
amazing what
Explorer needs
Excruciator
to
does to
double
this game. Like,
4
it all
times by
changes right away.
Man, how many times have we seen him draw 2 cards off of his demon and then go Reef?
It's always, it's
just
never in
every
play.
time.
It's never in play. It's always on top.
Larson knows he has this. He has to know. There just can't be combinations of cards here that actually get him dead.
No. I mean, it would be.
I mean, he
would-
has 10 toughness
it,
out
it
there.
would be.
He knows
if
he has
somehow-
Seer.
I think
He
you
has
might
2
notice it,
unknowns
but
in
if-
hand.
If it was Mindform Harmonizer into full bore, then you get the trample. Now, Earthbender Ascension does give trample. Again, though, are there enough
You need
land?
4.
Are there enough land triggers that can make this work?
Oh, God.
All right, here
Christopher
we
Larson
go.
says, are you kidding me?
Okay.
Yep. Game's not over.
Is there even a land, first of all? Is there a basic land even in Tony's deck left? We don't even know.
That's
right?
true. That's a good point.
Trigger.
And mill.
Okay.
Milling
That
a
last
card.
one
He's
was
going for the
mill.
win.
Ice Tilt Explorer will probably trigger last.
That's fine. We'll do it once.
This is all still on the stack, I believe.
Bossing Say is
Tony
sorcery,
knows he's
right?
Larson, he's like, I thought I had this.
He's like, please.
I think he still does, though.
There's a mill trigger, right? Yeah. I didn't resolve it. I did it. 4.
Careful.
Spider Sense, that would have been nice.
Spider Sense goes
So
in the
he
yard.
milled Spider Sense off the Fabled Passage trigger. And this is another Fabled Passage. That's 3. Okay, but
Tony just can't get more cards into hand, right?
are the last 2 cards basic lands? Would that
He
work?
has to find a basic land here, right?
But he needs to get both creatures out of the way, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, with the Earthbender Ascension.
Earthbender
when it gets
Ascension
to
has
the
trample.
Earthbender, It gives,
Oh, it's bad. I played too fast for myself.
it gives creatures trample.
Okay.
Holy shit, that was bad play by me.
I think Chris Larson might think there might be a way he could lose this game here.
Yeah, the ways he loses this game is he didn't play Deceit. Like, I don't know why he didn't play Deceit.
Larson looks very
Right? Oh my
nervous.
gosh, that's 60. That's 32 trample damage.
No
Unless,
way.
If there is a land, there needs to be a land.
There has to be a land, though?
There's no basic. Can you get a land? Oh, the Fabled Passage comes back.
Fabled Passage
of
come back.
course.
That's lethal.
He sacrificed the Fabled Passage.
Did he seriously put
Right.
together 32 trample here?
No way.
It's a 17.
Yep.
And then it's a 34.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Well played, Tony.
Bordelon
Tony.
just
Oh, no, I just
stole that game.
Game 5.
That is unreal.
Larson
Christopher
had to play
Larson was
Deceit there.
hoisting the trophy in his head.
Whoa, that was bad.
That is
And he
unbelievable.
Which one?
The return.
He had the Deceit in his hand, right?
Yes.
He could have just cast it.
Yeah.
You should have.
Just bounce your thing and discard. I don't know why. I
Yeah.
have double discard for next turn.
Or he could have played
I'm
the
just-
Deceit and bounced.
He could have played it for blue and bounced. Okay,
Oh,
that
bad.
was an unbelievable theft of a victory there by Tony.
not over till it's over.
Bordelon. Chris
Huge
Larson
win.
did not see that coming.
He absolutely did not. That Might Form Harmonizer. By the way, Tony drawing that Might Form Harmonizer, first of all, and then finding all those triggers to make it work. And Chris, I mean, he's shell-shocked right now. There's still one more game. You need to rebound and be ready for that final game. But I mean, he just kind of saw it unfold. He was like, I cannot believe this.
Yes.
I'm actually going to die. There's an Earthbender Ascension. There's no way you can get up to 4, right?
Right.
Because it still gives trample. We were talking about full bore, but of course, Ascension also gives trample.
When it gets to 4.
Exactly. So, if Christopher Larson there hard casted Deceit, bounces, and makes him discard the Earthbender Ascension, all of a sudden, even if you top deck Might Form Harmonizer, you still don't have the ability to give any of your creatures trample. You still have duress plus the ability to activate the land and attack for the win. So while he was seeing it unfold, he kind of realized in horror, like, I gave himself an out. The out was Might Form Harmonizer. He found it. Now we have a 5th game out of seemingly nowhere.
I cannot believe that we've got a 5th game incoming, and it is going to be up to
Crazy,
Christopher
right?
Larson to gather himself.
Who was it?
and dial
I
in
think it
for
was
this
Soar.
last
Soar
one.
isn't
We're
here
gonna
yet,
take
but
a
Soar
short
talked
break.
about
When we come back,
you should
Game
always
5.
play clean to the very end, because if you give your opponent out, you will lose. And that's why we're trying to be better gamers, because we could see right there the pros upon the pros. Both of these players are well-known players. Can get too ahead of themselves and gave your opponent an out. Right? It's just a game of fractions, right? Insane. Well done by Tony. Oh. So, it is down to the last match, guys. You still think Harmonizer has a chance, or do you think Demir can do it? What do you think? Let me know. I still am voting for Demir. I think it's a decent matchup, but again, Tony has probably done this all tournament, out of nowhere, snuck out a win. Because you gotta respect the combo. Have to respect the combo.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. The agony
Do not look
of
at Melee?
defeat,
Yeah.
a game
I
that
mean,
you
the
thought
Melee
you
had the spoiler
in
tag
the
on it.
bag, and indeed a trophy you thought you had in the bag as well. A look there at our players.
Don't spoil it for me, please.
Game. This is why we love Magic.
Yeah,
baby.
Melee
Give
is
your
ahead.
reactions, Monty.
Don't look at Melee, because the exclamation Melee.
5 minutes ago, we had Chris Larson sure that he was about to win the Pro Tour. We had his teammates essentially tripping over themselves, getting that ready to
We
rush
can
in
see them right
from the
over
rails. I
there.
am looking at them
They're
as they
ready to
were
go.
ready to rush in. 5 minutes ago,
Both decks are sweet. Let's be fair.
passed the
Both decks are
turn,
really sweet,
holding
and
a
we're
dis-
gonna probably
he
play
was
both of
so
them
sure
today.
he was going to win.
After this
He was saving
broadcast.
it for a double discard to ensure the win the next turn. About 4 minutes ago, Tony Portolon turned it around, won the game essentially out of nowhere with the most limited of tools after having been doomstayed. And now we're here. We're going to a game 5. And look, throughout the weekend, we've talked about mental game and preparation, and we've talked about the fact that, you know, Marco Balaka, in a great position, loses a few rounds in a row, has to reset. I don't think that even comes close to the mental reset you need to be able to do after a situation like that, where you have all but submitted yourself to being done. Now you have to reset from the loss of that and go back into the mindset of, I have to play more Magic. It's one game for all of it. It's one game for the Pro Tour. It's one game for the trophy, for the title. And you have to do it after having just gone through that.
So talk to me, Monty, about how a player like
Christopher Larson loses this
is no
last
stranger to
round,
the game.
that
He
deceit
loves
play is
Magic.
going to
He just
haunt
loves
him
being here and
forever.
playing despite the top 8,
That
despite the
deceit,
money and
not
the
playing
trophy and all
deceit
that.
play is going to haunt
How
him
do you
forever.
get
I
back
have a
from
feeling.
that kind of thing happening.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of the game, and also this is the beauty of people care so much, is that passion. The more you care, the more you love the game, the more passionate you are, the harder a situation like that
chat.
hits. The good
Here we
news
go.
is for Chris, he
Is
is
your body ready?
a storied competitor. He has been here before. He has been in top 8s before. He has definitely made mistakes before. He has
Definitely,
taken
these
losses
both decks didn't
before,
really play test
and
against each other
he's
because
very
these are two
capable of
breakout
shaking them
decks that
off.
no one really
This
talked
is
about.
the biggest test in front of him, but he can
Like
do
we knew
it.
Harmonizer and like mono green landfall was a
The
deck,
Swiss portion of the event, and
but
he
we
said,
didn't
you know,
talk about
I
this
think I
combo
should
like
have had a
ever.
better limited,
And
standard record. I think
we
I
knew about
threw
Excruciator. It
matches,
won Worlds
essentially.
2 years
I
ago,
mean, the turnaround time
but
for
no one
somebody
has played
who's playing
Excruciator
these
since
decks
then.
is not too long. Getting to know it and all the ins and outs of it before the Pro Tour too.
Yeah, and this is, you know, again, this
Here
is
we
not
go.
the type of matchup that you have played that many times. It's just, how do you really get all the minutia of a tough matchup like this down in so few matches?
Right. Well, we've got a game 5 as our decider, everyone. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul. You don't want to miss this.
Yeah, thanks, Maria. This is one of those, you know, reality comes at you fast situations for Chris Larson. And the question is, can he take a deep breath and put that behind him? Whatever happened in that game, whether it was on him, whether he got unlucky, whether it was a combo of those things, that needs to be in the rearview mirror, and he needs to fight it out to see if he can get this trophy. On the other side, Tony's got to feel, I mean, he got very lucky there. He's got to feel like he's got a new lease on life to become a PT champion.
He's going to frame that Mindform Harmonizer that he drew. It was incredible.
Kidding.
And you can tell here, a little bit more serious here for Chris Larson. He knows he let one get away. But from what I've seen, this does look like a matchup that favors Chris Larson with all the hand disruption. Still has a great hand here. 2 lands, Cruel Claw's Heist, and Deceit, and a stock up.
Larson is starting with 6 cards this time. Portalon on the draw with 7. And we're going to see Deceit straight away here. That's the second copy.
And Chris Larson only has 2 lands here.
Analyze the pollen. That's pretty good.
So Sirach. Like
I would take Sirach. That's a good call.
There's nothing else great you want to take here.
That's what he takes. And Chris is going to be begging for an untapped land here.
He needs it so badly. Then we have...
Then we got a real...
He'll be haunted by Deceit to situate,
I mean, he's still not out of it, of course. He can still play a hand disruption spell in the Heist or the Deceit, but of course he really wants to
let's
just
see.
stock up here.
The game is, it's pretty good for Chris at this point, right? He's on the play
This
finally.
is one of those times where
He
you
gets
have
to
say,
deceit
"No,
his
I might
opponent.
lose this, but I am going to scrap this out. Like,
Absolutely.
I am going to make it.
He
as
is missing a
hard
land drop. He
on
needs to hit a
Tony
land
as
drop.
possible. Let's see if he can find a land here.
Land?
There it
He
is.
does.
All right.
Oh, he can breathe deep. He's actually still just going to go for the Heist this turn.
Okay, because Heist exile, so you can actually get the Sandman here, and there won't be that annoying recursive threat here. And
That's
it's
really
very
good.
important that
Getting
it gets
the
exiled,
exile and
of
Cruel
course.
Claw Heist is really important.
Is over into the graveyard and says, actually, let me just grab this for you.
More so because Analyze the Pollen can't be used on
to do it for Larson. So
collect
getting
evidence.
that land
So
very
getting
nice,
that
though. He
exiled
did
is a
have
big deal.
Play regardless that turn.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, not missing a land drop there, so it's still okay to just get the 3-drop out of the hand here, and Tony doesn't have a play here. Probably wants to wait on the Consult the Star charts, right? Ooh, but did find Mindform Harmonizer off the top.
Man,
Ooh,
another deceit here for
okay.
Larson.
Well, he wanted to get the Consult the Star charts here.
That sucks
and
because
Tony letting
you
it
can take
resolve.
Mindform Harmonizer, but also Analyze the
look,
Pollen
it-
can
it's
get another one.
resolved, so the question is, do you want to get the star charts for the Harmonizer, I guess?
Right.
He was going to go for the star charts, but...
Right. But the thing is,
changed his
if you also take the Harmonizer, I mean, you're getting very, very close to just being able to analyze the pollen and go fetch another one.
Oh, sure.
So I wonder if at that point, do you just go get the Consult the Star charts?
You gotta
here
take
instead? But
Harmonizer,
right
right?
now, I mean, Chris Larson doesn't have an actual answer. If Tony just
Collect evidence
plays
8, so that's 7 in graveyard. You have to take the win con.
Okay.
He's gonna
He
stick to the
doesn't.
plan, though.
Okay.
And Tony Portland doesn't have a Fabled Passage here, so no X's combo. Just going for the beatdown plan here, and so far, it would be effective here.
He's going to have to go for a stock up. Though,
Missed
since
another
the
land drop. That
is
sucks.
Not flowing here for Larson. And
So
he
Larson
needs an answer
can
for the
die
Harmonizer
right
at
here.
some point.
So wants land plus shoot the Sheriff or Bitter Triumph. That's what he's looking for here.
He did find a land, but it looks like Duress and Superior Spider-Man.
Superior Spider-Man. Yeah. That would be very, very good, actually, right?
Actually, the
Yeah,
deceit,
if you have the second blue source, if you go Superior Spider-Man, copying the deceit, you can pick up the Mindform Harmonizer and force Tony Portoland to discard the creature.
And he did actually find that here, a dual land.
Does he have a blue source?
Yeah, the
Okay.
far right card, I believe.
Like,
now we'll find out.
Got to be worried about your opponent's hand, right? So duress seems pretty attractive here. But also, if you don't get comboed, you can take Superior Spider-Man and the blue source, right?
Yeah.
Looks like that's what he did.
And he's going to pass the turn back, so
All right.
he's going to take a bit of a beating
How
here.
much damage? I mean, if you have a fetch land here, that's 16 damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so just the starting town.
Good, you.
Attack for 8. There's an active bossing save, but do you want to just keep up Seer here instead? And there's also Spell Pierce, so you might just pass. All right, Chris Larson.
So Chris has the answer that he
has
needs
the answer
here, though.
And this cannot get Spell Pierced.
Right, Superior Spider-Man creature.
Blue, blue, black, black. Target the Harmonizer. All right, and certainly going to take it out of the hand here.
Make him discard that.
Yeah, now Tony Portoland can collect evidence with Analyze the Pollen and go fetch another Midnight Harmonizer. Or Ice Tail Explorer if he feels like he just wants to kind of develop his board and just get more.
Still got to
mana.
take the win con, right?
Larson did find another land, it looks like. So this is definitely a productive turn for him.
Yeah. The only land that doesn't naturally tap for black mana.
Yep.
Wait, did he? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, he played the Watery Grave last turn, of course.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so he takes the Harmonizer
Oh.
as it turns
All
out.
right. So now we're going to be analyzing the pollen, and Tony does have a tricky
If
choice here. He can get
Larson
any
gets an
creature he
untapped
wants
land,
out
he
of
gets
the
to
set.
deceit
Do you
full
wanna go
cost
for
again.
Ice Tail Explorer,
For both
get
sides.
a bunch of lands in play, or are we going for the Harmonizer kill here? Because you do have the Seer to kill the Superior Spider-Man. And Chris Larson's already at 12 life.
Oh.
Now keep in mind though, Chris Larson has another Deceit in hand. So if he draws another untapped land, if Tony Portoland plays a Mindform Harmonizer, you can just play this Deceit and kill that Harmonizer as well.
Yeah, the Spell Pierce a little awkward here for Portolan as a lot of Christopher Larson's hand disruption comes in the form of creatures.
Riddler's a
Oh,
great idea
And he has
here.
a Mountain. So he can go Seer your 4/4, Mountain, warp in the Quantum Riddler and draw 2 cards.
Hey, that's pretty nice.
That's a great, great target here for Tony Portoland.
Yeah, when your opponent has been tearing apart your hand, Quantum Riddler is a great way to get right back in it.
Looks like he's going to take a point of damage, although you can just play the Mountain, right?
Looks like he played Island. Is that right? Maybe he had a land there and a...
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so maybe he'll only get the one
And
card
20,
off the
right?
Riddler if that's the case.
I have no damage on you.
Yeah, he's at 19.
Oh yeah, sorry, 19.
At least someone keeping up with us.
And Larson's at 12, still has a few jokes left in him too.
Yeah. Did Tony play his land for the turn yet?
I think he played the island, but I may be wrong, so we'll find out shortly.
Chris Larson was
Okay,
on
he
the
has not
play.
played it.
Yeah, Chris Larson was on the play, but he did miss a land drop, right?
Yes, he did. So Tony does play that mountain, can use the seer.
Yeah, I liked. Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
this is what I thought he was going to do. I was just curious if he was going to just try to
Then he
hard
holds up
cast
Spell
the
Snare?
Quantum Riddler or something instead.
Mm-hmm. But he's going
Warp it
to
in,
warp it and get
draw 2 cards. Okay.
And he still has that spell
Right.
pierce in hand too.
But now Chris Larson can continue digging. No pressure just yet.
He found 2 lands, did Portolan.
Okay. Yeah, there is. And 2 lands is kind of rough because you can't play both of the spells. So when you play the Riddler, you won't be able to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, that's the only things that he can't get out of his hand quite quickly enough. All right, stock up again. For
So he has a
Larson.
removal
Okay.
spell
So he's gonna
and
try to
a
announce
land.
his
That seems
own
fine.
game plan. So far, this whole game has been about stopping Tony.
Right.
But can he get his own thing going? Oh, is he just going to...
Be careful here.
Stories?
He does have Shoot the Sheriff. Might want to just fire that off. Does he know about the Spell Pierce? I'm
Yes,
not
it's on the
entirely
board.
sure. He does. Let's face up. Okay,
Yep.
okay. So certainly doesn't want to use Shoot the Sheriff then. End of turn on the Quantum Riddler with that Spell Pierce here. Of course, also you just can't play out the Winter Night Stories either.
Yeah, I mean,
Close game.
he's going to assume that the Quantum Riddler is going to come back down. from Tony.
Oh.
But he decides just to play around Spell Pierce entirely, it looks like.
Right. But Tony draws stock up here. All right.
Stock up's a really good draw.
He has fueled up here.
He could stock up land card for combo, right?
Looks like he's going to set up for the stock up here instead. Perhaps look for pieces of the combo. Mindform Harmonizer, full bore. Ooh, there's a Soul Guide Lantern.
Ice
Toe is really good. Soul Guide Lantern is good.
And a full bore.
Probably getting Ice Till plus stock up. It just has plenty of land, so don't need that. Unless
What
you
up,
want to
Kaylee?
find
How
a
you
little
been?
more
Good to see you.
for the graveyard.
Hope your
then you can
winter
choose to get that
time
Soul
off
Guide
from
Lantern
work
as
is treating
well.
you well.
Although we're kind of at the point where Chris Larson can just start hard casting all of these threats, right, for the full amount. So perhaps the Soul Guide Lantern isn't quite as effective here. So maybe you want
play Lantern, your opponent just goes cast Deceit.
Right, just play Deceit.
Right, that's tough.
Lantern is not a bad choice.
But big decision point here.
Either way, he still has surgical.
Because of the second Winter Night story.
It's been hectic. Oh, what's going on?
Consideration to just play one into the Spell Pierce, just so that you can resolve the next
I
one.
haven't
and
seen
just
you
not
all,
have
so I
to
assume
worry
it's
about
been
playing
hectic.
around it either. But of course, after the stock up, you can also just play out the Deceit. You can just evoke it out if you have to.
You're 12, right?
Yeah. Took 8 from that Harmonizer early.
Yeah, one big crunch. And no.
Analyze Ballin is actually really good here as well, because even if Christopher Larson finds the sweeper with a surgical, he can't tag the Harmonizer, which is really good.
Like a control mirror here for this final game.
Harmonizer is in a really good spot right now.
Yeah, I guess I guess if you're Tony, you also go, should I? Is it time to take this?
Take
full
a
board?
land
Do I
and Soul
go for
Guide.
that? Or if it happens,
Or
it
stock up
happens,
Soul
but I
Guide.
just try to value you out. All right, Tony did finally make a decision here. I think it was stock up and Soul Guide Lantern.
Moving to your new house, you still have your normal gang with you.
So neither player
Good luck with your mom moving back to
particularly
Japan.
own game plan for it in a meaningful way.
Right.
I bet it's been very stressful in your family.
Tony's like, we'll pick up the Spell Pierce now.
Yeah, Christopher wrote it down just so he doesn't forget.
So what? He can
Kind of wreaking havoc
stock up,
this last turn
play
cycle.
land,
Wilson
hold up Spell
did
Pierce.
not play Winter Night Stories, and he cannot play Shoot the Sheriff if a target were to appear.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
I mean, he does get to just play around it. And
That's
if
true.
we just
She'll
get
be
to
closer to
ignore it for
family,
the
which
whole
will probably
game,
be
then
really
that's
good for
win
her.
for Chris, but he would have loved to get Winter Night Stories there.
Yeah. Now Tony deciding, do I just fire off another stock up here? No, taking some damage. You can play stock up with Spell Pierce back up. That's what he's doing here.
Yeah, anytime you get to resolve 2 stock ups in a turn and
Great
you're not
turn.
facing any pressure, that's
Yeah.
about as good as it gets.
Okay, another Spell Pierce. There's an Ice Till Ooh, Consult this. Ooh.
Double Consults.
Double
Consult. And is that an
Essence
Essence Scatter?
Yeah.
Interesting.
No
What do you
Cavern
take
Souls
here?
in Christopher Larson's deck,
Another Spell
so
Pierce is not
if
bad,
You want a
but you also want the card
100%
draw?
way to deal with Deceit. Or any of
Looks
the,
like that's
any
what
of
he
the other
did.
creatures, it would be a hard counter. Okay.
He split the difference, Ice Till Explorer and Consult. So
right.
Lots of card advantage coming Tony Portalon's way. Remember, he also has the
guy
Riddler.
taking.
Oh, and goes for the Lantern here, knowing, hey, Chris Larson knows about the Spell Pierce. Since he's going to play around it anyways, I'm just going to play the Lantern here as a way
Intimidation
to disrupt you.
Tactics
But,
is not
hey,
bad.
that was a pretty good draw.
Intimidation
Tactics here with the Winter Night
So the
Stories.
question
There's
is, does he
also
want to
Deceit,
hard
so
cast
lots of good
Grief
options here
right
from
now,
Chris Larson.
bounce Soul Guide
You can make the
Lantern,
case that you just cast out Deceit,
and then look
bounce
at his
the Soul
hand?
Guide Lantern and see what you're working with. Or you can just try to draw more cards this turn, still cast some interaction, possibly even.
I
keep
like the
Shoot
Deceit.
Sheriff. Of
Get
course,
on board.
Shoot the Sheriff wouldn't really work because of the Spell Pierce.
Or you can Tactics
Draw some cards.
and Deceit in one turn. Look at his hand twice.
There's Winter Night Stories. Portalon's tapped out.
That's a Superior Spider-Man, which is Not as effective here. Might actually just discard it.
Deceit too.
Oh.
There's a way to deceit. Okay.
Deceit. Okay. No land, actually.
Yeah, that's a little
Intimidation
Right.
tactics. All right, so he's going for the double Thoughtseize play, which is still a solid play. This game is so close. What a crazy finals.
That consult the star charts in hand.
But then he's going to
2 mana.
deceit,
again.
take the star charts.
All right, so
fighting the fight.
Starting all over, right?
So pretty much it comes down to this Riddler coming off warped.
To rebuild every time.
And the Soul Guide Lantern also interacts very
All the
well
calm
with
animations? Yeah, we're just in paper this time. This is the Pro Tour, Kaylee.
Tony can find a play
So
next turn,
there's
play the
3
land,
Pro
play the
Tours and
Riddler.
Worlds every year. And
then at
yeah,
some point you can
we're
crack the
we're
Soul
watching
Guide
all
Lantern to draw
weekends,
2
and
cards
then
as
we'll
well.
probably play these 2 decks after this
Funny thing with
with the cool
Christopher
animations.
declining to allow Spell Pierce to be
Have you been playing
relevant
any more
since
Magic
it's
since
kind
we've
of
seen you?
stuck in his hand.
I know you were
wonder if
excited to
Tony
play some
now,
Final
with
Fantasy
really
cards.
no other option here. Might just choose to play. Yeah, no, it's a little bit sad because we're used to getting maximum value. We might see a 1-card Quantum Riddler be cast this turn.
Okay, there's the Riddler. For another
Only a
Fable
2
Passage,
for 1.
okay.
And by the way, it already drew him a card this game.
Right.
Shows you how powerful Quantum Riddler is.
Yeah, Tony has to be mindful of all the different cards he could draw here off of the Riddler.
Yeah, it looks like Christopher might be trying to set up a turn where he gets to Bitter Triumph away the Riddler and then Superior Spider-Man it and get his own card draw engine.
Yeah, that
So
is
pretty much this
difficult with
Riddler
the
is
Soul Guide
gonna
Lantern
change this
in
game because
play.
Tony's hand is
But
terrible.
at some point, you can force the sacrifice of the Soul Guide Lantern, right? You're just like, hey, look, I don't really care. Like, I'm just going to play a 4/4. And it's basically kind of a Reclamation Sage effect if you think about it, because it's like you kind of have to pop it.
Right.
So,
but you get a nice big 4/4 out of the deal and force your opponent to react.
Riddler, what did you
What'd
draw?
find? Is that a land?
Draw to get the Pro Tour. No,
Yeah,
it's another land.
It was a land here. All right, so this is a big turn here
Another Superior
for Chris
Spider-Man.
Larson. He really
So
wants
I think
to kill
first
that
off, you
Quantum
gotta
Riddler
kill
here.
Riddler. Doesn't matter what else you do. Kill Riddler.
He does. Shoot the Sheriff.
All right, so that resolves. So now you know about Spell Pierce. I think you just go for the Spider-Man and kind of force the activation of the Soul Guide Lantern.
And that's funny. Portalon maybe wishing he would have used Spell Pierce.
Which is great because he can exile his graveyard but take his opponent's Riddler.
Right. If you make him pay the 2,
Ruins the fun?
which he
Yeah.
would have to do.
Casual
you
Magic
get
is a
2
lot of fun too,
benefits if
like
you're Tony.
Commander.
This can't happen.
But this
And
is definitely
also,
like
you
the
get
high
that Spell
echelon
Pierce out
of
your
like
hand.
try hard
If you were
gaming
the one who
win.
had the Quantum Riddler,
Whoever
you've
wins
got
this
another
match
one
wins
coming.
$50,000 as well.
Spell Pierce is a card
The
that's,
loser
pretty
gets
awkward
30,
to have stuck in
25.
This is huge.
So it's a big deal.
Larson has
And
been
this
able
is the
to
very
sneak
last
in
game.
Sneak in the Superior Spider-Man. Actually just drawing a card here?
He did.
Okay.
And he shook his head. He doesn't like the way he played that.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
And that's
consult
a
the star
consult the
charts, though.
star charts.
So you take Deceit, look at his hand.
And this is still, I presume, presumably it's on the stack. Oh, and this
And
is
now
gonna,
he's going to actually go for the Deceit instead.
Yeah, go for the deceit, and it's going to take the consult the star chart. So now Tony
Whoa,
needs to
big turn.
top deck something here. He's got nothing.
He just is on nothing.
Stock up, consult the star
What
chart.
did he draw?
Something here.
Harmonizer.
He found my form harmonizer,
That's
but
part of
has
it.
no way to give it haste. And Chris Larson has a bitter triumph. So Chris Larson currently looking very
He also
good here.
can
Tony Portland has a
Spider-Man
lot of
the
mana
third
in play,
Deceit
but
too to
all of
bounce
his hand
Harmonizer.
disruption. This is like the 5th or 6th hand disruption spell that Chris Larson has cast this turn. He's now
Crazy game.
providing a clock and has the answer to this harmonizer.
Also, what you could do, Kaylee, if you have Tabletop Simulator, we could play Commander together on stream.
That Spell Pierce was so,
A
so
casual,
big.
fun format.
Tony Portland shaking
Tony's
his head.
still kicking himself for not casting.
Yeah, you always have like
Keep
you
in
always
mind,
have
this has
casual
been
and
a
super sweaty
marathon
in card
of
games.
a match.
It's
We're talking
it's
about
just
game
kind of how the
5
card
here.
games are built.
So much on the line.
But at least with Magic, unlike other card games, they
huge
have
day
casual
slash
formats
weekend for
where
these guys,
like
too, right?
Pokemon and
These tournaments can be
Yu-Gi-Oh are
exhausting.
all
I mean,
just
imagine
like
the
they don't have
mental
like
energy that they're
Brawl
spending
or
every
Commander
single
formats.
round after round.
Absolutely.
They don't have casualness to
Now,
it.
if
It's
you're
just all or nothing most of the
Chris
time.
Larson, I mean, he's played this game very well. It looks like he's so far done an excellent job kind of coming back from the blunder in game number 4. And if you can just answer everything that Tony can do. he can still take this one down.
Fell down a rabbit hole about cheaters in Yu-Gi-Oh! I heard cheaters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are terrible, even worse than Magic.
Oh, he's turning the Fabled Passage.
He's activating Bossing Say.
Yeah.
He activates Bossing Say.
He tapped a lot of extra mana, that's why.
Right.
But there's a...
Yeah, he's debating whether or not he wants to play out the Mindform Harmonizer. Okay,
He doesn't.
just a 2/2.
He wants to try to steal it.
Yeah. And Chris Larson needs to just be absolutely super careful here.
This
don't attack if you don't
Superior
have to.
Spider-Man.
How can you lose this game from this point?
Exactly.
Mindform Harmonizer certainly is one of those cards.
I played this deck for a shit ton of rounds. Two of these stays in play, right? They do. I don't know why. I'm nervous. I fucked up before.
So he has a copy of this card.
Yes. So, yes, exactly.
It'd only be a 4/4 copy. It's not legendary anymore.
Language there. He is in a...
There is no
lot
filter.
of pressure right now. Yes.
All right, so Superior Spider-Man, and he knows that Bitter Triumph won't resolve given the Spell Pierce in Tony Portland's hand. What is he going to copy? There's a Quantum Riddler in the graveyard, I believe.
Yeah, there is.
Is there something else that he wants instead?
Take that grief.
Oh,
He's going to get another Deceit, and that is huge because
Oh,
there's
you bounce the land.
Perhaps main way.
Oh,
of
it's non-land
victory for
permanent, right?
Tony.
Yes.
He chose not to play it last turn, and now it's in the graveyard.
Okay, drawing some cards
And
here.
finally, Spell Pierce. Yeah, and Christopher says that's fine, and then plays a land so he can keep his removal spell.
Absolutely.
Mart.
All right, Christopher Larson is locked in here.
13. Chris is now attacking.
He's got the Bitter Triumph here, and he knows Tony's hand. Tony not happy.
Doesn't
with
quite
this
know
draw
his
here.
hand.
Tony's hand is Steam Vents plus a card off the top.
Plus the card he drew off the top. Mindform Harmonizer would not get it done.
The Bossing
That's
Say,
second
that's
Bossing
scary.
Say here. So this is 2 activations. I mean, Chris Larson
a lot of damage.
is at 12. Yeah, he has mana for... Does he have mana for 2 activations?
I believe so. Yeah, he does.
Oh.
So
What happened?
That's half of Chris's life total here?
Are we here? Hello?
Yeah. Okay.
Rose.
Oh, but he's just going to pass.
He's playing defense here. All right, Chris Larson, though, he's
kill
the
that
one who has
4/4 land,
action
right?
still. He's got the Winter Night Stories in hand. He's even got the Reef in play.
Okay,
if he feels like
I just
he's
flickered
ready
for
to
a
kind
second
of
there. I
post
thought I
this
lost
after
internet or
I
something.
think he's considering killing
Sweet.
the 4/4
So
Fabled
focused on
Passage
this
here to
game.
try to clear the way.
And then
There's some
Reef on
crazy
the
Magic
2/2,
cheaters
right?
we've
It's
talked about.
4/4.
right? Because
You
if
should go down a
if you
cheater
kill the
Magic
4/4,
hole. Kind of crazy.
and then you attack with all 3 of your creatures.
That sounds
including
really
the
weird. Don't clip that.
You have to block the 2/2, which
Cheater
which
Magic
then
hole.
means Tony Portland needs to make a 2/2 and then somehow get that big enough to actually kill Chris Larson in one attack.
That's right. And right now, Chris is thinking about if that's possible.
And Tony Portland, he knows about Tony Portland only has Steam Vents in hand. There are no fetch lands. There is no Airbender. There's no Ascension, Earthbender Ascension. There isn't an Ice-Tail Explorer on the battlefield.
Okay, Christopher Larson is going to go for...
Ooh, this is rough.
I mean, he's honestly, the last game has left him in this state of like, how could this go wrong? Because, you know, I mean, Tony could top deck, you know, star charts or something like that, and all of a sudden he gets to see a ton of
Absolutely.
cards.
Stock up any one of those cards and somehow piece together the combo here. Can Chris play it a little bit slower here instead? But keep in mind, I mean, with 2 Bossing Say in play, this attacking strategy isn't going to be very good for much longer.
Right. So what he's doing now is he's saying, okay, if you draw stock up or star charts, you get the 2 perfect cards that I can think of. How much mana will you have left over, and can you kill me from
Yeah, I mean, Mindform Harmonizer with
Yes,
full
he can.
power into the Steam Vents, that's 14 damage, right? You don't even need the fetch land. So if you can piece that together, certainly that would work.
And he is going for it, though. He killed the 4/4 land.
And discarded the Winter Night Stories here.
Larson has to. It's interesting
move.
because
All right,
he has
what-
to play this safe and not make the same mistake. but
Apparently
also
nothing.
you
Don't worry
don't
about it.
wanna
YouTube's still
overdo
here.
it.
That's all that matters.
That's a land too, so this gets really, really interesting. Is Larson just going to force it here? He's like, I have nothing left. I'm going to activate this reef, attack, force you to block. Can you deal 12 damage to me with just the steam vents in your hand?
Yeah.
You know, there is part of you that just says, you know, if you can do that, you're supposed to win the Pro Tour,
Right.
not me.
Yeah. It's like, congratulations. I mean, and Tony's cast a bunch of his card draw spells already, right?
All right, so this is like the make it or break it turn, right?
Stock-up turn.
Yes.
He attacks with Reef.
Big
You
precision.
have to block.
Activate the reef is what he's thinking about.
Yeah, and this isn't a spot where Chris is necessarily in the driver's seat like the way he was in that previous game. If he doesn't attack and plays it defensively and plays it slow,
You have to
Tony
attack,
can't
right? You
come
can get
back by just
comboed.
animating a bunch of lands and
Right.
putting far too many blockers in play.
Christopher Larson
think you go
is
for it.
tortured, but he's going for it. He fires up the reef, attacks
Mills
with all
himself.
three. He's going to mill himself this time.
Yeah, there's Winter Night Stories in the deck, so you probably just want to target yourself. Whoa.
Hard.
Holy smokes.
This is the attack here of the tournament.
Yes, I agree. I think you need to make that attack, Larson. That is the.
real thought
I think
process
that's.
is just he has to draw a draw two into the perfect card.
I don't know,
He's
he's
going for
Danish.
it. Okay, here we go. 12
I don't know.
damage coming across. That means Tony must block.
Has to block. Tony has one draw step here.
And
All right,
amasses
the draw
combo.
step for
And
the
he
tournament.
needs to find two cards, right?
He needs Consult the Star Charts or Stock up here.
Like, he can't just do it off of one single top deck. Does he find a card draw spell? It's,
It's
Soul
a
Guide Lantern, so
redraw.
we don't know yet.
Yeah, so if that finds a stock up, I suppose, you can still do it with the steam vents.
The mana's just getting a little tight.
Right?
You do have to pay one to get the card off of
Yeah,
it.
you cycle the Soul Guide
Come
Lantern
on.
into stock.
Dude,
up
this
or
game is
Consult the Star
intense.
Charts.
Can he
Still
find
do it.
something right
Card
now?
draw.
What is it?
Put it down on the table. We
What
don't
is it?
know. He's
Counting his
counting.
mana. Is this Consult?
No, it's not. And Christopher
Larson did it. Holy
wins
shit.
Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. The biggest
Wow.
sigh of relief in Magic history comes from Christopher Larson.
Crazy finals,
as
dude.
his
That's like
team
one of the best
robs
finals in a
him.
while.
I mean, to lose this finals would have been absolutely brutal, but Chris Larson played that game incredibly,
Crazy match.
despite what happened in Game 4, and now he is your Pro Tour champion.
All right.
Oscar Christensen gives him
You know what
a
that
big
means.
hug and a big lift. Unbelievable. What a finals from both of our players. And another amazing finish for Tony Portolan as well.
I mean, what an incredible fight, right?
Took him all the way to 5.
We thought it was over 20 minutes ago.
So did he. that was the problem, is that he also thought it was over 20 minutes ago. And I cannot imagine the amount of fortitude you need to have to bring yourself back into the moment and try to think it through. I mean, you could see what he was going through on that last turn. You don't want to overdo it.
Right.
Right? You don't want to now play scared and say, well, I messed up before and I don't want to give him that opening. And all of a sudden he's like, activate bossing, say twice, go. And you're like, well, now I don't have any attacks.
Absolutely.
And
All
the
right,
game
here's
starts
the
to
deck.
fall away from you. And
The
ultimately,
Pro
he
Tour
gets on the
champion
line.
deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's the years of
Wild.
experience, right? Because
All right.
when you look at that spot,
I'm going to let this
you're
go
just
for a
thinking,
minute.
Oh,
I'm going to let this go
you
for a
know,
minute. I'm
game
going to use the
4,
bathroom, and then we're going
I
to come
thought
back,
I
and
was
we're going
so
to play
far
this
ahead.
deck for
I
like
didn't
an
think there
hour
was
or
a
two.
world where I could lose from
What a
this
great
spot.
game.
So
What
he
a
didn't take
fantastic.
that
I really
extra
like
little bit of
what
time
Excruciator
to
does.
figure out exactly what the perfect play
It
was
changes
on
the
that turn. And
dynamic of the
course, he
game, but that was
absolutely regretted
fantastic
that play.
by far.
So for that final
Like, this
turn,
top 8 has been a
going
very
through
strong
all the
top 8
motions here,
to
going through all
watch.
the cycles,
That being
recognizing
said,
that there's still a
everyone
chance
who's
he
only
could
here
lose
to
that
watch the watch
game,
party, thank you
right?
for hanging
With the
out today. I
right
appreciate you
circumstance,
all.
with the right
If not,
group
if you
of
want to
cards.
stay around
But
for
Tony
some
would have
Magic
to draw the
Arena,
perfect group of
I'm going to
cards.
be streaming
And
for the
sadly-
next,
and
like,
unfortunately, he wasn't able
until
to
I'm
get there, but
tired.
Chris,
It could
I
be
love
2
the way
hours,
that
it could
he
be 6 hours,
went
it
for
could be
He
8
wasn't
hours.
scared, right? It's
Hang
so
around and
easy
find
to
out.
be scared there.
I'm going to
after
go get
that
some water,
devastating loss to
and I will be
Week
right back.
4. Absolutely went for it there. Beautifully played. It looked like he wasn't really rattled at all after what happened in the previous game.
Yeah, really great. He found the line and got across the finish line. Christopher Larson is your champion. That's it for us in the booth. Let's head over to the news desk with Maria.
Hey, thank you so much. What an incredible finals here. And that might actually even be understating it, Monty.
That was fantastic. Just a full 2 hour nearly.
Yeah.
Best of 5 back and forth, and just It really was the perfect capstone to what was already just an incredible weekend.
Yeah, zooming a little bit out from this finals here, the weekend, for you, what is the story? What is the main takeaway?
I think it's the health of Standard. I think it's the storylines coming into the weekend of Cub or anti-Cub, and then as the Cub decks fell, which anti-Cub reigns supreme. If you ask a million Magic players, I don't think a single person would predict going in a week ago an Excruciator versus Harmonizer finals, but also at the same time, it's the success, years of hard careers and long careers being paid off. Team Cosmos Heavy Play formed right after Javier Dominguez won the World Championship. They haven't had a title yet, so this is their first championship as a team. It's all just incredible stuff.
All right, it's time to hand out a trophy. I'm going to pass it on over to Cedric Phillips with our trophy presentation.
Thank you so much, Maria. The champ is here. Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse champion, the Big Dane, Christopher Larson. Alrighty, big guy. You just told me you're sitting here and you're like, gosh, I can only think about the game that I think I threw away. You can't even be happy. What are you thinking about over there?
The game I threw away, game 4. I'm not thinking about anything else. I'll give you one thing. But what I really think is that the fact that I'm standing here means that the Spanish demon trap worked. If you ever experience the thing that you come to Monday, you're late for a tournament, and you go into a room and you're like, hey guys, what are we playing? And they all go cheers, demons! And you think you're getting trolled. Apparently that's a real thing.
Extremely real thing. Your deck was fantastic. You played beautifully. I know you're frustrated about that 4th game. I know you'll review it a bunch, but shout out to the teammates for you, and tell us more about this deck. I mean, how'd you guys get here?
All right, guys. There is... Throw a like on it. Deserves it. All right. Let's turn on some music. Let's turn on some music. And let's play some Magic ourselves. So in case you are just turning into the stream, Unkindness Crew, this deck, Dimir Excruciator, won the Pro Tour of Pro Tour Lorwyn. And Doomsday Excruciator is back. I'd never seen this card until today, because I'm new coming back to Magic, but hey, it's pretty awesome. It's a 6/6 flyer for 6 black. When it enters, it was cast each player exile all but the bottom 6 cards of their library face down. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card. This card makes really interesting games of Magic at the end of the game. More so because, like, when this card is cast and it resolves, it changes the dynamic of the game completely, and I love it. I look forward to playing with it. The upgrade it got from Lorwyn is Deceit. So Deceit, it's a 5/5 elemental for 6. If 2 blue are spent to cast on it, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Or if double black was spent to cast on it, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose non-land card from it. That player discards that card. So this gets help from Superior Cavero Man or Cavero on Arena. So this card enters as a copy of any creature in a graveyard, and so it copies before it enters, and it counts as being cast. If you copy Doomsday, or you copy Deceit for 2 blue, 2 black, you get both sides of Deceit, or you get Doomsday Excruciator to trigger its ability to exile all but the last 6 cards. So this deck was pretty much made as an anti-Badger mold deck, right? Congratulations to Chris Larson. Great playtesting with this deck and with his friends. So when Doomsday Excruciator gets down, what are the 2 ways you can win the game? 1, you have 4 of Restless Reef. When this attacks, target player mills 4 cards. Or Insatiable Avarice. It's 1 spree for 2, search your library for a card, then shuffle, put on top. Or for triple black, target player draws 3 cards and loses 3 life. Which is important because it says target player, so you can target your opponent, they draw 3 cards, and now you are ahead of the library lace. So if you don't die to a giant 6/6 flyer or a 5/5 elemental, the other win con is decking your opponent with these 2 cards, which is really sweet. So to kill Badger Mole, because this deck was definitely made to kill Badger Mole, we have 3 of Harvester of Misery, target creature. For 2 mana, target creature gets -2, -2, or when it enters, all other creatures get -2, -2. And Deadly Cover Up, destroy the board for 5, or collect evidence for 6, you get the Surgical Extraction a card from a graveyard. We have the new required Hex, destroy target creature with mana value 2 or less. Intimidation Tactics, as choose an artifact or creature card from your opponent's hands, exile with cycling. Bitter Triumph as removal. Arch Enemy Charm, a great one-of. We saw a lot on camera. It did very, very well. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Return up to 1 or 2 target creatures or planeswalkers from your graveyard. Or put 2 1/1 counters on target creature you control and against lifelink. Our card draw in this deck is 2 Winter Night Stories, draw 3 cards, and discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature. And stock up one of my favorite blue cards. Look at the top 5, take 2. In the sideboard, you have 4 of Duress and 1 Cruel Call's Heist, a way that we can combat the combo decks or a way we can combat the heavy control decks. Torpor Orb. Usually, Torpor Orb is great because if you evoke an elemental, now you just have a 5/5 on turn 3. If you play Torpor Orb on turn 2, it stops the airbending combo deck. It stops a lot ETP triggers in this format. Soul Guide Lantern for those pesky graveyard decks. Some negates. Shoot the Sheriff if you have to kill your opponent, as we saw in the finals. And then 3 of Quantum Riddler. When you're in those grindy matchup, Riddlers is just a fantastic card. So the question is, chat, do you want to see best of 1 or best of 3 with this deck? Yeah, yet another player. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. I think this deck can do fine in best of 1 and best of 3. What do you guys want to see? This deck was definitely one of the breakout decks of the tournament. I wasn't expecting it. Granted, I'm still new to Magic, so Doomsday is new to me. I've never seen this card be played, but it won Worlds 2024. See best of 3? All right, you're the first person to say it. Let's do it. Also, a new ladder is today, so we get to start back in Platinum. Woo, Platinum Hell. Woo, Platinum Hell. I'm gonna play first. We have some card draw. I guess Harvester can do something. I don't know if this is good enough. Let's try it. Let's play Swamp first and pass. We don't really need blue for a while, so it's okay to hold on to this passage. Earth Kingdom Protectors, so allies. Bitter Triumph was a good draw as well, so let's just play our Swamp and pass. Could be a good matchup for us. This deck was created to be like anti-creature heavy deck. So Earth Kingdom, I think it's worth it just to get Earth Kingdom Protectors off the board. It gives indestructible to things. Alpol Voyeur. Yeah. Winter Night Stories is a decent draw. Because we can discard a card. I don't want to untap so they can play an Aang, so I'm just going to get rid of this now. Play a passage on blue and pass. Save our life total a little bit. Mutable Explorer. Ooh. Harvester of Misery is good here. I think I just want to draw 3 cards. I think that's fine. We can take a turn off. Next turn we can play this Harvester of Misery. There's a Cavero, which seems great. We can get back the Harvester from the graveyard. Aang is a pretty good top deck. Finding an Earth King's Lieutenant. So now this Aang is a 4/4. Do another land. I think I just want to play this Cavero first. Popping my Harvester of Misery that's in the graveyard. Kill some of their board. And play our Reef and pass. We could have untapped and Winter Night Stories on Cavero, which might have been good. But we'll see. Hopefully we find removal for this Aang. Because this flip Aang is a clock. Interesting finals in top 8. Yeah, that top 8 was pretty solid. There's an Aang to bounce Cavero. That seems like a choice. I guess they're just trying to get beatdowns in, and that makes sense. We need to find Wrath. Going for 9, yeah. So it's Wrath or Bust territory now. So we might get tempoed out of this game. It depends what art card draw is here. That's not it, is it? All right, on to game 2. Corp Orb's going to be great here. Shoot the Sheriff is fine. Arch Enemy seems okay. I want to keep some of the combo piece. Hex is fine in this matchup. Those Intimidation Tactics. I want to keep my card draw. Let's take out one Arch Enemy Charm because we brought in more removal. Maybe one Hex. And a couple Harvesters. And try like that. Hi, Seago. You don't have to worry about bits. I still appreciate you, though. How you doing? Greatest thing about the Pro Tour was the diversity of decks and standard. Yes, it was very diverse, but at the surface. But remember, the format was Badger or anti-Badger, right? Badger is still a problem. And even though Badger stopped in semis, I feel like now people are going to be like, oh, Badger isn't that bad yet. The format is literally warped to stop Badger. You know? I'll go first. Oh, goodness. I can't keep that hand. Can't keep this hand. It's going to be one of those days, it looks like. So, we'll put the land at the bottom. Play our Reef and pass. And hopefully we find some interaction. Another land is not interaction, so... At least we're on track to play Doomsday Excruciator on turn 6. Great Divide Guide. Well, that card is too important, so it's going to die. There's a Deceit. I think it's worth it to Deceit here. For double black, take a look at their hand. South Pole, Soul Guide, Aang. Well, I don't have a Cavero, so I think I want to take South Pole. And play a Swamp and pass. Earth King Lieutenant. You got it. Earth King and Protectors. Okay. There's a Cavero. Unfortunately, Cavero is only for double black right now. But that's fine. We get to Deceit, look at their hand. And I'm going to take Aang because that's the problem card here. We don't care about Soul Guide Lantern much anymore. And hopefully we can draw some cards off the top of our deck now. What did you draw? Am I scared? Earth Kingdom Lieutenant. That's a start. Into that Soul Guide Lantern we know about. I think it's worth it to block with Urk. Block this, so they have to sacrifice Protectors. And now we have a lot of ways to clean up this board. We just have to draw it. Watergrave is not one of them, so let's play this tapped and pass. I guess we could have done untapped as well to animate Reef, and that might be a mistake, but I'm looking... Wow, another Lieutenant. Sick. That's a clock. Shoot the Sheriff is not bad. We play Excruciator, block here, take 3, 4, up to 6 damage. So let's just jam the demon. Excel everything but the bottom 3. And if I know correctly, we can't look at them. That's correct. All right. If opponent draws a Soul Guide Lantern, that's a decent sign for us because now we can Restless Reef. They're at 5 cards. Now they're at 4 cards. So if we live through this turn, we win the game. Great Divide Guide is not it. You have to have a 1-drop exactly. We'll block the bigger Earth King. And go to 1. And let's animate our Restless Reef. Go to combat. Target my opponent. And pass the turn. Sweet. And off to game 3. It's that simple, I guess. Let's bring back in Hex. We'll need it. And probably take out a Harvester. And ship it back. Harvesters seem good on the surface, but there's a lot of ways that they get out of 2 toughness range. And like we want to kill Great Divide Guide, right? Great Divide Guide is the card early on that's scary. Lieutenant can get scary, and it gets out of range really quickly of Harvester. I guess Harvester also kills the 1/1 to give indestructible. So it might be worth keeping it in, but I'm going to decide not to. One goes first. What is with our terrible hands today? Can't keep this. This seems a little better. We can throw away the demon. We don't need it yet. Now we have onboard interaction rather than a deceit. And another card draw spell. So the only difference is our card selection here over 1 more land. Turn 1 tap land is a good sign for us, so let's just Water Raven pass. They'll land drop into Great Divide Guide. So, did we put that demon on the bottom? Oh, goodness. We drew another demon, but I need to shoot the Sheriff before they untap because Great Divide Guide is a problem and slowed them down a lot. Ally, South Pole, and then do you have a 1-drop to draw a card? They do not. A good sign, but we did draw another land. We're flooding a little bit. So let's Winter Night Stories. I think I want to pitch some lands. We don't need all this blue. And next turn we can Deceit and shoot the Sheriff. Earth King's Lieutenant, yep. It'd be really nice if we drew a Caveira here, because we can put Caveira away, but drew another land. So let's Deceit. Take a look at their hand. Trigger, trigger. 2 Angs. If they draw land, we're in trouble. If not, it is what it is. I think we can take their counterspell here. They couldn't cast it because they don't have blue, so I guess that might be a mistake. If they get a 5th land, they're going to just play Aang anyways, and there's nothing we can do about it. Soul Guide Lantern. That resolves. They take Winter Night Stories, okay. They're going to go to combat, and I'm going to kill South Pole. the card with the most upside with their hand, and we only take one from Earth King's Lieutenant. I feel pretty good about where we are. Especially with a Hex draw. So I'm going to just play my Swamp and pass. It's fairly likely they crack Soul Guide Lantern here. Oh, they're just going to hold on to it. Okay. Playing Mai. Well, I think I'm just going to get the problem off the board right now. Just kill the card. And pass. And we drew a kill spell. Perfect. So we just land 6 on curve, play a giant demon. All right, do you want to draw now? Looks like they are going to draw now. So this probably makes Aang's at the Crossroad kind of scary. We don't have a man land, which is a problem. We need to find a way to mill my opponent. Katara for double triggers. Resolves. Demon draw. Another demon. We just demon twice? Yeah, let's do that. Swing for 6 in the air. And just throw down another demon. Pass. We could die from this, though. We're going to go down to 1 card. So this might be a bad decision to play a second one, but the Aang, look at the top 4, only 4 cards. And they whiff. So let's see if we find a kill spell. A way to win the game. We do. That's funny. So they're at what, 4 cards? So how do we win this game? Because this is only 3 cards, right? And they're down to 1. So play mid demon there killed us, right? Yeah, playing Demon Dare killed us. All right, good to know. Because if we had one more extra turn to let them draw extra cards, we would have been fine. So, good to know. We're learning. We never played with this card before. So, let's try again. So good to know it is risky to play Double Demon, but it is funny. It is funny, and I'm here for that. Who goes first? Oh, we have Harvester Arc Enemy. Let's keep it. Moon Shadow. Oh no. We drew a Hex. That's a pretty good draw. So let's play our land and pass. Let's see what my opponent wants to do with this Moon Shadow. Is it? Well, Overlord means I just kill Moon Shadow here. Ooh, playing with Desecrex. I'm okay if they get Moon Shadow back. I guess I could have waited until Moon Shadow died, but I don't think I really care about that card right now. We'll just play Swamp Pass. Like, they just play Moon Shadow and I kill it with Harvester. Not too worried about it. Steam Cork Scholar. Sick. Do you like a Cavero deck? So the ordering was incorrect earlier. I should have waited till Overlord goes off, but then they would have gotten Desecrex back. So I guess, and they pitch a Desecrex? Sure. I think I just want to kill this. Just keep the board clear. I don't believe they have mass removal to bring back, So we drew Restless Reef. I think we need to play the Swamp here and hold up Arch Enemy's Charm. We have a lot of things to hold up here. And we're kind of 1 for 1-ing our opponent. Iron Shield Elf. Well, good thing we have Arch Enemy Charm. We can exile it. Also, we can Harvester of Misery and kill it. I think that's what I want to do. -2, -2. Goodbye. Discarding a card indestructible does not save it. I let it go. There's a stock up. I think I'm gonna get Reef down, and then still hold up Arcanum. Hold up Charm. I think that's still good. When it plays an Overlord, resolves. Ooh, they are a Oculus deck. Okay. So that means they can Desecrix get Oculus back. Iron Shield Elf. Do I want to get an Iron Shield rid of the elf now? Is the question. Gets pressure off the board. We're gonna stock up anyways, right? So let's just exile you. Coming off Impend. We drew another land, so let's just stock up here. Cavero and Doomsday, that's like both of our combo pieces, right? Doomsday and Avarice is fine. And then let's play Reef tapped and pass. There's Desecrix. Getting back Oculus. Oh, this is going to be really interesting with Oculus. Winter Night Stories tapping Oculus, yeah. Bring away an elf. Shock in 1 black. I wonder why. When they manifest Dread here. I think we just slam the demon. We're not technically dead on board yet. This I don't need to block the Oculus because it's going to get another card from them. The only downside is if we Avarice and they have counter magic. We can play around Spell Pierce at least with Avarice. They have Tiny Bones. What an interesting card in their deck. I love the jank that my opponent is doing. Tersa. So you're drawing more cards? We have Restless Reef on board as well. And they get to mill with Overlord? So you have no library now? So I block the most damage. Go to 3. Do you have a Lightning Bolt? That'd be crazy if I died to Lightning Bolt. I could. Maybe you have like a Fling? No, okay. On again 2. Soul Guide Lantern's gonna be great. Rule Call Ice is fine. I don't know if I want to rest. Do I want Torpor Orb? No. Harvester seems fine here. Ice seems fine because it exiles. Intimidation Tactics seems good because it exiles. X is probably not that good here, so we can take out 1. It's a hard deck to sideboard for. We take out 1 Bitter Triumph. I like Arc Charm. Maybe go down 1 Harvester. Harvester kills Moon Shadow and it kills the elf. The board Wrath might be good. I think I want to take out another Hex, because so far the only thing Hex kills is Moon Shadow, and that's not enough. Not a Badger deck, right? One goes first. This hand seems garbage. Let's try it. A Soul Guide Lantern at least, Bitter Triumph. Duress. Now our hand's even worse. Oh no! We probably take Triumph, yeah. There's a Doomsday. Alright, well let's just play our Reef and pass. They play a Verge into Shield Elf. Cool. You're a stock up, that's not bad. I think I just want to get the Lantern down now. That's okay. And then we can play Passage on black and pass. Next turn we can stock up, but we're going to take damage a little bit from this Iron Shield Elf. I guess Duress makes a little sense, even though... Because we're not really a control deck, right? We're like a mid-range value. There's a Moon Shadow, yeah. Like, we're not playing control spells. Ghost Vacuum. They didn't see Cavero, so... I guess that makes sense. We drew another Doomsday. Well, that's not good. Let's play Swamp and stock up. Find some stuff. Heist is okay. Do we need another land? Probably not, so let's take Winter Night Stories. And pass. This Vacuum is taking something, that makes sense. Do you want to discard cards to Iron Shield Elf? To make Moon Shadow bigger is the question. Here's the chance. They're attacking for just 4? Okay. We drew a Reef, so let's just... He can gift a card here to try to find a 2-drop. That might not be a bad decision. Oculus can't do anything here. Descrix gets nothing, so I'm going to take the Bitter Triumph. And play our Lake and pass. I guess the Desecrix can get Oculus, and it might have been a good option here. Because, like, they can pitch to Iron Shield Elf. But, like, if we find a Wrath, we just kind of win at this point. That might be the better play than Bitter Triumph, rather than having Bitter Triumph as an answer, but they're just going to hard cast Desirix. Alright. So I guess we... Gonna throw away a Demon, that's fine. They have 2 cards in hand, so it's not worth it on Iron Shield Elf. And we're getting a little closer to the Demon. We might die before we get to the Demon, though. At least taking their Bitter Triumph when we slam the Demon will be in an okay place, but if we do nothing this next turn, we're just dead on board, is the problem. Cavero. Cavero's not the worst. Because we can take their Moon Shadow. Now we have a 4/4 Moon Shadow. Oh, it dies because it comes in with counters. I learned something today. I've never tried to copy one. Good to know. On to game 3. Bring in once to shoot the sheriff. And pass. I learned something today. I didn't know that's how it interacted. So even we would have to what? So the answer to game 2 is we have to cast our draw spell, hope to find a removal spell to live for another turn. Because even if they attack us, they untap, play demon, we're still dead on board. So we're kind of in a rough space anyways. We get to play first. Shoot the sheriff to seat stock up. I like this. Let's keep it. Let's just play our swamp first and pass. Stock in, watery grave. Duress. It's a pretty good duress. I would probably take my stock up here. Deadly cover up. Okay. We drew a swamp. So I think I'm just going to deceit here. See what they're doing. Removal, Oculus. I think I want to take Overlord. Overlord is a card that does everything in their hand. We have answers to Rot and Oculus. There's the Rot. There's a Cavero. That's really good. So I think we just play our Gloom Lake and stock up. Tap out for a turn. It's a lot of lands and nothing. Guess we take Hex. And we take our Gloom Lake here to make sure we have double blue next turn. I wonder if they're playing Abigail. We haven't seen Abigail yet. Rock Curse getting in. They just pass. Okay. So they're just holding up removal? So what if we Overlord here? Is that a bad decision? Or we just hold up removal? Let's just Soul Guide Lantern first. That might be better. And we can take their Rot Curse and pass, holding up Hex and shoot the sheriff. And they kind of did nothing on their turn, so. It also keeps them 1 off, because they need 6 for Oculus. The Soul Guide Lantern is not bad there. They play a land and pass. Is it worth it to draw on Soul Guide Lantern? Because I'm not really worried about what they're doing right now. Let's just loot. Another land, okay. There's a Deceit. I just want a Cavero and get Overlord here. And we get some value back. Getting Overlord here, we get the Deceit out of the graveyard because next turn we have 6 mana. Yeah. And now we just slam Deceits multiple turns in a row. And it's 1 card less out of their graveyard for Oculus. And I guess that's enough. They didn't have enough hand. On to the next one. Ooh, we got a draft token? Sweet. Don't know what I'm going to do with it, but we got a draft token. What's in the store? We haven't looked at the store today. A giant Teferi. It's Teferi Day, boys and girls. Oh, that's so pretty. I kind of want that. All right, you got me, store. You got me, store. Do I care about this Teferi? Kind of pretty. Sure. I'll get the pretty boy. Doesn't matter what we get. We're gonna unlock all of it, right? So let's grab you and go back into our next game. So chat, how's it going? You guys having fun? How is your day? Now we're coming off the high of the Pro Tour. All the shenanigans. One goes first. Well, we have Hex. We have Charm. Maybe this is enough. We'll try to keep it. We have turn 1 Surveil. Or Hex. Play a Plains first, so I think I want to Surveil. I don't need another Cavero. Now my opponent kind of knows what I'm doing. Another land, okay. Well, we'll just swamp and pass. Next turn we'll probably Winter Night Stories. Just going land, land, land. That's scary. Caretaker's Talent. Oh, it's one of these decks. Cool. I think I still want to Winter Night Stories. We're in for a grind here, right? And we can put Doomsday away. And let's discard a Hex. And then next turn, we're just going to play the Demon out of the graveyard. And Caretaker's Talent is going to be really bad for them. There's a Beza. Resolves. So we just swamp into Cavero. Copying Doomsday. Riggers. My opponent, would you like to draw a card off Caretaker's Talent? We have a reader. Especially if they make a lot of tokens and go wide, we can play this Harvester of Misery. If they Wrath, we're not really cared about Wrath. Am I getting roped? Like, what the hell? Who plays this card? Apparently we do now. What does our next turn look like? We can hardcast a Harvester of Misery. We can hold up Bitter Triumph and Charm. I'm not going to block. That's fine. Or I could block so I don't draw an extra card and win the card race. We draw an extra card at upkeep. There's a stock up that we will not play. There's another land. All right. So they have 5 cards for next turn. All right. I think we just pass. They're playing mono white. So I don't know what I'm scared of in mono white. They can kill Cavero here with like a Get Lost. There it is. That resolves. Opponent, what can you do here? Human on Cavern. Ooh, Elspeth. That resolves. So they make a token, right? No, they don't. So let's discard stock up here. We don't need stock up. Is there anything in white that we worry about? Probably not. Let's charm the Planeswalker just to be mana efficient. Another Harvester. So let's pass, just holding up our removal, and then next turn we can Insatiable Avarice my opponent. They're playing Caretaker's Talent, so I assume they have a lot of tokens to generate, and they're definitely not going to advance their board to draw cards. That demon is dirty. My opponent just like gets shut off for his entire archetype for most of the game. Gosh, this demon is dirty. Caretaker's Talent, level up. You got it. All the way up. I like it. We drew another Avarice, so target player draws 3 cards and loses 3 life. You get to draw cards, friend. And now we pass. And on to game 2. Mono white tokens. Negate might be good. The rest might be fine. These hexes will be terrible. Also, Cruel calls Heist to take their stuff. Take out 1 misery. Bitter Triumph seems good because they have Planeswalkers. I don't know about Intimidation Tactics. They did show us Beza, but they're probably more creature-heavy deck. Planeswalker Archenemy Charm. Let's go 61. Let's go 61, see how I feel. Well, this hand is god-awful. But we eat away at their hand. This is definitely very greedy, but if we get lands, this hand is great. So I'm gonna try to play greed today. Let's do it. They mulligan down too. We'll call Heist is not it. So we'll just Water Grave Shock. And the good old Duress turn 1. Whiff. Okay. Well, we hope to draw a land to do something. They just play another Plains. Voice of Victory, that's a pretty good draw. We did draw a land, that's sweet. I think I want to Cruel Calls Heist. I'm not doing anything. We know they have all lands and 1 card in hand. Another Overlord. Well, I guess we're going to take one of the U. This negate looks really bad into Voice of Victory. That's okay. Voice of Victory getting in. Drew another land. I think I wanted to seat here because they can Overlord on 4. And their hand's just a bunch of lands. So we're just going to hold on to the rest for a while. That's going to be okay. Voice getting in. So unfortunately we took all of our hexes out, but there's a Bitter Triumph. I think I still want to stock up. We need to hit our land drops. The Cavero. And a land? Perfect. We can play this Verge and just pass. Next turn we can Cavero to get this Deceit back, and it's going to be pretty backbreaking. They could crack Abandoned Air Temple here. We go to 6. Pretty good turn. So let's blue, blue, black, black Cavero. Get Deceit. Bounce that Voice. Oh, their hand is terrible. They'll just take Voice, I guess, and pass. Caretaker's Talent was a really good top deck. There's another land. We could Avarice here. Go up to 7 cards. Hold up Negate. Go to 3. I like this play. Deadly cover up is not bad. Just go to combat and pass. If they get an Elspeth here, we can negate it. If they have any creature, we can kill it. This creature into look the top card may reveal mountain card or plains card. Yeah, that resolves. Passing. Probably going to hold up Abandon Air Temple. So, end step, we're going to discard a card. Just get rid of Duress. Just keep their board clear. And in 2 turns, we can play this Overlord. But that's fine. My card is away. We drew another land, so we can just like hard cast another Deceit with both. Bouncing the Caretaker's talent. And then we can look at their hand taking Caretaker's talent. Gosh, Deceit is so good, guys. And pass. Next turn playing Overlord. My opponent is flooded like a mother this game, but I don't think that's the problem here. We drew the demon. Get it in combat. Playing Overlord. That we stole from them earlier. Make some friendos. Pass the turn. Another land. There's no Johnny.
You will not hurt my wards.
Doesn't really do anything here, right? Like you kill one thing and you're still down on board? Sweet. On the next game. That was kind of a clinic. Ooh, we get a pack. And a lieutenant. Sweet. What is in the pack? Is it a booster pack? No, it's garbage. Just a gem. And the mastery gem. Give me the mastery gem. Money. Keep it. I'm surprised we haven't seen you badger moles yet. Where is my badgers? Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. No? Okay. The games are going fine. I am 2-1. I lost because I misplayed second demon after I played the first one, but I'm learning. I get to go first. Maybe the surveil land will find us something. Let's try it. Hand is very slow, but if we find something with this Cavero, that'd be sick. Stock up is just fine. Verge. Is it a Badger deck finally? So let's just play our Reef and pass. And committed to playing stock up next turn. Demo field. What is playing that? I don't know. Let's play a swamp and stock up. Here's a Deceit. And I think I'm just going to take another Cabrera. Like, we have 5 lands. Or we can guarantee our 6 land. Or when we bring Deceit back. Now I'm going to get Cavero. What am I saying? Oh, it just gives up? Okay. So they're probably a Badger deck. I don't know who else plays Demo Field. I think I like what we are. So my opponent's probably going to think we're a control deck, right? And a lot of counter spells, and we are not. So let's just ship it back, see what happens. Oh, they just concede. I guess. They don't want to play against control? I'm not a control deck, though. Come back. I'm a combo mid-range silliness deck. No, come back, friendo. One goes first. When we get blue, it's gonna be sweet. Let's try it. We can Deceit on turn 2. It might be a little slow depending on what they're playing. Passage. It's a good sign for us. We do a Charm, which we can play on turn 3. Fire Buff Canal into Slick Shot. That's scary. So let's just Deceit here. Take a look at their hand. Unable to Scream, Sleight of Hand, Battlemore. I think I want to take Battlemore, because that's going to be a problem later. And then this Arch Enemy Charm is going to be really good against this Show Off, at least in game 1. There's the Show Off. Are we dead here is the question. That's one spell. Elusive Honor, that means no. There's another land. Question is, do I play this Shocked in case I get another blue source next turn for Cavero and we can get Deceit back? I think so. Let's go to 15 and pass. We're committing to Arch Enemy Charm on this Slick Shot. Your last card is a Riddler. That's a really good draw. They draw 2. Getting in there. I'm just going to get rid of Slick Shot. It's going to be a problem. Let's just get rid of it. They pass priority instantly there, so that's a good sign for us. So untap blue source. That's not untap blue source. Alright, well, we can still play a Cavero here and look at their hand. And see what they're rocking over there. 2 unable to Screams. Well, that's silly. This Cavero is going to be put under the dust. Would have been better if we could have bounced Otter, but... well, there's another Otter. Unable to Scream, Prowess Trigger, yeah. This is now an 0-2. I think we just Winter Night Stories. Try to find something to do. Ton of lands. Get rid of those extra lands. And let's play a Reef and pass. Hopefully the stock up can find something. But yeah, this Riddler is going to be a problem drawing cards multiple turns. So let's stock up here. Deadly Cover Up is great. The Demon is great. So let's play Watergrave tapped and hope we don't die. 4, 5, 6. So they play 2 spells, we just die, and there's nothing we can do about that. There's a Slick Shot. Still 2 spells to death. There's 1. So just Deadly Cover Up is just a little too late. Fortunately, we didn't find any removal spells with stock up. So, there's another spell. On to game 3. On to game 2. Shoot the Sheriff is fine. Duress is fine. Harvester seems fine here. Charm seems fine. X seems fine. And all these seems good. That's the problem. Bitter Triumph can come out. 1 Harvester, 1 Deceit, 1 Cavero. And 1 Charm. And try 61. We have a lot of removal already, so it's okay to take a little removal out, right? And that's 3 mana versus 2 in 1. Let's play first. This seems fine. Hopefully the Surveil land will do something for us. Or we can turn 1 duress. Probably not. Oh no, scoops it up. Okay, we're on the game 3. I think I want to bring back into seat. We can take out 1 Avarice for the combo and ship it back. Hell yeah, Tobias. One goes first. We have interaction, but I don't think I can keep this. I wanted like 2 lands. Seems a little better. Let's throw away Deceit. Storm Chaser's on 1, yep. This Harvester could be really good in this matchup. Another Passage. So I guess we Watergrave tap to pass. Now for Slick Shot. Yeah, you got me. There's a stock up. So I guess we just play Swamp and pass. Here comes Slick Shot. You got it. Light a hand. Yeah, that resolves. The good thing about this Harvester of Misery, it gets around... this Harvester gets around counter magic because it's a discard effect. So we can just take 5 here. See if we get baited. Let's see if you have actual straight pump. They didn't show a straight pump. Opt is not an answer. And we just take 3. There's a Elusive Honor. So is it worth it to find... If we find Cavero and bring Harvester of Misery back, I think we win the game. So that's the option for me. So let's just stock up. Didn't find one. Another Deceit. There's another land. What do we do next turn? Double Deceit? That doesn't seem good enough. This is card draw at least. Guess we just take the interaction spells. Hopefully it's enough. There's a stock up, yep. We're taking some damage until we can find some answers to this board state. Down to 12. Another land, so I think we can duress. Let's figure out what we're playing against. Boomerang Basics was a great take. And now we can Deceit. Take Slick Shot here. Protect our life total a little bit. This has to be on blue, unfortunately, so we're off Demon and pass. We're still looking for Cavero. Cavero would be really good on this board state. Level up Storm Chasers. For what, Boomerang Basics? Stock up, yeah. There's another land, that's unfortunate. I think we have to double black here and take that stock up. And then next turn we can Deceit, bouncing the token. I don't want to Avarice. I guess we could have put a card on top. And that's a mistake, because we can Avarice, put a card on top, look for Cavero, wipe this board. And it's sorcery, so we can't do that. I haven't played with this card enough, so wasn't really thinking about it. Double Riddler. Off he goes. Off they go. There's another land. Okay, so let's just hard cast Deceit. Bounce the token. There's 2 unable screams. That's brutal. So let's just get rid of Storm Chaser's talent. Here's another Riddler. Yep. So I think we need to go look for a card. And I'm going to look for Deadly Cover-Up. And play this tapped on black and pass. And hope we live a turn. If they just hard cast Riddler, I think we're in a good spot. But so far, they can Unable to Scream on Deceit. Ral is not what I was expecting.
I've got a whole plane. Think big.
That's going to be a problem. Chalk that in, yep. Some Otter. And here comes Unable to Scream. Yep.
Another genius idea.
So now we're getting attacked from multiple angles, and not tanking the manland earlier is going to be our problem, because like what? We Deadly Cover Up here. Riddler is just not the answer. Slick Shot kills us. They just have too many things I'm worried about, so let's take Slick Shot. They have another Otter, okay. What is their deck? Let's look at their deck, it looks fun. Almore, Opt. Unable to Scream, sure. So we're probably gonna die to this Ral. So let's pass.
Otter to Otter, I need some help.
Otter, which is still lethal. Kind of just on the back foot this entire game. That's exactly what my opponent's trying to do. Elusive Otter, make your Otter big. Yeah. And that's not it. Alright, GG opponent. On to the next game. Yeah, no worries, Perks. I'm still going to be streaming for a while. Trying out the new decks. The other option we could have done there, I guess, of discard, we could have bounced the Otter sooner, but we just didn't really find anything. Another option we could have done is not bring Duress in, but they're a spell-heavy deck, so in my brain I was thinking Duress would be good, but Duress plus Riddler is just kind of rough no matter what you do. One goes first. I like this hand. We have Interaction, we have Cavero, we have Winter Night Stories. Keep it. Like they mulligan down a little bit. Hired Claw. Yeah, that's the thing. We drew a land, so let's just play Wide Array tapped and pass. Being on the play in this situation is pretty good. Duelist, okay. And Duelist gets a trigger, it gets bigger. Seems good. What do you pitch into Duelist trigger? Hired Claw and the Duelist is pretty sick. Here's Stock Up, so let's play a Swamp and pass, holding up either Bitter Triumph or Harvester of Misery. What we could do is pitch Harvester with Bitter Triumph to kill Duelist. Let them do some shenanigans here. Pitch a Lightning Bolt. Yeah, you got it. No responses. They just pass? That's like the worst for us. So I took 2 extra damage here to get some information. And if they have like Spell Pierce, that could be bad. Let it go. Do you pump up Hired Claw? Or do you hold up removal? Through Deceit. Is it worth it to Deceit and plan for Cabrera next turn? I think so. Let's do that. Let's Deceit on double black. Take a look what my opponent is doing. Lightning strike my face, you got it. That's a lot of damage. So there is 2, 4, 5, 6 damage currently. Double higher claws, brutal. So having Misery, Harvester of Misery in the graveyard instead of Winter Night Stories is going to be rough here. So let's Cabrera. Deceit. Bouncing a Hired Claw. A Shocker Face, yeah. So if we take the Hired Claw, they have 2 damage, we're at 6. Alright, take your Hired Claw. So effectively, we are at 3 life. Hired Claw getting in, yep. Just push damage. We could be dead, so. There's a Doomsday? It's not it, so let's stock up. A Hex is really good. Actually, both Hexes are really good. Because now we can gain life off this Cavero. Put this on black. And let's just not attack, just in case some shenanigans happen. First Lightning in the face, we are at 3. Nova Hellkite. That's a hell of a top deck. Yeah, you got me, man. Wow. Alright. Dude, the Sheriff is fine. 1 Misery can come out. 1 Deceit can come out. We had a lot of cards to dodge. And unfortunately, Hex didn't have a target, so I couldn't Blight to gain life, or I would have lived at 1. I just need to draw like that, I guess, to win a game today. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. The only other thing I could have done there is, like I said, the Winter Night Stories pitch. Instead of pitching that, I should have pitched Harvester of Misery, and that was the difference there. We'll go first. This hand seems terrible. So does this hand, wow. Throw away a demon and hope this sewers find us something. Siege is fine. They have no turn 1 play, so that's pretty good for us. Let's Deceit, look at their hand. Show me what you got. Well, I'm going to take that Riddler. Especially when you have a full board in your hand. They play a Mountain, okay. Drew a Demon. I think I just want to pay this to go find a Cavero. That seems fine. So we can get Cavero off Avarice here, and then next turn we can bounce whatever they play with Deceit. But so far they're just going to burn our face. There's our Cavero, so just pay 2 life, play a Cavero. It can die to Seer, but then we get 2 for 1 on my opponent. Or I can get Riddler, and it's just bigger. Draw a card? Yeah, that seems fine. I want to draw a card. Our hand is not good enough to win this game. It still also might be better if my initial play call is to take something from their hand. Both seem okay. We get another land, that's fine. No, we can deadly cover up something. Thinking of deadly cover up in a land. Lightning strike the face. Alright, we're at 12. shock my face, we're at 10. So we have perfect information. They have land, full bore seer. We have perfect information. They play this steam vents. There's a demon. Damn. Alright. Let's just go to combat. We want to seer my Cavero. That's a no. Alright, let's pass. We really hope to draw land so we can Doomsday next turn. There's the seer we know about. So it's better to get in damage than do nothing. And make them waste their spell. There's a swamp. Alright. Here is my giant demon on curve. Sounds good, Painter. Thanks for hanging out today. Top deck to Duelist. That seems really bad. Because anytime they target us, they draw a card. Through land and a Bitter Triumph. That's not good. You would have left with... Yeah, that's what I was just saying. They take 6 here. I think we just pass. We have Bitter Triumph. We're hoping the top of our deck we find a card so we can mill them. If not, 6/6 is a clock. Full bore. Resolves. I'm gonna discard my demon. Okay, so now we're in a damage race. Do you have blockers or not? For another land, and another land. Brutal. Alright, let's attack for 6. And pass. So hopefully they don't have a flying blocker. They do not. On to game 3. So we could think about bringing Duress since they're so spell heavy too. Maybe take out Charm and bring in like a couple Duresses. Take out like an Avarice. Maybe take out 1 Hex. And try it like that. I guess they have a lot of 2-drops, so it might be better. I don't know. I'm still worried about the dragon. It's kind of like a makeshift of it. Like, it's good to take out a Hex, but the dragon could be a problem. So you got to have some ways to kill the dragon. We have Duress into Deceit. I think this is enough. Let's try it. They don't have a 1-drop creature, which is great. That's our 3rd stock up. Brutal. So let's just Duress you. See what you're working with. Essence Scatter, Shock, Shock. Well, let's take Essence Scatter so we can play Deceit next turn. Her hand is kind of weak. Which is a good sign for us. Another land. Unfortunately, it's not blue, so let's just play our Deceit. Look what my opponent is doing. They can fire off double shock if they have nothing in their hand. There's 1 shock. There's 2 shocks. And they just have a land? Okay, that's really good for us. So yeah, really thinking about that. Every Hex is really good. However, we drew a Winter Night Stories. Uh-oh, no blue. Because Hex can gain us life. Like, if we draw a Hex here, it'd be good. We drew a Deadly Cover-Up. That's sad. Iron Claw's getting in. Does not pump it up. That's surprising. Well, there's a Cavero. And we pass. First Lightning Kick. We're at 10. Please let me draw a land to play this game. Burnout Bastronaut. Yeah. Iron Claw's getting in. Up a Pirate Clone. You're at 7. Nope, we just draw a deceit. That's unfortunate, because we're just dead on board, right? Because we just missed our land drops? Yep. I thought that was just fine. I thought that hand was just fine to keep. Yeah. Whatever. Whatever. Just didn't get there. It happens. Are these cards I don't have? Is it new cards I don't have? That's another Dragonstorm at least. A 3rd Heirloom. A 2nd Tevall. Sweet. Alright. Let's throw it back. Exactly, it is a skill issue, you know it? Tactics, Triumph, and Demon? Let's keep it. Turn 1 Sacred Foundry. I think I still want to turn 1, just see what they're doing. I could hold on to it, but Quintorius, Voice, Reality Fulcrum. Alright, well, let's take Voice. Or I could have taken Reality Fulcrum because I'm just going to untap and battle Bitter Triumph. That's also an option. And the Reality Fulcrum's really going to get him in this game. Bitter Triumph also hits Quintorius. It's not the end of the world. That might have been the better play there. We drew another land, so we'll just play Reef and pass. Rose. Passage on green, and we drew a demon. Okay, well, we'll just play Reef and pass. So if we had taken the other option, we could have killed Voice already, and instead now they just play Reality Fulcrum. Showing it Avatar's Wrath and Dock. Well, at least we can kill Dock. Throw away a Doomsday. Another land. That's not good enough. Water Grave tapped and pass. On untapped.gg, it just shows you in general. Another Reality Fulcrum. Showing an Aang and Avatar's Wrath? Okay. Here's a Deceit. I guess we can just play this on black and pass. They have Avatar, so I guess we can Deceit here. I guess not, because I already cast the spell and it couldn't let me go back. Because they're going to Aang this, right? And that seems not the best for them. So I guess this is not... Now we just have a 5/5, thank you. Look at your hand, buddy. Appa to Quintorius. Well, I think I have to take Appa. And then next turn we can slam this Doomsday. Because we have our Reefs to combo them. If you just click on your profile in the top right on Untapped, like so, and you just scroll down, it shows you overall statistics based on current set, today, the month, whatever, and you should see your win rate. Which I'm not doing so hot lately. So they play Quintorius and find a Reality Fulcrum off that. Sick. Sonar. Loot. Oh, baby. Your deck looks great. They did play Doc. We killed it. For Pro Tour, it doesn't. Melee.gg does not show it. So there's Sonar. Harvester. Alright. Let's go to combat and try to kill Quintorius. And they were blocking with Egg. Okay. So they can't really combo off, right? If I play Doomsday? So let's play Doomsday. Trigger. Pass the turn. They show Avatar's Wrath, Appa. I love what my opponent is doing. Looks like they exile Appa. They make a token. Like they're gonna play loot here. Oh, just Appa to bounce things. Could we die here? Like if they find a dock, they just bounce Quintorius and Appa over and over again? That could be a thing. Now if they play Reality Fulcrum, they mill more. Going with Quintorius, yeah. Are you going to discover 4? They find Avatar's Wrath.
Let's dig over here.
That's another way they can bounce Appa. And then Appa can bounce Quintorius, and then that's Appa. Are we dead now? I think we're dead, if he does it correctly. Oh, they played Fulcrum first. He needed to play Quintorius there. There's Quintorius. And then they discover. We have a land on top, but we have a Restless Reef. And attack you. Make you mill. And you can block, that's okay. And we just pass the turn. Upkeep. Fire magic for 1, sure. That's 6. And on to game 2. So Cruel Call seems good, Duress seems good here. Negate seems okay. Tactics seems fine, we can take out 1 Avarice. Harvester seems pretty bad here. Arch Enemy Triumph seems great. Bitter Triumph seems great. Recruiting the Hex doesn't seem really good, right? Like, I guess they had Dock, so it might be okay to have a couple in. Shoot the Sheriff seems fine as well. There's too many cards to bring in and out, right? Let's try it without shoot. And throw it back. Why is it? Oh yeah, orbs should go in because they're doing combo shenanigans. You're right, I wasn't thinking about that. Maybe we can pick their hand apart enough. There's a Hex. I think I need to surveil first. Claw Heist is fine. But yeah, you're right. Orb needs to go in, chat. Hex with multiple targets. They have Dock and they also have Voice, which doesn't seem bad because now we can X Dock before they do anything and play our tap land and pass. So they had more than one target, which seems fine. Ooh, there's another duress. Let's start duressing. Take a Rowdy Fulcrum. I want to gift a card. Kind of like gifting card. It seems fun. It seems fun because I can take their Quintorius. Ooh, they can play Rest in Peace now. I don't want to take Quint. Let's take Quint. Like, they can play Rest in Peace, but we don't have a Cavero, nor do we have any creatures in graveyard, so it doesn't matter, right? There's Rest in Peace, you got it. Swamp. So we can duress. Just see what they're doing. We can hold up Intimidation Tactics to cycle. No. That's Nappa. Well, let's Tactics their Appa. Just leave them with no cards. And then next turn we can play Quintorius. Drew land. It's fine. We also drew land, so let's just play Quintorius. And I think I want to discover. Just find something. There's a Cavero as a 4/4. Drain my opponent. And pass. The opponent is playing a combo version without Badger. Ori Mountain off the top is sick. Avatar's Wrath doesn't do it. Drew negate. So 1, 2, 3, 4 to hold up negate. Just get in with Cavero. Make a dude.
Never go it alone.
I could have also attacked with the land instead of holding up negate. Two options there. Because they're not doing anything, right? So they're just going to throw off this Avatar's Wrath. We can also just negate this. I'm just committed to negating and keeping our board pressure over the Restless Reef for one turn. They also didn't crack Village, so we can negate this. And that's enough. Sweet. So we should have brought Torporbin, but we didn't have to worry about it because all the hand hate. And on to the next game. My opponent was definitely brewing. Hey, we're not mythic, and people were just brewing like crazy. I love it. Here we are being rats and playing boring Pro Tour winning decks. One goes first. We have Deceit, Bitter Triumph, Demon, Restless Leaf. Let's try it. Uh-oh, is this the mirror? Eyeglass Siren. Okay, it's not. There's a Cavero. Let's Reef and pass. Committed to Deceit next turn, and then Cavero on turn 4. What up, Crow? Open channel. Mapping Siren is not bad. Tidebinder. No. Okay, they threw it away. Never mind. Cecil is not too scary. Drew another land, so let's just Swamp and Deceit them. Take a look at their hand. If they have problems, they do have Kaido, but not a land drop. I think I just have to take Kaido. Kaido is the problem. Yeah, they have Tidebinder, but it is what it is. Keep Cavern Bat. You get to see my great hand, opponent. take our removal, which makes sense. And for 4. Do another land, unfortunately. So let's just play Watergrave tapped and pass. Oh, they missed their 3rd land drop. They do. Sweet. Are we dead here, though? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7? We're not if we play Cavero. Because we can get Deceit. Bounce. Deep Cavern Bat. Because I don't want to play Siren to map. So here's Drowner. Oh, didn't double blue. Are you fucking kidding me, Auto Tapper? I should stop having expectations like that. I should just auto mana tap, and there should be less card in their hand. Shame on me. Did they find a Kaido? Please don't. So right now they should be down 1 card from their hand. Because Cavero only bounced when it copied Deceit. Yeah, there's a Kaido. And we're just dead? Cool. You got it.
Now I know your weakness.
Heist seems fine. Duresses seem fine. Warp Orb seems fine. Take out a Misery. Take out a Deceit. Take out 1 Hex. Bitter Triumph hits. It's Kaido, I guess. Oh, 1 Avarice. And try it like that. We were pretty dead there, right? Even my opponent stumbled on lands. Kaido's really good at doing stuff for pretty minimum mana. I go first. Hand does nothing. I'm mulligan this. Mulligan this. Sure, we can try. Or wait, Watery Grave and a Harvester. Play a Reef and pass. Do another land after their Restless Leaf, so we just play Gloom Lake and pass. We like tempo on this channel. And jank. And combo. I don't know. We like all sorts of stuff. Right now we're playing the World Pro Tour winning deck. Heat Cavern Bat. So they're going to take something, so no matter what, I'm just going to discard Harvester. And they get to see your hand of lands and stock up. Surprise. Do another draw spell, which is not bad. So let's play land and stock up. Speed is not bad. Go another land, but Avarice is pretty good. We have at least 2 different types of card draw here. Leaving up 2 mana, so they either... Gosh, they have a lot of options here. We're Doomsday, so I think Winter Night Stories is our best shot here. It's throwing away Deceit wrong? I guess because, like, I want to Doomsday them. Like, that's our best shot here. But I want to keep both my creatures, right? But what? That's rough. Throw away Doomsday. We can look at Deceit next turn. Let's Watergrave, Shock, and pass. They've just played 2 mana and pass, so they probably have Essence here. I want to just play Torpor and hold up Hex. Let's see what they do. Tempo is what my opponent is playing, so they play spells at flash speed, and they play cards that interact and tempo them out of the game. So like I get card advantage by interacting with my opponent and play mostly on their turn. It's a good way to explain tempo. So Torpor Resolve. We can play this Reef tapped. Do I want to hold up Hex or play Deceit? I think I want to hold up Hex. Enduring Curiosity. That is the worst case scenario, because now they get to draw a card. In for 4. Hard cast Kaido. Yep. So we need to find answers to both Curiosity and Kaido here, and now we're really far behind. So playing Deceit last turn would have been better. We can Avarice here, Deceit and Hex still in the same turn. I think that's our answers. We just need to kill this board. Duress is not the worst. Let's Duress you to see what you have. Betrayal is a good hit. So we can Deceit here, and it's just a 5/5 for 2. And at least we can block this board, unless... I guess they can down tick on Kaido and get in for attacks. That bat in their graveyard we just took with Deceit looks really good with Cavero. Yep, so it's tapping it down like we thought. And they draw 2.
Control the fight, control the outcome.
And just Enduring Curiosity being free for 2 turns is probably the nail in the coffin. I assume this is a bad matchup for us, because we're like a mid-range deck. There's a Siren. Do a bat. What can we do here? We can Cavero and Stalk up in the same turn, but that's not really winning the game, right? We can Cavero Hex something, but we're still behind on board. Might be our best shot. We can Cavero take their bat to have a 4/4 life linker. Light Passage on black. And tap holding up Hex. Tap Kaido.
You're not going anywhere.
If they animate their land, we're dead. They need to see that line. Like they didn't. So let's Hex. Killing Bat. Getting a counter on Deceit. Gaining 2 life. So if they have Negate here, we lose. And there was no winning this game anyways. They could have another Kaido. Protect. So we are dead. Alright, good game, opponent. On to the next one. Another option we could have done is stock up and then hold our man land, but that's still not winning the game. We were kind of behind after 2 attacks from Curiosity. One goes first. I don't think we can keep this. I mean, it's a little better. We have interaction, but it's still pretty bad. Throw away a Hex. Try to hope to draw land drops. Swamp, so it's just Watergrave and pass. Holding up Hex to do something. Hope it does something. It does nothing. Alright, we missed a land drop. Let's pass. Changeling. Oh. Let's kill the Changeling. You like Changeling Slivers? I don't know what you're doing. A Deceit. Well, you look at my hand of amazing cards that I will never be able to cast. Winter Night Stories. We drew a land at least. I think it's worth it to just take a peek at their hand. What are you doing over there, friendo? Russia Dread? Arch Enemy Charm? I think we have to take that. Russia Dread at 5 mana. Unholy Annex, what a top deck. Whoa, buddy. Drew another land, at least. So I think we can averse to draw a bunch of cards. Hoping to find a land, and we did. Sweet. Another Unholy Annex, wow. The clock is definitely on. Let's do it right this time. Blue, blue, black, black, Favero. Taking Deceit. Their Deceit, so we still have Deadly Cover-Up mana. And let's bounce one of your Ritual Chambers. What a hand. We don't care about Stopper because we have Deadly Cover-Up. Lewis is cute, but doesn't win the game. Russia Dread can just like combo us because they can stop at Russia Dread. I think I need to take Annex. Because we don't have Demon yet. Juan Cavero, I'll take it. We drew another land. What do we do here? We have to pass, right? Or we can Winter Night Stories? I think we have to Winter Night. I think we have to pass keeping up Arch Enemy's Triumph because we can get Cavero back. We can also hold a Bitter Triumph. Intimidation Tactics. Yeah, you get my Harvester. He is gone forever. Into a Slasher, yep. So we can return both of my creatures here. Oh, that was wrong. I need to keep Deceit in the graveyard. But they are taking damage on Unholy Annex, and we can just hard cast Deceit. Bouncing this Slasher. Taking whatever's in their hand. Do Lewis a Hex, a Russia Dread. Let's take a combo piece. Because so Slasher with Russia Dread is an instant kill. They could, what? Lewis here? Yeah. You got him. That's some damage. Get in for 5. Would you like to block? Alright. Well, it's Deadly Cover-Up, taking the other Lewis from their hand. Unfortunately, we have to take our Winter Night Stories from the graveyard to do this, but it stops them from like winning on the spot. Deceit, 2 Unholy. They do have Bloodletter. We have to dodge Bloodletter. And then next turn, we can what? Unholy Annex. bounce with Cavero. I guess it's wrong to let the Unholy Annex live for this long. We really haven't had time to bounce the second one. There's a Bloodletter. Let's Cavero. Getting Deceit. I had mistapped again. I hate this game so much. Alright. Whatever, game. I learned my lesson from the previous game and just didn't do it. So right now, Bloodletter should be in their hand. So let's discard a card. Get rid of Cavero. Deceit is a really good draw. Deceit hardcast. Bounce the demon. They drew another Bloodletter. Get that out of here. Alright, swing for 4. Pass the turn. Trying to bait not die to their top deck. Rot, Curse, Rashaxa. We go to 1? This can't block, right? It can't block. Alright. Get in there. What is the card you drew for turn? What a silly game. What a silly game. Hex to kill itself to gain some life. So they're at 2. And then we can target player draws 3 cards and loses 3 life. I'm sure to you. Enjoy the free cards. And on to game 2. Heist seems fine. Couple duresses seem fine. X doesn't really feel good here. Shoot to Sheriff feels better. Riddler might be good here because we're grindy. We take out Misery and we can play Negates. Charm seems fine. Take out 1 Deceit and throw it back. 61 value. Doing a lot of 61 value today. It's probably not the best, but here we are. One goes first. We have Duress, Bitter Triumph. Let's try it. Like they went down a card though. We drew land, so I think I want to reef and pass because their spell turn isn't until turn 3. Yeah, they did nothing there, so let's just arrest them. Tell me what you're working with. A ton of annexes. That's really bad for us. Let's play one of our passages on black and pass. The fact that they have 2 of them is really bad for us. I was hoping to get the first one, but the second one is going to get them the card advantage outside of Duress. Cavero is not a good draw. Let's play this on black and pass. Intimidation tactics, yep. There goes one of our Caveros. Full Guide Lantern. That makes sense. Only Annex triggers. And now here's the problem. My opponent. We drew Restless Reef of them having 2 annexes because now they're just going to get card advantage we can't keep up with. Here's Sanctuary. Here's Unlock Ritual Chamber. And we take 3 here. We kill this demon. We'll call heist. I think I wanted to activate Reef and mill them and try to get a creature to copy with Cavero. Also, this is a clock. There's an Unstoppable Slasher, so that's something. Let's see what they find. Bloodletter off the top, yep. Drains us. There's a demon. So let's... pay 3 life. Kill Bloodletter. And they're tapped out, so they can't Arch Enemy Charm. Let's take Bloodletter. So 4/4. You have removal for your own Bloodletter? They do. They threw away a Bloodletter. Or, no, Unstoppable Slasher. Makes sense. Because they can get it back with Charm. Animate Soulstone Sanctuary. Yep. And then this drains us. So we're dead on board to the Sanctuary, so we need to draw a card. We could have heist first to draw another card, but... let's heist now. So we should be 1 card deeper, unfortunately. And I made that mistake. I should have heist first. Charm. And Deceit. On double blue. To bounce. We can't bounce the land because we're just dead on board, right? It is a creature, though. Yeah, we can't bounce that land, so on to game 3. Little rough there. Little rough there. Let's take out Riddlers and bring back in Deceits. And go up a Duress. And try it. Go first. Hand seems a lot better. Let's keep it. Watery Grave. Look at their hand. Yeah, we can take a Deceit. That's fine. And next turn we can take their other Deceit. Like, we don't really care about the Sneakling. Put this on black. And Deceit. Unfortunately, we don't have an untapped land for stock up, is the downside to going this play this way. But we're eating at their hand, and now they can't disrupt ours. Untapped land, okay. I think I still need to play this tap land, because next turn we can Cavero them. Yeah, there's a Sneakling, you got it. Into a Sanctuary, yep. I think we can take 2 here, that's fine for a turn. We get to untap. Make sure we do blue, blue, black, black. And I want to take their Deceit over mine in case we have our board wipe again. And we get to bounce Sneakling. And then take something from their hand. Heartless Sack, okay. And is a bunch of lands and the Shapeshifter. So that's a good sign for us. Hopefully the stock up can get into something. Betrayal. There goes our graveyard. Doomsday, okay. So stock up hopefully for some lands. We already have removal. I don't want another removal. So is land fine here? Just try to get to Doomsday. Put this on black and pass. It's probably our best answer here. They drew another land. I feel really good about where we are. Drew a Deceit. So let's Doomsday. Throw our big bad boy out. Trigger. And pass. And we have Avarice. We also have Reef. He drew a Slasher. Okay. Winter Night Stories is not what we need. But we can play a Deceit for both and bounce Slasher. Take their Slasher. Swing for 6. And pass the turn. They are at 4 cards, by the way. They threw the land that we knew they had. And they have their own Deceit. That's unfortunate because now they can take Avarice. And that's the win con. There's another land, and then there's Duress. So if we kill Deceit here, pitch this, and just straight up attack. Have a threat, and then next turn we have Shoot the Sheriff. We know for whatever creature they play. We can also animate our Reef. This is the turn. This gets my heart going, guys. This is kind of cool. This is forces. The game is going to end very soon. Good luck, kind of vibes. So they cycled and they whiffed. It looks like. So Doomsday triggers, and we activate the Reef. So they have to have multiple removal as we get their library as well. And that's it. That was a pretty good game 3. On to the next one. On to the next one. I'm going to go pee really quick, and I'll be right back. And we'll get into our next game. Yeah, Diablo. Like, this whole deck is meant... That's the whole point. The whole point is I play a 6/6 demon, and I have ways to mill you. Can you answer that? It's just... the deck is literally called Down to the Wire. It's great. It's kind of fun that way. We get to go first. We have Deceit in the stock up. Let's keep it. So let's Reef and pass. Play Restless Prairie. Interesting. Now the question is, we drew another Reef. Do we want to play the Reef, or do we want to just throw out Deceit? I think I want to throw out Deceit. And just get an idea what my opponent is playing. Seasons of the Borrow, War Leader, Banner. We can take their Quest Caller at least. Blow them down for a turn. It looks like there's Selesnya Rabbits, which we haven't seen in a while. Play Forest we know about. Deadly Cover-Up's great. Let's stock up. Getting a Cavero. And I kind of want another stock up because this Hex does nothing. We know their hand, right? So let's take the stock up and pass. This next turn, we're going to Watery Grave, Shock. Hop to it. You got it. So Watery Grave, blue, blue, black, black on our Cavero. Copying our Deceit. Bounce a token and take something from their hand. Sheltered by Ghost. Do I care if they take Cavero? I'm like more worried about more of Season, right? We can wrap the board with Warren. Yeah, let's just take Season. And then next turn we can Intimidation Tactics, take their Warren. There's the Shelter by Ghost we knew about. There goes Cavero. Down to 13. So it's Tactics here. Take the guy that we know about. Play a stock up. Getting another Deceit. Probably card draw. I like card draw. Play Reef tapped and pass. Animate Soulstone Sanctuary, yeah. We're taking a bit of damage here. But we're at 4, and we're not dead, which is important. Especially with another Cavero. So let's Deadly Cover Up. Getting the 2 stock ups for Collect Evidence. Wrath that board. What am I more worried about? Season of the Past or Soulstone Sanctuary? I want to take the land. Raid is their draw. They only had 1 of the land. I got baited. But Valley Might Caller, Paw Patch, 3 mainboard Requisition Raids. Benny has 2 more Shelters, 3 Hop to It, 2 more War Leaders. Okay. I got baited. And then Cavero can copy this Rat. And we can block the Prairie. Put this on black and pass. And that seems to be enough. On to game 2. A bunch of rats. Sorry, a bunch of rabbits. Shoot the Sheriff seems fine, and that's really about it. I'm not going to be worried about Negate. Harvester of Misery seems great here. Archenemy seems a little weak and slow. Hex seems okay. Bitter Triumph seems fine. Shoot the Sheriff seems fine. Do I want to take out Intimidation Tactics? It hits a lot of things, at least. They are playing a lot of, like, 1-drops, but also playing tokens, so I don't know how good Hex is going to be in that matchup. We can at least take out 1. Or we can take out 1 Avarice and have, like, 2 of, then pass. Let's try it. Let's try it like that. One goes first. A little slow with the Reef tapped. We have a lot of interaction. Like we have Harvester. We have a bunch of ways to deal with their board. No one drop would be perfect for us. Nope. Drew Intimidation Tactics, so I think we should play our Intimidation Tactics. Be more proactive and take their hand. Because we get to do it next turn, right? We can take a Phineas, perfect. And then next turn we can Intimidation Tactics again, hoping they don't play Paw Patch for one. They do, okay. That's a problem. Well, we drew a Cavero. Let's Intimidation Tactics. Hope they drew a creature. No, we whiff. So if they draw a creature now, that is worst case scenario. They did not. Okay. That's a Harvester of Misery. Alright, let's pass. Committed to Harvester of Misery on something on this board. Like they're just going to attack. Yep. So to save my life, I'm going to kill the Might Caller. And then next turn, if we don't draw anything, we can Harvester on this Paw Patch Recruit. Really hope to draw a land. We did not. We just pass. Bitter Triumph, I mean, it's good. We can pitch like Doomsday to Bitter Triumph. They have Season of Borrow now to get their Quest Caller back. Let's discard, kill you, get rid of Doomsday, and we hope to draw lands. Like, we need to draw lands or bust now. There's another land. Perfect. We can Harvester of Misery on this Indestructible creature. We can also bounce it with Deceit. There's a lot of things they can do here. Especially them having Restless Prairie to animate. This could be a really painful turn. But we have to keep interaction up. We couldn't stock up, but we're dead. Season Warguard resolves. They animate their land, yep. Have to kill this. And we go to 7 with this attack. And we need a top deck of land to have a chance. That's what we want. That's not a land. Alright. On to game 3. I like how we boarded. Jeb it back. Let's go first. Not with this hand. We cannot keep this hand either. So I'm going to ship this one back. Really unfortunate. This looks a lot better. Throw away some land. I think we need to throw away some lands. Like Deadly Cover Up, if we get to Deadly Cover Up, we win the game, but we can't take too long off, right? For Deadly Cover Up, we need to have Deadly Cover Up. It could be wrong here. So we could also just want our lands, we'll find out. But their Paw Patch Recruit into Mentor is going to be a problem. So let's kill this before the rabbit resolves. But at least we have clean answers to their board. For now. Another land, that's good. Looking for more lands. Banner is not the worst, but it still can be scary. Night Stories is not the worst. Let's play this. Throw away Deceit. That works. Play this Swamp. We have to play Passage on Swamp if we want to play Demon. We already have double blue, so let's play it like this. So very soon we can Deadly Cover up here. Hop to it. That's scary. We might have to Deadly Cover up. If they play anything else into a board wipe, and that was best case scenario for us. Here's the hoping. That's a no. Alright. Drawing Demon's fine. So let's Deadly Cover up. Wipe this board. The worst case scenario here is they have Indestructible. They do not. Well, let's take my Valley Might Caller. They have Paw Patch. 1 Raizen, 1 Season, 3 Warrens, 1 Bright Glass. Another Paw Patch. Like, they have no graveyard hate. So we kind of get to do our own thing. Another Paw Patch is a problem. But hopefully we can get over it. Like, we can untap land and just slam Doomsday. And I think we're in a good spot. Especially because we have a Reef. But there's Paw Patch Recruit. It's a tap land, so what? We just Cavero. Take their Paw Patch Recruit. Now we have a 4/4 Bunny. Bunny blocker, let's go. I think I want to keep the blocker. My life total is relevant here. The other option is we could Winter Night Stories, but then it taps us down. Filtered by Ghost. So then we're missing out on Winter Night Stories here. We take 6. Down to 10. Bitter Triumph is not bad. Let's pass the turn. So we can animate a Restless Leaf and Bitter Triumph in the same turn. Offspring on War Leader. That's disgusting. Yeah, we just have to let that go. That's rough. Animate the land. Go to blocks. And before blocks, let's just let blocks happen. Let's just let blocks happen. So rough. We're just kind of dead, right? Adverse is not it. So we need a Winter Night Stories tapping you to go find an answer. We need a Wrath or we're going to lose the bunnies. Yep, we died to bunnies. Alright. What a joke. What a joke I am. Holy shit. Dying of fucking bunnies, man. My record just keeps crashing and crashing. What are we, 5-5? Yeah. I'm definitely not Pro Tour worthy, guys. Definitely not Pro Tour worthy. Play first. Not gonna keep that. Why do we keep getting hands like this? Game, please stop. Keep this. Throw away Demon. Play a Swamp and pass. Or do we have the mirror? Well, it's tactics and find out. Well, I'm glad we did. During curiosity, get out of here. Play a Swamp and pass. But they have counter magic for Deceit, right? So let's just pass. I don't need to rush it out into it. So with that on that creature out, because they could have Kaido, I'm just gonna kill it. Just get it off the board. There's a Cecil. With your intimidation tactics, let's play intimidation tactics. Playing around their counter spell. They have a Kaido. That's worst case scenario. Wow. Yeah, we just have to pass. Kill this card, throwing away Deceit. Would you like to protect it and not play Kaido this turn? They let it go. Wow. They can hardcast Kaido? Looks like a no. Oh, we drew a land, but we need to pass because they have counter magic. And they have the creature. Now they can flash in Kaido, and they have protection spell. That is the worst case scenario for us. It must be nice. Be that perfect. So the other option here is we could not kill Cecil earlier and just waited till they play Kaido and then killed it on our turn. That's the other option we could have done. The Cavern Bat on our Caveiro. Really good set of turns, my friend. There's Deadly Cover-Up that we can't cast because we don't have a land for it. And this is probably game at this point. So we know that they have counter spells. Whatever we play that's a big spell is not going to resolve, and it's not worth our time. So let's bring in Torp Orb. Bring in Heist. Maybe a couple Riddlers is fine. Let's take out one Harvester, one Deceit, one Caveiro. Take out one Hex. And one Aberrs. Ship it back. I don't think this is going to be a good matchup for us because Tempo Kaido keeps getting us today. The other option we could have done, instead of pitching Deceit, we could have kept Deceit. Also that I think about it. Yeah, we could play first. Think of that last game, we didn't have to throw away Deceit to the removal spell. We could have kept it in our hand, and that might have kept us in the game a little more. Granted, at the point, we only had 3 lands. We didn't know we're drawing land number 4 to play around like counter spell, but we can keep this hand. Play a Reef first and pass. Spyglass Siren. Resolves. There's a Torpor Orb. You're a little late, but let's play you. They shock in a land. Okay, so they probably have counter magic. So show it to me. There's a counter magic like we thought. This needs to be on black and pass. Deep Cavern Bat. Does have nothing because of Torpor Orb. They cracked the map. Yep. So I think we stock up here and find more cards to play. I want another Riddler. I kind of want to land, and I want more card draw. So let's play our land and pass. Fortunately, we can't deadly cover up with Collect Evidence. And if they bring in Kaido here, at least we have Bitter Triumph for Kaido. The land drop. So let's Winter Night Stories, still holding up Bitter Triumph, playing around another Phantom Interference. A lot of lands. So let's pitch the lands. And pass. Tidebinder. That resolves. We also could have played Deceit and just had a bid blocker. That could have been an option, but they have 2 flyers, so I wasn't really thinking about that. Yep, they're getting in. During Curiosity. Yeah, they're going to draw a ton of cards here. Unless I kill one creature, it prevents them from playing a card. But they get to draw 2 instead of 3, which is still really bad for us. For another land, so let's deadly cover up first. And we can keep our Winter Night Stories there, which is nice. We also get rid of During Curiosity. Our hand is terrible, at least. 4 Kaidos, Tidebinders, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Betrayals, 2 Duresses, 1 Soul Guide Lantern. Okay. So let's Sewers here. Akab is pretty good. Let's leave it on top. Land is getting in there. That probably means they mill our land, which is the stock up. And there's our second deadly cover up. So we don't have any more the rest of the game. Reef is not a good draw. Play this for what? Play this out. It's just a straight 5/5. Now we can play Riddler out. Yeah, we can play Riddler out. We're not going to draw off it. But now we can Winter Night Stories tapping Riddler to draw Harmonize on you. Tap that for blue. Draw 3 cards. We can discard and in Torpor Orb. That's fine. And we have Hex still to kill their man land. That seems pretty good. Good to Sheriff. He is down, sir. So in comes Reef. And let's kill Reef before they can mill us. Bitter Triumph. We can just hard cast Riddler here. We don't draw a card. Passage on black and pass. If they play a creature, we can kill it with Bitter Triumph. And then we can draw 2 cards at upkeep with Riddler. They're in draw phase, which is really good. But if they get a removal spell, they do. Nothing we can do about that. What else do you have? A land? It's a good sign for us. So we can animate our lands here. Still holding up Bitter Triumph. And let's attack you. Throwing away the 1 Disdainful, couple lands. That's fine. And let's pass. They're probably going to make a fish here. That's exactly what they do. Question is, should I kill a fish? They Negate a card draw. Probably not. Probably not worth it. Get in with fish. That's something. You got it. Now do you sack fish? Or are you gonna try to race me? It's like it's a race. So let's animate or land. Sack. Get in there. You land, shoot the Sheriff and Cecil. And let's pass. Tidebinder. Okay. Let's discard a card, kill the Tidebinder, get rid of tactics. Just to keep the bread off the table. Unfortunately, they have fish now. And like these fish are gonna start clocking us. It's a reason why maybe we should stop attacking with Restless Reef now. Because now we're at 6. Another land. Alright, we just pass. We're gonna lose to fish. Another Tidebinder. Wow. Alright. Let's kill the Tidebinder. Pitching the land. And make another fish. Oh, they sack it? Okay. They draw a card. Back with your fish. Okay. Does that mean you have a way to kill my manland? Looks like it. Them taking 3 damage there is a choice. Another land. Oh, that's brutal. So what? We can activate Reef here? Like we need to go for lethal, right? It's gonna put us at 1. I milled them a land, which is a mistake. Land, Tidebinder, Decavern to bat. So if I find a piece of removal, I can kill them? Yeah, that's a smart block. And let's pass just holding this land. Give me for 1. There's a demon. Alright, let's play the demon. It's a blocker. Did you find removal? You found a Drowner. Okay. That's lethal. Wow. Me milling them and they drew a Drowner is wild tech, bro. That's wild tech. Holy crap. I don't know how I could have done that a little better. You know the fun thing about streaming, guys, and posting all this on YouTube, because I think everyone left, is I get to rewatch all my bad plays when I edit videos. And pretend to learn from it. I don't think we've had a really good game yet. Let's keep it. We have interaction, we have Winter Night Stories. Let's try it. My opponent milled down 1 at least. Let's passage on black. That could be a mistake later. I should have played the swamp because if we need double blue later. Intimidation tactics is not bad. Let's check out your hand. Are you a control player? You're absolutely right, Mr. Cool. What's wrong in retrospect? It's all about luck. Blind luck at that point. And I lost the luck roll. Flanker. Let's play our Verge and pass. So we are playing against Jeskai control. See how this matchup goes. It's better for us post side, for sure. Stock up. Got another Cavero, Rose. Let's Winter Night Stories. Let's just throw a Cavero. Fine. They have no more lies, right? So we're definitely not getting that through anytime soon. Let's stock up. Let's see if they want to use their no more lies over consult. They do. Player land tapped and pass. They're at 5 mana now. I think I just want to Winter Night Stories out of the graveyard. Like, if they want to counter it, so be it. But our hand really doesn't do anything yet. Like, we need to find the demon. Them countering this, and we have 1 in our hand seems fine for us. Well, this is going to be a grind game 1 for sure. Where it's... They threw away Consult? What is your hand? Well, we drew Adverse, so let's Winter Night Stories. More Caveros. That's not good. I think we just pass. They consulted there, then we consulted. The other option we could have done there is just thrown Adverse out. Ashling's Command. Whoa, not what I was expecting. You got it. So now we're on territory of Jeskai Rev, which is bad. They shock that in. Okay. Let's bring those Caveros back with our 1 of Charm. Let's see if they're going to bounce this or not. No more lies, okay. They still have Jeskai Rev. So I think I want to draw some cards here. See if they want to counter this or bounce it. That's some very bad draws. Do I just want to play a flat Cavero? And just play a flat Cavero. It's a 4/4 bear. No more lies. So that is their 3rd no more lies in the top 15 cards. Ashling's Command again. Sick. Not a Jeskai Rev. Knock up. Still have 7 mana for Jeskai Rev. There's a Deceit. Yeah, let's Deceit. Show me what your hand is. Trigger. We could get Tidebindered here. 2 Jeskai Revs. Alright. We'll take 1 of them, and we will Deadly Cover Up. They're going to play Rev here, and it is what it is. Nothing we can do about that. But next turn we can play Rev again. Or we can Deadly Cover Up taking all their Revs. And we'll take a little damage, yep. Salt kicked. Main phase, yep. They're just trying to push damage now. I don't know if Jeskai control is considered honest, but... Lightning Helix face, yep. So they're just going to push damage. I respect it. We have another one, and we're just dead. Double Lightning Helix face. We are dead. They don't have double white, though. There's an Ultima. Down to 4. There's a Hex. That's not a bad card. So let's Deadly Cover up again. Taking Cavero, Avarice, and Intimidation. Hanging around their 4th No More Lies if they somehow have it, even if they don't have white up. But let's take Jeskai Rev. Get Lost Consult. It's fine. They have 2 Beza, 1 Meringue, 1 Flanker, 3 Lightning Helix to kill us with. So we still can die to many of things here. That's not it. There's a Restless Reef, at least. We can play Sewers. Don't need a Swamp. And I kind of want to play this Harvester to hold up Hex in case they play something we can target. Like, it doesn't do anything here. They can still die. Pass. Fortunately, we don't have Restless Reef now. Next spell can't be countered. Yeah, so they think we're a control deck. There's Consult. Another thing we could have done there, which is a mistake, is cast Winter Night Stories. That's a mistake on my part. I'm just not thinking at this point. Because I need to draw cards. Like, all they do is untap Helix twice. And what can we do? Here's a Get Lost. And I played the Surveil over the Restless Reef because I want the top of my deck to do something. Because so far it's not doing anything. There's another Harvester. That was a mistake. But we can play Harvester again. I should have played Reef there. I just talked about it. But now we can tap it for Harmonize for 1. Rise Village up. Lightning Helix my face. You got it. Cards. Unfortunately, we don't have one more land to play Doomsday, which would have been our out here. Another land doesn't do it. I guess I needed to keep 1 Bitter Triumph instead of pitching away both hexes, but there's a Deceit. That seems fine. So we're trying to stop, right now, them having another Lightning Helix. Like, Lightning Helix is death. And they probably just top decked it. Yep. There's nothing I can do about that. On to the next game. Negate. Duresses. Cruel Call comes in. X's come out. I want to keep Intimidation. Bitter Triumph is fine. They don't play Shiko. Riddlers are okay. Harvester can come out. And let's ship it back like that. I get to go first. I can't keep this hand because it doesn't have black, which sucks. Oh, we just keep this hand? Which is rough. Like, we have no hand 8. Throw away, charm, get Water Green tapped and pass. And now my opponent just kind of gets to untap and no more lines into our turn 3, which feels really, really bad. Yeah, we drew Bitter Triumph, so let's play this tapped and pass. Foundation Tactics is not the worst. Look at your hand. Give me information. It whiffs. And they have a no more lines, so. Really bad for us. I really wish we could have kept that first hand with the double duress, because it would eat apart their hand. And now I just have to throw stuff into this no more lies. It was really bad. Like, I have to get no more lies out of their hand, or I can't literally do anything. And waiting on it means nothing. Right? But there's no more lies. Here's Watergrave. End pass. Worst case scenario, they have another... They have more counter magic, so let's play our land first. Play around a Spell Snare. Throw away Deceit. And then next turn we can Cavero Deceit. As long as they don't have Graveyard Hate. They can untap and just slam an Elspeth. Because we're not doing anything. Bad not to. Okay. Well, let's play a Cavero. Show me the counterspell. And it tapped wrong again. But Glendalender's answers, so it didn't matter. And let's pass. That's 6 mana. Duress. We can duress them at least. There's 6 mana open, so they cannot Jeskai Rev us. Have to take the card that does something. I mean, it's going to counter us, so. Take a bunch of damage. Find another land, that seems fine, and let's pass. Helix our face, yep. If they draw land, they can play Jeskai Rev, which is worst case scenario. Consult main phase. So probably looking for 7 land. See if they found it. They did. So I think we just have to slam Doomsday or bust. We cannot play around No More Lies to win this game, because they have 7 lands. Duress is really good here. Holy cow. What a good draw. Another Elspeth. Take Jeskai Rev, right? And play Doomsday. Trigger. Now the game gets a lot different. I think I need a Winter Night Stories now. Because they're going to kill it, right? They're going to kill it with Get Lost. So I need to draw cards now. Oh, I should have done that before. That's a mistake. I am not thinking now. Because I have 3 cards left. There's a stock up. Both of us are not thinking. Whoa. Whoa. Now they need a land to play Elspeth? Land. Animator Reef. Combat. You have one. Yeah, sure. You got it, man. So if their last card is a counterspell, we lose. If not, we win. Let's do it. Oh my goodness. It's not. Alright, pass the turn. Whoa, both of us punted, but oh my god, we got there. Holy crap. Hell yes, dude. Take out a Triumph and put Riddler back. Go up on Riddlers. Also take the last Triumph and just put like a Harvester in there. I like that. What a silly game we're playing. Oh goodness. All right. So in my brain, yes, it's wrong to dig for cards, but I think in that position I needed to find a way to answer their hand. So yes, I draw 3 cards deeper and I could die, but I feel like drawing cards because we weren't winning the game yet is the right answer at this time. Right? It is the right answer at this time. So I want to dig, find a way to win. It could backfire, but it's really proactive. Let's find out. This hand is nothing. This hand is nothing. Mulligan that. I'm gonna mulligan that too. Goodness gracious, dude. Why? And we drew Doomsday, which we put on the bottom. I can't beat the Shuffler, guys. I cannot beat the Shuffler. How frustrating. And now they have no more lies up, and there's nothing we can do. Let's just play our Virgin and pass. Non-kick consult. That's a good sign. Stock up. You got me. That means we can get our draw spell off at least. Deadly cover up is not the best, but we will draw 3 cards. Through some lands, that's not bad. Was really hoping for a duress. They have land 4. There's a Riddler. I think we just play Sewers tapped and pass. We need double blue. There's a duress. Let's keep that on top. Guess we can throw out 1 Riddler to try to bait out something because we have a second. We just need to get. We have to get rid of at least no more lines. We can't play around it forever. Or 3 steps ahead, sure. Here comes Elspeth, yeah. So we drew that duress. Let's see what they have. A bunch of stuff. Jeskai Rev here. And just play Cavero on Riddler to draw a card. That's our best shot. Fortunately, we can't deadly cover up now unless they kill Cavero with Elspeth here. They don't have Glenalendra's answers up, which is a good sign. Cavero is dead. think I want to just slam this Doomsday. Show me an answer. Oh my god, you had no answer. Oh my god, you had no answer. Sometimes slamming is the answer.
Rise and seize your destiny.
Alright, upkeep, trigger. We draw. And we draw. Let's attack. I think I want to play Caveira to force something out of their hand. Let's see what they do. I'm trying to bait the Jeskai Rev out of their hand. To think that they have lethal. Dang it. Dang it. They just pass? That's a choice. Yep. There's the big flyers. In our last couple of cards, we need to find a way to get rid of Glenalendra's answer. Alright, just pass. We need blockers, right? If they Jeskai Rev here, we could be dead, but we're pretending that we have... Yep. Yep, you guys are big. So this is the very last turn. How do we win here? We animate this, for sure. Play a land. Animate this. Go to combat. Try to attack with Restless Reef. They could Jeskai Rev bounce Restless Reef here. No, they just let it happen? Trigger. They could Glenalendra's here. There it is. That blocks. So the last card here is Avarice. How many cards do they have left? 3? So they need counter magic. Show me counter magic. Lose 3 life, draw 3 cards. Hold. Hold. Oh! Oh my gosh, that was a fun game. That was a fun game. Holy cow, long stream? Yeah, we woke up super early to watch the Pro Tour. Now we're playing the deck that won the Pro Tour. Show me counter magic. You don't have it. All right, I win the game. I love it. Oh, new cards. New cards. More gems. Boo. Boo. Yeah. So I think we're having fun today. We had a lot of viewership while the Pro Tour, but I think people like had enough magic after the Pro Tour and they kind of disappeared. They don't think that, I don't know if they know I'm still streaming at my normal hours, right? I think I'm going to play a couple more of this deck for sure. And then we're just going to play this game for the rest of the day until I'm done. And then tomorrow we'll be back with like the Harmonizer deck at like our normal time. So I think I just want to play this deck some more. This deck is fun. Like playing Demon changes the game, right? Sorry, for Rain, for understanding what we're trying to do. The deck that won the Pro Tour. It plays this big demon. And what happens when it comes in the battlefield? Everyone mills all. You exile all but the last 6 cards of the deck. And in Magic, when you have no cards in your library and you draw that last card, you lose the game. So pretty much what this card does, puts a clock on both of us. And it changes the whole dynamic of Magic, and I'm having fun with it. But it just won the Pro Tour, so. I will be right back 1 minute. All right. Let's keep playing some games. What's your record so far with this pile of garbage? 6 and 5? All right, 6 and 5. It's not an easy deck to play. And then also my draws haven't... My gambling skills needs to be better. We'll go first. Case in point. What the fuck? I can't... So... I am on the play, but I don't think I can keep this. Mulligan that. This looks a little better. Let's throw away a swamp. Play our reef on turn 1 and pass. Next turn we can Deceit, look at their hand, and hope to draw a land on turn 4 for Cavero. Team Pollinator, okay. Facial Avarice is not bad. Let's... Deceit, look at your hand. Show me what you got. Double or Boroid Formidable Speaker. I think I want to take Speaker. They're a ways off from Ouroboros. And soon we can Cavero, take a Ouroboros, and then I think we're far enough ahead at that point. It could be wrong to not take the threat, because I will be taking both threats, hopefully. A Lane Weaver is a good draw by them. Because next turn they can play Ouroboros. Do another Deceit, at least. So... let's take one of your Ouroboros and then Hex with that trigger on the stack to gain 2 life. So let's kill you. Blight on my creature to gain 2 life. And pass. Still 1 turn away from Ouroboros. Unless they, like, draw Badger. Like, they did not draw Badger. Alright, so top deck, land please. You did not. So let's go hunting for lands. Drawing 3. We found it. We just gotta X the elf. And pass. We have double blue at least, so we can bring back Deceit and bounce Ouroboros. There's the man of the hour. Stock up. So let's blue, black on Cavero. Getting back our Deceit number 1. Trigger. Bounce Ouroboros. Take your Ouroboros that we just bounced. And I feel really good where we're at. Especially next turn we can Cavero again on another Deceit. Oh, Badger Bull. Land. Let's just attack with our Caveira. See if they would like to block. It's a no. Well, that's blue. Blue, we have to auto tap because Arena is very disappointing. And get another Deceit. Bounce Badger Mole. Another option we could have done there is taken their Ouroboros and get the pressure on. But I feel okay with this play as well. Leyline Weaver is not the answer. There's a stock up. Go to combat. Swing for 8. Could have animated my land as well. Take 8. That's a choice. So let's stock up here. Deceit. And Caveira is great. Also, land is great for Doomsday. Just take both. And get... I guess an option we could have done there is get the land, guaranteed Deceit next turn, because we have nothing in the graveyard, but this way we can get Caveira on Ouroboros. Like, Ouroboros right here is a clock. If they top deck that, if they draw the Harmonize card, then they can get really scary really quick. Just attack with the land, okay. That's a good sign for us. I wish we found removal with that last stock up, because then we could like remove the Leyline Weaver and then just had lethal with Reef on this turn. Like, that's a no. Alright, let's just get in there. Would you like to block? Just do the same play. We can just stock up. A Hex. A land and a Hex is fine. There's so many ways I could have played this game better, but this is where we are now. Suitable speaker. What are you getting on Formidable Speaker? Yeah. So I know I talked about the Ouroboros point and didn't do it, but now I'm playing the turns. I thought it would be different. Deep Cavern Bat. Alright, well, when that is on the stack, I'm just going to kill it. You get to see my hand, and you get to see that you're dead. But they get more information knowing that I'm Doomsday player now, which is a downside. And on the game too. I feel really good about a Badger matchup. Like, this is why the deck was invented, right? I don't think I bring in Torpor, not the combo deck. Heist is good. Shoot is good. Harvester's fine. Deceit is fine. Arch Enemy is fine. Intimidation Tactics is fine. Take out one of the combo piece. One of Doom. Deceit is just so good, though. Bring it back in. 61 special. Let's go. My opponent is figuring out how to sideboard. I don't blame him. Hello, opponent? Hello, opponent. Who goes first? We have Swamp to kill Badger. I like it. Turn 1, commune with Beaver. Ooh. I noticed my opponent is playing Marcus Aurelius, and I should be playing Gladiator music right now. But because I'm going to get DMCA striked, just play Gladiator music while you watch this match. We drew a Swamp. A Swamp. A Swamp. And pass. Opponent. Found a formidable speaker off commune. Into Deep Cavern Bat. Well, we have Hex, but you get information. Now, I don't think I want to heist. Do I? I kind of want to heist to take their formidable speaker. So I can formidable speaker. Yeah. That seems sweet. There's a Weaver. So we need to kill Harvester. Harvester needs to kill Leyline right now, right? Do I? We just shoot the Sheriff. So let's just reef and pass. And I really hope they do not have protection. That's like the worst case scenario. Somehow the Golgari Badger deck has protection. What we are poised to killing Ouroboros here. Here's Rhythm for 2. So, if I kill Leyline Weaver here, Badger doesn't do anything. If I kill this before it untaps, I think I like this play. Let's kill this Leyline Weaver now before it untaps, and they can go get a Badger Mole. Got it. Swing for 1. We drew another land so we can untap. Kill Badger. And pass. Holding up Bitter Triumph to kill... I guess we could have Bitter Triumphed the Badger because now they have information. We still have removal. There's Ouroboros. And before they go to combat, we just kill it. Perfect. Do another land. What we can... Formidable Speaker here. Throwing away Winter Night Stories. And we can go get our demon here. And then next turn we just slam the demon and wish my opponent good luck. Because we also have Reef down. Nature's Rhythm for 3. Oculus, that's sick. That's also really bad for my opponent. Face down card. We drew a land, so we just land in a demon. Pass the turn. After some triggers, of course. Mill over everything. So this demon blocks really well. Worst case scenario here is they have removal. Like double removal on demon and Restless Reef. We can't win the game. Unless we get really lucky with our top deck. The magical 6 cards we don't know about. We shuffled with formidable speakers. We have no idea what those are. They play a land. What is their last card? Is it removal? They could also Nature's Rhythm to see what's left in their deck. For 4? Yeah. Looking for Ouroboros? Gastel Rider. When this enters, target opponent reveals a hand, you choose an instant sorcery from that. I mean, that's sick, but that's not enough. The demon does it again. I love it. On the next one. Oh, we got 2? What do we get? 1 Meek Attack and Curious Colossus? I want to make a dumb Colossus deck, too. There's got to be a Colossus deck. That's our 3rd Meek Attack. Why didn't you give me 2? Wrong with you guys. Alright, keep on going. Keep on going. One goes first. We have Hex. We have Interaction. Let's keep it. Like my opponent mulligan down 1. Elegant Parlor. So it's most likely Jeskai control. We drew Adverse, so let's Reef and pass. Really bad being on the draw versus Jeskai control in game 1. Oh, it's Slick Shot. Okay. We drew a Swamp, so it's Reef and pass, holding up Hex. Makes me feel a little better about our hand now. So it was probably Boros Burn. That was Sacred Foundry. Watton Crag Siege. They choose Jeskai. At the beginning of upkeep, go to 1/1. Red Goblin token gains lifelink and haste. Sweet. Drew a Swamp, so I guess we play a Swamp and pass. I could Winter Night Stories there, but I'm worried about just straight dying to a the Slick Shot. In Scar Sentry, yep. We take 1. I wish we had a card to discard a Bitter Triumph here. But I'm going to take 3 to kill this. It's probably wrong, but what I like doing here is now we can untap Cavero and take this as first strike and lifelink. Makes me feel a little better. Now the bad part of this is if they just with 3 cards they just kill us with Slick Shot. No, that's a land. Here comes the Slick Shot. Chandra. Woo! So it was wrong to play Bitter Triumph. We should have hexed there. We would have saved some life too, because I don't know how we kill Chandra
Check out these wheels.
so far.
Just try to keep up.
They're attacking with the 3-2. Did they realize I have first strike? It's an exact copy. I guess they want to push through damage. Makes no sense, so let's just block your 3-2. And them attacking all out means we can kill Chandra here. Because we can kill the token. Attack Chandra. Play Winter Night Stories to find an answer. Intimidation Tactics is not in. Guess we throw away 2 lands. And then we can reef and pass. I guess an option we could have tactics there to look at their last card in their hand. But I assume if they play Chandra, it's not that good. And we can cycle this card. So they shocked in a land. Attack for 1. For 2. For 3. Nope, just 2. So what did they shock that in for? Oh, let's go to combat. Waiting does nothing here, so I want to gain 4 life. And blocking is a good sign. And I can play this Surveil land and hold up our Restless Reef or Intimidation Tactics. There's Doomsday. Perfect. Pass. Doomsday is just kind of going to do wonders here. It's a voice. Next turn we can Tactics and play Demon. Hexing Squelcher. Yeah, that's sweet. There's voice. Your last card. Another Slick Shot. Alright. Oh, are they just going to attack in the air? They're worried about my Restless Reef? That's a no. Okay. I'm going to just cycle this. They have no hand, so let's just get 1 card deeper. There's a Deceit. I think the clock is the answer. Let's get the clock going. Exile all but 6, baby. And pass. Holding back my lifelinker. The next turn we can not only animate our land, but we can use Avarice. Attack all out, I like it. Let's block a flyer and block Squelcher. Lifelink. You could have a pump spell, which could be worse here. Like, what is your last card? +1/+1 for the entire team. Deadmaw Ire. Yeah, they're just pushing through damage. I respect it. You couldn't kill the demon, so you didn't put it there. We're down to 12. Gonna go keep extra card. It's a Cavero. So let's animate the reef. Go to combat. Swing. Trigger, trigger. That'd be funny if we could put Cavero in off the other Cavero that's copied Seer. And then opponent has one card in their deck left. You can animate Quarry Mountain Monastery if you want. But we're just gonna make them draw a card. Lose 3 life. I donate a gift to you, my friend. Yeah, I know Doomsday can kill us. Quarry Mountain. Let's see what the last card is. Catharsis. That is information good to know. Good to know. So how many spells do they have? Is it worth it to play Duress? This comes in maybe a couple, like Law, Duress, take out Bitter Triumphs, save our life total a little bit. Archenemy Charm is really good because it gives lifelink here. Hex seems okay. I mean, they have creatures. They also play tokens, so maybe take out one. We can take out one Avarice. Right, like that. Yeah, we're playing the deck that won the Pro Tour after watching the Pro Tour as a stream together. I've been streaming for how many hours? Holy shit, 10 hours. Oh, buddy, what a long day. I should probably quit stream here soon after a couple good more games. Opponent, where you at? All right. So we have Shoot the Sheriff, Misery. At least we can interact with their board. It's a little slow, but we can try it. Other Misery is pretty good. I know they Parlored kept it on top, so let's just play a Reef and pass. Fortunately, our land base is a little painful. If we top deck like a mountain, that'd be pretty good. Magebane Lizard, sick. Oh. Pay 2 life and pass. What does the Lizard Boros token style deck have for me? I guess it is a downside that we took Waste of Victory. Okay, well. Magebane Lizard is more of a problem, so let's get that off the board now. Waste of Victory is definitely going to be an issue because we can't kill it with Harvester. We drew Verge, at least, so let's stock up. Shoot this Sheriff is fine. Another stock up is fine. Getting land 5 for this Harvester is pretty good too. I don't want to guarantee my land drop. Let's do that. After I thought about it. Yeah, we don't have any card draw here, and that's the downside, but now we at least are guaranteed to hit Harvester on curve. And it's a big blocker. When it gets in. Down 14. It just pass, missing a land drop. Really good for us, right? Another land, so let's Reef and shoot the Sheriff on our turn because we can't cast on Voice's turn. Family Reunion. What does that say? Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Creatures you control gain hexproof until end of turn. Okay, you got me. They found land 3. And they found Win Crag Siege. If a creature attacking causes ability permanent to oh gosh, that's a lot of damage. So do we have to double Harvester on this voice now? Intimidation tactics. Let's intimidation tactics and figure out what I want to do with life first. Another voice, Soul Guide Lantern, Boros Charm? Okay, well, we take their voice and we have to double Harvester to kill their voice. And pass. So I know for sure they have 4 damage in hand, but Boros Charm Catharsis can make 2 1/1s. I feel like we're in a good spot. Because next turn we just slam this demon. And we have Restless Reef again. However, that does put us down to 7, which is a scary number against a deck with burn spells that we know of. Opponent, hello? Did you give up? That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Come back, friend. The game was not over. You have Boros Charm in hand. The game is definitely not over. Full Guy Lantern, yep. To eat Harvester, probably. That's a fine play. They saw Cabrero in game 1. And the question is, do you want to make 1/1s and have pressure on the board? Or hold out Boros Charm? They decided with Boros Charm. Alright. Let's Watery Grave and slam the demon. The clock is on. They sack to find an answer. Another Soul Guide Lantern. That's fine. So we lose this game by attacking with Doomsday? Right? Magebane Lizard, okay. So now they are tapped out. We know their hand perfectly, so we can attack with Restless Reef. I feel like we're sitting pretty. I really like this interaction of Doomsday Excruciator. It changes all of Magic dynamic that I'm not used to. It's all of a sudden, the game is now in your face, right? So let's animate, play Swamp that we drew. Let's animate the Reef. And attack with the Reef. Get in there. I mill my opponent. Bunch of lands and to get lost, okay. So they have 1 card left. We have 4 cards left. And pass. They can't really sack Soul Guide Lantern now. What is your last card? If it's Shock, like Lightning Strike, Boros Charm, we die. Chandra is not death. Ooh, that's a great last card, though.
I'm gonna smoke the competition.
But luckily we have
My
blockers.
team's got me covered.
So I'm glad we slammed Doomsday when we did, because we would have been in trouble. Go into combat. Animate the friend.
Push it to the limit.
Thanks, Chandra. Push it to the limit. Shout out my opponent to playing it out, but we were going to block. Block the most damage possible. Go to 6. Full Guy Lantern. Exile. Upkeep, draw some cards. And we can just pass the turn and kill my opponent. Good game, Yuki. On to the next one. I liked what he's trying to do. I haven't seen that yet, but I don't know. Boros tokens is in a good spot right now. Woo. All right, one or two more. One or two more, and then it's good to call it a day for me. Been live since 8 a.m. That's way earlier than normal. Play first. We have Hex, Harvester, Cavero. Let's keep it. I think I want to play my Surveil land turn 1. Yep. My opponent mulligan down a little bit. Another land is perfect. I'm going to keep that on top. Firing advantage. Uh-oh. Well, we drew that land, we know, so we're going to reef and pass. This is another token deck. High Noon. Oh, baby, let's do it. We drew another land, so let's play the land, tapped, and pass. Boros High Noon? I'm a fan. Caretaker's Talent. Yeah, that's the thing. We drew another land, unfortunately. So let's play a land and pass. This Harvester is going to do wonders in a token matchup. Chalk in for Carrot Cake. That resolves. To draw a card. So we need to find Demon, because Demon is really good against Caretaker's Talent. And I'm going to hold on to this Hex. Another land. Fortune comes into play attack, so I'm just going to play Harvester now. Just to clear up this 1/1. If they kill it, we still have Cavero for next turn. And we can just get Harvester of Misery back. Carrot Cake gets sacked. They draw another card. One top. Alright. That's 5 lands. I wonder why they have High Noon in the main board. I know it slows down decks like Badger and stuff. They just make another token. Yep. Our Demon is definitely a win con. Bitter Triumph is not the best draw. I think I just want to go to combat. Let's attack a little bit. Would you like to kill it? Seer. Yeah, you killed it. But that's their only spell for turn, so now we can play our Cavero, copy Harvester of Misery, clean up these tokens, play our land tapped, and pass. I mean, it's 2 tokens for Cavero. It's not the best, not the worst. Elspeth. Yeah, do you want to kill my Cavero? Looks like a yes. At least we have the answer in Bitter Triumph. Another Cavero, so that's Bitter Triumph. Killing Elspeth. It's 4, so let's animate our land. We're doing nothing else this turn. Let's mill my opponent, get them lower life. Get some information. Get lost, Carrot Cake, Wind Crag Skeege, Lightning Helix. We now can deadly cover up at least. Overlord of the Mistmores. Yeah, and they draw a card. This is going to be a great deadly cover up turn. Or I can Deceit. I'm going to deadly cover up here. Taking my Cabrero. I just want to get Overlord off the board forever. Arthas, Pinnacle, Get Lost, Lightning Helix, okay. Taking to Overlord, 2 Catharsis, Elspeth, another Pinnacle, 1 High Noon, 1 Rest in Peace. So they have main board Rest in Peace. Good to know about. Next turn we can play Deceit. Unfortunately, this Get Lost is in their hand, so whatever we play, they're going to take. If they just uptick on Caretaker's talent, that seems really good for us. That's their entire turn, sweet. Another land, so let's Deceit, Hardcast. And bounce Caretaker's talent. And they can Get Lost this. Like, they can Get Lost Deceit on the stack. Off he goes. Pyroclasm? Yeah, we just take talent here. Play our land tapped and pass. Their hand's pretty weak now. Catharsis, Hardcast. Yep. They gain haste until end of turn. That's sweet. I think I'm just gonna kill a token. That's fine. Just protect my life total a little bit. I'm doing nothing else with this Hex. There's another Hex. So let's just play Cabrero on black, black, blue, blue. Black and blue. Get our Deceit. Bounce their creature. See their hand. Another Pinnacle Circage? Yeah, that doesn't matter. So that goes away. We will map on our Cabrero. Keep stock up. Let's see. Their Lightning Helix now can't kill our Cabrero. I guess I'm going to do it again because they have Pyroclasm as well. When we block this 1/1 token. Let's just do that and pass. Like, they have to waste both Pyroclasm and Lightning Helix. Elspeth off the top is a problem. Elspeth is going to kill us. So in response, I think I want to kill you and just gain some life. I did not blight there, apparently. There's a stock up. So let's Reef. Activate Reef. Reef lives through their Lightning Helix. Problem is our life total is getting low against High Noon. Let's mill you. Helix our face, yep. 2 Caretaker's talents and a land. Uh-oh. Well, let's stock up. Get another Deceit. And Hex is not bad. We can maybe gain some life with it. Let's try that. We have to be wary of their Fountain Port. Yes, okay. Well, let's Hardcast Deceit. Bouncing High Noon. They could sack High Noon if they want. Let's see what your last card is. They could 5 damage on Deceit. That works too. Get Lost on me. So they have a bunch of nothing in their hand. So we could Dido Lightning Helix off the top. That's not a Lightning Helix. There's a Cabrero. Anything I want? Want to animate my land here? Combat. This is really good. So before blocks, I want a Hex and Blight. So I'm going to kill this. And I gain life with this, and now we're out of Lightning Helix range. And Milieu. There's a Get Lost. There's a High Noon. And let's just map. Another land. Let's map again. Another land. Well, we'll put this on black and pass. Demon would be nice anytime. Lightning Helix the face. Yep, that's scary. Winter Night Stories. That's a decent draw. Let's play that. Look for some value. There's the demon. Pitch Cavero. Let's play the demon. They can make a fish here. So if they find removal off, if they find Lightning Helix, we lose, right? We can't beat Lightning Helix. That's not Lightning Helix. So they can still crack the fish to draw a card. That Lightning Helix. That is not on to game 2. The demon finally showed up. They are Bella heavy deck, right? So let's bring in Duress. Let's bring in Negate. Is that any creatures that I care about? No. So Hex is probably not in for it. Maybe not Intimidation Tactics. Let's bring in Heist. I don't care about their graveyard. Torp Orb is interesting. I guess I could have one Tactics as a card draw. They did show Rest in Peace main board, so I don't care about Tactics. Throw it back like this. Throw it back like that. One goes first. We have Duress early on. We have Harvester. Let's keep it. There's another Duress, so I think I just want to turn 1 Duress, pay 2 life. See if we can get something out of their hand that matters. Full Guide Lantern. Seems fine. I don't care about Seer. They drew a Carrot Cake. I wish I drew like that. 1 to the bottom. There's another Duress, so I guess we just Duress take Seer because we have a backup. And let's play our Surveil land. Another land is great. They might be missing lands. No, they found one. Who am I kidding? That poor bunny gets in for 1. We draw our land and we just pass, holding up Harvester or Negate. One to the top, so it's probably land. In Crag Siege. Well, I'm glad we have Negate. Get that off my board, please. Question is... Alright, we have Watergrave. So let's Winter Night Stories. Make sure we get some lands here. Bunch of Deadly Cover-Ups. Right, throw away Demon? We're so far away from Demon. That might be the answer. Throw away Demon. I was really hoping for another land for our Harvester, but we just didn't get it. So maybe we can get one next turn. And we're dodging the top of their deck. They didn't get a land. That's good. We did, though. So we can play our land and just slam this Harvester. Sweep up the board a little bit. And that's enough. Parent, my opponent didn't want to play anymore, but I think that was a good set of turns by me. On the next one. Woo. All right. Hopefully one more for good luck. One more for good luck. First, we can't keep this not enough lands. Looks a little better. Throw away a swamp. I'm gonna place a water grave. We drew a swamp. Let's do the same thing. Water grave tapped and pass. Restless Reef, is this a mirror match? That would be sweet if it is. Oh, we drew Winter Night Stories. Let's pass. Okay, swamp and pass? Alright, well, let's... Winter Night Stories. We found the demon at least. Let's throw away a hex and a land. Next turn we can Intimidation Tactics, see what my opponent is doing, and then also stock up. Deceit. So it looks like it is the mirror match. No. Well. If we find Cavero on the next draw, it'd be really good. It took stock up, okay. Isn't their own deceit? Alright. Let's tactics them. They are a mirror match. Two stock ups? That's really bad. So I think we just have to draw 3 here. Or we can just get Cavero, right? Maybe I should have taken Demon there instead. I think I want to draw cards. Let's just draw cards. That's some bad cards. So Cavero top deck would have been better. There's a stock up. What are we doing with our next turn? Deceit, probably? Taking whatever they have. I could have also kept this in case they play their own demon. There's a harvester, that doesn't do anything. So let's look at their hand. Winter Night Stories, do... Let's see. This is really hard. Alright, let's take stock up here. And play land and pass. I want them to slam the demon. Because we have answers both to Restless Reef and the demon. Looks like that's a no. Smart. Another reef. There's another reef. The deceit. Yep. So they probably want to take my removal here. Because Bitter Triumph can kill Demon. They take their own. That's a choice. Well, we drew a Demon. I think I need a Winter Night Stories here. Deadly Cover Up is sweet. Let's throw away a Harvester. Mirror match is insane. I'm surprised we get to see it already. There's a Cavero. On what? Question is, did they tap correctly? They did. Probably taking our deadly cover-up. Like, they have to take deadly cover-up, right? No? That seems like a mistake. Winter Night Stories ahoy! Another demon, so I think we just have to deadly cover up here. And the question is, do I take Cavero? Or do I take Deceit? Probably Cavero. Especially with 2 in hand? Oh, buddy. Like, it is a perfect mirror match of the deck we are playing. Alright. So it's almost demon time. If they play demon first, I think we're in a good spot. I would like to find another removal spell because he has 2 reefs and we have to kill both the reefs, right? So there's the demon. There's an adverse? Wow, okay. This mills 4, right? Okay. I will pass. Holding up my hex. So the worst thing they can do here is deceit us. So there's animated land, yep. So I am going to hex before they can attack. And not kill the demon. Yep. We are at 11. So I need to kill... They need to draw 3, right? So draw 3, target them. So they're out right now is killing the demon, right? So let's play our own demon to have a blocker just in case, which might be wrong, but either way, they're going to animate their reef and kill us. So they have to kill demon here, which they did, and we lose the game. So either way, we lost, which is the annoying part of that. Let's bring in Duress, Heist, Soul Guide. Bring some Riddlers, Harvester, Misery comes out. Intimidation Tactics is fine. Let's take out a couple Doomsdays. Their Triumph is fine, Stock Up is fine, Archenemy Charm is okay. Let's take out our Hexes and ship it back. So, he had to have an answer in his last 6 cards to kill his demon to win the game. He had 2 reefs and we didn't have a removal for the reefs, so we lost. Close game though. Off to game 2. Obscure, thank you for the sub over on YouTube. Welcome to Unkindness Crew. Also, Curtis Durden, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Welcome to Unkindness Crew. I think one of you is Mr. 69, which is kind of cool. We'll go first. I cannot keep this hand. This hand looks worse. Let's keep this one. Ray the land and a Bitter Triumph. Play a Reef and pass. I mean, it's a mirror match. Doomsday is not going to win this game. If he decides to play Doomsday, then so be it. I'm not winning this game. Negate, Stock Up, Cavero. Alright, well, let's take Stock Up. If we both sided out Doomsday, then we're playing honest, just good old Dimir. And I like it. That's another land. Alright, we pass. Unfortunately, they have Cavero on our Deceit, which is the worst case scenario. Duress. All right, you get my Bitter Triumph. So we need to find an answer. Oh, we found a Deceit. Well, that's an answer. Take your Cavero. They have a Riddler as well. I have to take Cavero. Or do I? I could probably take the Riddler. Like, no, I have to take Cavero, because if I take Riddler, they just copy Riddler. And that's bad. They what? They hold up Negate, Shock, and Riddler. We don't have a second blue source for our Reef. So we just have to pass. If we draw a blue source, that would be really good here. But us mulligan a 5 is going to be a rough, especially if they have the first Riddler. It's going to be rough to come back. Blue source, please. Stock up. Nope. So let's stock up. What? We get Intimidation Tactics and a Riddler. And we Tactics here. Take a Demon. So they kept the Demon in. Good to know. So they can duress us and find nothing. Gonna give them mild cabbages. You got it. So they just animate Restless Reef, and now the clock is on. Nothing you can really do about that. Bunch of goodies. There's untapped blue source. Perfect. Untapped blue source. We can bounce Riddler now. There's another Excruciator. That's rough. They know our hand too. We have to play Doomsday. We have to take it. Because our hand is not paired well against their Doomsday. I guess we have Reef we can animate first. Your Triumph, yep. And now they don't have enough for full cost Riddler, but they can still warp it. Draw 2. Through land. So let's warp our Riddler. They have Negate, so we just have to pass. This Avarice does nothing into their Negate. Are they animating their land? I mean, we are under a clock. There's a Cavero. Yep. So they found 2 Caveros and we have not. And that might be the make or break it here. They also have Negate. Backup. But we have 1 deadly cover up to find. Alright. Let's play Watergrave. Shocked. And we're just kind of dead on board. Unless we draw removal here. Which we did. Pass the turn. Yeah, like we mold to low. Like there's another Deceit. Yep. Discard a card. Kill the Cavero. Like, my opponent has now 5 Deceits us when we mold to 5. Like, part of the game. So there's Negate we know about. Now it's out of the hand. And so it's Wrath or Bust. Wrath or Bust. We're at 4. Well, Guy Lantern is not it. Doesn't matter what I take. Recycling this. Wrath or Bust. Nope. Alright. My opponent wins the mirror match. Better lucky than good? Yeah. In this matchup, definitely. The last 6 cards. So we knew my opponent's hand in game 1, and the last 6 cards was a removal for their demon. That's just luck. We didn't have removal. So, all right, let's try again. What is our record now? 10-6? 10-6? Yeah. All right. Play first. We have answers at least. We don't have blue, but we can keep it. Let's play Swamp first and pass. Or I guess we can Tactics first. See what they're doing. Seems like a good play. High Noon. Oh, we're playing against our good friend. Do I want to take Aven? Probably. Let's just take Aven. Could be a problem later. So they are the Azorius Flash deck. We deserve this. There's a Deceit off the top. It's not the worst. I don't think I care about High Noon at all, nor Avatar's Wrath. So let's just take Voice of Victory. We have an answer for the second one. And we'd love to draw some lands. Untap land. Unfortunately, no. So let's just kill Voice and pass. We are 26 land deck. I would hope to draw some lands. There's one. Perfect. Let's as blue too, so we can stock up. Let's see. Next turn, what do we do? Winter Night Stories and Reef? That seems not bad. And their hand is just like 2 Avatar's Wrath, which is fine for us. They pass. So let's Winter Night Stories. See what their 2 unknown cards are. No more lies. Sick. And let's play a Reef and pass. During Innocence. Yeah. We could just... What, we Harvester this turn and just sweep up the board a little bit? Or we can go find a Cavero. Let's go find a Cavero. Or we can untap and just Doomsday. I like that. Play our land tapped and pass. Get him for 2, yep. Alright, we drew a Demon. Slam Demon on turn 6. You have tempo or not? Anytime you play a creature for the rest of the game, you draw a card off Enduring. It resolves. Wow. Let's go. Let's go. Top 6 cards. What do you got? Doomsday draws 2 cards. Land, there's a land. Alright, let's animate or land. Go to combat. Drowner. Yeah. So they still draw a card off that. And we pass. So next turn we are going to Insatiable Avarice, making my opponent draw cards. So even if they have an Eng, that's fine. If they have Haven Interrupter, that's worst case scenario. So Deceit is really good, because double Deceit is really good. So we get to see what my opponent is playing before we do anything else. Yep, so they did have Haven Interrupter. So Deceit was just a godly draw. Draw another card. You're at 2. And High Noon is out, unfortunately. So let's just pass. Just pass. So they play any creature, they die. Right? They play any creature, they die. So I think that's enough, right? so we can reef here and still hold up Insatiable Adverse. Go to combat. If they tap out for High Noon, then we have lethal, which is what they do. No attacks. And then I will be a very kind opponent and let you draw 3 cards. Enjoy your last cards. And on to the next game. So tempo. Cruel Call seems fine. Vorpal Orb seems great. Do I want anything else? I want Bitter Triumph because they're probably playing Planeswalkers. Shoot the Sheriff is okay. We play a lot of 3-drops, so Shoot the Sheriff over like some hexes seem fine. Intimidation seems fine. I don't know if I want Charm or not. Probably not. Harvester's not the best in this matchup, so we can take a couple down and ship it back. Right? It didn't even say thank you for my generosity. To be fair, now I posted 4 videos about Azorius Flash, and I deserve to play against it now. This is... Not going to say it's my fault. But it might be my fault. Speaking of, go check out that video that came out today. One goes first. Well, we have Shoot the Sheriff, and hopefully that's going to be enough. It's a little slow, which is exactly what Tempo wants. For another land, so let's play that tapped and pass. No High Noon, that's a good sign. We drew a Deceit as well, so let's just play our Deceit. See what my opponent's dealing with it. Blood Pitch Drowner. Yeah, that resolves. Hidebinder, even Interrupter, Enduring. I think I want to take Enduring. I want to take their card draw. And now they have their 3rd land for Aven Interrupter or Tidebinder. Harvester's not bad. So let's just play the land and pass. And then we use either Harvester or Shoot the Sheriff on their turn. Let's shoot the Sheriff now. Why not? Would you like to Aven Interrupter it? If we bait them into doing something now, that's really good for us. But it looks like they didn't take the bait. Another Shoot the Sheriff's great. So let's just black. I think I want to just bait the Cavero out, right? Let's just do it. So they're probably going to Aven Interrupter us. Great. And Cavero goes away. Voice of Victory. Dolls. So untap land to deadly cover up is best. There it is. So let's deadly cover up here. Taking our Deceit from the graveyard. Is your last card counter? No, it's Aang, Swift Savior. Okay. That's pretty good. So their last card is Tidebinder, which we know of. So we're going to take a little damage this turn. And then we untap for a stock up. That's not bad. So let's... Oh, we can't. We have to deadly cover up here. For 4, because Bird Rogue is an outlaw, apparently. But Cavero is now free to what? Honestly, take a flyer, right? Take a flyer. Because they do have the Restless Anchorage. They can Tidebinder this. Still a 4/4. And then Anchorage gets in, yep. I take some damage. They map Finding Spell Snare. Take that away. Seems good. I think I want to shoot the Sheriff now. get it off the board before they untap and find another spell snare. This has flying. Let's stock up. X and land seems good, especially when they have the man land. And let's not attack because we're at 5 life. What is your last card, sir? Nothing. Okay. So how do we die here? I think we can cast. We can hold up Harvester and Hex, so we can cast Winter Night Stories. Discarding Doomsday. No, we can discard 2 lands. I want untapped lands. So play a land and pass. Holding up our removal. Soul Guide Lantern. Yeah, there goes our Winter Night Stories. That's pretty good. Rest in peace. Yeah, so they have no more cards, which is great. And now we can Doomsday them. Especially with that land drop. So we can Doomsday here. Holding up Hex or Harvester of Misery. Draw a card before Doomsday trigger. That makes sense. So can I die here? I think I can, so I'm not going to attack. Just have 2 blockers back. We have Avarice to make them draw cards. Elspeth is a hell of a draw. Nice. Make some tokens. Or kill one of our big guys, yeah. Upkeep, we draw some cards. There's Restless Reef, we did it. Or we just draw double draw spells. I'm sorry, Azorius Flash. I'm going to be very friendly. And I'm going to let you draw some cards. And then I'm going to be really friendly and let you draw more cards. I hope you don't have a negate. You don't. Oh my god, we beat Azorius Flash. I thought it would be a bad matchup, but it's not. That felt really good. That felt really sweet. So, I'm going to do a quick wrap-up because I like doing wrap-ups. Alright, friendos. Alright, friendos, quick wrap-up for you. I can see why this deck won the Pro Tour. This deck feels fantastic. It feels really well-tuned. The mirror match is definitely a unique scenario. Let's see. What else can I say? This deck is definitely tuned for a heavy Badger meta, and then the sideboard is really ready to play against control. So if you play decks outside of that range, you kind of get into weird scenarios, especially when you're playing Cavero Superior Spider-Man in the mirror match. But besides that, this deck is sweet. If you have the wild cards, this is definitely worth building, and it's a great way to run up the ladder or play locally at an FNM. We'll probably see this deck at a tournament going forward, but I don't know if this is going to be break the meta because now people are aware of this deck. More so that if Badger gets banned in a week, probably won't see much of this deck because this is like a great anti-Badger mid-range deck. It's not really quite control. Like, it has a lot of removal, but it's not playing the counter magic control shell that we're normally used to in a Gandalf deck. So if you like this, don't forget to subscribe. We're almost at 1,000. Thanks for hanging out. And as always, you guys have a good one. But that's a real sign up for me. I'm being serious. That's a real sign up for me. So thank you for hanging out today. The Pro Tour was great. We had a lot of people tune in today, which was fantastic. Our average view duration is pretty high on YouTube. Thank you for all the gifty subs. Thanks for everyone who's supporting me. I appreciate you being here. I'll be back tomorrow at noon. And we will be playing more fun decks from the Pro Tour, including the Rakdos Monument deck, the second place Teamer Warp deck, and we'll figure it out tomorrow. The new Lessons deck? Yeah. The new Lessons deck. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night.